Chapter 1. Ahem, where is this place? As Wang Yi surveyed the surroundings, both familiar and foreign, disbelief washed over him. Wasn't this the very rental apartment he had secured in Linjiang City right after graduating from university? How had he returned to this place? He picked up the mobile phone resting on the nightstand. The date read August 26th, 2130. Had he truly traveled back a decade? Reflecting on past events, Wang Yi regretted not taking seriously a game called Heavenly Domain. In a world where games and reality had merged, he had once felt pity for the weaker individuals, unaware that he was nurturing a tiger to his own detriment. Had he not intervened to save those people back then, he would not have met his demise at the hands of the powerful families. This time, Wang Yi vowed not to show compassion to anyone, regardless of their strength or weakness. Without the power to protect oneself, one deserved to perish. Only the strong were worthy of possessing everything. With the awakening of Earth's will, a game named Heavenly Domain had suddenly emerged. No one knew who had created it. All that was known was that it allowed players to simulate reality within a gaming pod, experiencing any sensation, including taste, though it merely provided a flavor and did not satisfy hunger. Initially, the game garnered little attention due to its exorbitant price tag of 99,998 renminbi, deterring many. However, the affluent managed to purchase 1,000 units during the initial sale. A year later, a strange creature from the game appeared on a busy street. Fortuitously, a player from the game was nearby and summoned equipment from within the game, swiftly slaying the creature and obtaining a divine artifact. This individual later founded a renowned family. Notably, the game's initial release date was today. The servers would open at midnight on August 27th, 2030. Wang Yi quickly got out of bed, determined to purchase essential items, especially the crucial Heavenly Domain gaming pod, before the remaining 5 hours slipped away. Checking his bank balance on his phone, he found 120,000 RM winnings from a lottery he had previously entered, originally intended for starting a business. However, reborn, he hesitated not, for this decision would shape his destiny. After dressing, Wang Yi hailed a taxi to the largest shopping center in Linjiang City, where the launch of Heavenly Domain was set to take place. He could also procure some daily necessities. Hours later, he returned home, and the gaming pod was already installed. Gazing at the time on his phone, he realized it was nearly time. Just an hour remained until the servers opened. After a quick shower and a bite to eat, he was ready. Once prepared, Wang Yi lay in the gaming pod, keenly awaiting the moment to enter the game. Welcome to Heavenly Domain, where you can experience an entirely new gaming adventure. In this vast land, who shall rise to power? This is your legendary journey. Your life is in your hands. Join the game now. Wang Yi couldn't help but scoff at the overly dramatic prompt, feeling as if he had been transported to another world. The familiar yet strange notification elicited a sigh from him indeed. His life could be directed by his own choices, contingent upon his strength. Welcome to the game. Please enter your character name. Without much thought, Wang Yi typed in his name. After all, it would soon merge with reality, and entering a different ID seemed pointless. Congratulations on successfully creating your character. Please select your profession: warrior, archer, mage, priest, assassin, summoner, rune master. Just as he was about to make his choice, the game screen abruptly went black. Wang Yi was momentarily taken aback, fearing a malfunction, and was about to restart when a notification chimed. You are the first player to enter the game. As a reward, create your own glorious legacy. Wang Yi was bewildered. What was happening? A glitch? What was this reward? Before he could ponder further, the scene brightened, revealing a cave filled with luminescent mushrooms. Perplexed, he wondered why he had appeared here without selecting a profession. This hardly resembled a novice village. And where was his reward? With a mix of annoyance and curiosity, he looked around at the skeletal remains surrounding him. As he stood and stretched, the sound of cracking bones reached his ears. Confused, he waved his hand, only to be startled. His hand was now a skeleton. A glance downward revealed that his legs had transformed likewise. He had become a skeleton entirely. Wang Yi felt a surge of disbelief. Had the game truly turned him into a skeleton? Was it the usual narrative to select a profession and then arrive in a novice village? What was going on? Ding. Host successfully entered the game system activated. Hearing the voice echo in his mind, Wang Yi felt a rush of excitement. A system? Was this his chance to soar? In his past life, he had read enough novels to know that characters with a golden finger could dominate effortlessly. Ding. Successfully activated blood absorption system. Blood absorption. Gain strength from others' vitality to enhance yourself. After absorbing a certain amount, you can change professions. Additional attribute. Enemy loses 50 HP every 10 seconds, scaling with the protagonist level, with percentage loss at higher levels. Suppressing his exhilaration, Wang Yi opened the information panel, and this time, it displayed correctly. Name, Wang Yi. Level 1. Profession, unknown. HP, 500. MP, 150. Attack, 50. Defense, 30. Spirit, 40. Strength, 30. Speed, 30. Luck, cannot be viewed. Blood absorption progress, 00 note. Progress must reach full before the 15th level for class change, requiring levels that are multiples of 15. Equipped none. Skills, SSS Divine Skill. Necromancy, SSS Divine Skill. Necromantic Theft skill levels range from low to high. F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, SSS Divine. Items. White tier basic cleaver. Note, can only equip weapons for the warrior profession. Equipment levels range from low to high. White, green, blue, purple, gold, black. Note, the same equipment at different levels possesses varying power. Beyond purple, each level has 10 stages. Wang Yi's eyes lit up upon seeing his skills. This was the reward from the system. He opened the skill descriptions. SSS Divine Skill. Necromancy. Able to summon deceased creatures. The higher the level, the stronger the summon. At a certain strength, the creature can be resurrected with consciousness and obedience. Summoning costs 50 MP, and higher levels require more MP. SSS Divine Skill. Necromantic Theft. Steal hidden equipment and skills from the enemy's corpse. Costs 30 MP per use, increasing with the enemy's strength. Reading the skill descriptions, Wang Yi was overjoyed. These were tailor-made for him. After calming his excitement, he decided to practice on a few wild creatures. Roar. From deep within the cave, a sudden howl resonated, followed by a chorus of growls. Wang Yi quickly halted, equipping the cleaver that added 50 attack power, readying himself for the unknown. He had never ventured into this area before, and the level of the monsters remained a mystery. Moreover, judging by the sounds, it seemed to be some canine creatures, typically pack animals. Wang Yi furrowed his brow, thinking this could be troublesome. Despite his concerns, however, a thrill coursed through him. He felt eager to confront the challenge. As the footsteps drew nearer, just before they came into view, Wang Yi seized the initiative. With a swift slice of his cleaver, he decapitated the leading creature, blood splattering as it collapsed lifelessly. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have leveled up by 1. Wang Yi was taken aback. Was that truly all it took? Moreover, he had leveled up, but as he looked at the fallen creature, his composure faltered. Wasn't this a level 3 spectral hound? Had he just slain it so easily? He vividly recalled the terror he had felt in the novice village, dominated by the spectral hounds. With the lead spectral hound dispatched, the remaining level 1 hounds began to whimper at Wang Yi, but did not attack. Their leader lay dead, and who would dare confront him? While they hesitated, Wang Yi did not, having just defeated a level 3 spectral hound. These lesser foes posed no threat. Besides, the cave was not vast, and only a few could charge at once, leaving him with no reason to fear. Just as Wang Yi prepared to strike down the remaining pack of spectral hounds, a loud growl erupted from within the group, clearly indicating their awareness of his intent to take them by surprise. Their intelligence surpassed that of ordinary canine monsters. Without further hesitation, Wang Yi charged forward, cleaver in hand, and swiftly dispatched another hound, its head rolling to the ground. After a while of fighting, Wang Yi noticed that the number of nether hounds was increasing, and his health had been significantly depleted. Just as he was contemplating a solution, his gaze fell upon the previously slain level 2 nether hound, which provided an excellent opportunity to test the newly acquired ability of necromantic summoning. Without hesitation, Wang Yi seized the moment and rolled over to the corpse of the deceased level 3 Netherhound, promptly invoking necromantic summoning. Suddenly, a burst of dark purple light erupted from the hound's remains, causing the level 1 Netherhounds, witnessing their fallen leader slowly rising, to halt their assault. The level 3 Netherhound, radiating an ominous dark purple glow, gradually ascended from the ground, its flesh and blood dripping away, leaving behind only a skeletal frame. However, the aura it exuded was far beyond that of the level 1 Netherhounds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning a level 3 Netherhound. Its strength is equivalent to 40 of its original power. Wang Yi's heart soared with joy. The necromantic summoning had indeed granted him a formidable ally. Although its strength was diminished, it was more than sufficient to handle several level 1 Netherhounds. Without further contemplation, he brandished his cleaver and, accompanied by the newly tamed Netherhound, charged into the throng of Netherhounds. While engaging in battle, Wang Yi also made sure to utilize Blood Drain. With the addition of the level 2 Netherhound, Wang Yi found the skirmish considerably easier. The majority of the Netherhound pack was swiftly dispatched, with those unable to escape meeting their demise at his hands. Before long, the battle concluded, leaving a sea of skeletal remains in its wake. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up by 2 levels. Wang Yi quickly examined his status, and, as expected, he had ascended to level 3, having slain only a modest number of Netherhounds, despite the skeletons nearly filling the entire exit. It was noteworthy that in his previous life, it had taken Wang Yi 3 days of grind to reach level 3, yet now, in a mere moment, he had achieved it. What an exhilarating experience. Turning his attention to the summoned Netherhound, he was astonished to see it absorbing the blood of the fallen Netherhounds from the ground, gradually restoring its strength. Could it be that it too had the potential to regain its corporeal form? Host, the summoned creature cannot restore its physical body. It can only reach its peak state based on the condition at the time of summoning. The system's voice echoed in Wang Yi's ears. So that was it, Wang Yi mused. Once his level increased to a certain extent, would not the summoned beings be capable of rivaling their original peak states? Indeed, host. With this newfound understanding, Wang Yi felt reassured. Would his entire army of the undead not be invincible? Calming his thoughts, he recognized that his primary focus should be on enhancing his own abilities. Just as Wang Yi prepared to use necromantic theft on a nearby Netherhound, he noticed that the progress bar for Blood Drain had increased slightly. He wondered what would transpire. Once it filled, would he transition to a standard occupation, or would he evolve into a more advanced state based on this skeletal form? Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Wang Yi resolved to employ necromantic theft on the skeletons of the Netherhounds. Successfully utilized necromantic theft, acquiring Netherhound Claws 2, Netherhound Fur 3, gold coins 10. Beholding the items that materialized in his hands, Wang Yi was elated. Setting aside the claws and fur for the moment, the 10 gold coins alone could be exchanged for 50 yuan. Wang Yi had been fretting over how to replenish his dwindling finances, and now he felt as though he had struck gold. Suppressing his excitement, he methodically used necromantic theft on each skeleton until his MP was fully depleted. In total, he obtained Netherhound Claws 10, Netherhound Fur 15, and gold coins 50. With his MP exhausted and some stamina spent, he decided to take a moment to recover and review his status. Opening the status panel. Name, Wang Yi. Profession, unknown. HP, 900. MP, 300. Attack, 136.50. Defense, 60. Spirit, 65. Strength, 70. Speed, 60. Luck, cannot be viewed. Blood Drain progress. 10 note. Upon full progress, the host can transition to a new profession at level 15, provided the level is a multiple of 15. Equipped, White Grade Basic Cleaver. Skills, SSS Divine Skill Necromantic Summoning, SSS Divine Skill Necromantic Theft. Items, Netherhound Claws 10, Netherhound Fur 15, gold coins 50. Summoned Undead, level 3 Netherhound. Gazing at his status, Wang Yi nodded with satisfaction. Previously, it had taken him 3 days to reach level 3, Yet now he had achieved it in a mere moment, along with an impressive haul of items. It was indeed a moment of explosive triumph. Wang Yi chose not to concern himself with the other Netherhound corpses after all. His MP had depleted rapidly, and there would surely be more valuable spoils awaiting him. These lesser items hardly warranted his attention. Before long, Wang Yi's condition returned to its peak, and the spectral hound at his side also regained the state it had when first summoned. With their restoration complete, it was time to venture deeper into the cave. Wang Yi strode forward, wielding a somewhat damaged machete, while the spectral hound obediently followed his command. Along the entrance, both sides were lined with injured and weak spectral hounds, remnants of those that had previously fled after being wounded by Wang Yi. With swift and decisive strikes, several fell lifelessly to the ground. As Wang Yi advanced further into the depths, the number of spectral hounds dwindled, tightening the knot of tension in his chest. Predictably, he suspected that 6-level spectral hounds resided within. And perhaps not just one, but possibly 3. After all, how else could such a multitude of spectral hounds be commanded? Suddenly, an oppressive aura enveloped him, prompting an immediate halt. He prepared to recuperate before engaging with these higher-level spectral hounds. For risking a confrontation with only half his health remaining was perilous. Before long, Wang Yi pressed on toward the innermost layer of the spectral hounds. His 3-level hound had also recovered, accompanied by several 2-level and a few 1-level hounds. Do you wish to challenge me? First, eliminate the summoned spectral squad. Upon entering, he felt an overwhelming surge of pressure. Upon closer inspection, he discovered 4 6-level spectral hounds, with 2 in the midst of birthing smaller spectral hounds. It seemed they were at a critical moment. Previously, Wang Yi had pondered why some spectral hounds lingered inside, while others had retreated. It was to protect the birthing females. The other 2 male spectral hounds snarled menacingly at Wang Yi, their fur bristling, emitting guttural growls. Seizing the opportunity when they were vulnerable, Wang Yi dismissed their warnings. Only 2 6-level spectral hounds retained combat capability. What was there to fear? He charged forth without hesitation. Wang Yi harbored a keen interest in the newly born spectral hounds. Raising a few would certainly be preferable to merely having skeletal remnants. Without hesitation, he commanded his summoned spectral hounds to engage one of the 6-level hounds while he took on the other himself. He sought not their demise, but merely to delay them. As for the 2 birthing female spectral hounds, he allowed them to proceed with their reproduction, for he was determined to claim the newborns. Dozens of spectral hounds launched an unhesitating assault on the 6-level hound, unaffected by its intimidating presence, for they possessed no souls and could not feel the pressure. They acted solely on Wang Yi's commands. Wang Yi, too, charged toward the 6-level hound. With a resounding clash, the machete struck the hound's leg, and he sustained no damage in return. This provoked the spectral hound. How dare a mere human challenge its authority with such audacity? Higher-level beasts possess a certain wisdom, determined by their rank. Yet some, born of powerful lineage, exhibit intelligence from the outset. In a world governed by data, some formidable beasts can even assume human forms. In their first exchange, Wang Yi suffered a setback, for he did not slay the beast in one blow, and his machete sustained further damage. Fortunately, the blood-siphoning effect had begun to take hold on the spectral hound. The creature sensed its life force waning and sought to eliminate Wang Yi swiftly, unaware that even if it succeeded, the siphoning would persist. The notion of defeating Wang Yi was nothing short of a delusion. After several rounds of combat, Wang Yi found himself at ease. The spectral hound's essence continuously fortified him, and his skeletal form gradually grew more robust, while the hound's vitality waned due to the siphoning. Soon, the spectral hound was on the brink of collapse. Seizing the moment of its weakness, Wang Yi charged forth and delivered the fatal blow, shattering his machete in the process, ignoring the fallen hound. He turned his attention to another, now gravely weakened, while all his summoned hounds had been slain. Clenching his fists, Wang Yi dashed forward and delivered an uppercut. The spectral hound, unable to evade in time, was sent soaring, landing upon a protruding spike, letting out a few anguished cries before falling silent. Meanwhile, the female hounds had successfully birthed their young. Without hesitation, Wang Yi dispatched the 2 weakened mothers that in this brutal world. His actions were undeniably justified, akin to the tale of the farmer and the snake. Saving others often leads one to their own demise. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have leveled up by 3 levels, to his astonishment. Slaying these 4 6-level spectral hounds had elevated him by 3 levels. Truly remarkable. The higher one ascends, the more challenging it becomes to gain levels, suggesting that these spectral hounds yielded substantial experience. Without further ado, his primary concern now lay with the young spectral hounds that a quick survey revealed 2 with 3 heads. Evidently, these spectral hounds possessed the bloodline of the hellish 3-headed dogs. Wang Yi felt a surge of excitement. Having witnessed others wielding a single 3-headed hound with overwhelming might, possessing 2 was surely a harbinger of fortune. He hastily established a master-servant contract with the 2 3-headed hounds as for the other young spectral hounds. He deemed it unnecessary to bind them. With the 3-headed hounds at his side, they would surely obey his commands. After regaining his strength, Wang Yi resolved to summon the other 2 6-level spectral hounds. For the 3-headed hounds were still in their nascent state, lacking significant combat prowess. The 2 6-level hounds were the ideal choice. Approaching the spectral hounds, Wang Yi initiated a necromantic theft. They were bound to possess valuable items. Necromantic theft, successfully executed, acquired 10 spectral hound claws, 15 spectral hound pelts, 50 gold coins, and 1 green tier mage's robe. Mage's robe. Green tier increases HP. 300 increases MP. 150 defense. 30 unique passive. Wearer regenerates 5 MP per second. Donning the fallen robe enveloped him entirely, concealing any anomalies from others. Wang Yi felt as though he had been offered a refreshing drink when parched or treated to a feast when famished. Utterly delightful. Indeed, the higher the level, the more substantial the spoils. And the ability to steal equipment was astonishing. If this continued, slaying a few creatures and pilfering their belongings would yield a wealth of gear, which could then be sold for a handsome sum of gold. However, Wang Yi's pleasant reverie was soon shattered when, upon attempting to use necromantic theft on the other spectral hound, no equipment dropped. It appeared to be random. Yet, he felt no regret, for the ability to extract equipment from corpses was already extraordinary. The other 2 female hounds also yielded considerable spoils, but did not drop any gear. After summoning the 4 spectral hounds, just as Wang Yi prepared to depart toward the novice village, the system notification sounded. Congratulations, host! You have successfully cleared the 6-level spectral hound dungeon. Rewards: 1 blue quality skeletal battle knife, 200 gold coins, and experience. At that moment, the game's chat announcement proclaimed that player Wang Yi had successfully cleared the spectral hound lair. With the next respawn time noted. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have leveled up by 1 level. To his astonishment, completing the spectral hound lair had propelled him directly to level 7. Opening his status panel revealed. Name: Wang Yi. Level 7 class. Unknown HP. 1900, 300 MP. 700, 150 attack. 175, 90 defense. 120, 30 spirit. 85 strength. 130 speed. 90 luck. Not viewable. Blood siphoning progress. 30 note. Upon reaching full progress. Class change is available at level 15, provided the level is a multiple of 15. Equipped: blue quality skeletal battle knife, green quality mage's robe skills, SSS grade skill necromantic summoning, SSS grade skill necromantic theft items, 63 spectral hound claws, 86 spectral hound pelts, 530 gold coins contract signed, 2 hellish 3-headed dogs summoned undead. 4 6-level spectral hound. Wang Yi gazed at the bountiful reward from his initial foray into the game, his heart swelling with joy. The 530 gold coins translated to over 2,500 soft currency. Moreover, his level had risen, and he had acquired 2 pieces of equipment, not to mention the invaluable hellish 3-headed dogs. No longer overthinking, Wang Yi resolved to venture to the novice village and subsequently log off for a brief respite, for he had indeed spent an extensive duration online this session in the wilderness. Attempting to exit the game without a tent or similar safeguard leaves one vulnerable to being slain by wild creatures, resulting in a loss of experience points, an obviously unwise trade-off. Furthermore, players may ambush one another. There have been instances where players logged out in the wild, only to find upon re-entering that several of their items had been pilfered by others. This leads to a lamentable situation, leaving one with no choice but to blame oneself for not returning to the safety of the novice village. The novice village is a sanctuary that ensures the personal and property safety of its inhabitants. Within its confines, no one can attack or steal from another. However, outside the novice village, certain locales allow for direct assaults in towns, while others permit attacks but invoke the wrath of the main city's guardians. Most assaults can instantly result in a player's demise, accompanied by the loss of equipped gear. With naught but his wits, Wang Yi chose to return to the novice village, intending to procure some supplies along the way. The novice village was not far, and soon enough, he arrived, taking the opportunity to slay a few wild creatures for extra loot along the journey. Upon entering the novice village, Wang Yi was immediately met with unfriendly chatter. That so-called Wang Yi has somehow bypassed the underworld canine lair, leaving the nearby area devoid of those creatures. Alas, the time mission is doomed to fail. Yes, this Wang Yi is truly insufferable. If only I could ascertain his location, I would ensure he faces dire consequences. He must possess quite a few valuable items now. Look over there, isn't that his ID? Instantly, several individuals present turned to gaze in the indicated direction. Wang Yi, bewildered, could hardly comprehend why so many people knew of him upon his mere arrival at the novice village, and they appeared so enraged at that moment. He was unaware that news of his initial triumph over the lair had spread throughout the novice village. Wang Yi, quickly surrender the items you obtained from the lair, or else. Yes, hand them over now, and you shall be spared. With that, the group brandished their weapons and advanced towards Wang Yi. Listening to the words of these individuals, all of whom were merely level 2, Wang Yi found it rather amusing. Were they truly attempting to rob him at such low levels? With the novice village's rules forbidding violence, Wang Yi decided to retreat to a location further away from the village before engaging. Otherwise, if they managed to escape back to the village mid-fight, it would be quite unfortunate for him. Among the crowd, a swordsman, misinterpreting Wang Yi's retreat as fear, urged his companions to pursue him. Upon seeing Wang Yi halt, he incorrectly assumed Wang Yi was intimidated and exclaimed, "Don't run! You can't escape. I've reached level 3. Wang Yi merely chuckled, akin to a jester, and replied, "You? Really?" The swordsman, incensed by Wang Yi's audacity to provoke him, swung his sword in an attempt to strike. Wang Yi, however, would not wait to retaliate until the blade was upon him. "Vital blood extraction," he exclaimed, unleashing his powerful skill. Wang Yi sought to test whether this spell would inflict damage upon a player. In an instant, the swordsman found himself enveloped in crimson light, his health rapidly depleting. Realizing the dire nature of the situation, he questioned the nature of this technique. Too sinister for his liking, his health continued to plummet. The others, sensing something amiss, ceased their attacks and regarded Wang Yi warily. Meanwhile, Wang Yi remained at ease, discovering that his vital blood extraction was indeed effective. His status bar was gradually increasing. The axe wielder panicked as his health inexplicably diminished. Who could endure such a fate? He shouted in a frenzy at his companions. "You worthless fools, hurry and assist me. We can't lose to just one person." Before he could finish, Wang Yi charged forward, swiftly dispatching him with a decisive blow. After all, battling a level 3 player against a level 6 was akin to courting death, especially when the latter was Wang Yi. The others, witnessing their comrade's swift demise at Wang Yi's hands, fled in terror. However, Wang Yi would not let them escape so easily. Those who dared trouble him would surely face the consequences, with only the leader remaining at level 3, while the others were predominantly level 1. And a scant few at level 2, they stood little chance. With swift precision, Wang Yi dispatched them one by one, as effortlessly as harvesting chives. Approaching the final remaining individual, the latter glared at Wang Yi defiantly, declaring, "You're finished. The swordsman you just killed was Zhang Aoyan. He will not let this go unpunished." Before he could finish his threat, he too was swiftly eliminated. Zhang Aoyan. "Ha! Is that all? I, Wang Yi, have never feared anyone." Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa in Linjiang City, Zhang Aoyan seethed. "Who is this Wang Yi to act so brazenly, unaware of my reputation?" With that, Zhang Aoyan emerged from his gaming pod, reclining on a nearby sofa. Dying in the game brought with it a sensation of mortality in reality. While not a true death, it was still quite agonizing to see that moment. A sultry beauty sauntered into the room, approaching Zhang Outyin and nestling into his embrace. Teasingly inquiring, "Outyin, what's wrong? Why so angry over a mere game?" Encountering a fool in the game had left Zhang Outyin still somewhat irate. Grabbing his phone, he dialed a number, stating, "Quickly investigate who this Wang Yi is." After hanging up, he slammed the phone down onto the table. S information on Wang Yi remained elusive. Zhang Outyin redirected his frustration onto the alluring woman before him, lifting her into his arms and heading toward the bedroom. Wang Yi, reflecting on his encounter with Zhang Outyin, contemplated utilizing necromantic theft to see if he could acquire some loot. Without hesitation, he activated the skill. Necromantic theft, success, he obtained. Green rank lucky necklace 1,300 gold coins. What on earth is a lucky necklace? Wang Yi pondered, surmising it must be an accessory. He opened the item description. Lucky necklace. Green rank increases HP. 100 increases MP. 60 defense. 15 luck. Unique passive. The wearer of this item may enhance their luck, including critical hit rates, etc. Gazing at the mysterious necklace's attributes, Wang Yi felt it was quite a valuable find, capable of enhancing both his luck and critical hit rates. He intended to equip it, but found himself unable to do so. Pondering the reasons, he ultimately decided to place it in his inventory for the time being. This fellow truly is a young master, Wang Yi mused while contemplating the 300 gold coins in his possession. After all, not everyone is like me. These coins must be a token of appreciation from his subordinates. Not dwelling further on the matter, Wang Yi tidied up his newfound belongings and resolved to log off in the novice village for a much-deserved rest. Having played for 10 consecutive hours for those he had slain, they would likely respawn in about 2 minutes, and he believed they would be quite surprised upon their return. In another villa under the Li family's name in Linjiang City, Li Liang observed with a bemused expression, "This newcomer is exceedingly audacious, even daring to provoke Zhang Outyin, the fool. Young master, that Wang Yi fellow is quite formidable. To possess such strength at the game's onset suggests he may have some hidden backing. How do the new recruits you recently gathered measure up against him?" inquired a subordinate standing behind Li Liang. Liang glanced back at the individual, retorting, "Lao Wei, you know my character well enough. A mere Wang Yi, I, the esteemed young master of the Li family, would never cower before him. How could one individual compare to my entire team? Though I must admit, Wang Yi does possess some skill." Having bested Zhang Outyin upon his arrival, noticing the young master's displeasure, Lao Wei understood he had treaded upon a sensitive topic and appeared visibly anxious. He knew Li Liang all too well, as he had raised him and was fully aware of his methods. "Enough, Lao Wei. There is no need to dwell on this matter. I have my own means. I'm hungry. Let's go grab a bite to eat," Li Liang concluded, exiting the room. Thud, thud, thud. After finishing his meal, Wang Yi indulged in a few sips of soda, relishing the comfort of the air conditioning. After a day of gaming, he felt utterly exhausted. With nothing to occupy his time, he decided to entertain himself by checking his phone. Ding, ding, ding. Upon unlocking his phone, a flurry of notifications startled Wang Yi. What in the world is this? Directly pushing so many notifications, Wang Yi mused, glancing to see if any amusing incidents had transpired. For mobile alerts typically pertain to recent events, which piqued his interest. Today, a man reported that he had found a snake in his bedding while asleep, only to discover it was merely a dream. A young man severed his own finger in an attempt to defraud someone out of 4,000 yuan, only to find that his medical expenses amounted to 10,000 yuan, that a woman was caught driving under the influence, and her husband arrived inebriated to pick her up. What absurd notifications these are. Wang Yi chuckled to himself. As he scrolled rapidly through his phone, he suddenly came across several messages regarding a game called Tianyu. Recently launched, this game had already sold over 10 million copies. Many players expressed their outrage over an incident involving the novice village, where the Hellhound had been ruthlessly slaughtered by an unknown assailant, leading to the failure of numerous players' time-limited quests, with threats to beat the perpetrator to death upon their next login. Wang Yi yawned, glancing at the time on his phone. It was getting late, and he decided it was time for bed. Meanwhile, in a villa belonging to Zhang Outyin, A secret plan was being discussed. Zhang Aoyan chuckled softly as he gazed at a printed photograph, then threw a flying knife, striking the target squarely in the head. Bang! Wang Yi, deep in slumber, was abruptly awakened by the noise. As he spoke, Jace led Wang Yi to the back room of the blacksmith shop. After all, the mere sight of the multitude of materials he had casually discarded indicated that he was not intimidated by those present, suggesting his considerable strength. Observing Jace's excitement, Wang Yi wasted no time and stated, "I simply wish for you to craft a robe for me." Upon hearing such a straightforward request, Jace's smile grew even more radiant. However, this robe must possess the ability to conceal its wearer and continuously restore MP. As for other attributes, they were of lesser importance. Wang Yi continued. Jace, upon hearing this, appeared somewhat troubled. Crafting the robe itself was feasible, but the additional properties were a different matter altogether. With a frown, he replied, "The robe is indeed easy to make, but the additional property you mentioned, concealing oneself, is quite challenging." Wang Yi understood that the issue lay in the lack of sufficient funds, that if the payment were adequate, no matter the peril, there would always be those willing to undertake the task. He kept his gaze fixed on Jace until the latter felt a bit uneasy, prompting Wang Yi to say, "I won't indulge in unnecessary chatter. Here's the deal. All those materials are yours." Jace immediately sprang from his chair, grasping Wang Yi's hand, and exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Rest assured, I will ensure your complete satisfaction." He even patted his chest as he spoke. Having reached an agreement, Wang Yi exited the blacksmith shop. Once outside, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of skepticism. Were these NPCs truly that formidable? They behaved almost like real individuals. Nevertheless, it had no bearing on him, and perhaps it was for the best. He could engage in conversation and haggling. Not wishing to dwell further on the matter, Wang Yi made his way toward the exit of the novice village. As there was little left to accomplish here, it would be better to venture out and see what treasures he might uncover. As soon as he stepped outside, he was swiftly surrounded, none other than Zhang Aoyan and his group of lackeys. "Wang Yi, you truly have no fear. How dare you show your face again? This time, I shall ensure you know my wrath for the last time you caused my demise and loss of levels." Zhang Aoyan laughed maniacally, while his companions wore expressions of disdain. Seeing these fools before him, Wang Yi couldn't help but chuckle. "Who bestowed upon you such audacity to speak so boldly? Huh, you are as good as dead, yet you remain so arrogant. Attack. Let him learn the consequences of crossing me." Zhang Aoyan. In an instant, Zhang Aoyan's minions gripped their weapons tightly and charged at Wang Yi. The sky erupted into a dazzling display of colors, akin to splashes of ink, as various magical spells coalesced above. Hurtling towards Wang Yi, boom! The ground was violently struck, creating a massive crater, with dust swirling in the air. Yet, as the dust began to settle, it revealed the pit to be empty. Zhang Aoyan erupted into laughter. "This is the fate of those who offend me." However, before he could finish his taunt, he froze in shock as Wang Yi nonchalantly emerged from the side, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, "Is that all? You're merely a lackey, behaving like one." He then dusted off the debris from his attire. Onlookers among the crowd were taken aback, muttering harshly, "Damn, this guy's truly insufferable." Wang Yi emerged unscathed? Could it be a ruse, or are his companions merely playing a part? Zhang Aoyan glanced back at his bewildered followers, sensing a shift in his own demeanor. Seizing the moment of their confusion, Wang Yi adhered to the principle of striking while the iron is hot and launched a fierce counterattack. What did their higher levels matter? A weakling is still a weakling. In no time, Zhang Aoyan's lackeys fell like chaff before the scythe, leaving others dumbfounded. Despite their elevated levels, they were being thoroughly trounced. Observing his minions being systematically dispatched, Zhang Aoyan felt a surge of humiliation. This was a slap in the face. "Wang Yi, do not overstep your bounds," he shouted, raising his sword and lunging at Wang Yi. Wang Yi. This attack resembled a child swinging a stick at an adult. Laughable. Yet, recognizing the opponent was level 8, he decided to summon a level 6 hellhound to aid him. Woof, woof, woof. From the ground emerged skeletal hellhounds, and upon witnessing this, Zhang Aoyan was instantly paralyzed with fear. Who would expect such a terrifying creature to materialize so suddenly? Even a summoner wouldn't be able to do so with such swiftness. Though Zhang Outyin was quick, the hellhound was swifter still, sinking its teeth into his thigh, causing a significant loss of health. As a warrior, his defenses and health were commendable. Gazing at his bloodied leg, Zhang Outyin's expression twisted, not only from pain but from the realization that all his minions had fallen. Yet Wang Yi remained untouched. Wang Yi, enough. You will pay for this. With that, he prepared to flee. Wang Yi, with a swift motion, positioned himself directly in Zhang Outyin's path, sneering, "Did I ever say you could leave? What else do you want from me? You have slaughtered all my men," Zhang Outyin fumed. "Yet you still draw breath, do you not?" As the words left his lips, Wang Yi swiftly struck, slaying Zhang Outyin once more. Ding! Congratulations, host has leveled up by 4 levels. Not bad at all. He had eliminated a few lowly minions and gained several levels in the process. Surely, Zhang Outyin would possess better loot this time. Utilizing necromantic theft, successfully executed, acquiring 1 multicolored gem, 2 obsidian stones, and 700 gold coins. Upon inspecting the spoils, Wang Yi was pleased to find a substantial haul. Truly, the bounty of a wealthy heir was impressive. Opening his information panel, name, Wang Yi, level 12 class, unknown HP, 3100 300 MP, 1300 1500 attack, 307 90 defense, 170 30 spirit, 110 strength, 200 speed, 150 luck, cannot be viewed, vitality drain progress, 70. Note, upon reaching full progress, may class change at level 15, as long as the level is a multiple of 15. Equipped, Skeleton Battle Dagger, blue tier, Mage's Robe, green tier, skills, SSS Divine Skill, Necromantic Summoning, SSS Divine Skill, Necromantic Theft. Items, Intermediate HP Potion, X10, Intermediate MP Potion, X10, Intermediate Sleeping Bag, X2, Multicolored Gem, X1, Obsidian, X2, Gold, X730 Contract signed, 2 Hellhounds summoned undead, 4 level 6 Hellhounds after tidying his attire. He departed from the site, setting his sights on another dungeon. As he walked, he pondered, why have I not received any novice tasks? And those NPCs seem peculiar. Could it be that my unique identity, coupled with my class, is the reason? Yet, I merely started as a skeleton soldier. Surely there are no issues. Lost in contemplation, he found no answers. Regardless, this current state seemed quite favorable, with his capabilities generally surpassing those of the conventional classes. As he traversed the main road, those engaged in monster hunting nearby scattered like mice fleeing a cat upon spotting him, abandoning even nearly defeated foes. That it was indeed curious. He was no demon. While lost in thought, he soon encountered a forest teeming with trees, the roars of various beasts echoing ominously, compelling him to halt. This was the most perilous region of the novice village, the Lost Forest. A veritable nightmare for those lacking in strength. In perilous realms, where wealth abounds, it is only natural that some audacious souls venture forth in search of treasure. The Lost Forest, shrouded in mist for countless years, renders its terrain nearly indecipherable to those who dare to enter. Moreover, lurking within its depths is the fearsome Spider Queen, whose treasures many aspire to uncover, yet few possess the strength to pursue. After all, she reigns as the sovereign of this forest, and her hoard is undoubtedly vast. Wang Yi's purpose here is to liberate the treasures held by the Spider Queen, which he intends to claim for himself. Alongside the narrow pathways of the Lost Forest lie remnants of spider silk, ensnaring smaller wild creatures that struggle futilely against their bonds. Suddenly, from a nearby thicket, a venomous serpent, roughly the thickness of a grown man's arm, lunges at Wang Yi. His reflexes are swift, yet he is too late to evade its strike, and the serpent's fangs pierce his arm. In an instant, he retaliates, severing the serpent's body with his knife, leaving the writhing halves on the ground until they lie still. As the venom courses through him, Wang Yi's vision shifts to a sickly green hue, unmistakably a sign of poisoning. Desperate, he sucks at the wound, only to spit out a vile green liquid that immediately begins to corrode the fallen leaves beneath him. Alarmed by the potency of the toxin, he reflects on the ferocity of this serpent's venom. With a fierce resolve, he strikes the bitten area. How could I, the esteemed Zhao Xiangtian, possibly be associated with that fool? This time, it is simply a matter of robbery, so do not be afraid as he spoke. The corners of Zhao Xiangtian's mouth began to curl upwards maniacally, and he continued, "You must have acquired quite a few valuable items from Zhang Outyin. Hand them over quickly, and you may suffer less. Otherwise," observing Zhao Xiangtian and his underlings, Wang Yi remained unfazed, even feeling a hint of amusement. A mere 7 or 8 individuals dare to trouble me. Wang Yi looked at Zhao Xiangtian and declared, "Trash!" No sooner had he spoken than Wang Yi launched his attack, swinging his battle blade directly at Zhao Xiangtian's head. Zhao Xiangtian reacted swiftly. After all, his level afforded him such reflexes that he hastily grasped his staff and cast a defensive spell. Bang! The defensive spell was instantly shattered, striking Zhao Xiangtian, yet surprisingly, it did not result in a fatal blow. Wang Yi was somewhat astonished. It appeared that this second-generation heir was not on the same level as Zhang Outyin. With this thought, Wang Yi became more cautious, lest he find himself in an unexpected predicament. "How dare you, Wang Yi, to think you could sever my blue-grade magic bear leather armor?" Zhao Xiangtian raged, but then his demeanor shifted. "Since you were able to pierce my garment, your battle blade must be at least of blue grade." As he spoke, Zhao Xiangtian's eyes gleamed with greed, pondering such a grade of equipment could not possibly be found in a novice village. This brat must either be exceptionally lucky or have some connections. However, I have not heard of such a figure in Linjiang City. With the arrow knocked, it must be released. It seems I must eliminate him. With this thought, Zhao Xiangtian conjured a fireball and hurled it directly at Wang Yi, hitting him squarely. Yet the damage was a mere 100. What an absurdity, Zhao Xiangtian thought in disbelief. After all, he was already in his teens and levels. This 100 damage felt no different than a mere tickle. Nonetheless, Wang Yi's health continued to dwindle, as several opponents of similar levels bombarded him in succession. Skills from various professions exploded around Wang Yi incessantly. Although Wang Yi was losing health, Zhao Xiangtian's numbers were dwindling as well, from an initial 7 or 8 to now only 3 or 4 remaining. The rate at which Wang Yi's health diminished was also slowing down. The battlefield was littered with the corpses summoned by the summoner, remnants of magic visible everywhere, and Wang Yi's robe was torn in several places that, in stark contrast, Zhao Xiangtian was in a pitiful state, his armor tattered and in shambles. Zhao Xiangtian looked at Wang Yi and said, "Wang Yi, I shall spare you this time, but do not let our paths cross again." Before he could finish, Wang Yi swiftly executed him. As for the remaining underlings, Wang Yi would not let them escape either. While he did not expect to find anything of value, gaining experience was still worthwhile, not to mention the crucial advancement toward his class change. With swift precision, he dispatched the remaining minions. Ding! Congratulations, host! Level increased by 3. Wang Yi's heart surged with joy. He had finally reached level 15. The progress bar must be at 100 now. Opening the information panel. Name, Wang ELV. 15 profession, unknown HP. 4,300 300 MP. 1,900 150. Defense, 233 30. Spirit, 142 strength. 251 speed. 181 luck. Cannot be viewed. Blood extraction progress, 100. Note. Progress must reach full for class change at level 15. Levels must be multiples of 15. Equipment, Skeleton Battle Blade, blue grade. Mage Robe, green grade. Skills, SSS God level skill. Necromantic Summoning, SSS God level skill. Necromantic Theft. Items, Intermediate HP Potion X10. Intermediate MP Potion X10. Intermediate Sleeping Bag X2. Colorful Gem X1. Obsidian X2. Emerald Green Python Skin X1. Gold X730 Sign Contracts. Hellhound X2 Summoned Undead. Level 6 Netherhound X4. Level 9 Emerald Green Python X1. Indeed, Wang Yi's assumption was correct. The progress had indeed reached 100. However, it was imperative to search Zhao Xiangtian's belongings first, as the body would soon disappear. Necromantic Theft? Ding! Successfully utilized Necromantic Theft. Acquired. Advanced HP Potion X3. Advanced MP Potion X3. Magic Bear Claw X2. Magic Bear Fong X4. Gold X1300. What a windfall! These advanced potions alone are worth a significant sum. and the materials from the magic bear are items that only drop from several kills. Plus, over 1,000 gold coins. Riches indeed, befitting a scion. Wang Yi glanced at the information for the MP and HP potions. He had previously overlooked them in the shop, but now it was essential to check, lest he remain unaware of their restorative capabilities. Reviewing the information, the HP potion restores 2,000 HP, while the MP potion restores 1,000 MP, with an additional recovery of 20 of the maximum. A tremendous bargain. It seems I need not purchase so many potions in the future, as I have a wealth of resources awaiting my utilization. After tidying up, Wang Yi sought a secure location. After all, such significant events could easily attract unwanted attention, and one could never predict what might occur. Arriving at a cave, he eliminated the remaining minions within and sat cross-legged. Shall I immediately change classes? Without hesitation, he confirmed. Wang Yi's bones began to enlarge, the surface of his skeleton appearing as if forged from silver. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully changed classes to Skeleton General. Acquired SS skill. Fearless charge. Various attributes have changed. Ding! Class change successful. Unlock profession overview. Skeleton Soldier, Skeleton General. Skeleton Demon, Skeleton Mage, Skeleton Ghost King, Evil Spirit Demon, Asura Emperor. Note: each class change grants additional skills and the ability to learn and utilize other skills, as well as equip various gear. Ding! Class change successful. Additional equipable slots increased. Feet. Gauntlets. Now equipable items. Feet, body, neck, gauntlets. Additionally acquired equipable archer class weaponry. Note: within different professions, weapons can be freely switched, but only the currently equipped weapon will provide bonuses. Only one piece of equipment from similar professions can be equipped at a time, but rapid switching is possible. Ding! Host successfully changed classes. Acquired. Purple Flame Skeleton Warhorse. Purple Tier 1. X1. Magic Flame Longsword. Purple Tier 1. X1. Necromantic Coffin X1. Intermediate Toxin Antibody X1. Gold X 10,000. He had directly transformed into a Skeleton General and received such an abundance of gifts. No wonder he could not equip other items before. It turned out there was a need to unlock them, along with the freedom to switch gear. Typically, ordinary players would require around 5 seconds to switch their class weaponry and would need to find a relatively safe spot to do so, but this class change had brought about a time-saving advantage. The switch could be made instantly. While the attributes of equipped items do not stack, the ability to rapidly switch weapons of different professions is quite advantageous, especially in critical moments. After equipping the previously obtained necklace, Wang Yi opened his information panel to review the changes in his attributes post-class change. Name: Wang, ELV. 15 class level, Skeleton General HP. 4,400 MP, 2,210 attack, 403, 180 defense, 203, 45 spirit, 143 strength, 261 speed, 183 luck. Cannot be viewed. Blood extraction progress. 00. Note: progress must reach full for class change at level 15. Levels must be multiples of 15. Currently equipped: Lucky Necklace, green grade. Mage Robe, green grade. Purple Flame Skeleton Warhorse, purple Tier 1. X1. Magic Flame Longsword, purple Tier 1. X1. Skills: SSS God level skill, Necromantic Summoning. SSS God level skill, Necromantic Theft. SS level skill, Fearless Charge. Items: Skeleton Battle Blade, blue grade. Intermediate HP Potion X10. Intermediate MP Potion X10. Intermediate Sleeping Bag X2. Advanced HP Potion X3. Advanced MP Potion X3. Colorful Gem X1. Obsidian X2. Emerald Green Python Skin X1. Necromantic Coffin X1. Intermediate Toxin Antibody X1. Gold X10730 to Wang Yi surprise. The speed of advancement post-class change surpassed that of mere level progression. Moreover, he had acquired skills, equipment, and a plethora of items and gold. Reviewing Fearless Charge. Fearless Charge. Consuming 80 MP each time. This skill enables rapid movement to another position, inflicting 940 damage upon enemies in its path, while reducing incoming damage by 70. That its speed is astonishing. Akin to a blink, such a formidable skill. Wang Yi then noticed the intermediate toxin antibody. Without a moment's hesitation, he used it, recalling how the emerald green python had suffered greatly in their initial encounter. Among the items was also the undead coffin, the nature of which remained a mystery to him. In his past life, he had never heard of such a thing, let alone seen it, the undead coffin, forged from mysterious iron ore. It is entwined with the remains of a five-clawed golden dragon. Upon entering, the owner becomes concealed within the earth, allowing for rapid recovery while ensuring that the occupant suffers no harm. Reading the description of the undead coffin, Wang Yi couldn't help but exclaim, "What a remarkable item! Alas, my 300 gold coins. What a pity! However, it may prove useful later on." Overall, the enhancements from this job change are indeed substantial. All attributes are notably higher than those of others at the same level. With the purple flame skeleton warhorse as a steed, Wang Yi naturally seized the opportunity to mount it, for this was a rare purple tier creature. Having encountered such a high-level being, especially one as a mount, was unprecedented. Seated atop the purple flame skeleton warhorse, Wang Yi had stowed his previous skeletal battle blade in his pack, opting instead to wield the flame sword upon his back. The weaker monsters in the vicinity felt the oppressive aura and dared not approach. Even those of similar strength sensed that the purple flame skeleton warhorse was not to be trifled with, that a true skeletal knight. Wang Yi possessed both the skeletal steed and the long sword. Even he himself was a skeleton. What did it mean to be a skeletal knight? Unconsciously, he leaned back, for no one understood skeletal knights better than he did. The purple flame warhorse charged towards the thicket, and before even making contact, the purple flames engulfed the surrounding foliage, incinerating it completely. Along the way, Wang Yi encountered no monsters, leading him to ponder. This is becoming rather dull. Not a single monster in sight. What kind of lost forest is this? Observing the small creatures fleeing in disarray, he had no intention of eliminating them. It would be a waste of time. Instead, he would prefer to seek out a more formidable opponent. Wang Yi resolved to venture deeper into the lost forest, hoping to encounter the Spider Queen. Perhaps he might also come across even more powerful monsters, for the lack of exploration in this forest was due to the absence of skilled players. The weak simply could not prevail. As time passed, Wang Yi delved further into the lost forest, where the weak monsters had vanished. The ground was marked with enormous footprints of unknown beasts, alongside an abundance of spider silk. As the Spider Queen, she would surely have numerous offspring. A single brood could easily yield over 1,000, explaining the prevalence of spider silk throughout the forest due to the sheer number of spiders. Following the increasingly abundant spider silk, Wang Yi was certain he would locate the Spider Queen's lair. The flames on the purple flame skeleton warhorse ignited the surrounding spider silk, illuminating the path. As visibility in the lost forest was quite low, the flames conveniently followed the spider silk, allowing him to navigate with ease, simply by moving towards the areas of greater flames. As Wang Yi ventured deeper, the spider silk thickened, necessitating a slower pace to avoid potential traps. The further in, the more perilous it became. Reaching the entrance of a small valley, he beheld a scene where the valley was saturated with spider silk, while the smaller spiders on the periphery eyed him warily, hesitant to strike. Observing these small creatures, Wang Yi remained silent, issuing a command to the purple flame skeleton warhorse. In an instant, the steed erupted in a wave of purple flames that radiated outward. Wherever the flames spread, life was extinguished. The smaller spiders were instantly transformed into charred remnants, while the others that escaped the blaze scuttled frantically towards their lairs. Before long, 5 spiders, each the size of a calf, emerged from the nest, their upper halves resembling human bodies, complete with multiple eyes and wielding various weapons, while their lower halves retained the form of ordinary spiders with 6 legs. Mounted on the purple flame skeleton warhorse, Wang Yi drew the flame sword, which still bore the purple flames, significantly enhancing its damage against these fire-averse creatures, combined with the fearless charge. In a single encounter, one spider's upper and lower halves were severed flawlessly, with no blood splattering as the surrounding flesh had been seared by the flame sword. The remaining 4 spiders, momentarily stunned, questioned the level of their adversary. Their companion had been cleaved in 2 without a chance to evade. Witnessing their comrade's demise, the remaining 4 spiders quickly recognized the peril they faced. They communicated through the spider silk at their feet and charged at Wang Yi with a clear battle strategy. However, against Wang Yi's overwhelming strength, their tactics bore no weight. Guiding the purple flame skeleton warhorse, Wang Yi moved with astonishing speed, leaving the spiders struggling to track his movements. Though the spiders were swift, they were akin to a newly crawling infant compared to Wang Yi, who was racing on a track. Observing the panicked spiders, he relished in their fear, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. With the flame sword raised, he swiftly dispatched the remaining 4 spiders, employing the same technique as before. Each was cleaved in 2. After eliminating these minor nuisances, Wang Yi deemed it necessary to summon his infernal canines and the emerald green python, as well as the never-before-summoned Cerberus. While these Cerberus were newly spawned, they still possessed some of their bloodline's essence. Otherwise, how could they have 3 heads? Though they would never reach the purity of a true Cerberus, they would suffice. As he watched his summoned minions engage fiercely with the spiders, Wang Yi prepared to advance toward the Spider Queen, for that was his ultimate objective. The Spider Queen would be easy to find. He simply needed to follow the momentum inward. Utilizing fearless charge, he barreled through, sending the smaller spiders into a frenzy. Clearly, the Spider Queen had been drawn away by the creatures he had summoned. Otherwise, without any cleanup of these minor foes, entering alone would have posed a significantly greater challenge. Riding the purple flame skeleton warhorse through the narrow tunnels woven from spider silk, Wang Yi attempted to burn the silk with his flames. But it only ignited for a moment before extinguishing, quickly replenished by the surrounding silk. Even attempting to fill the area with stones would require a tremendous amount of meteor spells. He feared he would exhaust his MP before clearing the area, only to be overwhelmed by the small spiders. Others had considered using water or poison attacks, but the Spider Queen effortlessly countered each. The water flowed out of the spider silk tunnels, while the poison had no effect, as the spiders themselves were toxic. This led many to attempt meteor strikes or fire attacks, all of which ended in failure. It was perplexing that some would even suggest using poison gas. Surely, their minds were addled. As Wang Yi ventured deeper, the spider soldiers grew increasingly scarce. Eventually, he arrived at a colossal cavern, where a massive spider guarded a mound constructed from spider silk. Through the nearly transparent strands, he could see countless spiders crawling within, a nightmare for anyone with a phobia of clusters. Wang Yi pondered why the Spider Queen had not emerged despite his relentless slaughter of spiders. Was she merely protecting her young? The Spider Queen sensed Wang Yi's presence within the cavern and issued warnings. Would Wang Yi retreat? Clearly not. He had come for the treasures possessed by the Spider Queen and the chest behind her. Such dungeons typically offered exceedingly generous rewards. Wang Yi launched his attack without delay, knowing that the Spider Queen would likely attempt to stall him to hatch her young. Now, at a critical juncture, should the Spider Queen successfully hatch her offspring, they would all swarm Wang Yi, presenting a considerable challenge. Even if they were newly born, the Spider Queen recognized this as well and quickly summoned her 2 most formidable warriors. The bloodthirsty wolf spiders, being higher-tier monsters, they had developed a degree of intelligence. 2 enormous wolf spiders, radiating a crimson aura, emerged from the spider silk tunnels beside the Spider Queen. 2 wolf spiders, reminiscent of the colossal size of a mammoth, bore human torsos atop arachnid bodies, astonishingly equipped with 4 arms, each adorned with human artifacts, evidently bestowed by individuals unafraid of death. Wang Yi, astride his fiery purple skeletal steed, gazed upon these formidable creatures without an ounce of trepidation. For him, this was merely a trifling challenge, a mere inconvenience. The 2 wolf spiders initiated the assault, launching silk strand from their rears with deadly precision. Yet, Wang Yi's speed was remarkable. Mounted on his skeletal steed, he evaded their strike with astonishing agility. As the silk attack missed its mark, it tore a substantial hole in the webbing behind them. Were such an attack to connect, it would incapacitate him, either by ensnaring him or by the sheer force of the impact. Observing a colossal spider brood behind the Spider Queen, Wang Yi sensed the urgency of a swift resolution. Should he falter, he would surely fall victim to their encirclement. With determination, he brandished his longsword and charged towards the bloodthirsty wolf spider. Knowing full well that direct division was not an option, yet severing its legs was entirely feasible. Without hesitation, he commanded his steed to unleash flames, creating a chaotic distraction to enhance his accuracy. The violet flames erupted intermittently, inciting the fury of the two bloodthirsty wolf spiders, their fangs gnashing at the air as they wildly swung their weapons, inadvertently striking the emptiness around them. Wang Yi, in contrast, sustained no significant damage and successfully crippled the legs of both bloodthirsty wolf spiders. Their green ichor spilled forth from the wounds, sizzling upon contact with the silk, revealing an unexpected corrosive property. The vitality of the bloodthirsty wolf spider dwindled, while Wang Yi maintained a robust condition, having ascended to the rank of a skeletal general, far surpassing his previous frail form. Thanks to his successful class transition and previous encounters where he had been swept aside by the spider's limbs, he emerged relatively unscathed. The blood siphoning buff continuously drained the spider's life force, even while evading. The two bloodthirsty wolf spiders would ultimately succumb to exhaustion. Yet, time was of the essence. Should the Spider Queen successfully hatch her offspring, peril would surely ensue. Though the situation was not dire, Wang Yi saw no reason to expend unnecessary effort on something easily attainable. Witnessing the rampaging, bloodthirsty wolf spider, Wang Yi found it advantageous. Once it entered a frenzy, a multitude of vulnerabilities would be exposed, revealing its critical weaknesses, targeting a specific point on the writhing creature. He seized the moment. With a mighty leap from his skeletal steed, he swung his enchanted blade, cleaving the bloodthirsty wolf spider in two. Rarely could a wild creature survive such a fate, save for those with remarkable regenerative abilities. With one bloodthirsty wolf spider vanquished, Wang Yi wasted no time in charging towards the remaining foe, gracefully transitioning from the fallen carcass to his steed, swiftly closing the distance. The other bloodthirsty wolf spider continued its frenzied assault on all that surrounded it. Oblivious to the demise of its companion at the hands of this seemingly effortless adversary. Observing the enraged creature, Wang Yi employed the same strategy, charging with his enchanted blade. Meanwhile, the Spider Queen, witnessing the swift demise of her two formidable minions, was thrown into disarray. She realized she must eliminate this intruder. The loss of her two champions pained her deeply, and her only recourse was to slay the one responsible. Casting a glance towards her brood's lair, she resolutely advanced upon Wang Yi. As the Spider Queen launched her attack, Wang Yi was not one to remain idle. He maneuvered his steed with remarkable speed, deftly evading the extensive webbing assaults. He marveled at the prowess of his purple skeletal steed, a true instrument of divine power. As the Spider Queen's attacks failed to find their target, her arrogance diminished, recognizing that this individual possessed considerable skill. Frustrated by her ineffective strikes, she resorted to venom. The toxin spewed forth towards Wang Yi, who, despite dodging, noted that several of the Spider Queen's legs had been severed. Remarkably, she still retained 6 or 7 limbs, a testament to her formidable strength and resilience. The venomous gas pervaded the cavern, seeking to infiltrate Wang Yi's very bones. Yet it could not breach his defenses. With an immunity to toxins, even the noxious fumes could not harm him. The Spider Queen, convinced her toxins would overwhelm this human, was met with astonishment as Wang Yi moved with vigor amidst the swirling poison, seemingly unperturbed by its presence. Enraged by this spectacle, the Spider Queen's fury escalated. She had never encountered a human who could so brazenly navigate her toxic domain. Seeing the Spider Queen descend into madness, Wang Yi eschewed any flamboyant maneuvers. He continued to ride his steed, which unleashed violet flames to further disrupt the Spider Queen's focus. Despite her formidable prowess, she could not help but fear the flames, an elemental adversary, after all, with every leg of the Spider Queen severed. Her massive form collapsed to the ground, shaking the earth beneath. Desperate, she spun silk to shield herself, recognizing its high defensive capabilities, which many had found insurmountable. Wang Yi swiftly discerned her intentions. He would not permit her to fortify herself unchallenged. With his enchanted blade, he struck at the exposed areas that remained unshielded, causing dark green blood to pour forth from her wounds. Had the Spider Queen not been preoccupied with her impending offspring, she would not have allowed herself to be so easily provoked by this human. Yet now, she had no choice but to protect herself before contemplating her next move. Ignoring her injuries, the Spider Queen hastily enveloped herself in silk. Wang Yi relentlessly thrust his enchanted blade into her, while his steed continued to scorch the webbing with flames. The Spider Queen, now on the defensive, watched her health plummet as she could not withstand the barrage. Mounted upon his skeletal steed, Wang Yi charged forth, brandishing his enchanted blade for the final strike. With a decisive thrust, the blade pierced through the Spider Queen's upper body. Her disbelief was palpable as her silk was penetrated. The Spider Queen's form crumpled to the ground, causing the valley to tremble. Her encapsulated offspring, poised to emerge, prompted Wang Yi to act swiftly. He commanded his steed to engulf the spider brood in flames, ensuring their demise. The inferno roared, consuming the area as a pool of green ichor pooled beneath. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully slaying the Spider Queen. You have received the following rewards. Purple Silk Robe, Level 1. 1. Obsidian 15, Purple Goldstone 15, Elemental Stone 15, Exotic Flowers 15, Gold Coins 500. Ding! Congratulations, host, on leveling up by 2 levels. The rewards were satisfactory, and a level increase was a boon. Wang Yi contemplated the potential of these stones for refining the Hoi Bao. However, unfamiliar with other weapon types and uncertain of their efficacy, he realized the system provided no guidance, leaving him to explore through experimentation. After all, he had yet to test the magical scrolls. Curious about the Purple Silk Robe, Wang Yi opened the equipment description. Purple Silk Robe, Level 1, increases HP by 500, increases MP by 600, increases speed by 50, unique passive, can be equipped with a similar type of equipment for cumulative effects. Utilizing the silk spinning skill reduces MP consumption by half. Observing the equipment's description, it is indeed a commendable piece of gear, though the halved MP cost for the silk skill is somewhat disconcerting. Nonetheless, I shan't dwell on it. I shall don it once. After all, it can be equipped alongside my wizard's robe. Wang Yi gazed upon the corpse of the Spider Queen and, without hesitation, employed the Undead Theft. Ding! Successfully executed Undead Theft. Acquired. Spider Fangs 3, Spider Silk 30, A-Class Venom Silk Launch Skill Scroll 1, Gold Coins 300. What is this A-Class Venom Silk Launch Skill Scroll? Let me peruse the details. A-Class Venom Silk Launch Skill Scroll. Upon use, it allows the launch of a silk skill infused with toxins. Upon impact, it can slow down foes, and the toxins will cause them to continuously lose health. What a perfect complement to my silk armor. Wang Yi felt elated. Was this not the essential skill tailored for him? Previously, he had regarded the passive skill as somewhat superfluous, but now it appeared to be custom-made for his needs. He promptly utilized the Venom Silk Launch Skill Scroll. Ding! Successfully learned the A-Class Venom Silk Launch skill. Wang Yi felt a wave of satisfaction. Truly, his desires were being fulfilled. He invoked Undead Summoning. Ding! Successfully summoned Undead. Acquiring a Skeletal Spider Queen 1, with a power level of 47. Wang Yi could not forget the corpse of the Spider Queen, for her strength was formidable, even if merely as a support. She would be a valuable asset. He opened his information panel. Name, Wang ELV. 17 class level, Skeletal General HP. 4865, 900 MP. 2646, 810, Defense. 256, 45, Attack. 456, 180, Spirit. 167 Strength. 298 Speed. 201, 50, Luck. Not viewable. Vital blood extraction progress. 12. Note, upon reaching full progress, a promotion can be made at level 15, provided the level is a multiple of 15. Equipped. Lucky Necklace, Green Grade. Wizard's Robe, Green Grade. Purple Flame Skeletal Warhorse, Purple Grade, Tier 1, 1. Magic Flame Longsword, Purple Grade, Tier 1, 1. Silk Armor, Purple Grade, Tier 1, 1 Skills. SSS Class Skill, Undead Summoning, SSS Class Skill. Undead Theft, SS Class Skill. Fearless Charge, a Class Skill. Venom Silk Launch. Items: Skeletal King's Cleaver, Blue Grade. Intermediate HP Potions 10. Intermediate MP Potions 10. Intermediate Sleeping Bags 2. Advanced HP Potions 3. Advanced MP Potions 3. Multicolored Gem 1. Emerald Green Python Skin 1. Coffin of the Undead 1. Spider Fangs 3. Spider Silk 30. Obsidian 15. Purple Goldstone 17. Elemental Stone 15. Exotic Flowers 15. Ancient Giant Ape Bones 1. Ancient Giant Ape Hides 2. Gold coins 11530. Contract signed. Level 7 Hellhound 2, summoned undead. Level 9 Emerald Green Python 1. Level 15 Spider Queen 1. Wang Yi noted that he was down 2 summoned beings and mused. I hadn't anticipated that the small spiders outside would prove so formidable, managing to vanquish my Hellhounds. However, the Hellhound did level up to 7, which is commendable, and I even acquired a level 15 Spider Queen. Exiting the lair of the Spider Queen, Wang Yi prepared to venture deeper into the Lost Forest. For the traces of the massive creatures he had encountered earlier suggested the potential for greater treasures within. After all, no one had previously mentioned that the Lost Forest harbored even more powerful beings. The colossal creatures dwelling in the depths of the Lost Forest must be exceptionally strong, and with their strength, the rewards would undoubtedly be substantial. Riding upon the purple flame skeletal warhorse, Wang Yi followed the gigantic footprints. And as he ventured deeper, the surroundings grew increasingly quiet. The rhythmic sound of hooves echoed on the ground. The temperature dropped steadily, akin to plunging into an icy cavern, and the area was shrouded in darkness. Without the illuminating flames of the purple flame skeletal warhorse, Wang Yi would scarcely know where to tread. Wang Yi cautiously drew the magic flame longsword from his back, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. Rustle, rustle. The leaves on the trees rustled incessantly, as if a sinister wind was sweeping through the foliage. A massive black-furred paw descended from above Wang Yi's head. Ever alert, he promptly dodged to the side, retaliating with a venom silk attack that struck the enormous paw. Wang Yi hastily commanded the purple flame skeletal warhorse to unleash flames, eager to discern the identity of this colossal appendage's owner. Flames erupted around the warhorse, igniting the surrounding trees, illuminating a vast area in an instant. Before him loomed a gigantic creature resembling an ape, observing Wang Yi intently, and suddenly, the air was filled with the cries of numerous apes. Faced with this giant ape, Wang Yi felt an overwhelming urge to flee. This was none other than the legendary ancient giant ape. However, it was not as massive as the legend suggested. It appeared to be a juvenile. Yet it still towered as tall as a mountain. Without hesitation, Wang Yi summoned his undead creatures and the Hellhound, for this ancient giant ape could summon apes the size of elephants, though their attack power was modest. Their speed rendered them troublesome nuisances. The summoned beings would serve to obstruct these apes. The ancient giant ape possessed thick health and formidable defenses, coupled with relatively swift movements. This battle would prove challenging. Wang Yi had to proceed with caution, as the Spider Queen and this ancient giant ape were clearly not of the same caliber. Realizing its attack had failed to capture the human, the ancient giant ape grew visibly enraged. This human had managed to evade its strikes. Commanding its minions, it ordered all apes to assault the human. Apes swarmed from the ground and trees, converging upon Wang Yi. The Emerald Green Python, Hellhound, and Spider Queen launched their attacks in unison in an instant. The vicinity was awash with various toxins and silk, yet these efforts were insufficient to eliminate the surrounding apes. For the ancient giant ape would continuously summon more, hence capturing the king before the thieves. Wang Yi urged his purple flame skeletal warhorse to charge fearlessly toward the ancient giant ape, trampling several apes in the process. The ancient giant ape, taken aback by the human's audacity to charge toward it, perceived this as a challenge to its authority. Raising its right leg, it prepared to stomp down on Wang Yi. With a thunderous crash, the massive foot struck the ground, shattering the trees beneath. The ancient giant ape wore a satisfied grin. This human was nothing extraordinary. Wang Yi, astride the purple flame skeletal warhorse, called out, "Hey, what are you laughing at?" Hearing the voice from below, the ancient giant ape looked down to find Wang Yi unscathed. He was incredulous that this human had evaded its 2 attacks in its lifetime. No creature had managed to escape its grasp twice. Summoning a boulder the size of a small mountain above it, the ancient giant ape hurled it at Wang. Wang Yi knew he could not wait for the stone to descend before thinking of dodging. As the boulder fell, he had already maneuvered behind the ancient giant ape. Boom! The stone struck the ground uselessly. Without allowing the ancient giant ape a moment to react, Wang Yi charged through its legs with the purple flame skeletal warhorse. creating a gaping wound as crimson blood gushed forth like a river. Yet the ancient giant ape's regenerative abilities were remarkable, visibly recovering at an astonishing rate. This human was utterly audacious. It dared to initiate an attack, which only fueled the ancient giant ape's fury. With a deafening roar, it unleashed a bellow that nearly shattered Wang Yi's eardrums, causing blood to trickle from his ears. His pets stood momentarily dazed, while the apes clutched their heads and writhed on the ground. The sound echoed throughout the low with a swift thrust. The blade pierced deep into the flesh of the ancient giant ape. The creature let out a roar of pain, swinging its colossal hand and sending Wang Yi crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. Hastily, he retrieved a mid-level HP potion from his pack, downing 5 bottles in quick succession, followed by 3 bottles of mid-level MP potion. After all, he had been continuously using the fearless charge to evade the ancient giant ape's attacks, depleting his MP by a significant margin. Yet, the strength of the ancient giant ape was formidable, nearly halving his health with that single strike. The purple flame skeletal steed emitted a constant blaze, which naturally had an enhanced effect against the ancient giant ape. But in terms of the ape's health, it was akin to an ant bite, causing minimal damage, merely a nuisance. The ancient giant ape, perplexed, wondered how this human could withstand such blows without perishing. After quaffing the potions, Wang Yi sprang to his feet, determined to sever one of the ape's arms. He had suffered enough humiliation. Once more, he launched an attack, the magical flames of his sword intensifying as he aimed for the ape's arm. With a resounding thud, he nearly severed the entire limb, eliciting a furious roar from the ancient giant ape, who, now agitated by the persistent harassment from the purple flames, found it impossible to catch the elusive skeletal steed, as Wang Yi's speed rendered him nearly untouchable. Infuriated, the ancient giant ape summoned a massive staff radiating a purple glow, its material unknown, and swung it down with great force upon the earth. Trees toppled, and everything around was thrown into disarray. Wang Yi was momentarily suspended in mid-air by the shockwave, but this was an opportunity. Gripping his flaming sword tightly, he felt the flames blaze even brighter. Illuminating the center of the lost forest, he leaped onto the shoulder of the ancient giant ape, delivering a powerful strike. With a thunderous crash, the arm fell to the ground, blood gushing from the severed shoulder. And under the fiery illumination, a rain of blood fell upon the forest. Without hesitation, Wang Yi jumped down from the ape's shoulder. The creature would undoubtedly seek retribution for its lost arm, so retreating was the wisest course of action. After landing, he executed a fearless charge, swiftly reaching the spot where the severed arm had fallen, ready to employ his soul harvest ability. After all, being an ancient giant ape, even a single arm would surely yield valuable spoils. Ignoring the system's notifications, he prioritized a strategic withdrawal. His objectives were met, and further engagement with the ape would be tantamount to courting death. Leaping onto the purple flame skeletal steed, Wang Yi made his escape towards the outskirts of the lost forest. The ancient giant ape, enraged at the loss of its arm, commanded the monkeys it had summoned to pursue Wang Yi. However, in its weakened state, it sought to retrieve its severed arm for a quicker recovery. Upon returning to the battlefield, it found the arm had vanished, letting out a furious roar of impotent rage. Wang Yi sped away, the pursuing monkeys closely tailing him. Akin to a stubborn adhesive, he abruptly pulled the reins of his steed, executing a 180-degree turn. The monkeys, assuming Wang Yi had succumbed to fear upon halting, displayed expressions of disdain, only for those expressions to swiftly morph into terror. Fearless charge. Flames erupted around the purple flame skeletal steed as Wang Yi's magical sword blazed with fire extending 2 to 3 meters. Charging directly at the monkeys in an instant, the ground was littered with the corpses of the monkeys, some cleaved in two, others reduced to charred remains. Witnessing Wang Yi's overwhelming assault, the remaining monkeys scattered in panic. Allowing them to flee, Wang Yi saw no merit in pursuing them further. It would be a futile endeavor yielding little reward, preferring instead to hunt more formidable foes like the Spider Queen. With the monkeys dealt with, his descent from the mountain became considerably easier, encountering no wild creatures along the way. Those he did meet either fled or fell to his blade, finding a tranquil spot devoid of disturbances. Wang Yi prepared to examine the spoils he had claimed from the ancient giant ape's arm. Upon inspecting his pack, he discovered two items: ancient giant ape bone X1 and ancient giant ape hide X2. After reviewing their descriptions, he determined they held little immediate use, likely intended for crafting equipment. Adjusting his attire, he noted his mage robe was tattered beyond repair. Spotting a saber-toothed tiger, he swiftly dispatched it and skinned its hide. Combining the robe with the tiger's pelt, he fashioned a makeshift outfit, concealing his skeletal form to avoid detection among humans, lest they unite to attack him. With everything prepared, Wang Yi hastened towards the novice village. Eager to retrieve the robe he had commissioned from Jess, curious about the quality of the craftsmanship. Would it be blue? Perhaps a purple grade? The speed of the purple flame's skeletal steed was indeed remarkable. And within minutes, he arrived near the novice village. To avoid unnecessary attention, he decided to stow away the steed, as its appearance was rather conspicuous. Wang Yi concealed himself adeptly, evading any unwanted encounters, though the peculiar combination of tiger hide and robe did draw some glances. Yet it failed to provoke any hostility. Soon, he reached the entrance of the blacksmith shop, walking directly inside. Jess, immersed in his forging, initially bristled at the sudden intrusion, but upon recognizing Wang Yi, his demeanor transformed completely, greeting him with a broad smile and leading him to the back of the shop. Just as Wang Yi was about to speak, Jess, beaming with delight, announced, "Rest assured, the item you requested is completed. And it has turned out even better than anticipated." His smile only grew brighter. "Please, have some tea while I fetch the robe." With that, Jess departed toward the back of the blacksmith shop. Wang Yi did not have to wait long. After a mere sip of tea, Jess returned, presenting the finished robe, wrapped in cloth. Even before unveiling it, a radiant purple glow emanated from within, unmistakably indicating it was of purple-grade quality. Wang Yi was eager to unveil the package. But Jess, with a mysterious yet reluctant expression, halted his hand, saying, "This is equipment I spent 3 or 4 days crafting. Though it is my first purple-grade creation, the quality is beyond reproach, and I have expended considerable resources in its making." Initially puzzled by Jess's words, Wang Yi soon grasped the underlying meaning. Before Jess could finish, Wang Yi interjected, "Since you crafted this for me, let's settle our account for the 2 jobs at once." With that, he produced the rare materials he had acquired: obsidian, elemental stones, purple gold, multicolored gemstones, spider fangs, spider silk, emerald green python skin, ancient giant ape bones, and ancient giant ape hide. Upon seeing such a trove of rare materials, Jess's face lit up with excitement. For a blacksmith, these materials were akin to a pauper discovering a fortune. Realizing the value of such materials, Jess deduced that Wang Yi would not part with them without a request in return. Likely for the crafting of a weapon. Noticing the spider silk and bones, he surmised Wang Yi desired a bow. Suppressing his excitement, Jess asked, "What kind of bow do you wish to forge?" Crafting equipment was his greatest passion. Surprised that Jess knew of his intention, Wang Yi couldn't help but feel astonished. Was this truly a blacksmith from the novice village? Yet, recognizing the materials revealed his intent confirmed that this blacksmith possessed considerable skill. Wang Yi smiled and replied, "Might you be able to create a Ho-E bow?" At this, Jess froze in place. Understanding that the materials wouldn't suffice for a legendary bow, Wang Yi acknowledged that even if one were crafted, he would not be able to wield its full potential. Glancing at Jess again, he added with a chuckle, "Just kidding. I know my own capabilities. Let us go with a purple-gray demolition bow instead. The materials you have are quite commendable. However, the material for the bowstring seems to lack refinement. Nonetheless, the first-tier purple destruction bow you mentioned could indeed benefit from an upgraded bowstring to enhance the overall quality of the arrows." Jess looked at the materials on the table, feeling a pang of regret. Yet, as he spoke, a thought seemed to dawn on him. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "How do you know about this destruction bow? Furthermore, these materials are certainly not something a novice could acquire. Could it be?" Jess lifted his gaze, scrutinizing the individual before him, but ultimately discerned nothing. Wang Yi chuckled lightly and replied, "No need to speculate. You won't guess correctly. Now, these materials should suffice to craft the destruction bow, and I shall don this robe first." As he spoke, Wang Yi swiftly donned the robe, carelessly discarding his tattered garment onto the ground. The moment he equipped it, the information about the robe appeared before him. Mysterious cloak. Purple Tier 1 quality. HP increase. 1200 MP increase. 700 defense boost. 70 spirit enhancement. 45 strength augmentation. 60 speed increase. 50 active skill. The wearer can control whether to conceal themselves at will, consuming 50 MP per second. Passive skill. When concealed, a 20 increase in strength and speed is granted. After reviewing the equipment's details, Wang Yi felt quite satisfied. Most attributes receive enhancements, especially the bonuses granted while concealed, which would be excellent for assassination. This was a perfect opportunity to stealthily eliminate the ancient giant ape. Once he had organized his gear, Wang Yi turned to Jess and said, "It would be best to have the destruction bow ready within the next couple of days, for I have an undertaking to attend to." With that, Wang Yi departed from the blacksmith shop. Now, Wang Yi was preparing to disseminate the information about the ancient giant ape that had suddenly appeared in the Lost Forest. A treasure of immense worth. Such news would be a significant temptation for anyone in a novice village who wouldn't desire to acquire valuable items from the outset. The tavern in the novice village was undoubtedly the fastest place for news to spread. It was bustling with patrons, many of whom enjoyed a drink in the real world. Here, one could savor the taste of fine liquor at a remarkably affordable price. The tavern was also the hub for the latest gossip, where one could gather valuable information about wild monsters, resource-rich areas, and even private quests. Having determined the direction of the tavern, Wang Yi made his way there to ate tea that moment. Zhang Aoyan was indulging his own drinks at the tavern. In reality, his family was exceedingly strict, leaving him no choice but to savor the taste of alcohol in this realm that a few of his underlings were nearby, sharing drinks and engaging in conversation with him. "Boss, that Wang Yi has become increasingly audacious, disregarding you on multiple occasions. I propose we unite with the guilds in the novice village to deal with him and relieve our frustrations." One of his underlings, a mage, suggested. Another underling, a summoner, countered, "What do you know? Those guilds would hardly collaborate with us to eliminate someone who holds no grudge against us. I think we should ally with that young master from the Li family. Doesn't he have a professional team here? It's a perfect match. You're all discussing impracticalities. Our young master Zhang is a notable figure in Linhai City. Why not simply drag Wang Yi out and hire an assassin to rid him from this beautiful world?" Remarked an underling who was an assassin. Zhang Aoyan took a sip of his drink, fully aware of the potential to unite with others to eliminate Wang. The issue was that those individuals had no reason to partner with him. Moreover, the idea of hiring an assassin was thwarted by his father's watchful eye. He felt utterly constrained. After downing several more swigs of his drink, Zhang Aoyan's agitation grew, wishing for a formidable individual to take care of Wang Yi for him, preferably someone who could swiftly eliminate him upon logging in. Boss, look over there." Another summoner's voice interrupted Zhang Aoyan's thoughts, causing him to scowl in irritation. The summoner quickly pointed towards the tavern entrance, where Wang Yi was headed. Upon entering the tavern, Wang Yi was greeted by the rich aroma of liquor, an experience far beyond anything in the real world. What truly defined fine wine? This was the epitome of it. The scent was robust and inviting, and even before tasting it, one could discern its quality. Wang Yi approached the counter and ordered several glasses of the renowned local specialty, the enchanting demon charm fruit wine, which promised a bewitching experience akin to encountering an unparalleled beauty. However, a single glass was rather pricey at 20 gold coins, enough to procure a fine weapon, even if one refrained from purchasing. That amount could be converted to 100 soft currency. Why waste it on a single drink? Yet, those who could afford it naturally cared little for such trivialities, finding a spot amidst the crowd. Wang Yi settled in. Nearby patrons quickly recognized him. Some hastily vacated their seats, wary of any association with him, especially given Zhang Aoyan's notorious reputation. However, a few remained unfazed, continuing their revelry, including Li Tianba, the leader of the strongest guild in the novice village. The Tianba Guild, observing the patrons who vacated their seats at his arrival, Wang Yi couldn't help but chuckle. It was rather absurd. He was hardly a pariah. Before long, the drinks Wang Yi ordered were brought to him by a server, who respectfully stated, "Sir, here is the wine you requested." The server's face briefly revealed envy before he quickly masked it. Ignoring the server, Wang Yi lifted a glass and took a hearty swig, exclaiming, "Indeed, this is excellent wine. Its price reflects its value." He then raised another glass and drank it down in one go. Meanwhile, Li Tianba, seated at a distance, recognized Wang Yi's formidable prowess. Encountering him in this setting ignited his desire to recruit him. He promptly stood and approached Wang Yi's table. "You must be Wang Yi. I have heard of your exploits, having bested the young master of the Zhang family multiple times," Li Tianba said as he took a seat opposite Wang Yi. "I admire your skills. I would love for you to join my Tianba guild. It would provide some protection, considering the young master Zhang has connections." Seeing Li Tianba sit down to discuss guild matters without invitation, Wang Yi interrupted him, saying, "Let us set the guild matters aside for now. I have momentous news." Wang Yi's expression was shrouded in mystery. Li Tianba, intrigued, leaned closer, knowing that secrets from someone of Wang Yi's caliber carried significant weight. Wang Yi, instead of whispering, declared loudly, "Recently, an ancient giant ape has appeared in the Lost Forest, and its treasure is likely substantial. I was unfortunate enough to fall to it. It is truly vexing. If only there were more people. This ancient giant ape would surely be vanquished." Upon hearing this, Li Tianba's face lit up with excitement. After all, he had never heard of an ancient giant ape in the Lost Forest. He had no doubts about Wang Yi's credibility. Given his evident strength, there would be no reason to deceive him, especially since they bore no animosity. However, Wang Yi's proclamation reached the ears of those nearby, causing Li Tianba to feel somewhat embarrassed. "Is this what you call a secret?" Nonetheless, he queried, "Is what you say true? Why didn't you simply kill the ancient giant ape yourself before coming here with this news?" Seeing Li Tianba's facade of skepticism, Wang Yi continued, "Didn't I just mention? I failed to defeat the ancient giant ape. I was directly slain by it." Wang Yi's understanding Li Tianba's thoughts, Wang Yi spoke to him, "Rest assured, they will not easily take down that ancient giant ape. In due time, we shall reap the benefits." With that, Wang Yi prepared to leave, but Li Tianba quickly grasped his arm and said, "What about our alliance? You must join my guild." Wang Yi turned back and replied, "I never agreed to join your guild." With that, he disregarded Li Tianba and exited the tavern. Li Tianba stood momentarily stunned. Indeed, Wang Yi had not explicitly stated his intention to join his guild. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling of having been outmaneuvered by Wang Yi, though he couldn't articulate why. Meanwhile, in a nondescript corner at another table, Zhang Aoyan had overheard the conversation between Wang Yi and Li Tianba. Having inadvertently offended Li Tianba, who was one of the top players in the novice village, Zhang Aoyan was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. He swiftly took a seat beside Li Tianba. "Isn't this brotherly? Why are you drinking alone?" Zhang Aoyan raised his cup, ready to toast Li Tianba. Seeing that it was the young master of the Zhang family, Li Tianba quickly replied, "Young Master Zhang, I wouldn't dare call you brother. Come, let's clink our glasses." He lifted his cup slightly to meet Zhang Aoyan's in a toast. Zhang Aoyan inquired, "What troubles you, brotherly? You seem preoccupied." Li Tianba, sensing Zhang Aoyan's genuine concern, candidly recounted Wang Yi's remarks. Upon hearing this, Zhang Aoyan feigned outrage, exclaiming, "Brotherly, Wang Yi truly does not regard you highly. He even rejected your invitation and mocked you." He continued, "Brotherly, Wang Yi is utterly arrogant. If only my strength permitted, I would have dealt with him myself." Li Tianba discerned Zhang Aoyan's underlying intent. He wished to practice his skills by dealing with Wang Yi. However, reflecting on Wang Yi's earlier arrogance, he conceded that perhaps it was time to teach him a lesson. "Very well. I understand young Master Zhang's intentions. Let us join forces and teach Wang Yi a lesson." The alliance between Zhang Aoyan and Li Tianba was instantaneous, both wearing sardonic smiles. "Wang Yi, let us see how you evade this time." Having just exited the tavern, Wang Yi was oblivious to their scheming. He logged off to rest, preparing to embrace the forthcoming surprise. After a full day of gaming, he took a complete day off. The next day, upon waking, he quickly tidied up, had a bite to eat, and promptly logged back in, calculating that the equipment he had ordered should be ready by now. Once the news spread, he believed that at least half of the novice village would seek a share of the spoils, as opportunities like this were rare. As expected, Wang Yi's assumptions were correct. The villagers were gathering their forces, preparing to march toward the Lost Forest. Wang Yi intended to first visit the blacksmith to retrieve his destruction bow, confident that Jess had completed it. Arriving at the blacksmith's door, he found it unusually empty, likely because everyone had gone to the Lost Forest. This suited him perfectly, as he feared there might not be enough patrons. Jess, the blacksmith, immediately spotted Wang Yi and ushered him to the back. "Please wait here while I fetch your destruction bow," he said, heading toward the back of the hall. Moments later, Jess returned with a large platter, upon which the destruction bow emanated a more intense purple glow, appearing to be of a higher grade than the previous robes. Unable to contain his excitement, Jess exclaimed, "This time, I've crafted 2 pieces of purple-grade equipment. It's simply exhilarating. Usually I can barely manage to create 1 blue-grade item. And now, I've produced 2. One of them even seems to be of purple second-tier quality." Gazing at the radiant purple glow, Wang Yi felt assured that this bow surpassed the previous robes. Considering the abundance of materials used, there was no way it could be subpar. He extended his hand, gripping the destruction bow. Despite the ample materials, it felt surprisingly lightweight in his grasp. Curiosity piqued, he opened the equipment information panel. Destruction bow. Purple second-tier quality. Crafted from various rare stones and special materials, allowing for interchangeable bowstrings. Arrows fired will make no sound. Increases attack, 260 defense, 30 strength, 150 speed, 60. Unique passive. Can use MP to condense or utilize any stick-like object as arrows. Note: each arrow costs a minimum of 5 MP and can be charged for increased MP. Wang Yi was thoroughly satisfied with the destruction bow stats. Had he not been limited to equipping only 1 weapon, he would have donned both the destruction bow and the flame sword. The bow's silent firing capability was particularly advantageous for stealth operations, as many bows create a sound when releasing arrows due to their rapid speed. Equipping the destruction bow, Wang Yi felt its balance was perfect. He expended 20 MP to materialize an arrow, mindful not to unleash too much power and demolish the blacksmith's shop. With the bow in his left hand and the string in his right, he drew back the bowstring, aiming at a large stone outside the door. Without a sound, the stone was instantly pierced with a clean, smooth hole, an impeccable mark. Nodding in satisfaction, Wang Yi noted that the arrow, costing merely 20 MP and without any external aid, had effortlessly created a significant hole in the formidable stone. After stowing the bow, he tossed a bag of gold coins, easily containing 400 to 500 coins, toward Jess, saying, "If I need anything else, I shall return to you." With that, he departed from the blacksmith's shop. Jess gazed at the remaining coin pouch on the table, estimating its size contained 400 to 500 gold coins. Such extravagance! Most players merely offered 90 to 100 coins for their services. Jess pondered, who on earth is this individual? A novice wielding 400 to 500 gold coins on a whim. Emerging from the blacksmith shop, Wang Yi resolved to head toward the Lost Forest, where others had already ventured. They were likely embroiled in a fierce battle with the ancient giant ape. Without further contemplation, he mounted his purple flame skeletal warhorse and sped toward the Lost Forest. In the depths of the Lost Forest, a figure with authority among the crowd declared, "Hurry! We easily defeated the previous Spider Queen. We shall undoubtedly triumph over this ancient giant ape. Brothers, let us exert ourselves." As he spoke, he summoned a creature resembling a Spider Queen to attack the ancient giant ape. It was evident that this individual had previously slain the Spider Queen. Otherwise, how could he summon it? Amid the assault on the ancient giant ape, some voices of dissent arose. "You claimed the last Spider Queen for yourself, and now you want to reserve your strength to take this one too?" Instantly, the attackers lessened their intensity, and the summoner, hearing their remarks, felt exasperated. Though he understood their intentions, he wished they wouldn't expose him. Just as the summoner was about to retort, the ancient giant ape, invigorated by the reduced onslaught, swung its massive club, sending the summoner out of the game. Witnessing this, the remaining players intensified their attacks. None wished to expend considerable effort without claiming their share of the spoils. Zhang Aoyan and Li Tianba were also caught in this conflict. Initially skeptical of Wang Yi's words, they now comprehended the truth upon encountering the ancient giant ape. The Lost Forest indeed housed this formidable creature. This was an extraordinary opportunity, yet neither had considered that Wang Yi The one who had informed them was already present at the scene. Perhaps they thought Wang Yi had been vanquished by the ancient giant ape. Meanwhile, Wang Yi had arrived at the lost forest, concealed in the shadows of a towering tree. Once cloaked, no one could detect his position. Perched atop the tree, he observed the fierce battle unfolding below, where hundreds of humans clashed with the ancient giant ape. Though these humans were of lower levels, their skills were dazzling, resembling a fireworks display as various spells erupted in the sky. Wild beasts danced through the air, along with the bodies of humans flung high from the fray. Watching the spectacle, Wang Yi lamented the absence of snacks and refreshments. Otherwise, this scene would have made for an exquisite film. Certainly, Wang Yi did not merely stand by like a bystander. He took action. Before venturing in a lost forest, he made a special trip to the equipment shop, purchasing several hundred mithril arrows for around 1,000 gold coins. After all, relying solely on MP to conjure arrows proved to be a rather unwise endeavor. It was far more economical to spend a bit of gold to acquire arrows, especially with so much gold languishing in his inventory. Observing the condition of the ancient giant ape, it was evident that it was nearing its end. Wang Yi quickly drew an arrow and infused it with a substantial amount of MP. Aiming at the ancient giant in an instant, the arrow shot forth from his hand, striking the ape squarely in the head. With little effort, the ancient giant ape fell lifelessly. Those who had been attacking it paused, initially perplexed, before erupting into cheers, unaware that someone was already hastening toward the giant ape's corpse. Typically, the spoils from wild monsters would lie adjacent to their remains. Wang Yi executed several fearless charges, swiftly arriving beside the ancient giant ape's carcass, and directly employed necromantic theft. Ding! Necromantic theft successful. Consumed 500 MP. Acquired. Ancient Giant Ape Skeleton 1. Ancient Giant Ape Hide 30. Eye of the Newborn Apocalypse 2. Celestial Demon Staff 1. Gold Coins 9,900. Zhang Aoyin and Li Qianba stealthily approached the ancient giant ape's corpse, intending to claim some loot, but upon reaching its side, they discovered Wang, previously unaware of his presence. Their confusion dissipated the moment they spotted him. Wang Yi seemed intent on reaping the rewards while they fought. Anger surged within them. Wang Yi, noticing Zhang Aoyin and Li Tianba, did not even take a moment to examine his spoils from the necromantic theft. Instead, he summoned the Emerald Green Python and the Spider Queen, commanding them to attack Zhang Aoyin and Li Tianba. The sudden appearance of the Emerald Green Python and the Spider Queen left Zhang Aoyin and Li Tianba momentarily stunned. Was T. Wang Yi a melee-type character? How could he summon two pets? Especially skeletal versions? Yet astonishment turned to realization. They quickly understood that Wang Yi was attempting to monopolize the ancient giant ape spoils. They brandished their weapons and charged at Wang Yi, but to defeat him, they first had to contend with his two summoned creatures. In an instant, magic, skills, and the clash of weapons filled the air beside the ancient giant ape, and the previously jubilant crowd began to regain their composure. Realizing that someone was attempting to claim the ancient giant ape's rewards for themselves, as Zhang Aoyin, Li Tianba, and their summoned pets engaged in battle, Wang Yi comprehended that others would undoubtedly converge upon this location. Thus, the best course of action was to make a hasty retreat and shift the blame onto these two scapegoats. Having already succeeded, Wang Yi saw no reason to linger. He promptly attempted to summon the ancient giant ape once more, ensuring his triumph was complete. Necromantic summon. Ding! Summoning failed. Insufficient MP. Wang Yi glanced at his remaining 500 MP, realizing it was insufficient. He quickly retrieved 2 MP potions from his inventory and consumed them. He hastily attempted the necromantic summon again. Ding! Necromantic summon successful. Consuming 1,000 MP. Successfully summoned a level 23 ancient giant ape. Its strength was 50 times greater than before. Indeed, the power of this ancient giant ape was formidable. The summoning consumed 1,000 MP in one go. Fortunately, its strength was commendable. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying the ancient giant ape and summoning it, unlocking double experience. Ding! Congratulations, host, for leveling up by 5 levels, unlocking double experience after summoning. Why had this not been mentioned before? Ding! Host, Only defeating particularly powerful foes grants the chance for such bonuses. So that was it. Wang Yi mused, feeling exhilarated to have profited from slaying the ancient giant ape and acquiring such a bounty. Despite the MP expenditure for summoning the ancient giant ape, it was indeed a worthwhile investment. He promptly stowed away the ancient giant ape, ensuring that should the skeletal version emerge, it would be manageable. Ding! Notification. You have slain the hidden beast, ancient giant ape, in the Lost Forest. Would you like to announce this information? Wang Yi was taken aback to find that he had delivered the final blow. Claiming the kill. Observing the system prompt, he exhaled in relief, grateful that it sought confirmation first. Had it announced the kill outright, his plans would have unraveled. He quickly selected no and sighed deeply. Mission accomplished. There was no need to remain here any longer. Staying would only risk implicating him alongside those two. He swiftly recalled his summoned pets, activated the concealment skill of his stealth cloak, and made a hasty exit. Utilizing Fearless Charge, he vanished from beside the ancient giant ape's corpse in the blink of an eye. Zhang Aoyan and Li Qianba were left bewildered. How had Wang Yi escaped so quickly? Upon glancing back, they realized the ancient giant ape's body had completely disappeared. Surely, the game system wouldn't recover a corpse this swiftly. Brothers, the ancient giant ape's body has vanished. The spoils must have been taken by those two. We all contributed to defeating the ancient giant ape, so everything belongs to the group, a priest among the crowd proclaimed, casting a minor spell to sway the audience's emotions. Yes, indeed. All of this belongs to everyone. We cannot allow these two to hoard it. A warrior echoed, clearly under the influence of the priest's spell. Soon, more voices joined in, demanding that Zhang Aoyan and Li Qianba surrender their acquired loot. Both Zhang Aoyan and Li Qianba exchanged confused glances, slowly realizing that they had fallen victim to Wang Yi's cunning scheme. Li Qianba quickly explained, "Listen carefully. The items from the ancient giant ape were not taken by us. It was Wang Yi. We've all been deceived. Wang Yi spread the word and led us to defeat the ancient giant ape while he quietly claimed the rewards for himself. Li Qianba, you are a prominent figure in this novice village. Is it really worth tarnishing your reputation over these spoils? Or perhaps you too conspired to deceive us?" The priest retorted, his tone assertive. The crowd's perception was sharp. He advised them to surrender the items for the sake of face. The priest's boldness was unprecedented. Previously, he wouldn't have dared utter a word in Li Qianba's presence. Now, his resolve had strengthened. Li Qianba sought to identify the instigator, but with so many people present, it was impossible to pinpoint the voice. It could only counter, "We truly did not take anything. It was Wang Yi who claimed the spoils and framed us. You must trust us." Yet the expressions on the crowd's faces revealed their skepticism. Li Qianba found himself unable to clear their doubts. Even if he explained, they would not believe him. It had reached a point where the truth seemed irrelevant. Zhang Aoyan sensed the shifting tide and attempted to interject, but was abruptly struck in the face by a fireball. However, the damage was merely a minor inconvenience for him. As hostilities erupted, the remaining individuals unleashed their skills with fervor, attacking with greater intensity than when they had assaulted the ancient giant ape. Having exited the Lost Forest, Wang Yi turned to glance back, witnessing a scene reminiscent of earlier chaos, albeit more vibrant. It was clear that the two were now scapegoats. Wang Yi couldn't help but chuckle. This was truly delightful. He had expended no effort at all yet managed to secure the ancient giant ape. Merely consuming 2 mid-tier MP potions, a trivial cost compared to the rewards obtained. As for Zhang Aoyan and Li Qianba, they could relish their well-deserved punishment. Finding a secluded spot, Wang Yi summoned the ancient giant ape once more. A colossal skeletal ancient giant ape emerged from the ground, causing the earth to tremble, prompting smaller wild creatures to flee in terror. As the skeletal ancient giant ape rose, Wang Yi felt its formidable aura, though it lacked the raw power of its living counterpart. Nevertheless, this skeletal version alone could dominate the Lost Forest. Its size remained comparable to the original, merely devoid of flesh. Its bones were identical. Wang Yi nodded in satisfaction. After all, a creature summoned with 1,000 MP could hardly be subpar. After observing the ancient giant ape skeleton, Wang Yi promptly stored it away, as it was of no immediate use, and parading such a relic in public would be tantamount to courting disaster. Once the skeleton was secured, he hastily examined the contents of his bag, for he had yet to review the spoils obtained from the necromancer's theft. All he had heard were vague notifications about the eye and the staff, but he had paid little attention to the rest. After organizing his belongings, Wang Yi opened his information panel directly. Name: Wang Yi level, 22 class level, Skeleton General HP, 5696, 1800 MP, 3268, 1360, attack, 523, 180, defense, 298, 85, spirit, 213, 45, strength, 346, 60, speed, 239, 100, luck, cannot be viewed, blood extraction progress, 21, note, once full. Class change can occur at level 15, as long as the level is a multiple of 15. Equipped, lucky necklace, green quality, purple flame skeleton warhorse, purple tier 1, X1, spider silk armor, purple tier 1, X1, cloak of divine concealment, purple tier 1, X1, obliterating magic bow, purple tier 2, X1, demon flame longsword, purple tier 1, X1 skills, SSS class skill, necromantic summoning, SSS class skill, necromantic theft, SS class skill, fearless charge, a class skill, poison silk launch items, skeleton king's cleaver, blue quality, intermediate HP potions, X5, intermediate MP potions, X5, intermediate sleeping bags, X2, advanced HP potions, X3, advanced MP potions, X3, coffin of the undead, X1, ancient giant ape skeleton, X1, ancient giant ape pelts, X30, newly born eye of annihilation, X2, cosmic demon staff, X1, gold coins, 19930, contract signed. Level 7 hell hound, X2, summoned undead. Level 9 emerald green python, X1. Level 15 spider queen, X1. Level 23 ancient giant ape, X1. To his astonishment, he had acquired such a wealth of benefits this time. His blood extraction progress had surged to 21, along with a multitude of items. He opened the information on the newly born eye of annihilation. Newly born eye of annihilation. The eye of the ancient giant ape, typically known as the eye of annihilation. The newly born eye is a nascent version, capable of being crafted into magical weapons like staves. He then opened the information on the cosmic demon staff. Cosmic demon staff, a purple tier 5 weapon, originally crafted alongside the Rui Jingu Bang, but due to insufficient materials, its forging failed and was discarded. A demon lord found it, refined it, and ultimately achieved this cosmic demon staff. Increases attack, 700 increases defense, 300 increases strength, 400 increases speed, 200. The enhancements of this tier 5 weapon were indeed considerable. Wang Yi exclaimed. The previous tier 2 obliterating magic bow offered merely a 260 increase in attack power, while this one provided a staggering 700. Perhaps the disparity in weapon types accounted for the differences in attack and other attributes. Nevertheless, high-tier weapons were undeniably formidable. As for the ancient giant ape skeleton and pelts in his bag, he chose to disregard them for the time being, as they were not immediately useful and could remain stowed away. Wang Yi prepared to equip the cosmic demon staff to experience the might of this purple tier 5 equipment. Grasping the staff, he felt its weight was significantly greater than any weapon he had wielded before, as it was crafted from similar materials to the Rui Jingu Bang. Although the cosmic demon staff had been a failed creation, its heft remained comparable. Holding it in one hand, Wang Yi found it manageable, and with a swift swing, a tempest erupted. Nearby towering trees were uprooted by the force, and smaller creatures were sent swirling through the air. Observing the cosmic demon staff in his hand, Wang Yi was thoroughly satisfied. Its power was extraordinary. His previously wielded demon flame longsword paled in comparison. However, he noticed a significant decrease in mobility while wielding the staff, which was to be expected given its considerable weight compared to the longsword. After organizing his equipment, Wang Yi decided it was time to return to the novice village, as there was little reason to linger in the Lost Forest. Upon entering the novice village, he overheard discussions regarding Zhang Aoyan and Li Tianba. One individual, resembling a warrior, expressed confusion. Is it really necessary for that rich kid, Zhang Aoyan, to compete with us commoners for the ancient giant ape? Are you foolish? Those wealthy second-generation heirs are raised to be competitive and aggressive. Otherwise, how would their grand families have survived thus far? They continuously exploit those of us at the bottom. A priest interjected sharply. Another chimed in, exactly, they would rather die than relinquish what they have earned. We must unite against them. The moment we see Zhang Aoyin and Li Tianba online, we should launch a coordinated assault. With enough persistence, they might relent. I wholeheartedly support this brother's proposal. We should proceed as suggested. Someone quickly echoed in agreement. As more voices joined the chorus, Wang Yi found little interest in the unfolding drama and instead made his way towards the tavern, reminiscing about the lingering taste of the enchanting fruit wine he had previously enjoyed. In fact, Wang Yi had another matter to consider. Should he journey to the large town or seek out those hidden realms? Perhaps he would deliberate further at the tavern, shaking his head to dispel the thoughts. He continued toward the tavern. The tavern's business had always been thriving. In reality, where family members often restricted drinking, this place provided an opportunity to indulge. The experiences here far surpassed those in the real world, leading some households to purchase gaming pods to allow their husbands to drink freely. The familiar aroma of alcohol enveloped him, and Wang Yi, as usual, ordered several cups of alluring fruit wine before retreating to a quieter corner. Once the drinks arrived, he downed a cup in quick succession, savoring the taste. Taking a deep breath, he began to ponder deeply. Wang Yi, you are finally here. I caught you at last. A somewhat familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning to the source, he saw Zhang Aoyin and Li Tianba crouching nearby, appearing cautious as if afraid of being discovered. Though, if it isn't young Master Zhang and Brother Li, what brings you here? No need to hide under the table. Come, sit on the chairs. I still have some wine to share with you both. Wang Yi chuckled at their predicament. The once arrogant young masters, now reduced to this comical state, was indeed a sight to behold. Wang Yi continued, laughter welling in his eyes. How delightful it is to see you in such a state. Zhang Aoyin, filled with rage, retorted, Wang Yi, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this miserable position. You truly are a villain. Wang, do not go too far. How dare you let us take the blame? Hurry up and apologize to everyone. Li Qianba's face seethed with anger. As he had always prided himself on his integrity, only to find himself vilified now. Wang Yi regarded the two with the same disdain one might afford a fool, truly believing he would be so naive. What fools! Disregarding them, Wang Yi prepared to exit the tavern. The two truly were insufferable, making such ridiculous demands. Seeing Wang Yi about to leave, Zhang Aoyin panicked, not wishing to be hunted by the mob. He quickly grasped Wang Yi's arm, pleading, Ego, please don't go. I'll pay you. I'll pay you. If you help me, I'll give you a fortune. I'm a rich heir, after all. Zhang Aoyin chose to beg for mercy, hoping Wang Yi might show him some leniency. Having spent a significant sum on the gaming pod, being discovered by his family would lead to his assets being frozen. Otherwise, he would have purchased another pod and not have to endure this humiliation. Wang Yi turned to Zhang Aoyin, sneering dismissively, You are unworthy. With that, he strode out of the tavern, standing at the entrance and bellowing, Zhang Aoyin and Li Tianba are in the tavern. Those inside and outside the tavern heard his proclamation. As it pertained to their chances of acquiring valuable items, naturally piquing their interest, that a throng of people quickly converged, nearly filling the tavern to capacity. Meanwhile, Zhang Aoyin, cowering beneath the table, trembled like a quail in winter. Everyone, gather round. They are hiding under this table. Having concluded his affairs, Wang Yi departed with a flick of his sleeve, deeply contemplating the lines of poetry that resonated with his thoughts. He wished that Zhang Aoyin and Li Tianba would refrain from expressing their gratitude. Remaining in the novice village had become redundant. There was little of value to be gained here. Thus, Wang Yi resolved to venture forth to Shanghai City, a place teeming with talent and diverse individuals. A veritable melting pot of characters. However, novices typically gravitated towards this bustling locale, drawn by the abundance of treasures it offered. Meanwhile, after enduring a thorough beating, Zhang Aoyin exited the game, feeling a sense of humiliation he had never before experienced in any game. At that moment, the butler, Old Wei, entered the room, remarking, Young master, it's merely a game. There is no need to take it to heart. Perhaps we should consider purchasing another one. A glance from Old Wei immediately quelled his words. Zhang Aoyan's face was a mask of fury as he retorted, "Old Wei, please call Li Liang for me." The phone rang, and it was quickly answered. This young Master Zhang. How fortunate to receive a call from you. My esteemed brother, came the mocking voice of Li Liang from the other end. Yet, Zhang Aoyan, despite his irritation, had a request and hurriedly replied, "Li Gu, please spare me the jibes. I find myself in quite the predicament." "Are you laughing?" "I can hear your laughter, and it only deepens my gloom." Liang quickly stifled his amusement and cleared his throat. "Not at all. I merely recalled something amusing. But tell me, young Master Zhang, is there a matter you wish to discuss? If I can be of assistance, I shall do my utmost." Understanding the unspoken rule that one does not call without purpose, Li Liang listened intently. Since Li Gu has offered, I do have a rather inconvenient request. Could you lend your professional team from the game to assist me? I find myself in dire straits, beset by adversaries. Zhang Aoyan feigned a few sobs for effect and continued. If you could spare your team for a few days, I promise to express my gratitude once my funds are unfrozen. Liang, grasping the situation, realized that Zhang Aoyan sought to employ his professional team to deal with Wang Yi, a conflict he was already familiar with, including the recent turmoil surrounding the ancient giant ape. Such a trivial matter, rest assured. It shall be done. Li Liang agreed readily, recognizing the negligible risk involved, with Li Liang's affirmative response. Zhang Aoyan felt a surge of confidence. With the backing of Li Liang's professional team, he envisioned Wang Yi beneath his heel. Elated, he grasped the arm of the woman beside him and retreated to his chamber, while Old Wei discreetly exited the room. The journey from a novice village to Shanghai City was not insignificant, requiring a gradual traverse on foot. Although teleportation items existed, they were not available in the novice village, compelling Wang Yi to proceed on foot, which provided a chance to discover valuable items along the way. Confirming his direction, he mounted his purple flame skeleton warhorse and galloped forth. Onlookers gawked at the sight of a warhorse enveloped in violet flames. An impressive spectacle indeed. You think riding that skeletal steed is uncomfortable? It's a fiery creature, one bewildered individual inquired. The crowd responded with disdainful glances, dismissing his comments. Wang Yi remained undeterred by the murmurs. His focus lay solely on reaching Shanghai City. The main road to Shanghai City was sparsely populated, with only a few adventurers sporadically battling monsters along the way. Surrounding the road were several NPC villages where quests could be undertaken. While some offered generous rewards, others were laborious and yielded little in return. Still, many sought out these quests, viewing them as potential avenues for wealth. Wang Yi, astride his purple flame skeleton warhorse, had little desire to detour into the villages. However, upon encountering a larger village, he decided to investigate, knowing that the quest there would likely provide substantial rewards, beneficial for his finances. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of peach blossoms and, upon looking ahead, beheld an expansive peach orchard. The unexpected appearance of such a grove seemed peculiar. Typically, such places were haunted by lingering spirits. This orchard could either be a deliberate scare tactic or an indication of lurking danger. Undaunted, Wang Yi urged his steed towards the orchard. For danger often accompanied great opportunity. As he entered the fragrant grove, he gripped his demon flame longsword tightly, aware that unknown threats could lurk within. Should a formidable demon or monster emerge, a lack of preparedness could spell disaster. The sweet fragrance enveloped him, creating an almost dreamlike atmosphere. Yet he remained vigilant. Beauty often concealed peril. Having traversed the orchard for some time without exit, Wang Yi felt as though he were ensnared in a labyrinth. He sheathed his longsword and retrieved the recently acquired Hunyuan demon staff. With a swift motion, he wielded the staff, causing the surrounding dust to swirl as if caught in a tempest, yet the peach trees remained unmoved. As if firmly anchored to the earth, a shadow crossed Wang Yi's face as he realized he might have encountered a formidable opponent capable of nullifying his attack, just as he prepared to retaliate with the Hunyuan demon staff. The petals of the peach blossoms were suddenly lifted into the air, yet the remaining blossoms remained unaffected, swirling towards him as if guided by an unseen force. Wang Yi, ever vigilant, swiftly formed a protective barrier with the staff. Successfully deflecting the onslaught of petals, he summoned the emerald green python and the spider queen to aid him, enhancing his awareness of the surroundings. The ancient giant ape, due to its size, remained uncalled. Summoning it could attract unwarranted attention. The entity that launched the attack was evidently astute. Recognizing that its initial onslaught had failed, it refrained from further assault, aware that revealing its position could lead to its swift demise. Wang Yi understood this creature was not easily fooled. It remained hidden, prompting him to feign vulnerability to draw it out. He concealed the ancient giant ape while allowing the other two to blend into the shadows. With a bold demeanor, he rode his purple flame skeleton warhorse forward. The lurking creature, however, was wise enough to perceive the ruse and did not strike immediately. Wang Yi, patient and unhurried, continued his advance, just as he felt his resolve waning. The hidden creature made its move. A smile crept across Wang Yi's face. He had succeeded in his ploy. Yet, as the entity attacked, it quickly realized it had been ensnared, scrambling to vanish into the shadows once more. Wang Yi, however, would not grant it such an opportunity. The concealed ancient giant ape emerged from the ground, seizing the fleeing creature with a powerful grip. Observing the mysterious being now ensnared in the skeletal giant's grasp, Wang Yi was struck by its unusual appearance. Though it bore resemblance to a human, its exposed arms and legs were adorned with iridescent scales, and it sported small horns atop its head alongside a diminutive tail, tipped with an arrow-like point. Additionally, a pair of small wings sprouted from its back. Intrigued, Wang Yi inquired, "What manner of creature are you? Are you a deer? Why do you possess wings? And what prompted your attack on me?" His curiosity piqued. For few dare to challenge him with such audacity. The peculiar creature concealed its scales and tail, exclaiming, "Hey, I'm not a deer, ugh. I'm absolutely not a deer. I'm the grandchild of the esteemed leader of the Huanglin clan." Yes, the leader's grandchild, Li. If it weren't for the presence of a deathly aura emanating from you, I would not have attacked. However, I sense you are not allied with those nefarious individuals. Otherwise, I would have slain you long ago. Li, feeling the oppressive force of Wang Yi, instinctively swallowed the words that nearly escaped his lips. The Huanglin clan, descendants of the mythical Qilin. Wang Yi's interest in the matter deepened, for after all, it concerned the legendary Qilin, a creature of lore. Li regarded Wang Yi with disdain, but a mere glance from him sent a chill of fear down her spine that it was not a secret worth concealing. So she declared, "Humph, we are the progeny born from the union of our ancestors and the Phoenix clan." Upon grasping this revelation, Wang Yi understood that this uniquely formed being was indeed a descendant of the divine Qilin and the magnificent Phoenix, albeit seemingly lacking in strength. Observing how effortlessly he had captured Li, a sense of embarrassment washed over him. Yet, hearing her mention that his aura was akin to those wretched beings suggested the presence of malevolent entities in the vicinity. This likely explained the expansive peach orchard before them. It must have been suppressing spirits and similar creatures. Nevertheless, Wang Yi felt unaffected by the orchardess presence. With a hint of curiosity, Wang inquired, "You mentioned my aura resembles that of the spirits. Does that imply their existence here? Or perhaps that they are being suppressed?" Upon hearing Wang Yi's words, Li's demeanor shifted to one of panic. She had not anticipated that this human would deduce the truth so readily. Stammering, she struggled to form a coherent response. Wang Yi, observing her reaction, surmised he had unraveled much of the mystery. This place indeed harbored malevolent spirits. However, it was unlikely that the grandchild of the Huanglin clan would be here alone, indicating the presence of their village nearby. He turned to Li and requested, "Take me to your village. I shall endeavor to assist you in cleansing these spirits." No, we cannot indiscriminately bring outsiders into our territory." Li instinctively began to protest, only to realize her slip and hastily covered her mouth. Observing her reaction, Wang Yi could not help but chuckle. It seemed Li was not merely the grandchild of the Huanglin clan, but rather their granddaughter, previously puzzled by her hesitance in revealing her lineage. He now found her naivety quite charming. "Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions toward your kin," he began, but before he could finish, an overwhelming presence washed over him. accompanied by an eerie familiarity. The surrounding peach trees began to sway violently, their blossoms swirling through the air. Witnessing the scene unfold, was immediately alarmed. Her primary purpose for coming here was to reinforce the seal and eliminate some lesser entities. Wang Yi's delay had likely endangered the seal's integrity. She shouted urgently, "Quickly, release me. The seal is on the verge of breaking. I must reinforce it. How could that entity have grown so powerful? It should have taken longer." Listening to Mo Li's words, Wang Yi's earlier suspicions were confirmed. This location was indeed suppressing something formidable. However, there was no time for further contemplation, and he promptly set her down. Once released, Mo Li hastened in a different direction, and Wang Yi followed closely, eager to uncover the truth. Realizing Wang Yi was trailing her, Mo Li, concerned for his safety, cautioned, "Do not come any closer. It is perilous ahead. I have already dismantled the formation here. You must quickly find another way out. Fear not. I am unharmed. You should focus on reinforcing the seal." Wang Yi reassured her, disregarding her plea. Seeing that Wang Yi remained steadfastly by her side, Mo Li resigned herself to the situation and continued hastily toward the seal's location. Along the way, they encountered numerous skeletal soldiers and other malevolent beings, all of which were effortlessly dispatched by the two spirits summoned by Wang Yi. Oli looked on in astonishment, but did not linger on the spectacle. Before long, they arrived at the site of the seal. The stone door, cracked open, exuded swirling black smoke, as if the entity within yearned to escape. Oli swiftly produced a talisman she had prepared earlier, her hands moving in intricate gestures, akin to performing a ritual. A radiant pink light glimmered from her palms, mirroring the glow emanating from the talisman. With a swift motion, the talisman darted toward the stone door, and the sealed entity sensed an oppressive force rushing toward it. It roared in defiance, summoning a horde of skeletal soldiers that appeared around them. Li's expression shifted dramatically, and she turned to Wang Yi, pleading, "Help me. If you assist me now, I shall disclose everything about this place." Faced with such dire circumstances, she had no choice but to make the offer. After all, this human had effortlessly thwarted her previous attack and captured her. His strength was undoubtedly formidable. These skeletal warriors, which seemed daunting to her, would likely be mere trifles for Wang Yi. Wang Yi acquiesced, drawing forth his infernal flame sword. With a single sweep, he decimated a significant portion of the skeletal soldiers. With another, he obliterated the remainder. Although he had contemplated using the celestial demon staff, he found the infernal flame sword more agile and suited for the task at hand. To Mo Li's astonishment, the skeletal soldiers, which had posed a significant threat to her, fell before Wang Yi as though they were nothing more than playthings. She had no time to express her gratitude. Instead, she hastily reinforced the power of the talisman. Yet it remained a stalemate. That moment, a voice echoed in Wang Yi's ear. "Young man, I perceive that you and I are kindred spirits. Why assist this girl in thwarting my ambitions?" A voice from within. The creature could communicate telepathically. Wang Yi was taken aback, but upon hearing the entity's words, he charged at the door with his sword. The imprisoned being roared, and the stone door was abruptly sealed by Mo Li, who felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Speak, what is this place? And who are you, along with your family?" Wang Yi inquired, approaching Mo Li, who had collapsed in exhaustion. Mo Li, weary and disoriented, instinctively muttered, "Who are you?" "I am Mo Li, but why are you here?" Wang Yi asked for why returned. "It was you who led me here. Let's not dwell on that. Rather, explain why this peach orchard exists." Wang Yi found her ignorance amusing, yet his demeanor remained. "I see why." Mo Li glanced at him, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment for her earlier words. "I brought you here." She mentally berated herself, clearing her throat. She feigned composure and continued, "You see, there is no need for you to know." Wang Yi interjected, his tone frosty. Interrupting her, Oli inwardly grumbled about his demeanor, but replied obediently, "You are currently in a place once known as the Tomb of the Undead. But after being suppressed, it was planted with peach trees, hence it is now referred to as the Peach Tomb. Naturally, that person is my grandfather." As she spoke, a proud expression crossed her face. only to be interrupted once more by Wang Yi. Continued. Oli glared at Wang Yi in frustration, yet his gaze startled her into compliance. Although this peach orchard appears modest, it is in fact vast. Outsiders who enter can swiftly find their way out. Had I not sensed something peculiar about your aura, you likely would have remained oblivious to this place. Regardless, I am grateful for your assistance. Without you, the sealed entity would have emerged. As Oli spoke, a look of trepidation crossed her face. Had her kin discovered that a grave calamity was narrowly averted today, her fate would be dire. She cast a glance at Wang Yi before continuing. My people reside within a hidden realm amidst this peach grove, not far from here. Suddenly realizing the weight of her words, she hastily covered her mouth. Observing Wang Yi's silence, Oli swiftly shifted the subject. In truth, the stone door seals none other than the demon spirit sorcerer. My grandfather inflicted severe wounds upon him previously, and he fortuitously fled here. When he found he could not defeat my grandfather, he chose to seal himself away. However, my grandfather's injuries from that prior battle have rendered him weaker, whilst the demon spirit sorcerer's strength is steadily recovering. My grandfather's restoration is slow, compelling him to reinforce the seal to buy time for his resurgence to former glory. Upon hearing Oli's account, Wang Yi grasped the situation. This indeed was a hidden realm, which explained why he had never heard of such a place. Accessing it required interception by its inhabitants. Now enlightened, Wang Yi rose and addressed Oli. Take me to your village. He reached out and pulled her up. Oli quickly shook off his hand, exclaiming, No, I did not say I would take you to my village. Her tone softened as she sensed his murderous intent, reminiscent of that which he wielded against the skeletal minions. Regardless, I did save you, did I not? I also helped avert this crisis. Had the demon spirit sorcerer broken free from his seal, you would have been in grave danger. Wang Yi surmised that reinforcement of the seal necessitated someone else's presence, and it was merely by chance that Oli had come here. Suddenly, an idea struck Oli, and a mischievous smile crept onto her lips. She had resolved to enlist Wang Yi to vanquish the demon spirit sorcerer, her witness to his formidable prowess confirming him as the ideal candidate. Very well. I shall guide you to my village, but let it be clear, do not take advantage of your strength to pillage and wreak havoc. Upon hearing her words, Wang Yi summoned his purple flame skeletal warhorse, leapt onto its back, and pulled Oli in front of him, instructing, lead the way. Oli had never been in such close proximity to any male, rendering her momentarily speechless. Her cheeks flushed with a charming it was only when Wang Yi spoke again that she regained her composure, hastily directing, continue left, then. Indeed, as per her guidance, they soon arrived at the entrance of a village. Before entering, Wang Yi sensed several potent presences lurking in the shadows. It appeared this village harbored numerous skilled individuals, though he wondered if anyone akin to himself had entered this place. As he surveyed the village, he noted its ancient ambience, characterized by various stone edifices and several tall, robust willow trees haphazardly interspersed throughout, resembling a formation of sorts. Though Wang Yi could not discern its significance, a small river meandered through the village, culminating in a large lake, with petals from peach blossoms drifting upon its surface, indicating that this river flowed from the nearby peach grove. At that moment, several armed individuals approached, the leader eyeing Wang Yi warily. Speak. Why have you taken our princess hostage? Release her at once. Before the man could finish, Oli interjected, standing before Wang Yi with an angry glare. He is a distinguished guest I've gone to great lengths to invite. Do not be rude, but princess, he clearly does not belong to our clan. Enough. I trust him, Oli replied impatiently. The leader, recognizing her irritation, conceded, allowing them passage. Oli grasped Wang Yi's hand, leading him toward the village center, while the guards followed closely behind. Let us go to the ancestral hall. My grandfather is likely enjoying tea there, she said to Wang Yi. Before long, they reached the ancestral hall, situated in a spacious courtyard by the lake, beside an even grander willow tree. Grandfather, I have returned, Oli called as she strolled into the courtyard, with Wang Yi closely trailing her. From a small pavilion by the lake, an elderly man with a weathered visage rose from his rocking chair. Even before turning around, he recognized his beloved granddaughter's voice and smiled. Ah, good, good. Tell me, did you encounter any danger? His face bore a hint of concern, and Oli dashed into his embrace. Chuckling, do not worry, grandfather. There was no danger this time. The seal has been reinforced. The elderly man gazed at Oli with fondness, then continued, you have yet to introduce me to this individual. I sense he is not from our clan. Oli quickly extricated herself from her grandfather's embrace and exclaimed, Grandfather, he is not a villain. Moreover, he possesses great strength. It was all thanks to him. Realizing she had nearly divulged too much, she hesitated. The old man's voice held a note of reproach, despite his affection for his granddaughter. He could not overlook the gravity of her earlier words, prompting a deep sigh. Very well, very well. You have grown, but do take care of yourself. He reminisced about how, in her childhood, she would run to him with every grievance. Perhaps she had matured indeed. All right, grandfather, I was wrong. Please do not be angry, she said, playfully shaking his arm. This is the person I met in the Peach Mound. His name is Wang Yi. I sensed a peculiar aura about him, and thus I invited him to stay. Subsequently, the sealed demon spirit sorcerer attempted to breach the seal, summoning an army of skeletal minions. Thankfully, he dispatched those minions, allowing me to reinforce the seal. As she spoke. A look of dread crossed her face at the thought of what would have transpired had the seal been broken. Upon hearing Oli's account, the elderly man grasped the situation and turned to Wang Yi. So it is you, young friend Wang Yi. I am Lear's grandfather. You may call me Old Mo. I am grateful for your care of Lear. Otherwise, who knows what calamity might have occurred. He cast a glance at Oli, who beamed back at her grandfather. However, I cannot shake the feeling that you possess a most unusual aura. Old Mo scrutinized Wang Yi closely, his expression shifting as he sensed a similarity between Wang Yi's essence and that of the undead and skeletal entities. Wang Yi chuckled lightly. Fear not, for I come with no ill intentions. Moreover, I was brought here by your granddaughter with a specific purpose. Oli felt a flash of annoyance, yet upon reflection, realized it was indeed her desire for him to eliminate the demon spirit sorcerer that had prompted her invitation. She turned to old Mo and whispered, in truth, he was the one who repelled the demon spirit sorcerer. I have a plan for him to defeat that sorcerer. I am well aware of his capabilities. Old Mo listened, somewhat astonished, yet he trusted his granddaughter implicitly. Very well, very well. Since we have a guest, we must offer proper hospitality. He called for the outsiders to be invited in. Wang, and not wishing to decline Old Mo's invitation, accepted graciously. Since arriving in this realm, he had not partaken of a proper meal, having only sipped some wine. Besides, it was an invitation from the Huanglin clan. How could he refuse? Come, young friend Wang Yi. This way, old Mo beckoned, intending to discuss the plan Oli had mentioned. Upon entering the hall, Wang Yi surveyed the surroundings. The layout mirrored that of an ancient establishment, with two prominent positions at the center. A table flanked by chairs, albeit smaller than the central one. Please, take a seat. Old Mo gestured toward the central position. Wang Yi, feeling somewhat bemused by the elder's hospitality, wondered if there was an ulterior motive behind it. Unbeknownst to him, Old Mo's courtesy stemmed from his inability to gauge Wang Yi's true strength. Should Wang Yi possess greater power, neglecting to treat him well might lead to dire consequences. As they settled in the hall, Oli found a seat beside old Mo, embodying an air of innocence. Pray tell, what assistance do you require? However, let me clarify. If it lacks allure, my interest may wane. Wang Yi was the first to speak. Mo Lao felt somewhat awkward. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Wang Yi had already discerned their intentions for seeking his assistance. He cleared his throat twice and said, Wang Yi, we indeed require your help. And rest assured, your compensation will be substantial. Oli chimed in. Indeed, Wang Yi, as long as you can completely vanquish that demon sorcerer, we will certainly reward you handsomely. Moreover, the sealed demon sorcerer possesses many valuable items. Mo Lao shot Oli a disapproving glance, clearly indicating that she had spoken out of turn. Listening to Mo Li's words, Wang Yi felt a twinge of confusion. What exactly was hidden within that seal? Noticing the change in Wang Yi's expression, Mo Lao hastily suggested, Wang Yi, let's proceed to dinner. It should be ready by now. I have some exquisite wine that I have long cherished for you to taste. Lear, why don't you escort Wang Yi while I fetch some items? With that, Mo Lao turned and walked toward the back of the hall, while Mo Li led Wang Yi to the dining area. The dining locale was situated beside a small lake, the ground paved with stones, and several stone pillars adorned the surroundings. The only seating was made of wood, and there was no covering overhead, making it an open-air space, albeit shaded by a grand willow tree. Upon arrival, they found the stone table laden with dishes. Numerous platters featured various animal legs, still glistening with juices and exuding steam, while others displayed an array of colorful fruits, unknown plant leaves, and a vibrant soup at the center. The Huanglin clan was indeed courteous, providing such an abundant spread. However, Wang Yi pondered whether NPCs encountered by others would mirror his own experiences, or if they would respond mechanically like true NPCs. That, if that were the case, could it be that the entities he had met possessed genuine consciousness? The blacksmith, Jess from the novice village, had indeed seemed to possess awareness. Wang Yi was astonished. Such a notion was utterly unfathomable. Perhaps this was connected to the subsequent digitization of the entire world. Wang Yi decided to shelve these thoughts for the moment. The pressing matter at hand was to address the current situation. Mo Lao soon arrived with a wine jug seemingly crafted from colorful stones, taking a seat at the head of the table, followed by everyone else. Wang Yi settled beside Mo as introductions were made. They sipped from the vibrant wine jug, engaging in light conversation that felt akin to casual banter. Wang Yi savored the fine wine and delicacies, opting to remain mostly silent. When Mo Lao mentioned the task of dispatching the demon sorcerer, a young man at the banquet stood up and exclaimed, "Chief, are you truly suggesting that we entrust this outsider with the task of eliminating the demon sorcerer? Does he possess the capability? He appears to lack any notable strengths. I doubt he will succeed." Mo Feng, cease your foolishness. I am well aware of his strength. What? Do you not even trust the chief's judgment? Mo Lao retorted sharply. Mo Feng still seemed discontent, apprehensive about the potential repercussions of a failed mission. What if the seal was breached and they were all annihilated? Yet, hearing the chief's words, he refrained from further argument. After all, it would be tantamount to slapping the chief in the face. Wang Yi, however, remained silent, deeming it unnecessary to engage with such a fool. The truth would soon reveal itself. Having previously clashed with the demon sorcerer, Wang Yi felt confident in his own strength. After all, he possessed the Hunyuan demon staff and the ancient giant skeleton, leaving him with little to fear. The banquet concluded swiftly, and Wang Yi was assigned a residence adjacent to Mo Li. Nightfall descended quickly, and Wang Yi lay in bed, contemplating logging out of the game to procure some delectable food. Although he had indulged in a lavish feast, his stomach still yearned for more. He first converted some in-game gold into real currency, for despite his substantial in-game wealth, his actual savings teetered perilously close to zero. Upon exiting the game, Wang Yi found that it was already past 6 in the afternoon in the real world. As he stepped out of his rented apartment, he encountered his landlord demanding the overdue rent. Wang Yi, how many days have you neglected to pay rent? If you do not settle it soon, you shall. Before the landlord could finish, Wang Yi brandished several thousand yuan in cash, waving it in front of the landlord before tossing it at him. Seeing Wang Yi produce such a sum, the landlord's demeanor shifted dramatically. Given the remote nature of the area, coupled with its inherent dangers, even lowering the rent to 300 or 400 yuan had not attracted many tenants. Had it not been for Wang Yi's previous financial constraints, he would never have considered renting here. Wang Yi, had I known you possessed such wealth, I need not have raised my voice earlier, the landlord remarked, somewhat embarrassed. Wang Yi glanced at him and replied, "No worries, just refrain from bothering me for the next few days. Also, may I borrow that little electric scooter of yours?" "Ah, feel free to ride it. It's just a small electric scooter, not if it gets damaged. It won't cost much to fix." The landlord quickly responded that, in truth, the landlord secretly hoped Wang Yi would indeed break the scooter, allowing him to demand compensation and subsequently acquire a new one from a relative who repaired scooters. Wang Yi, well aware of the landlord's intentions, had experienced a similar incident in the past. Having urgently ridden the landlord's dilapidated scooter, it had malfunctioned, costing him 1,500 yuan, equivalent to half a month's salary. Now, however, He felt no pressure as he took the landlord's key and rode off towards the night market. The evenings in Lingjiang were quite enchanting. With the city bisected by a river, its banks illuminated by colorful lights reflecting on the water surface, creating a picturesque scene. Yet, Wang Yi had no time to admire the scenery. He was solely focused on indulging in skewers. The night market was merely a 10-minute ride away. He headed straight to a stall named Lao Qian Barbecue, where tables filled the entrance and several burly men were drinking and chatting. Upon entering, Wang Yi called out to the bustling Lao Wang, "Lao Qian, I'd like 20 skewers of lamb, 2 skewers of kidneys, and 5 skewers of grilled eggplant." Lao Wang, familiar with Wang Yi's voice, recalled how Wang Yi had previously aided him when others attempted to disrupt his business. That kindness had remained in Lao Wang's heart. "Ah, it's my brother Wang. Come, take a seat over here," Lao Wang beckoned, leading Wang Yi to a relatively quiet corner. "Wang Yi, let me get you some drinks while I prepare your food." With that, he disappeared into the kitchen, bringing out a case of beer to place under Wang Yi's table before tending to the skewers. Wang Yi tried to open a beer bottle. He inadvertently crushed the cap with his bare hands. He was taken aback. Although he could easily lift a 100-pound bag of flour, crushing a beer cap seemed utterly absurd. Attempting another bottle, he found that the cap flew off with barely any effort. At that moment, Wang Yi recalled the merging of the previous world with the celestial realm, during which his body had undergone certain changes. He had once crushed a glass jar while opening canned goods, only to witness his wounds heal at an astonishing rate. By the time he grasped what was happening, the worlds had fully merged. Wang Yi looked at the crushed beer cap in his hand and mused. "Given that I have acquired some strength, there is no need to fear too much. For now, enjoying skewers is my priority." He downed a bottle of beer and exclaimed in delight. While it paled in comparison to the beverages from a game, it remained a classic, an everlasting classic. Just then, Lao Wang returned with the skewers, and noticing the lack of customers, he sent his apprentice to prepare the food while he engaged in conversation with Wang Yi. "Wang Yi, do you remember when you shielded me from that wine bottle? Were you not afraid at that moment?" Lao Wang asked, slightly tipsy after downing 5 bottles. An outsider, he appeared quite composed. Yet as a barbecue chef, this level of intoxication was far from ideal. Wang Yi chuckled and replied, "Fear? What is there to fear? Youth and passion. In a moment of fervor, I acted without hesitation. If you ask whether I regret it, I certainly do not. After all, it led to our friendship. Look, since knowing you, I get to enjoy barbecue for free every day." As he laughed heartily, Wang Yi downed half a bottle of beer in one gulp. Lao Qian also chuckled, exclaiming, "Do you realize that downing that entire bottle could cost you your life?" Before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed onto the table, having drained the 2 remaining bottles of beer as well. Observing the inebriated Lao Qian sprawled across the table, Wang Yi had no choice but to beckon a few staff members to assist in carrying him to a small bed to rest. However, just as they lifted Lao Qian, a sudden sound of collapsing structures echoed around them, accompanied by piercing screams. After instructing the 2 attendants, Wang Yi dashed toward the source of the commotion. This was not mere meddling. He sensed a familiar presence, the Dark Moon Wolf King from the game. In his previous life, the Dark Moon Wolf King had also manifested in reality, and a skilled player had swiftly dispatched it, earning a piece of equipment radiating an intense purple glow. Wang Yi was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. That weapon was his to claim. With his prior strength amplified, his physical capabilities were continuously enhancing. Before long, Wang Yi arrived at a nearby ruin, noticing claw marks etched into the ground. His suspicions were confirmed. These were indeed the traces left by the Dark Moon Wolf King, still stained with some dark red substance. Wasting no time, he summoned the Skeleton King's cleaver into his hand, solidifying his conviction that the worlds of reality and the game were merging. Otherwise, his physical prowess wouldn't have inexplicably increased. Nor would the cleaver manifest in his grasp, let alone the presence of the Dark Moon Wolf King. Wang Yi ventured deeper into the ruins, uncertain of his true strength in comparison to the game. He treaded cautiously, although the Dark Moon Wolf King was not exceedingly powerful, merely surpassing the Spider Queen by a margin of 3 to 4 levels. Wang Yi's abilities were not as formidable as they were in the game. The surrounding screams had ceased, leaving an eerie silence. Suddenly, Wang Yi felt a chilling presence behind him and, without hesitation, swung the cleaver, turning to face the source, as expected. It was the Dark Moon Wolf King. In the dim light, Wang Yi noticed a gaping, bloody wound on the creature, continuously bleeding. The Wolf King's dark green eyes darted around, fixating on Wang Yi while it scanned its unfamiliar surroundings, realizing that none of its minions were present. In this strange environment, the Dark Moon Wolf King remained particularly vigilant, sensing that this human before possessed considerable strength, as some animals instinctively detect danger. Wang Yi, too, was reluctant to strike first. An engagement now would likely result in mutual destruction. Just when he felt cornered, he noticed his attributes steadily increasing. He was stalling for time. Indeed, Wang Yi was biding his time, waiting until his strength was sufficient to unleash a devastating blow. The Dark Moon Wolf King's keen instincts sensed the escalating power of the human before it and lunged at Wang Yi. However, Wang Yi's current abilities were more than adequate to confront the Dark Moon Wolf King. He swung the cleaver, and blood sprayed into the air, a paw severed and falling to the ground. Clearly, the Dark Moon Wolf King was left gravely wounded. In pain from the loss of its claw, the Wolf King realized it was no match for Wang Yi. Just as it contemplated fleeing, Wang Yi blocked its escape. With no avenue left, the Wolf King's eyes reflected defiance, yet it felt utterly powerless. With a fierce glint, it resolved to take this human down with it. As the Dark Moon Wolf King launched its attack, Wang Yi had already acted. With a swift strike, the wolf's head was cleaved in two, and it fell lifelessly, leaving the cleaver slightly damaged. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving the world's first kill. Rewards: Purple Gold Magic Vine, 6th tier. Shadowless Boots, 3rd tier. Ruined Gauntlets, 3rd tier. Dark Magic Armor, 2nd tier. Book of Destruction, X3. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the world's first kill, earning a significant amount of experience, and leveling up by 5 levels. To obtain so many rewards and level up by 5 levels from slaying the Dark Moon Wolf King was extraordinary. It seemed the worlds were indeed merging. While Wang Yi's physical capabilities had improved, other skills and equipment had not transferred over. Looking at the Wolf King's corpse, he decided not to linger any longer. Disappointed that the Dark Moon Wolf King had not dropped any loot, Wang Yi reflected on his previous encounters, realizing that he had similarly failed to collect drops. That it dawned on him that his ability to siphon from the undead had likely been the reason for his previous lack of loot. This skill had both advantages and disadvantages, but at least it consistently yielded more rewards than for others. Just as Wang Yi prepared to depart, a figure emerged from the shadows, addressing him, hand over the items dropped by the Dark Moon Wolf King. Wang Yi, taken aback, pondered whether this person was aware of the Wolf King. Did they also know of the merging of reality in the game? In truth, the fusion of the two worlds had occurred 2 days prior. Wang Yi had only just exited the game and was now realizing the implications. Examining the stranger, who was unfamiliar to him, Wang Yi replied nonchalantly, "Oh, you think you can demand that from me? You'll find out soon enough whether I am worthy or not. That I hope you can preserve your life," the stranger declared, brandishing a staff emanating purple light, casting a wall of flames spell toward Wang Yi. The searing wall of fire surged toward him, prompting Wang Yi to quickly sidestep. Yet the stranger conjured another wall of flames, blocking Wang Yi's escape route. Wang Yi darted in multiple directions, but every attempt was thwarted. With even the overhead escape route engulfed in flames, a sense of urgency gripped Wang Yi. Being struck by that wall would be fatal, or at the very least, leave him severely burned. Suddenly, a robe appeared on him. It was the cloak of invisibility. It seemed fortune favored him in this critical moment. At that instant, Wang Yi's cleaver transformed into the flame magic sword. Activating his invisibility, the flames consumed him, yet the cloak's passive ability mitigated 50% of the damage. In reality, he had sustained minimal injury. Seeing Wang Yi engulfed by his own flames, the stranger's confidence swelled. But as Wang Yi emerged unscathed, the stranger rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that someone could escape his wall of flames unscathed. Observing Wang Yi again, the stranger's expression shifted dramatically. The purple light radiating from Wang Yi suggested formidable gear. Despite Wang Yi's efforts to suppress it, "I told you, you are not worthy," Wang Yi declared, raising the flame magic sword to strike at the stranger. Anyone who dared to speak to him in such a manner would not be spared. The stranger, now panicked, fell to his knees, confronting imminent death with little composure. "Please spare my life. I'll give you something you'll find intriguing," he pleaded, desperation evident in his voice. Intrigued, Wang Yi considered the stranger's offer. Surely, someone with purple tier equipment would possess valuable items. "Speak, if your offering piques my interest." "I may grant you mercy," Wang Yi replied, lowering the sword he had raised. The stranger's demeanor shifted abruptly. He erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Fool!" He produced several smoke bomb-like objects and hurled them to the ground, enveloping the area in a dense fog. But this was no ordinary mist. It was laced with toxins and sleep-inducing agents. Wang Yi quickly covered his mouth and nose, aware of the low visibility. Yet he managed to trace the fleeing figure's tracks. How dare this individual flaunt their prowess in front of him? He would not let them escape. The stranger's speed was commendable, but Wang Yi's was even greater. Before long, he spotted a figure resting in the corner, and without hesitation, charged towards them, raising the infernal flame, sword to strike. Realizing the imminent danger of the sword descending upon him, the individual was paralyzed with fear. So much so that he soiled himself, crying out, "You can't kill me. I'm part of young Master Li's team from Lingjiang City. If you slay me, he will surely not let you go." Before he could finish his plea, the infernal flame sword cleaved him in two from head to toe, the flesh above instantly seared, with not a drop of blood spilling forth. An eerie spectacle indeed. Wang Yi infused some MP into the sword, preparing to incinerate the corpse. After all, the sudden appearance of a body could stir unnecessary trouble. Flames rapidly engulfed the remains, reducing them to ash in no time, which the night breeze promptly whisked away into the nearby river. Having completed this grim task, Wang Yi decided it was time to return. His hunger had been satiated, and having already slain the Dark Moon Wolf King, there was no further reason to linger. Upon arriving back at Old Qian's barbecue shop, he settled his bill with the staff and rode the landlord's small electric scooter back to his rental apartment. Once inside, exhaustion washed over him, prompting Wang Yi to resolve to take a brief nap before diving back into the game. However, unbeknownst to him, as he dispatched a member of young Master Li's team, another observer lurked in the shadows, too intimidated to intervene, yet capturing the entire scene on camera. Upon logging back into the game, Wang Yi found himself surrounded by members of the Huanglin clan, with Mo Li displaying a worried expression. This sight struck him as somewhat amusing. Had he really been offline for just a short while? Mo Li, glancing at him with concern, remarked, "Wang Yi, if you don't wake up soon, we were about to prepare your burial." "Huh? Don't speak such nonsense." Mo Lao, noticing Wang Yi had finally regained consciousness, relaxed his previously tense demeanor and continued, "Wang Yi, you have been in a coma for the past 2 days. No matter how we called you, it was to no avail, and even our physician was at a loss. But thankfully, you've awakened at last." Listening to their words, Wang Yi grasped the situation. He had returned to reality. And astonishingly, a considerable amount of time had elapsed in the game, yet he had not vanished but remained in this state of unconsciousness. Recalling the events near the barbecue shop, he quickly checked his status information. Name, Wang Yi level, 27 class level, Skeleton General HP, 7163, 1800 MP, 3998, 1360 attack, 605, 180, defense, 376, 85, spirit, 289, 45, strength, 426, 60, speed, 293, 100 luck. Not viewable, blood essence extraction progress, 21. Note, after reaching full progress, can only change class at level 15, requiring a level that is a multiple of 15. Equipped, Lucky Necklace, green tier, Purple Flame Skeleton Warhorse, purple tier 1, X1, Silk Armor, purple tier 1, X1. Secret Robe of God, purple tier 1, X1. Annihilation Magic Bow, purple tier 2, X1. Infernal Flame Sword, purple tier 1, X1 skills. SSS Divine Skill. Undead Summoning, SSS Divine Skill. Undead Theft. SS Level Skill. Fearless Charge, a level skill. Venomous Silk Launch. Items, Skeleton King's Cleaver, blue tier. Intermediate HP Potions X5. intermediate MP potions x5, intermediate sleeping bags x2, advanced HP potions x3, advanced MP potions x3. Coffin of the Undead x1, ancient giant ape skeleton x1, ancient giant ape hide x30, Eye of the Newborn Apocalypse x2, Hunyuan Demon Staff x1, Purple Gold Demon Vine, Purple Tier 6, Shadowless Boots, Purple Tier 3. Ruin Gauntlets, Purple Tier 3, Dark Magic Armor, Purple Tier 2, Book of Destruction x3, Gold. 19930 Signed Contracts. Level 7 Hellhound x2 Summoned Undead. Level 9 Emerald Green Python x1. Level 15 Spider Queen x1. Level 23 Ancient Giant Ape x1 as Wang Yi had surmised. His level had indeed increased by 5, and the items in his inventory were all accounted for. Eagerly, he began to examine his newly acquired possessions. Purple Gold Demon Vine, a preparation of Purple Tier 6, crafted from an enigmatic yet incredibly flexible demon vine and indestructible purple gold stone. It is further refined through the assembly of various formations. Culminating in this purple gold demon vine, usable by any class, it allows for control over its length with a substantial infusion of MP. Increases attack power. 330 defense, 60 strength, 130 speed, 70 to active skill. Freely control the purple gold demon vine to attack others or bind enemies. Consumes 50 MP per second, with the potential to enhance attack power at the cost of MP. As for the Shadowless Boots, Ruined Gauntlets, and Dark Magic Armor, they required little introduction, merely enhancing various attributes. Each possessing an active skill. The Shadowless Boots' active skill doubles speed upon infusing a significant amount of MP, consuming 200 MP in one go. The Ruined Gauntlet's active skill continuously consumes MP to increase 1's strength and attack by 30. The Dark Magic Armor boasts a defense increase of 400, a speed boost of 100, and a significant uplift in spirit values. Its passive skill mirrors that of the Cloak of Concealment, allowing complete invisibility in darkness without MP consumption, enveloping the wearer entirely, rendering them nearly unrecognizable. Its active skill enhances all attributes while cloaking the user in black flames, inflicting continuous damage upon nearby foes, with ongoing MP expenditure, after replacing all equipment except for his weapon. Wang Yi mused, "It seems I must hasten my pace. During the fusion of my previous world, various classes transformed into corresponding strengths, while the wealthy became powerful lords. However, some individuals, disinclined toward violence, could also adopt specialized roles, such as selling food and essentials, which is quite feasible." Snapping back to reality, Wang Yi addressed those around him. "Rest assured, I am quite well, merely in a deep slumber, nothing to be concerned about. Now let us discuss how to vanquish that demon mage." With his level raised by 5, Wang Yi felt a surge of confidence. Previously, he would have estimated a victory probability of only 40, but now it soared to an impressive 90. After all, the benefits of leveling up significantly increase as one progresses deeper into the game. The discussion primarily revolved around how they would compensate Wang Yi. Beyond that, he left everything else to them. As long as they offered him sufficient rewards, nothing else mattered. Wang Yi did not wait long before Mo Lao approached, carrying a large jade plate that appeared to contain what resembled skeletal wings. His expression one of palpable distress, he placed the plate on the table, still bearing a hint of reluctance, and said to Wang Yi, "These are the skeletal wings left by my Huanglin clan. They are exceedingly precious. If used on one of my kin, with a bit of refinement, they could directly yield a pair of wings, inheriting some of the former owner's powers. However, they should also be usable by you. Just refine them a bit." Mo Lao incessantly extolled the wing's rarity and might. That it was evident that the members of the Huanglin clan had invested considerable thought into this. The wings indeed looked impressive. Wang Yi mused. He casually removed the cloth covering the wings, and despite Mo Lao's attempts to intervene, it was too late. Suddenly, flames erupted from the wings, causing the onlookers of the Huanglin clan to scatter in panic. Wang Yi, seated nearby, could not evade entirely, and was splashed by some flames, resulting in a significant drop in health. He felt a surge of dread. Was the loss of health from just a splash this severe? Thankfully, his reflexes had been quick. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Oli and Mo Lao, witnessing Wang Yi being scorched, wore expressions of deep concern. After all, he was the pivotal figure in slaying the demon mage. Should anything happen to him, the fate of the Huanglin clan, once the demon mage broke free from his seal, would be grim indeed. After all, the demon mage had been sealed for so many years, and upon breaking free, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon those who had confined him, seeking to annihilate the Huanglin clan completely. Wang Yi gazed at the area engulfed in flames, now transformed into a charred expanse. The dark armor had sustained a significant breach, yet upon infusing it with MP, it swiftly restored itself to its original state. This equipment proved remarkable, possessing the ability to self-repair. The skeletal arm behind the dark armor had, however, been reduced to mere charcoal. Wang Yi felt as though that arm no longer belonged to him, devoid of any sensation. Fortunately, his regenerative abilities were commendable, and the blackened remnants gradually faded, allowing him to increasingly sense the pain. With a sharp intake of breath, Wang Yi winced. The agony was indeed excruciating. In comparison to the previous ordeal of scraping poison from his bones, this was merely child's play. After a brief moment, his body returned to its former state, and he cautiously stowed away the bone wing. After conferring with the others, they resolved to proceed to the sealing location to confront the demon spirit mage. Upon nearing the stone door, the surroundings had transformed drastically. Dim and lifeless, skeletal soldiers wandered aimlessly, and upon noticing Wang Yi and his companions, they charged en masse. Elder Mo brandished his staff, sweeping it horizontally, reducing the foes to dust. Wang Yi was taken aback, not by Elder Mo's strength, but by the faint golden light radiating from the staff, partially obscured by a veil of purple light. Noticing Wang Yi's scrutiny, Elder Mo chuckled. "Come, Wang Yi, it seems the seal is on the verge of collapsing. Otherwise, these skeletons would not be so numerous." With that, they hastened toward the stone door, and indeed, before reaching the entrance, they beheld a plume of black smoke enveloping the door, with several tentacles incessantly probing through the crevices, seemingly attempting to force it open. Wang Yi drew the demon flame longsword and struck at the thrashing tentacles, infused with a substantial amount of MP. The sword's power was beyond comprehension. The severed tentacles ignited upon contact, while those lurking behind the door recoiled in pain, swiftly retracting. Elder Mo promptly produced a sealing talisman, his hands moving swiftly as he shouted, "Seal!" In an instant, the crevice of the stone door sealed shut, the gaps in the stone disappearing as the door reverted to its original form. Observing the door, Elder Mo wore a concerned expression. It appeared they had indeed found the right person. Had they delayed even a few more days, the demon spirit mage might have breached the seal. The power Wang Yi displayed in severing the tentacle was not something an ordinary person could wield. Even if he were to eliminate that tentacle alone, it would require considerable effort. Elder Mo's anxious heart began to settle as he gazed at Wang Yi, realizing that the demon spirit mage's time was running out. "Wang Yi, it's your turn. Only by entering that stone door can you completely eradicate the demon spirit mage. If we delay in opening the door, he will undoubtedly flee in multiple directions." Elder Mo instructed further. "Prepare yourself, Wang Yi. I shall open a gap in the stone door. You must enter swiftly." Wang Yi understood that only by crossing the threshold could he ensure the mage's destruction. Moreover, he had heard whispers of treasures within, intensifying his resolve to venture through the stone door. Elder Mo exchanged a glance with Wang Yi, who nodded in affirmation as they both steeled themselves. "Open!" Elder Mo incanted, sealing the spell with fervor. The stone door began to creak open, and the demon spirit mage, sensing the disturbance, charged toward it. Elder Mo was well aware of this possibility. He swiftly swung his staff at the mage, the demon spirit mage. Momentarily dazed by the blow, instinctively lunged toward the threshold. However, no matter how he struggled, he could not breach the door, for the seal still held him captive. Though for how long, only Elder Mo could ascertain. "Quickly, Wang Yi! Now is the moment. If you do not act, the seal will soon shatter," Elder Mo bellowed. Prepared at all times, Wang Yi heeded Elder Mo's words and rushed through the door. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by a thick cloud of black smoke. The demon spirit mage stood beside the swirling darkness, laughing maniacally. That old fool, Mo, has delivered me such a splendid gift. It seems my strength shall soon return to its pinnacle. Ah, boy, I sense a familiar aroma emanating from you. Deliciously so. As he spoke, the mage summoned another wave of black mist, wrapping Wang Yi within its grasp. Initially bewildered by the circumstances, Wang Yi soon realized he was ensnared, hearing the mage's incessant, half-hearted murmurs, enveloped in the black fog. Wang Yi could distinctly feel his strength waning, yet the sensation was akin to a mere tickle. Only 5 drops of blood lost per second. Although trivial, Wang Yi refused to allow himself to be exploited. He had hoped to glean secrets from the demon spirit mage, but it appeared he must take matters into his own hands. With the demon flame longsword in hand, he infused it with a substantial amount of MP. Igniting it in a blazing inferno, the black mist dissipated instantly, leaving the demon spirit mage momentarily stunned. How had it vanished so quickly? Elder Mo had struggled to escape the clutches of the mist for some time. It could only be said that this individual was extraordinarily formidable. The flames illuminated the world beyond the door, revealing a cavernous expanse, reminiscent of an entire realm, though primarily composed of stone, with only a few rare colored stones scattered about. The black smoke had entirely vanished, leaving behind a gaunt figure draped in tattered robes. Undoubtedly the demon spirit mage, clutching a staff of unknown material that glimmered with a faint golden light, clearly matching Elder Mo's level of equipment. Wang Yi took little notice of the rest, but the staff piqued his interest as he prepared to swing the demon flame longsword at the mage. The latter hastily interjected, my lord, please do not be angered. I was merely jesting." "A jest? Yet moments ago, you referred to me as a grand gift?" Wang Yi retorted coldly. The demon spirit mage, somewhat flustered, realized that he had indeed intended to consume Wang Yi, yet the latter's formidable strength had prompted a change of heart. "My lord, please do not be upset. That was truly a jest. There are many treasures deeper within. I implore you to follow me." As he spoke, the demon spirit mage feigned leading Wang Yi further inside. Just as Wang Yi was about to comply, the mage suddenly launched an attack. A vast wave of black mist surged forth, enveloping both Wang Yi and the mage, while the tentacles that had previously reached out from the door now extended towards him. Wang Yi harbored no illusions about the mage's intentions. He remained on high alert. Expecting a deeper foray leading into a trap, he was caught off guard by the immediate assault. Despite the dense black mist enveloping him, Wang Yi remained unperturbed. He infused the demon flame longsword with double the MP and watched as the mist dispersed momentarily before surging back. Utilizing his skeletal warhorse, he cleared a small circle around him. Though the tentacles appeared indomitable, Wang Yi swung his sword, severing them effortlessly. The demon spirit mage, unwilling to allow Wang Yi such ease in vanquishing his minions, twirled his staff in the air, chanting an obscure incantation, clearly an ancient spell beyond current comprehension. "Arise," the mage bellowed, and in an instant, a skeletal beast resembling a phoenix emerged beside him, its body akin to a qilin. Yet its wings appeared severed, on the brink of collapse. Wang Yi could sense that this creature possessed formidable strength, rivaling his own skeletal ancient giant. "Humph. Boy, let us see how you fare against my phoenix qilin warrior. I suggest you surrender and allow yourself to be absorbed. It will be a swifter demise." The mage's tone lacked its earlier vigor, resembling someone drained of vitality, likely due to the immense toll of summoning the phoenix qilin warrior. Wang Yi paid no heed to the mage's taunts or the phoenix qilin warrior. Instead, he retrieved the annihilation magic bow, knocked an arrow, infused it with 2000 MP, and loosed it at the demon spirit mage. The motion was fluid and seamless. By the time the mage noticed, the arrow had struck his shoulder. Unfortunately, Wang had shot too swiftly and failed to aim accurately. Had he taken his time, the arrow would have pierced the mage's head, inflicting double the damage. The demon spirit mage grimaced as he struggled to extract the arrow from his shoulder, glaring furiously at Wang Yi. "Enjoy your time with my treasures." Upon finishing his words, the demon sorcerer swiftly retreated deeper into the shadows, where the surrounding dark mist thickened once more, and the grasping tendrils writhed ominously. Before him stood the Phoenix Link's war skeleton, which Wang Yi dismissed with indifference. Viewing it merely as a trivial obstacle that would delay him momentarily, he had already exchanged his ruinous demon bow for the cosmic demon staff, clearly intent on a swift resolution. The Phoenix Link's war skeleton, surprisingly endowed with a modicum of awareness, observed Wang Yi's sudden weapon transformation and instinctively sought to strike first. The bony wings on its back ignited in emerald flames, and with a powerful sweep, it conjured a fiery tornado ahead, incinerating the stones beneath and creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a blazing furnace, where even the air shimmered from the heat. The fiery vortex advanced towards Wang Yi, leaving only ashes in its wake. In response, Wang Yi swung his cosmic demon staff towards the inferno, delivering a mighty blow to the ground that fractured the earth into a small canyon. The shockwave from the staff obliterated the fiery tornado, dispersing it into the air. Seeing its attack thwarted by this human with a single stroke, the Phoenix Link's war skeleton became increasingly agitated. The emerald flames on its wings flared up, enveloping its entire form. As the green flames subsided, Wang Yi beheld the Phoenix Link's war skeleton in its transformed state, now possessing flesh and an aura vastly different from before, elevating it to a level akin to that of the ancient giant ape he had previously encountered. Nevertheless, Wang Yi regarded it with disdain, for he was no longer the same Wang Yi who had faced the ancient giant. With a fierce stomp of its forelegs, the ground trembled as if an earthquake had struck, fissures appearing that revealed bubbling green magma beneath, evidence of the Phoenix Link's war skeleton's formidable power, which was far from a simple stomp. It was fraught with hidden depths. Observing the magma surging from the ground, Wang Yi summoned his purple flame skeleton warhorse, which devoured the green flames below. The green flames, akin to a mouse fleeing a cat, scattered in panic, but ultimately succumbed to their fate. In no time, the green flames were replaced by the purplish inferno. The Phoenix Link's war skeleton, realizing the danger, flapped its bony wings to ascend, avoiding the violet flames, sensing their formidable power. As for the tendrils, they were initially caught in the crossfire of their own kin and then incinerated by Wang Yi's purple flame skeleton warhorse, rendered utterly irrelevant in the unfolding chaos. Similarly, the Phoenix Link's war skeleton awaited its demise, merely prolonging its existence a tad longer than the tendrils, just as the demon sorcerer did. Soaring in the air, the Phoenix Link's war skeleton continued to unleash fiery tornadoes, albeit with diminished potency compared to its initial assault. Wang Yi, undeterred, charged forward fearlessly. He dashed through the fiery vortex and swiftly positioned himself directly beneath the Phoenix Link's war skeleton, leaping onto its back despite the surrounding green flames. Seeing this human audaciously disregarding its emerald fire brought a cold smirk to the Phoenix Link's war skeleton's mind, which promptly intensified the flames. Consequently, Wang Yi suffered double the damage he had before, his injuries escalating from 100 to a staggering 200 per second, yet he remained unfazed, activating the skill of the ruinous gauntlets. He consumed his MP to gain an augmentation of 30 in strength and attack power. In an instant, a purple golden vine manifested in Wang Yi's hand, ensnaring the Phoenix Link's war skeleton and slamming it heavily to the ground. Despite its struggles, it could not break free from the binding. Approaching the creature's head, Wang Yi delivered a resounding blow. The Phoenix Link's war skeleton's health plummeted, and with another strike, it was reduced to mere remnants of life. A final blow rendered it motionless. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying the Phoenix Link's war skeleton, earning the Bone Wing Refinement Secret 1, Stomp Charge Skill Book 1, and 5,000 gold coins, though rewarded by the system. Wang Yi harbored ulterior motives regarding the carcass of the Phoenix Link's war skeleton. Necromantic theft? Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a lonesome. Upon hearing the system's notification, Wang Yi could only express his disbelief. Is this some kind of joke? Greetings, host. Given that you have already received a reward, using necromantic theft on summoned beings has a chance of failure. If you had not received a system reward, using necromantic summon on summoned beings would have a 100 success rate. Very well. Wang Yi had no choice but to accept this, though he found some solace in the notion of potentially doubling his rewards. Without forgetting the necromantic summon, he activated it without hesitation. Ding! successfully used Necromantic Summon, consumed 500 MP, acquiring Phoenix Link's War Skeleton 1, strength now at 51. Upon viewing the system's notification, Wang Yi realized that there was now an MP consumption notice, which had not appeared before. Even when the strength was at 50, did it only trigger for values exceeding 50. However, Wang Yi chose not to dwell on this. After all, he had the resources. He promptly retrieved several MP potions to replenish his reserves and a few HP potions to restore his health. He was unwilling to waste time on recovery, as the world was merging, leaving him with little time to spare. He had no intention of being left behind, uncertain of the merging rules this time. He recalled that in his past life, if one played in this celestial realm beforehand, the world would seamlessly descend upon them after merging. He hoped for the same outcome this time. After all, his current strength was considerable, especially compared to those players who relentlessly ground their levels to over 40. For now, however, Wang Yi opted not to overthink it. Given time, he would undoubtedly catch up, with the status fully restored and the Phoenix Link's War Skeleton now under his command. Wang Yi mounted his purple flame skeleton war horse and hurried deeper into the fray, determined to move swiftly. Traps would not ensnare him. As he traversed the terrain, explosions echoed around him, though the Phoenix Link's War Skeleton endured its share of suffering. Having been caught in the blast 2 or 3 times, Wang Yi chose to temporarily dismiss it, riding the purple flame skeleton war horse at a rapid pace. When faced with insurmountable barriers, he employed his fearless charge, shattering the obstacles with a combined force of man and steed. The distance was not far, but the multitude of traps along the way forced Wang Yi to slow his pace. Some traps revealed the demon sorcerer's avatars, each possessing a measure of power, yet they were easily dispatched with a few strikes. Throughout this journey, the demon sorcerer had gleaned many of Wang Yi's tactics, prolonging their encounter. If given sufficient time, the sorcerer could restore his full strength. He had even utilized one of his 2 phoenix wings, intending to eliminate Wang Yi and absorb him, albeit the power gained would not compare to that obtained while alive. It would suffice to bring him back to his peak. Now, the demon sorcerer surmised that the old man, Mo, must be in a weakened state, or else he would not have sent an outsider to confront him. With a plan forming in his mind, the sorcerer resolved to eliminate Wang Yi first, consume him, escape through the crumbling stone door, and then annihilate the entirety of the Phoenix Link's clan, ultimately refining the Phoenix Link's War Skeleton. Alas, these were but the fleeting fantasies of the demon sorcerer. Before long, Wang Yi arrived at a stone door ensnared by spiked tendrils, unmistakably the lair of the demon sorcerer. The sorcerer sensed Wang Yi's proximity, realizing that he had lost contact with the Phoenix Link's War Skeleton. Evidently, this individual possessed some strength to have dispatched it in such a brief span. However, the demon sorcerer was now at his zenith, having previously sustained injuries due to his weakened state when he unleashed the Phoenix Link's War Skeleton to buy time. With the use of the Phoenix Wings, he had swiftly regained his full power. Wang Yi, observing the stone door, lifted his cosmic demon staff, preparing to shatter it, only for the door to swing open of its own accord. Could it be a trap? Wang Yi pondered. Nevertheless, he proceeded inside, entering a vast lair adorned with numerous shelves brimming with treasures, obsidian, multicolored stones, and a dazzling array of rare gems and peculiar herbs. What do you think? Earlier, I told you I possessed many valuable items. Do you believe me now? But alas, you cannot take them. With that, the demon sorcerer unleashed his formidable aura, summoning gusts of wind. Wang Yi merely chuckled, replying, "Initially, I suspected you were deceiving me, but now I am convinced." Suddenly, his own aura surged forth, bearing down on the demon sorcerer as he continued. "You claim I cannot take them. Allow me to demonstrate otherwise." As Wang Yi boldly charged forward, he unleashed a fearless onslaught towards the treasures. His necromantic thefts relentless. In the blink of an eye, a significant portion of the valuables had vanished. During the prior confrontation, Wang Yi's imposing presence had inflicted considerable damage upon the necromancer, who was now only just expelling the congealed blood from his body. But Wang Yi had already secured the treasures into his possession. The necromancer, witnessing his prized possessions snatched away right beneath his nose, spat out a mouthful of blood in fury. "You insolent brat! How dare you?" With that, the necromancer swiftly waved his staff, his lips moving in incantation. "Appear!" he bellowed, and the ground trembled as an army of skeletal minions clawed their way up from the soil, while several larger skeletons rose, trampling the smaller ones into dust. Wang Yi wasted no time. "If you wish to summon, then I shall annihilate you." The hellhounds, the emerald python, the spider queen, the ancient giant ape, and the phoenix-kin war skeleton materialized beside him in an instant. Upon their arrival, the smaller skeletons around Wang Yi were shattered or crushed into powder. The emergence of the phoenix-kin war skeleton caused the necromancer to falter. Was this not his own creation? How had it come to be in this brat's possession? Wang Yi, sensing the necromancer's agitation, taunted, "Oh, is that not the phoenix-kin war skeleton? How fortunate it is to grace us with its presence. Perhaps you should seek out your true master." As Wang Yi's words hung in the air, the phoenix-kin war skeleton indeed began to advance towards the necromancer. The necromancer's heart swelled with delight at the sight. "Ah, you clever little brat. You shall meet your end soon enough." However, before he could finish his thought, the phoenix-kin war skeleton stomped forward, pinning the necromancer beneath its foot, causing the earth to buckle beneath the weight. In an instant, the necromancer found himself atop the ground, his tattered robes in disarray, dusting himself off as he coughed up more blood. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, he had sustained significant injury. "You dare to deceive me?" The shadow of malevolence darkened the necromancer's face as he could hardly fathom that his own phoenix-kin war skeleton had turned against him. Wang Yi, relishing the necromancer's disarray, roared with laughter, "Ha ha ha! It appears your strength is lacking, which is why the phoenix-kin war skeleton deems you unworthy of being its master. Ha ha ha!" The necromancer's fury escalated at Wang Yi's mocking words. Although he could not discern how Wang Yi controlled the phoenix-kin war skeleton, he was determined that it was no longer his. Biding his time, he resolved that even if he had to linger here for years, he would see this brat suffer a most excruciating demise. The clash between Wang Yi's summoned beings and those of the necromancer raged on, with the emerald python and the spider queen falling in battle. Had Wang Yi not commanded the other creatures to protect the hellhounds, they too might have succumbed to the skeletal onslaught. The hellhounds' levels were rising steadily, soon reaching level 20, as Wang Yi had dedicated himself to their cultivation for this very purpose. The tide of battle clearly favored Wang Yi, with the necromancer's forces merely a horde of weaklings, vastly inferior even to those Wang Yi had faced alongside him only. However, the larger skeletons still posed a significant threat, albeit retreating steadily. This scenario was far from ideal for the necromancer. In a fit of desperation, he struck himself several times, emanating a dark purple aura as his physique expanded. He then expelled a sinister red blood. "You force my hand to use this sacrificed blood against you. Very well, I shall oblige," the necromancer snarled, his staff swirling ominously in the air. "Abominable evil spirit, heed my call and consume my essence. Appear." Suddenly, a magical circle materialized on the ground, causing the earth to quake as a colossal entity emerged, shrouded in black mist. Its visage obscured, two horn-like protrusions jutted from its head, and massive fangs glimmered through the darkness. Although humanoid in form, it bore two dark brown wings, with clawed hands grasping a weapon reminiscent of a trident. The creature's legs were robust, resembling towering trees. Upon its arrival, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the battlefield, affecting all present, including Wang Yi. The necromancer, having summoned this abominable spirit, was now coughing blood profusely, appearing on the verge of collapse. Yet he grimly proclaimed, "Brat, let's see how you fare against this." Wang Yi, unperturbed by the necromancer's threats, recognized the abominable spirit as a formidable adversary that demanded his utmost caution. He recalled the hellhounds, leaving only the larger ancient giant apes and the phoenix-kin war skeleton to assist him. With a thunderous roar, the abominable spirit lunged forward, its trident aimed at Wang Yi. Swiftly, Wang Yi evaded the strike, but the ancient giant ape was not so fortunate, sent sprawling by the blow. The phoenix-kin war skeleton fared slightly better, though it too sustained a hit. This was untenable. Wang Yi thought, if this continued, his powerful companions would soon be incapacitated. Yet he felt no means of escape that he had employed his full arsenal of skills in battle. But this time, they seemed less effective against the abominable spirit, whose health and defenses were formidable. Then, an idea struck him. He remembered the treasures he had acquired previously, ordering the ancient giant apes and phoenixkin war skeleton to buy him some time. He rummaged through his belongings, retrieving the phoenixkin bone wings, the bone wing refinement secret technique, and the trample charge skill book. Previously, Wang Yi had pondered how to refine the phoenixkin bone wings, but now he faced no such dilemma. Following the secret technique's instructions, he carefully affixed the bone wings to his back, applying various rare herbs and stones while channeling a substantial amount of MP into the process. The agony of refinement surpassed even the pain of the flames that had once scorched him. Yet he pressed on, for the path of the strong is forged through suffering. I, Wang Yi, shall prevail. Enduring the torment, he seized the trample charge skill book without hesitation. To his astonishment, the skill synergized with his previously learned fearless charge. Without a second thought, he confirmed the fusion. SS skill, trample charge, allows for free control of charging direction and duration, reducing self-inflicted damage by 75 during use, while inflicting 30 of one's attack as damage to enemies within the charge's path. Consuming 100 MP per second, with a collision damage of 120 of one's own attack power. Observing the trample charge, Wang Yi nodded in satisfaction, feeling a significant reduction in the pain throughout his body. The damage inflicted by this trample charge was indeed considerable. The previous skill was merely a swift movement, whereas this was a rapid and unrestrained maneuver, delivering continuous damage rather than a one-time hit. Although the power was somewhat diminished compared to before, the overall damage output was still superior. As time progressed, the ancient giant ape and the Phoenix Lin battled in a passive state, while Wang Yi sought a secure location to continuously infuse MP into the Phoenix Lin bone wings. The flames atop the wings scorched Wang Yi's back, enveloping him entirely, causing his HP to deplete steadily. Unable to dispel the flames, which surged incessantly even if he managed to drive them away, he resorted to consuming HP and MP potions, disregarding their quality, and consumed 2 bottles to replenish his state, albeit with ongoing consumption. Just as Wang Yi was down to 1 high-grade HP potion and 1 high-grade MP potion. The flames erupted violently, surging into his very bones. Lacking flesh, the flames coursed directly into the skeletal structure, doubling the agony, yet the benefits derived from this were far superior to having a corporeal form. The flames were formidable but dissipated swiftly, merging entirely into Wang Yi's bones in no time. He felt that the pain was disproportionately severe, likely a consequence of the world merging. However, there was no choice but to press on. Halting now would be unthinkable. Fortunately, it all culminated successfully, including the defeat of the abominable evil spirit and the magic spirit sorcerer. The Phoenix Lin bone wings had successfully condensed, transforming into the Phoenix Lin feathered wings. The flames danced upon the wings, dissipating into the air with each flap, some even clinging to Wang Yi without causing him any pain, instead bestowing upon him a sense of newfound strength. Ding! The bone wings have been successfully refined. Acquired Phoenix Lin feathered wings. Phoenix Lin feathered wings, a special auxiliary treasure, worn on the back, enabling free flight while consuming a small amount of MP. Flapping the wings unleashes Phoenix Lin fire, consuming a substantial amount of MP. This is the Phoenix Lin fire. No wonder its power is so formidable. Wang Yi mused. Previously, he had suffered a bit for being splashed by this very flame. The magic spirit sorcerer and the abominable evil spirit sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Wang Yi, as if they would be reduced to ashes at any moment, leaving not even a trace. However, the magic spirit sorcerer lacked the strength to fight back, having exhausted all his power summoning the abominable evil spirit and continuously consuming his lifeblood. With his treasures snatched away by Wang Yi, he was left relying on the dwindling potions he had. The abominable evil spirit, sensing this ominous aura, ceased its assault and charged toward Wang Yi, its spear gathering power, seemingly preparing to obliterate him in one strike. Yet, Wang Yi would not grant it the opportunity to attack. Wielding the Hunyuan demon staff, he executed the trample charge, relentlessly colliding forward. After injecting a vast amount of MP into the wings behind him, the flames blazed more fiercely. Although the flames appeared similar to ordinary fire, their destructive capacity was incomparable, far surpassing even that of the flames on the purple flame's skeletal warhorse, feeling the overwhelming might radiating from the human before it. The abominable evil spirit hesitated, not out of fear of Wang Yi's weapon or the trample charge, but due to the flames atop the phoenix Lin feathered wings. This was its nemesis, capable of inflicting 5 times the damage. Its advance halted abruptly. Despite the magic spirit sorcerer's frantic calls, it turned to flee. Wang Yi would not allow it to escape. After all, this abominable evil spirit could potentially summon the undead, becoming his battle companion. In an instant, the Hunyuan demon staff transformed into the purple gold demon vine, ensnaring the abominable evil spirit's legs. The creature fell heavily to the ground, unable to rise for a considerable time. At that moment, Wang Yi approached the fallen evil spirit, and the flames on his back erupted, enveloping it entirely. Having predicted the abominable evil spirit's reaction, Wang Yi surmised that it was indeed terrified of the flames from the phoenix Lin feathered wings. As expected, the moment the flames burst forth, the abominable evil spirit trembled uncontrollably. The fire engulfed its entire form, and no matter how it struggled, the flames continued to burn fiercely, binding it with the purple gold demon vine. After infusing a substantial amount of MP, Wang Yi transformed the evil spirit into a mere bundle. Meanwhile, the magic spirit sorcerer, realizing the dire situation, hurriedly retrieved the phoenix featherwings from his possession, preparing to use them. However, Wang Yi appeared beside him in an instant, leaving the sorcerer stunned. Was this instantaneous movement too swift to comprehend? Seizing the opportunity, Wang Yi snatched the wings from the sorcerer's grasp. The moment the phoenix featherwings manifested, Wang Yi felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through them. Seeing that the magic spirit sorcerer intended to use them, Wang Yi seized the moment. The tide had turned. The abominable evil spirit had already been consumed by the flames of the phoenix Lin feathered wings. Fortunately, Wang Yi noticed the evil spirit. Had it been reduced to ashes, it would have been a catastrophic loss. As for the magic spirit sorcerer, Wang Yi struck him on the head with his staff, leaving him no chance to evade. He seemed resigned to his fate. Now it was time to clear the battlefield. After all the effort spent eliminating these minions, Wang Yi intended to collect everything from this location, lest he suffer significant losses. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying the abominable evil spirit. Reward: Malicious Curse Secret Art 1. Soul, Binding Rope 5, Gold Coin 6,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying the magic spirit sorcerer. Reward: Black Magic Undead 1, Eternal Flame 1, Black Gold Stone 30. Purple Gold Stone 30, Gold Coins 8,000. Had the magic spirit sorcerer not been struck dead in one blow, Wang Yi would have inquired about any valuable items he might possess, perhaps hidden away. However, he let it go. After all, with skills like undead theft, anything outrageous could be extracted. Without further ado, Wang Yi initiated the undead theft on the fallen magic spirit sorcerer. Upon using it, Wang Yi discovered that the MP consumption increased with the strength of the target and the quantity of items they possessed. But this was negligible for someone with over 4,000 MP like him. Ding! Successfully used undead theft. Obtained Skeleton Summoning Technique 1, Flesh Condensation Secret Art 1, Phoenix Featherwings 1, Undead Refining Secret Art 1. Black Magic Staff, Purple, Grade 7 1. Not bad. Wang Yi felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the system's prompt, especially with the Flesh Condensation Secret Art included, as he was currently a skeleton, which made many activities rather inconvenient. Wang Yi immediately took out the Flesh Condensation Secret Art and began to learn it. Ding! Successfully used Flesh Condensation Secret Art, using special materials such as stones and herbs. Any skeletal creature can be condensed into flesh. Once flesh is acquired, its strength can be further enhanced. Reading the description of the Flesh Condensation Secret Art, Wang Yi thought it might be possible to condense his own form. He immediately proceeded with the Flesh Condensation. Ding! Condensation failed. Requires Obsidian 10, Rainbow Stone 10, Bee-Skin 50, Eye of Annihilation 2, Magic Vine 15. Initially, the required materials seemed manageable to Wang Yi, as he had recently acquired most of them. However, as he continued, the requirements became increasingly outrageous, demanding Night, Demon Blood, and Phoenix Feather. Thankfully, upon checking his inventory, he found that he had gathered all the necessary materials, having cleared the area upon arriving. Otherwise, everything would have been destroyed. With all required materials prepared, he proceeded to use the flesh condensation once more. Ding! Successfully used flesh condensation, obtaining a white-grade physical form with hardness comparable to that of an ordinary person. Wang Yi clenched his fists, realizing that possessing a physical body was indeed perfect. Though it was obtained through external means and the strength was rather feeble, having a corporeal form was still a significant improvement. Unbeknownst to him, the moment his physical body was condensed, the coloration of his bones shifted from the previous grayish-white to a silvery gray hue in parts, with some areas remaining gray but mixed with silver. With the physical body now formed, Wang Yi began to test his movements. Although he was an actual person in reality, he had been a skeletal figure in the game, which lacked the corporeal essence. Now, with a body, he couldn't help but feel the difference. After stretching a bit, he picked up the Hunyuan demon staff and struck it against a wall, causing the ground to tremble, and he sensed that his state had improved significantly compared to before. After a brief warm-up, Wang Yi wasted no time and approached the corpse of the abominable evil spirit. Although he had received substantial rewards earlier, who would ever complain about having more treasures? The act of necromantic theft, ding, successfully executed necromantic theft, acquired. Low-level flame immunity passive skill book 1. Dark Mist Secret Technique 1. Evil Demon Horn 2. Soul Extinguishing Glaive. Purple Grade 6 1. A passive skill book? Observing the Flame Immunity passive skill book, Wang Yi felt a twinge of confusion. It was surprising that there existed skill books for passive abilities. Although it was of a low level, it was certainly better than having none at all. As sometimes the minutiae hold greater significance. Without hesitation, he utilized it. Ding! Successfully used low-level flame immunity passive skill book, acquiring low-level flame immunity. Wang Yi tested it out and discovered that this low-level flame immunity could withstand the trial of the phoenix fire for quite some time, though he sensed it would not last indefinitely, as the heat was becoming increasingly palpable. Thus, he decided to halt the test. After all, he had no time to waste. One could say that this passive skill book proved to be exceptionally useful. In the current world, characters frequently learn fire-based spells, not without reason, as these spells delivered high damage and efficiency. Conjuring a few walls of fire or a fire tornado was most suitable for leveling up through monster hunting. Having acquired such an array of items, Wang Yi was in no rush to venture out. Instead, he took the opportunity to utilize all that he could, lest he find himself unprepared when the need arose, which would indeed be a grave misfortune. The recent battle with the abominable evil spirit had imparted a lesson to Wang Yi, had he sought a method to refine the phoenix wing bone beforehand. He need not have done so amidst the chaos of battle. Nevertheless, refining during combat was essential, as the method to refine the bone wings was only obtained after defeating the phoenix wing skeleton. To swiftly pursue and eliminate the demon mage was paramount. Who could tell if he had set a cunning trap awaiting Wang Yi's arrival? Furthermore, at that moment, the necessary materials were absent, making the refinement of the bone wings unavoidable. That he opened his backpack directly to inspect the items he had just obtained. A-grade skill. Malicious Curse Secret Technique. Upon usage, one may learn the malicious curse, inflicting constant torment upon the victim's soul. The curse may be activated at will. Gazing at this secret technique, Wang Yi could not help but feel that it resembled a form of coercive interrogation. Regardless, it would surely prove useful at some point. He dismissed the thought and continued his examination. Black Magic Undead, a consumable item that summons a dark spirit to assist in battle. Eternal Flame, a consumable item that, upon hitting an enemy, unleashes an inferno akin to the blazing sun, igniting the enemy and rendering them inextinguishable until death. As for the C-grade skill, Skeleton Summoning Technique, and the A-grade skill, Undead Crafting Secret Technique, Wang Yi felt their utility was not particularly significant, yet he still utilized them, for one could never predict when such skills might come in handy. Naturally, Wang Yi would not overlook the Dark Mist Secret Technique. The B-grade skill Dark Mist could conceal his presence while granting an additional 10 defense, consuming only 10 MP per second. Although this skill was of B-grade, its benefits were quite remarkable, especially considering the minimal MP cost. As for the equipment, Wang Yi paid little heed. Having already perused them, he effortlessly utilized them, and given the abundance of gear, he would not need to use them frequently. Wang Yi preferred those items that delivered a strong sense of impact. For that was true exhilaration. Regarding other items, he glanced at their effects and promptly stowed them in his backpack, though he found the Phoenix Wing particularly intriguing, as it could restore his entire state within a short period. It seemed the Demon Mage had resorted to using this to regain his peak condition. After clearing all these matters, Wang Yi realized, to his astonishment, that his level had not increased. Only the blood essence absorption had risen by 4. This was simply inconceivable. Could it be due to prior experience bonuses? Or perhaps it was related to the progress of his blood essence absorption. After all, he was only level 25, and with the world undergoing such transformation, Wang Yi could only speculate, so he chose to dismiss the thoughts and headed towards the exit. Upon stepping through the stone door, the hearts of Mo Lao and Mo Li, who had been waiting outside, instantly relaxed. The commotion from Wang Yi's battle with the Demon Mage and the abominable evil spirit had been considerable. Tremors and waves of heat had been felt, deterring those outside from entering, as their powers were meager. Had Wang Yi been defeated, entering would be tantamount to seeking death. As for Wang Yi's slaying of the Demon Mage, the members of the Phoenix Wing clan, aside from Mo Lao and Mo Li, were skeptical of his capabilities, viewing him merely as an outsider whose bloodline was inconsequential compared to theirs. Yet, as Wang Yi emerged from the stone door unscathed, those present felt a tinge of embarrassment. Among the younger members of the Phoenix Wing clan, a few had even engaged in betting, and upon seeing Wang Yi emerge, only a handful were elated. For 99 had wagered that he would not return. Those who laughed were, indeed, the winners of this round, an undeniable stroke of fortune. Mo Lao and Mo Li hastened towards Wang Yi, scrutinizing him with incredulity. They could hardly believe that he had slain the Demon Mage. Mo Lao had previously witnessed the combat prowess of the Demon Mage, recognizing that he and his companions had been utterly outmatched. How long had Wang Yi been inside? And yet he had vanquished the Demon Mage. Terrifying indeed. Wang Yi, I did not expect you to be this formidable. You truly killed the Demon Mage? Mo Li, still somewhat incredulous, exclaimed. Mo Lao quickly interrupted. Chuckling, Wang Yi, I never imagined you possessed such strength. Do not take Liera's words to heart. Come, let us return to the village and celebrate. He gestured for Wang Yi to join them in the village. Now aware of Wang Yi's might, Mo Lao's demeanor grew even more cordial. After all, power served as a passport in this world. Without strength, one was destined to be bullied, while possessing power naturally attracted flocks of admirers. Wang Yi, however, had little desire to visit the Phoenix Wing village, for there was nothing there that beckoned him, but he waved his hand, signaling his disinterest. Lao understood Wang Yi's intent and did not press the matter further, instead indicating a direction. If you head this way, you can exit the Peach Tomb. Well, having slain the Demon Mage, you need not worry here that I have no further business, so I shall take my leave. With that, Wang Yi mounted his purple flame skeleton warhorse and galloped towards the direction Mo Lao had indicated. The members of the Phoenix Wing clan found themselves at ease, for the Demon Mage had been slain, and they no longer had to live in fear of his breaking the seal. Oli's gaze remained fixed on the direction in which Wang Yi had disappeared, lost in thought, until Mo Lao tugged at him, prompting Mo Li to regain his senses. His cheeks flushed as he followed Mo Lao back to the village. After exiting the Peach Tomb, Wang Yi continued towards Starsea City. As there was nowhere else to go, had he not ventured into the Peach Tomb, he estimated he would have already arrived at Starsea City. Nonetheless, acquiring so many valuable items within the Peach Tomb had proven worthwhile. He dismissed further contemplation and focused on his journey, occasionally scanning the surroundings for any points of interest in hopes of uncovering additional treasures. Wang Yi traversed a well-trodden path, not a secluded one, encountering merchant caravans along the way, likely engaged in escort missions as they passed by Wang Yi. Their expressions were filled with wariness, fearful that he might rob them. A walk alone on such a thoroughfare indicated either exceptional strength or a penchant for fishing for trouble. Should one initiate an attack, hidden assailants would emerge without warning, ready to strike. Alternatively, The individual could simply be a fool lacking anything of value. In summary, only those with nothing better to do, seeking out trouble, would target a lone traveler. However, Wang Yi could not be bothered with them. The goods they were escorting held no appeal to him, as the entire value of their caravan paled in comparison to his own worth. "Ah, is that not Wang Yi? Did you not head to Star Sea City days ago? What brings you here now?" A discordant yet somewhat familiar voice emerged from beside him, and Wang Yi turned to see Zhang Aoyan and Li Tianba. Noting the unfriendly smiles on their faces, Wang Yi chose to ignore them and continued on his way. Seeing Wang Yi's audacity, Zhang Aoyan felt a surge of anger. He was already over level 30. Yet this Wang Yi still regarded him with disdain, a blatant provocation. With a flick of his wrist, he thrust his long sword, emanating a purple glow, towards Wang Yi. After all, this sword had been hard-won, a rarity that others could scarcely possess. Though he had seen Wang Yi wield a similar weapon before, could Wang Yi truly withstand the might of this purple-gray blade? The sword struck Wang Yi's waist, and blood splattered in all directions. However, Wang Yi merely felt as if he had been bitten by an ant, his health diminished by a mere 100 points, a negligible amount. After all, Wang Yi possessed a substantial health pool. Observing his own health, Wang Yi pondered, could it be that his physical form absorbed such damage? Apart from this, Wang Yi could think of nothing else. Just moments ago, while preparing to restore the damaged flesh, he discovered that certain materials were required. Fortunately, the materials in his package were just sufficient for the task, allowing him to reassemble the flesh seamlessly. In an instant, the damaged flesh was fully restored. Zhang Aoyan, witnessing this scene, was utterly bewildered. What sort of phenomenon is this? How can it recover so swiftly? Is this even human? Upon touching the now pristine skin, Wang Yi noted that it felt little different from before, albeit slightly tender. Perhaps a result of its rebirth that he chose to disregard in an instant. The Hunyuan demon staff manifested in his hand, and he swung it towards Zhang Aoyan with fervor. Since he was eager to experience the sensation of death, he would expedite the matter. Zhang Aoyan was sent flying several dozen meters, leaving Li Tianba beside him in shock. How could Wang Yi possess such a weapon of high caliber? This defied all logic. Wang Yi had not forgotten Li Tianba either. He delivered a swift blow to him as well, unceremoniously. The health of both men plummeted by a third, and Zhang Aoyan, feeling despondent at the sight of his dwindling health, was frustrated that despite being 3 levels above Wang Yi, he could still be hit. Rising from the ground, he exchanged a glance with Li Tianba, and the two prepared to launch a pincer attack against Wang Yi. However, upon standing, they found that Wang Yi had vanished without a trace. Just as the two were about to speak, Wang Yi appeared directly behind them. Although both reacted quickly, Wang Yi's speed was unparalleled. He ensnared them together with the purple-gold demon vine, while the Hunyuan demon staff continued to deliver blows in close proximity. How could they withstand such an assault from Wang Yi? That was a 5th-tier purple-grade weapon, whereas Zhang Aoyan's purple equipment was merely 2nd tier. Before long, both men were forcibly logged out of the game. Wang Yi, feeling indifferent towards them, chose not to utilize the undead theft, as their equipment was pitifully inadequate. Though they wielded purple-grade weapons, such items were still beyond his current usage, and dealing with their equipment was too cumbersome. He decided to ignore it and continue on his journey. As for the emotional state of the two men, Wang Yi was utterly unconcerned. If they dared to trouble him again after the world merged, they would face dire consequences. Although his earlier tranquility had not been interrupted by the two, it had still been somewhat affected. Nevertheless, Wang Yi pressed onward towards Shanghai City. As he walked, he noticed that the number of travelers dwindled significantly, and he felt something amiss. This was highly unusual. Typically, the closer one got to Shanghai City, the more people there were. Why was it becoming increasingly desolate? It was indeed strange. He remained vigilant, aware that as he neared Shanghai City, there might be formidable individuals lurking, ready to plunder. However, it seemed absurd for anyone to attempt robbery at this juncture, as those daring enough to do so were generally overwhelmed by the gathered players. Despite these thoughts, Wang Yi felt no fear. He was the one who robbed others, and no one had ever attempted to rob him. The surroundings grew increasingly quiet, and he grasped the Hunyuan demon staff tightly, unwilling to fall victim to a sneak attack. Suddenly, the sound of an arrow slicing through the air reached his ears, prompting Wang Yi to execute a tread charge, easily evading the projectile. Although this skill consumed MP, he paid it no mind, as he often relied on it in combat, due to its swift mobility. After the arrow was loosed, the area remained eerily silent, as if the arrow had appeared out of thin air, with no one in sight. Gradually, a breeze began to stir, initially gentle but swiftly escalating into a fierce gale. Uprooting trees and scattering stones, Wang Yi understood that those individuals were preparing to strike. The temperature was steadily rising, yet there were no visible flames or fire-related skills to be seen, indicating only one possibility: beneath the ground. He quickly moved aside to distance himself from that patch of earth. With a thunderous roar, purplish-red lava erupted from where Wang Yi had just stood. The color of the lava suggested that this skill was wielded by someone extraordinary. The attack of the lava missed its target but did not dissipate. From within it, a lava stone giant began to emerge, radiating deep purplish-red magma that appeared to possess more than double the strength of the previous lava. The lava stone giant stood upon the earth, molten rock cascading from its body, causing the ground beneath to crack from the heat. In some areas, flames ignited, only to extinguish swiftly, then reignite, revealing that this was no ordinary magma. The temperature emanating from it felt akin to that of the phoenix fire, merely a hair's breadth away. Why cower in the shadows? Wang Yi called out loudly, expecting no reply. The lava stone giant appeared as if it had materialized from nowhere. Yet his instincts told him this was a deliberate act, and the arrows from earlier. If they wished to play the role of mice, he would unearth them. Without further ado, Wang Yi unfurled his phoenix wing, its flames instantly overpowering the temperature of the lava stone giant. Not far away, beneath a hill, a young man named Mo observed Wang Yi intently. Noting the equipment he bore, particularly the wings, Jean dismissed the remarks of those nearby with an irritated wave of his hand. He meticulously scanned Wang Yi's gear. Although he couldn't discern its nature, the ability to suppress his summoned lava stone giant indicated its value. After all, Mo's lava stone giant was summoned with the assistance of a professional team led by Li Liang, and they had barely survived the encounter. Sir, look, that person just called for you again," one of Mo's subordinates exclaimed. Mo shot him a glare, raising his hand as if to strike him. The subordinate quickly continued. "No, sir, look over there." ISNT that the person young Master Li Liang mentioned. He pointed towards Wang Yi's location. Mo squinted, recognizing that indeed, this was the individual Li Liang had described. Though the visage was obscured, Li Liang had thoroughly investigated Wang Yi's activities prior to entering the Peach Tomb, and the Hunyuan demon staff was unmistakably Wang Yi's signature weapon. Wang Yi prepared to embrace the sensation of death. Mo's lips curled into a manic grin, for he recalled Li Liang's words about the substantial reward attached to Wang Yi's demise. The lava stone giant posed no significant challenge to Wang Yi. The reason he had not yet slain it was that he sought the location of the one who summoned it, who must be nearby. Suddenly, a fire spell detonated on a nearby slope, causing a smile to form on Wang Yi's face. "Found you!" He swiftly dispatched the lava stone giant, neglecting its remains as he hurried towards the slope. Meanwhile, at the base of the slope, Mo struck one of the nearby mages on the head, the fire spell having been unleashed by him. The mage felt aggrieved. Had he not seen a small scorpion crawling towards Mo, he would never have cast the spell. Just as he was about to apologize, he caught sight of a figure standing atop the slope, rendering him speechless as he pointed in astonishment. Mo turned to see Wang Yi standing there, and he was taken aback, stumbling backward. The mage quickly steadied him, preventing him from falling. Wang Yi had initially perceived nothing extraordinary about the area until the explosion of magic revealed a concealed treasure. It was quite clever, as it could easily go unnoticed unless one inspected it closely. "Surely, you are the one who summoned that lava stone giant?" Wang Yi glared at Mo, his eyes brimming with malice. How dare he attempt to rob him? Mo shrugged off the mage's hand resting on his shoulder and stood tall, declaring, "Yes, that would be me. You must be Wang Yi, correct?" In the face of Wang Yi, Mo displayed no trepidation. Rather, he spoke with conviction that "I've heard it said that you took a life in the real world, and that you even killed a member of young Master Li's professional team." Upon hearing this, Wang Yi's expression darkened, but he recalled that the two had been acting in concert at the time. Having slain one, the other was likely lurking in the shadows, documenting everything. However, listening to Mo's words, Wang Yi understood they had no means to report him, as the victim had been reduced to ashes by the flames of the magic flame longsword, leaving no evidence if they attempted to claim that Wang Yi was a murderer. Others would only dismiss it as a joke, asserting that the footage was fabricated. Both Mo and Li Liang were well aware of this reality, hence they chose not to pursue the matter further, opting instead to let Wang Yi suffer at the hands of Li Liang. As Li Liang reflected on the battles fought by Wang Yi and his comrades from his professional team, he realized that this world had transformed into something utterly different from before. To his astonishment, creatures from the game had begun to manifest in the real world. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have thought it was merely a film set. Listening to the words of Mo Ran, Wang Yi did not refute him, but simply replied, just as you imagined. Upon hearing Wang Yi's response, Mo Ran found himself convinced by the earlier assertions of Li Liang, and was taken aback by Wang Yi's ruthless demeanor. He had indeed taken a life. However, Li Liang chose not to disclose to Mo Ran the emergence of game monsters into the real world. Wang Yi swung his Hunyuan demon staff directly at Mo Ran, who was caught off guard by such a sudden attack. Though Mo Ran reacted swiftly, he could not evade the strike from Wang Yi's staff. Bang! The Hunyuan demon staff struck Mo Ran's left shoulder, instantly depleting 1/6 of his health, impeding his movements in the process. Mo Ran held no weapons. All that he possessed was a summoning grimoire, which, despite its purple grade, was utterly ineffective in defending against damage. Wang Yi felt a twinge of regret, wishing for a more decisive blow. Panic-stricken, Mo Ran quickly declared, I am Mo Ran, the sole heir of the Mo family in Lingjiang. I advise you to temper your arrogance. Otherwise, when I find you in the real world, you shall truly regret it. With newfound confidence, he lifted his chin defiantly at Wang Yi. Clap, clap. The crisp sound resonated from Mo Ran's face as Wang Yi stood before him, shaking his right hand, still relishing the moment. You? Mo Ran stammered, astounded by Wang Yi's audacity. Previously, he had been skeptical of Li Liang's claims about Wang Yi's arrogance, but now he was convinced it was beyond ordinary hubris. The mage beside Mo Ran, visibly agitated, exclaimed, You are utterly reckless. How dare you strike the young master of the Mo family? With that, he gestured with his staff and began to chant a spell. Before he could finish, Wang Yi stepped forward and delivered a flurry of slaps, causing the mage to wail, How can you do this? My fireball spell hasn't even been unleashed. Another barrage of slaps followed. As Wang Yi found the mage's ineptitude distasteful, one must consider the master when striking a dog. You know, since you are so brazen, it is only fitting that I teach you a lesson on behalf of Li Liang, he declared, even though Li Liang had instructed him not to intervene. Yet Mo Ran's arrogance was simply intolerable. With that, the summoning grimoire in Mo Ran's hand began to turn its pages autonomously. Rumbling, the ground trembled. At this moment, Wang Yi chose not to act prematurely. He was curious to see what Mo Ran could summon, having rarely encountered summoners, and those he had met had summoned nothing but trivial creatures. The individuals surrounding Mo Ran hastily retreated behind him, fearing that the underground creature might obliterate them. What a tragic fate it would be to be slain by one's own kind. Suddenly, from beneath Wang Yi's feet, a colossal dragon-like creature erupted from the earth, twisting its head and sending Wang Yi flying through the air. The creature opened its gaping maw, poised to devour him. As Wang Yi faced imminent danger, Mo Ran couldn't help but chuckle, but quickly froze, having forgotten about the wings on Wang Yi's back. Wang Yi could fly. As he was propelled into the air, his phoenix feather wings unfurled, transforming into fiery appendages that rapidly elevated the surrounding temperature. Flames cascaded downward as the dragon-like creature attempted to consume the fiery wings, but while it charged with ferocity, it was soon left stunned. Mo Ran seethed with anger as he witnessed his strongest summoned creature, the devouring earth dragon, suffer at the hands of Wang Yi. Previously, he had accepted the defeat of his lava stone giant, but this dragon had been nurtured with great care. How could he endure such a grievous injury? The devouring earth dragon, severely wounded, crawled back to Mo ran, shrinking from a length of over 100 feet to a mere 7 feet. Its eyes brimming with tears as it looked up at its master. Understanding the creature's plight, Mo ran reassured it, There, my devouring earth dragon. I will teach you how to fight shortly. After all, this dragon was inherently timid, only reverting to a bloodthirsty state when forced. Wang Yi, however, would show no mercy to his foes. To be soft-hearted towards enemies is to be cruel to oneself. Despite the creature's adorable appearance, who would suspect it harbored a gaping maw? Had Wang Yi not possessed the phoenix feather wings, he might have found himself swallowed whole. The devouring earth dragon earned its name for its ability to consume anything beneath its level. Yet the flames of the phoenix feather wings were evidently superior, hence its substantial loss of health. Observing his wounded, devouring earth dragon, a purple glow emanated from the summoning grimoire, penetrating the dragon's mind. Its formerly vacant gaze was replaced with a fierce glint. Intrigued, Wang Yi inquired, "What ability is this? It can completely alter the temperament of a summoned creature." He addressed Mo ran directly. "Very well, I shall make an exception today. If you relinquish that spell you just cast, I will let you go this once." "Ha ha! Wang Yi, are you truly speaking to me? That is the most amusing joke I have heard this year." Mo ran laughed derisively at Wang Yi's audacity, finding it preposterous that he would think the secret of his beast-taming technique could be so easily divulged. However, having already employed it, he was at an impasse. He could neither offer it nor withhold it. In this game, one could not alter the nature of their summoned creatures. Some might be weak yet ferocious, willing to fight to the death against enemies, while others could be powerful yet timid. This secret technique transformed the nature of these creatures, making the fierce even more ferocious. Naturally, Wang Yi sought to acquire this secret, lest he summon a fool in the future, yet he pondered whether his own necromancy would be as trivial. After all, it was an SSS-grade skill. Nevertheless, having spoken his mind, he felt compelled to follow through, for that secret could satisfy his curiosity. It was a technique he had never encountered before. Wang Yi merely chuckled at Mo Ran's taunts, stating, "The young master of the Mo family is undoubtedly one of the most prominent figures in Lingjiang. How could he possibly stoop to the level of a nameless nobody like me? Wouldn't you agree, young master of the Mo family?" "Ha! Wang Yi, I never expected you to resort to such mockery. I thought you would possess a more sophisticated wit," Mo Ran retorted, adopting a sarcastic tone. The verbal exchange between the two was evenly matched. However, Wang Yi did not intend to resolve matters solely through words. He had superior methods at his disposal, having acquired numerous powerful skills previously. With that thought, he brandished the Hunyuan demon staff, gripping it firmly. Seeing this, Mo Ran felt a surge of panic and instinctively stepped back, colliding with the devouring earth dragon behind him, gazing at the creature's fierce countenance. He felt emboldened. The earlier timidity had been a result of its nature, which had now shifted, albeit temporarily. He was well aware of the dragon's strength. "Wang Yi, prepare to witness the might of my once timid, devouring earth dragon." The corners of Mo Ran's mouth curled upward in a smirk. Wang Yi paid no heed to Mo Ran's bravado, for true strength was the ultimate testament to one's capabilities. He swung the Hunyuan demon staff downward towards Mo Ran's head. But the devouring earth dragon swiftly enlarged, blocking the staff's descent. Unexpectedly, this creature, now emboldened by its altered nature, exhibited remarkable strength. Although Wang Yi's strike was merely a casual swing, its force was not to be dismissed. Mo Ran reveled in Wang Yi's discomfort, shouting, "Let us see how you flaunt your bravado in my presence. I'll devour your television screen live on stream." He recalled a humorous moment from a previous live broadcast, and without hesitation, he proclaimed it aloud. I could see that moment. The host who uttered those words was left utterly embarrassed. Yet Mo Ran did not dwell on it for long. He was determined to play big. Wang Yi, however, paid no heed to Mo Ran's antics and focused on slaying the devouring earth dragon first. As for Mo Ran, without the devouring earth dragon, he would surely be unable to conjure any tricks. Yet as the battle with the devouring earth dragon unfolded, Wang Yi was taken aback by its formidable strength. Striking it several times on the head yielded no response. Logically speaking, other wild creatures would have been rendered powerless after such blows. Yet the devouring earth dragon remained vigorous, growing even more ferocious as the fight progressed. After much contemplation, Wang Yi surmised that it must be due to the beast-taming secret technique employed by Ran, which had transformed its nature and enhanced its power. However, this was of little concern to Wang Yi. It merely consumed time. The devouring earth dragon could not inflict the slightest harm on him and remained in a state of being battered. Had it possessed slightly higher defense or health, it would likely have been dispatched by Wang Yi with a single blow, observing the diminishing damage from his Hunyuan demon staff. Wang Yi checked his inventory and retrieved the purple 6th-tier soul extermination spear. The purple gold demon vine was of little use now, merely capable of restraining foes, and the black magic staff was useless to him since he had yet to learn any spells. Furthermore, the satisfaction of physical combat far surpassed that of magical strikes. As soon as the soul extermination spear appeared, Ran's spirit jolted as if faced with a formidable adversary. He became visibly distressed, trembling all over, for the additional damage from such a weapon was a lethal blow to energy-consuming classes. For instance, mages, summoners, and rune masters. Although priests also expended energy, their impact was not as significant as that of the aforementioned classes. The devouring earth dragon was similarly affected, as its innate nature was susceptible to mental influence, thus leading to its drastic change in temperament and ferocity. After all, the soul extermination spear could strike directly at the soul, enabling it to inflict mental damage. Although this spear was specifically designed to target souls, its other forms of damage were also considerable. While not as powerful as the Hunyuan demon staff, it had the unique ability to attack the souls and minds of others. Ultimately, the overall damage inflicted by the soul extermination spear was greater. Having never wielded such a spear before, Wang Yi found it surprisingly easy to handle, with its attacks proving to be on par with the Hunyuan demon staff. The true test of a weapon's quality lay in its performance in battle. With the soul extermination spear gripped in one hand, Wang Yi swiftly approached the massive head of the devouring earth dragon and thrust the spear downwards. The chaotic sensation engulfed the dragon's mind, causing its enormous body to wobble uncontrollably before it collapsed heavily onto the ground. The body of the devouring earth dragon nearly crushed Ran, but fortunately, one of Ran's subordinates managed to pull him away just in time, saving him from being crushed. Disoriented, Ran struggled to comprehend that his devouring earth dragon possessed such frailty. He found it hard to believe the scene before him. After all, this very dragon had once been an unstoppable force, slaying gods and Buddhas alike, yet now it lay defeated by a mere level 27 individual. The stark contrast left him momentarily dazed, but Wang Yi seized the opportunity presented by Ran's bewilderment and swiftly brandished the purple gold demon vine towards him. Those surrounding Ran felt the overwhelming power emanating from the purple gold demon vine and dared not approach. Only a couple of loyal subordinates ventured towards Ran, intending to escort him away from the scene. For the outcome was evident, and remaining there would be akin to courting death. It was better to flee swiftly. Meanwhile, the others, witnessing Wang Yi's aggressive advance, scattered in panic, as none wished to face an undeserved demise. The two loyal subordinates who approached the purple gold demon vine were instantly obliterated, for anyone daring to intercept Wang Yi's attack was courting disaster. Although the thrown purple gold demon vine lacked the potency of being held directly, it was still a purple 5th-tier weapon. With their low-level equipment and inferior ranks compared to Wang Yi, they were easily dispatched. Realizing that his movements had been constrained, Ran finally grasped the reality. His devouring earth dragon was dead. Moreover, it had fallen to a person he had never even heard of before. Had it been someone from the leaderboards who had defeated it, the loss would have been somewhat acceptable. But this, young Master I had long warned you to obediently hand over that beast-taming secret technique for the benefit of us both. Look where we are now. Your beloved devouring earth dragon has met an untimely end. What a pity. Wang Yi approached Ran, feigning pity as he spoke. Yet, these words were clearly a mockery, and Ran dared not retort. Having lived a sheltered life, he had never truly faced pain, and the unknown often instills the greatest fear. At this moment, Ran was engulfed in terror, having never experienced the sensation of death. Though this death was merely a game mechanic, the feeling felt all too real. the thought of not waking up again would undoubtedly be a fatal blow to him. Seeing Mo Rant's fearful demeanor, Wang Yi chose not to prolong the conversation and decisively acted. Mo Rant's body instantly slackened, and Wang Yi retracted the purple-gold demon vine that he then invoked the Soul Drain. Ding! Soul Drain successfully executed. Acquired. Beast Taming Secret Technique 1. Universal Summoning Book, Purple, Tier 2. 1. Devouring Earth Dragon Beast Skin 20. Gold Coins 2,000. Upon examining the retrieved items, Wang Yi could not help but express disdain. A mere 2,000 gold coins? Turning away, he headed towards the direction of the Devouring Earth Dragon, for he held great interest in this creature, given its remarkable strength, standing beside the massive body of the Devouring Earth Dragon. Wang Yi found himself perplexed. How could such a powerful being possess such weakness? He silently prayed, "Please, do not be like before." Previously, every creature Wang Yi had summoned was ferociously formidable, with none exhibiting a nature as feeble as that of the Devouring Earth Dragon. Perhaps all beings summoned by the undead had been transformed into emotionless killing machines. Dismissing further thoughts, he proceeded to use the Soul Summon. Ding! Soul Summon successfully executed, consumed 800 MP, acquired 32 level Elite Devouring Earth Dragon 1. Strength reduced to 35. Observing the system notification, Wang Yi was somewhat puzzled. Were there truly elite monsters? Moreover, the MP prompt had appeared below 50. Was this an indication of the elite status? After much contemplation, it seemed that was indeed the case, as the skeletal Devouring Earth Dragon emerged from the ground. The earth trembled violently, and the corpse quickly sank until it vanished completely, followed by an even stronger tremor. Onlookers felt the ground shake. Some remained indifferent, merely spectating, but then a more powerful aura surged towards the bystanders. Those who had come merely to observe were compelled to flee, for none knew whether they would face an unnecessary demise. One fled, then another, and soon the area was left deserted. Wang Yi paid them no mind. He was far more concerned about the nature of the Devouring Earth Dragon he had summoned from the depths of the earth. The skeletal Devouring Earth Dragon slowly emerged, its silver-white bones gleaming as if crafted from pure silver. Its eyes glowed blue, and its abyssal maw resembled a black hole, capable of consuming all. Its appearance was similar to before, save for its skeletal structure. Wang Yi observed the skeletal Devouring Earth Dragon and felt its might had significantly increased compared to before. Though its strength was diminished, its aura was far more imposing. The presence it exuded surpassed that of Mo Rant's after employing the beast-taming secret technique. Given that its nature had transformed so drastically, Wang Yi felt reassured, recalling how Mo Rant had been able to reduce the size of the Devouring Earth Dragon. He wondered if he could do the same after summoning it with the undead. He decided to test the skeletal Devouring Earth Dragon, initially over 100 feet long, gradually diminished in size. It eventually shrank to about 5 to 6 meters, ceasing any further reduction. Wang Yi found it perfectly sized for riding, functioning as a mount. It could grow large or small, capable of both carrying and combat. After securing the skeletal Devouring Earth Dragon, he examined the items he had acquired from Mo Rant. Beast Taming Secret Technique allows for the taming of wild beasts, providing an additional 30 success rate for summoners. Can tame wild monsters, transforming their nature to become ferocious and increasing all attributes by 20. The MP consumed depends on the strength of the wild beast. Each use lasts only 3 hours. Universal Summoning Book, Purple Tier 2 Equipment. Each page contains a beast, gathering myriad beasts within a single tome. Summon at will, and behold, a multitude of beasts emerge. Increases attack. 80 MP, 800 Spirit, 290 Strength, 60 Speed, 190. Active skill. Can forcibly summon wild monsters from other locations, compelling them to obey commands. Can also summon entities from the book. Additionally, can call forth ancient beings. However, one's prowess must surpass that of the summoned entities. Otherwise, one shall inevitably face a backlash. The beast-taming secret art is quite commendable, though it remains uncertain whether it will prove effective on the beings conjured by one's necromantic summons. Wang Yi contemplated the beast-taming secret art, acknowledging that the attribute enhancement it offered was indeed formidable. It's no wonder that during his previous encounter with the Devouring Earth Dragon, His health and attack were so elevated, the purported increase of an extra 30 for the summoner's taming abilities, however, holds little significance. Direct necromantic summoning is the priority. The crux of the matter lies in whether the enhancement of 20 to all attributes will take effect. As for the universal summoning tome, its importance has diminished considerably, especially since Wang Yi possesses the SSS grade skill of necromancy. Why would he rely on a summoning tome? Besides, this tome can only summon entities of a lower level than oneself. Wang Yi already commands several powerful battle pets. Summoning a mere level one pet would be a source of ridicule. Thus, he holds little regard for the universal summoning tome, recognizing its limited utility. It could fetch a decent price, being equipment for a second-tier summoner of purple grade. Generally, such equipment is hard to come by, and its selling price might rival that of 4th or 5th-tier warrior gear. He promptly stowed the universal summoning tome in his backpack and paid it no further mind. Now, Wang Yi resolved to experiment with the beast-taming secret art, for it could potentially enhance all attributes by 20. Should the skeletal devouring earth dragon be further empowered, its might would surely increase. Without further ado, Wang Yi cleared the area and summoned the skeletal devouring earth dragon. Previously, he had not paid much attention to this creature, but upon its emergence, he noted that flames danced around some of its bones. Although these flames did not match the intensity of the phoenix wing fire, they possessed half of its might. Perhaps this fire manifested after the devouring earth dragon absorbed a portion of the phoenix wing fire? He dismissed the thought and focused on the impending experiment. The skeletal devouring earth dragon coiled before him, and Wang Yi immediately invoked the beast-taming secret art. Suddenly, a black radiance erupted from the skeletal devouring earth dragon, emanating a powerful aura that even Wang Yi found perilous. The surrounding beasts fled in terror, and those at a distance quickened their pace upon sensing this formidable presence. Observing the skeletal devouring earth dragon, Wang Yi concluded that the beast-taming secret art was indeed a divine technique. The enhancement of his battle pet was truly remarkable, considering it was a companion of comparable strength. Meanwhile, in Jiangxing City, within a villa in the Mo family's garden, Mo Ran emerged from the gaming pod, shaking his heavy head in frustration. That damned Wang Yi truly dares to do such things, he cursed, reclining on the sofa. Mo Ran picked up his phone and dialed a number, casually stating, Liliang. That Wang Yi is utterly impressive. Have you located his real address yet? Naturally, Mo Ran was contacting Liliang, as the latter bore a grudge against Wang Yi for having swindled him out of a significant sum of money. Upon recognizing Mo Ran's voice, Liliang quickly responded, Brother Ran, please don't rush. I'm still searching for that bastard Wang Yi. By the way, what has got you so riled up? Upon hearing Mo Ran inquire about Wang, Liliang deduced that the latter had undoubtedly done something outrageous, prompting Mo Ran's inquiry. Forget it. Wang Yi is truly arrogant. I told him I am the Mo family's young master, yet he acts as if nothing has happened. Continuing with his own agenda. Damn it. If you find Wang Yi, you must inform me. I want him to experience true death. Mo Ran's face was a mask of fury, as the sensation of death was far from pleasant. By the way, Liliang, have you noticed any changes in this world? Mo Ran pondered aloud, recalling how he had inadvertently crushed a crystal cup in his hand. He was acutely aware of his own strength, and knew such an act was impossible for him. Furthermore, he had sensed some changes within his body, though he could not articulate them. It simply felt different from before. Liliang, upon hearing Mo Ran's words, realized that Mo Ran was indeed experiencing similar changes. He had suspected he might have contracted some peculiar illness, and regarding the previous incident, he had been half convinced. However, he now understood that the world was undergoing a transformation, one that was intertwined with the celestial domain. After exchanging a few more words with Mo Ran, he hung up, having devised a plan that, though difficult to believe, he felt compelled to pursue, if his conjecture proved accurate. After tidying up, Wang Yi continued his journey towards Star Sea City, recognizing that he had dawdled for too long. Nevertheless, he had acquired numerous valuable items, which made the delay worthwhile. The towering trees around him gradually thinned, and the vista ahead widened, indicating that Star Sea City lay just ahead. Wang Yi observed the throngs of individuals, each possessing considerable strength, for this was indeed Star Sea City, a favored destination for the powerful. As Wang Yi advanced, the visage of Star Sea City began to materialize before him. This place was all too familiar. In his past life, Wang Yi had resided here for decades. He wondered whether the city had undergone any changes since then, particularly regarding certain hidden locations. Star Sea City sprawled over a vast expanse, offering an experience akin to stepping into a miniature universe. Traversing it from end to end might take an entire day, yet those who inhabited it were anything but ordinary. Their movement was akin to flight. Moreover, many possessed mounts, as walking was a frivolous expenditure of time. Attending to pressing matters was the primary objective. The architecture within the city was predominantly European and vintage in style, with numerous small castles clustered together, alongside traditional Chinese structures such as courtyard mansions. However, Wang Yi had never encountered the Lord of Star Sea City. Perhaps this city lacked a true ruler, relying instead on constraints and regulations. The entrance to the city was bustling, with numerous NPCs, each with their own needs, beckoning players to fulfill tasks. The rewards offered at the city gates tended to be higher than those from other quest-giving NPCs, akin to the difference between purchasing through a broker and going it alone in reality. Entry into Star Sea City posed no requirements. Anyone wishing to enter was free to do so, provided they could safeguard themselves. Although combat between players was prohibited within the city, once outside its confines, no such restrictions applied. Star Sea City had only 4 entrances, making it relatively easy to ambush others. Additionally, high-altitude flying was strictly forbidden. Any who attempted it would be swiftly struck down by a massive stone in the city's center, which emitted a deadly white light. Few survived such an encounter. Suddenly, a beam of white light surged from within the city towards the wall not far from Wang Yi. Those nearby remarked, "It seems someone is attempting to escape." Alas, this place is not as safe as one might imagine. Generally, few would contemplate soaring over the city walls. Those who did were often merely seeking attention or aiming to achieve the milestone of being struck down by the holy stone 1,000 times within Star Sea City, thereby earning 5,000 gold coins. This achievement attracted many, for converting that amount into real currency would yield 25,000 yuan. The experience of dying 1,000 times seemed trivial in comparison to such a reward. After all, one could hardly earn that much in a month of labor. Thus, it was no wonder that so many flocked to play this game in the realm of gaming. The pursuit of pleasure and the acquisition of virtual currency coexist in harmony. Some, however, find themselves targeted by others, their 4 exits intercepted, leaving them with no choice but to take flight into the sky. In doing so, those who pursue them are left in the lurch, unable to locate their quarry, and their possessions remain intact. After all, perishing within the confines of a city, only to be reduced to mere rubble, renders retrieval impossible. Their belongings will remain as they were. Yet, this has birthed certain locales rife with thievery, where one might seize what others have and flee. However, such acts inevitably draw the ire of other players, who will band together to reclaim what was stolen, unless the perpetrator chooses to vanish from Star Sea City entirely. Ordinarily, escape is an unlikely prospect. Wang Yi exhibits little interest in such occurrences, having encountered myriad such scenarios in his previous life as a gamer, and thus he feels no surprise as he strides into the city. He intends to first visit the market, renowned for its plethora of fine wares, and perhaps tempt fate with a stroke of luck, akin to the fortunate ones who transform a bicycle into a motorcycle, or conversely, the unfortunate souls who find their Audi reduced to a mere microcar. Within this market, one can find an abundance of goods: equipment shops, item stores, magical establishments, and smithies alongside individuals peddling their wares. With a satchel in hand, he unfurls its contents upon the ground, revealing a trove of treasures, albeit with the caveat of encountering swindlers who thrive on deception. Wang Yi has, on occasion, engaged in trade with others, where prices are significantly lower than those in the shops. Yet he has often fallen prey to trickery, with only a handful of fortunate encounters yielding valuable items. Upon entering the market, the bustling crowd resembles that of a grand clearance sale, leaving Wang Yi momentarily speechless. Nevertheless, he possesses a degree of prowess, and soon the atmosphere around him grows tense. Typically, those of greater strength engage in such displays, both to disperse the masses and to showcase their own might. indulging in a display of arrogance. Wang Yi, however, finds no amusement in such antics. He merely pushes through the throng, disregarding the envious gazes from those around him, and makes his way towards the smithy. Players in this game often seek to align themselves with the powerful, as strength is synonymous with wealth. Naturally, a throng gathers around those of notable ability, yet Wang Yi's aura is formidable enough to deter any would-be sycophants. Approaching him invites a palpable sense of impending doom. This is precisely the effect he desires. The smithy is a tier above a mere blacksmith shop, boasting similar functions, but with efficiency that far surpasses the latter. Its expanse dwarfs that of a typical forge, offering a variety of quests for rewards, primarily equipment. Thus, it attracts a plethora of patrons. Though referred to as a smithy, it is far more expansive than the term implies. It is the premier forge of Star Sea City, the Star Sea Smithy. Following the path etched in his memory from his previous life, Wang Yi successfully locates the smithy. Perhaps it remains unchanged, for at least the location mirrors that of his past experiences. Standing before the entrance of a Star Sea Smithy, it appears to rise 5 or 6 stories, its architectural style reminiscent of a grand castle. Without further contemplation, Wang Yi strides into the main hall of the smithy, where the foot traffic rivals that of the city's gates. Despite the throng, violence is strictly prohibited here, making the exhibition of one's power equally forbidden. This establishment is overseen by formidable beings, and the common folk dare not stir trouble within its confines. Wang Yi recalls an incident from his previous life where a brilliant emerald light obliterated a troublemaker in an instant. The memory of that overwhelming force lingers in his mind. Without further ado, he ascends to the second floor, where the clientele typically comprises those of lower rank, while the upper levels cater to the more prominent figures. Beyond that, he is less familiar. Having only ventured to the second floor a few times, access to the upper tiers is reserved for those of exceptional stature. Wang Yi finds himself standing upon a semi-transparent energy platform, elevating him towards the second floor. The NPCs nearby do not attempt to dissuade him, perhaps recognizing his formidable strength. Those below cast envious glances at his ascent, the very embodiment of power. Upon reaching the second floor, he notices a distinct decrease in the number of people around him, sensing that their strength rivals that of the illustrious Mo family heir, Mo Ran. Just as Wang Yi prepares to disembark from the energy platform, it unexpectedly propels him to the third floor. The onlookers on the second floor regard him with astonished expressions. Only a select few have managed to ascend to the third level since the game's inception. Those who do are invariably individuals of high standing, and now, an unknown player has achieved the same feat yet. They quickly dismiss him, recognizing that their strength alone can elevate them above the rest. In no time, Wang Yi arrives on the third floor, where the number of patrons dwindles even further, leaving only a handful, each attended to by specialized NPCs who resemble real-life sales associates, eagerly showcasing their wares. As he steps off the energy platform, he surveys the opulent decor that adorns this floor, reminiscent of the grand palaces of emperors, lavishly extravagant. And oh, sooner has he set foot on solid ground than an NPC approaches him with a warm greeting. "Good day. How may I assist you?" "Take me to the forging table," Wang Yi states directly, foregoing any further elaboration. Upon hearing his request, the NPC refrains from further conversation, guiding him past the finished goods display towards the interior. The deeper they venture, the higher the temperature rises, a natural phenomenon in a place dedicated to the art of forging. Only the front exhibit area maintains a relatively moderate climate. Typically, the smithy features a showcase of finished weapons and equipment for players to purchase, with the rear sections designated for quest retrieval, and further back, the actual forging area. Though termed a smithy, it serves as a nexus for equipment, quests, and forging. S1 ascends through the levels of the Star Sea Smithy. The caliber of equipment, tasks, and the smiths themselves increase, along with the costs involved. However, the upper tiers see fewer patrons, with tasks becoming increasingly scarce, though the rewards are remarkably bountiful. After all, not all possess the strength to complete the higher-level tasks. Some have returned humiliated, while others have been reborn. As Wang Yi walks, he suddenly feels a chill wash over him, though it lasts but a moment. This is peculiar, for a place dedicated to forging should radiate warmth. Could it be that a flame emanating cold exists here? Just as he considers inquiring with the NPC, the latter anticipates his question. This area houses a rare cold flame, utilized exclusively for specific equipment, and the costs are significantly higher than usual, 2 to 3 times, in fact. However, the power of items forged with this flame far surpasses those crafted with regular fire. Wang Yi nods, acknowledging the NPC's explanation, confirming his suspicions regarding the existence of a cold flame. Shortly thereafter, he arrives at the forging table hall, where the temperature mirrors that of the exterior, with a few rooms emitting cold air, likely a result of their mutual influence, resulting in a balanced climate. Within the hall, only 2 or 3 individuals converse with NPCs. At the center stand a colossal furnace, surrounded by a platform crafted from obsidian, colorful stones, and purple gold rocks, with an NPC station inside. Several smaller rooms, the periphery, likely reserved for private consultations with the smiths regarding custom equipment orders. Upon reaching his destination, the NPC who guided Wang Yi bows and departs, as his service concludes. Wang Yi approaches the NPC at the forging table, stating, "I wish to customize a piece of equipment. Greetings, please follow me this way." The NPC replies, ready to assist. As he spoke, he led Wang Yi toward a nearby room. Upon entering, he handed Wang Yi a rune before exiting the chamber. Holding the rune in his hand, Wang Yi initially had no idea what it was. However, after infusing a small amount of MP into it, the rune was instantly activated, revealing information about the forger's abilities, the number of items crafted, and their success rates. With this newfound knowledge, Wang Yi realized that this rune was a means to select a forger. The details specified exactly what kind of equipment a summoner specialized in forging and the type of flames used. Even the prices were laid out plainly. The costs were far beyond what those of inferior ranks could afford. Even the tips amounted to several hundred gold coins, nearly equivalent to the expense of crafting a blue-grade weapon. Nonetheless, with over 40,000 gold coins at his disposal, Wang Yi was certainly not deterred by such trivialities. He chose the most expensive option, reasoning that high cost often correlates with superior quality. Upon reviewing the forger's introduction, it was evident that this individual was incomparable to others. The cold flame alone elevated the quality, and the success rate was a staggering 100. Although he had only forged a handful of items, that success rate was still remarkable. Shortly thereafter, a somewhat rotund, middle-aged man entered the room. Wang Yi looked up and found the man somewhat familiar, while the forger regarded Wang Yi with a hint of confusion, as he had never encountered him before. Recognizing the forger as Jace from the novice village, Wang Yi was struck by the resemblance, albeit not identical. Noticing the man's bewildered expression, Wang Yi curiously inquired, "Are you Jace, the one from the novice village?" Upon hearing this, the forger understood and smiled warmly at Wang Yi, saying, "You mean Jace? He is my younger brother." "I am Jelia." Realizing that they were siblings, Wang Yi chuckled. "So you're his brother? No wonder you look so alike. Jace has crafted quite a few excellent items for me." "Haha, I heard him mention that he secured several big orders in the novice village. If it weren't for his talent, he wouldn't have made his first fortune," Jelia replied. "Now, let me see what equipment you wish to forge." Jelia preferred not to dwell on topics unrelated to crafting, as he was fervently passionate about his work. Wang Yi understood Jelia's sentiment. They truly shared a similar disposition. Without further ado, he laid out all the materials he had on hand, including those he had gathered from the cave of the demon sorcerer. If he was going to forge, he would do it to the highest standard. Ancient giant ape skeleton 1, black gold stone 30, purple gold stone 30, Xian ironstone 60, mandala petal 1, mithril stone 50, fine steel 100, evil demon horn 2, devouring earth dragon bee skin 2. As Jelia gazed at the pile of materials, his eyes sparkled with desire, akin to a wolf spotting a plump lamb. Wang Yi was surprised by the abundance of materials he possessed, including some whose origins he could not recall. Faced with the impressive array, Jelia could hardly contain his excitement and rushed forward to examine them. The bones of the ancient giant ape, though small, likely belonged to one still in its growth phase, were indeed rare. Mandala petals. Jelia carefully lifted the petal encased in a transparent box, fearful of damaging it. This was a legendary item he had only seen in ancient tomes. He was astonished to discover its actual existence. Upon spotting the evil demon horn and the devouring earth dragon skin, he exclaimed in delight. This was truly a paradise for him. Wang Yi couldn't help but feel bemused. These two were indeed brothers, just as Jace had reacted when he had revealed his materials. Jillia soon felt a twinge of embarrassment. As the top forger in Star Sea City, though unaccredited, every item he forged was of exceptional quality. The equipment crafted from the same materials in his hands would be on an entirely different level compared to others. Naturally, Jillia was elated, as being acknowledged for his forging prowess brought immense joy to a craftsman. Wang Yi cleared his throat to break the sudden silence and stated, I require a long sword, a weapon of high caliber, at least of purple grade, level 7. Jillia was taken aback by Wang Yi's request for a purple grade weapon or higher, indicating that Wang Yi's background must be quite significant. Long swords were relatively easy to forge, but high-grade ones posed a considerable challenge. A single misstep could lead to complete failure. Nevertheless, Jillia relished such challenges, as they provided an opportunity to showcase his exceptional forging skills. By the way, do you have any equipment that can be integrated into this? Wang Yi then produced the weapons he had deemed unnecessary. The purple glow instantly illuminated the room, as he revealed items such as the Demon Flame Longsword, the Book of Universal Summoning, and the Celestial Demon Staff. Even the blue-grade Skeleton King weapon made an appearance, albeit its blue glow seemed somewhat out of place. Wang Yi also retrieved the green-grade Lucky Necklace, feeling that this solitary green item was far too cheap and its attributes were rather lackluster for his current needs. He decided to have it reforged, as upgrading it to purple grade would prove exceedingly difficult. Thus, he opted for a complete overhaul. Jillia, please reforge this necklace for me, aiming for at least a purple grade. The higher, the better. Use any materials you deem fit. Jillia had been waiting for this cue from Wang Yi. If Wang Yi had attempted to stow away all those items, it would have left Jillia quite vexed, akin to having a juicy morsel snatched from his grasp. However, Wang Yi understood the significance of these materials to a forger. Furthermore, he had no use for them, so it was a perfect opportunity to clear them out in one go. Understood. Rest assured, I will ensure your satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, Jillia swiftly gathered the materials and, after exchanging a few words with Wang Yi, hurried to his dedicated forging room to contemplate and begin the crafting process. Wang Yi sat in the chamber, somewhat speechless. He hadn't even settled the payment yet, but Jillia was already off that he decided to disregard it, knowing he would return for the equipment and settle the bill in full later. Exiting the Star Sea Forge, Wang Yi prepared to head towards the Star Sea item shop in Star Sea City. Establishments bearing the Star Sea name were the most renowned and comprehensive, offering a vast array of goods, including an auction house. However, the Star Sea Auction House did not enjoy a particularly high reputation compared to the esteemed Tianding Auction House, which was known far and wide. Tianding Auction House was the largest auction house in the entire Tianyu game, shrouded in mystery. Even those who attempted to infiltrate were swiftly eliminated, their assailants remaining unseen. Even in the most remote locations, anyone attempting to steal from Tianding Auction House met an instant demise. Such was the reputation of all auction houses, their enforcers striking with lethal precision. Wang Yi was not well acquainted with Tianding Auction House. While he had heard of it in his previous life, he never gained entry, only visiting the Star Sea Auction House. Though these two auction houses were rivals, it was peculiar that no one had ever witnessed any animosity between them, nor were there any rumors to suggest otherwise. At present, Wang Yi was not inclined to visit the auction house. His priority was to purchase some potions at the Star Sea item shop. Previously, he had relied heavily on such potions to swiftly conclude battles. Otherwise, he would have to rest for an entire day, which felt like a waste of time. Some individuals, despite the time wasted, were unwilling to purchase potions due to their exorbitant costs. However, those who refrained from buying potions typically possessed exceptional endurance and patience. Wang Yi, on the other hand, found such a combat style intolerable. It felt excessively constraining. Even in life and death struggles, Wang Yi preferred to resolve battles swiftly. Such a sensation was genuinely exhilarating for him. Before long, Wang Yi arrived at the Shanghai prop shop, which bore a resemblance to the previous forge, albeit with a distinct focus on supplies, rare manuals, arcane secrets, and various equipment. The prices, however, were considerably higher. Some individuals, seemingly indifferent to the cost due to their wealth, opted to purchase everything in one go. The areas designated for smelting furnaces in the forge were now filled with display stands, while a few rooms appeared to be reserved for those of notable strength and status. Although the prop shop was less crowded than the forge, it was still bustling with people. Wang Yi paid no mind to the throng and ascended directly to the second floor, standing upon a semi-transparent energy platform that gradually lifted him upward. The second floor, much like the third of the forge, was sparsely populated, suggesting that the items for sale were of significantly higher quality. However, Wang Yi was taken aback by the sheer scarcity of patrons here. A stark contrast to the forge. Upon reaching the second level, an NPC was on hand to assist him. Although access to this floor was available to all, few ventured here, as the wares on the first floor were already exorbitantly priced, making the second floor's offerings even more prohibitive. This undoubtedly contributed to the overall lack of clientele in the prop shop. After expressing his need for some HP and MP potions to the NPC, Wang Yi was guided to a counter brimming with vibrant red and blue elixirs. The advanced HP and MP potions available here represented the most basic tier, with even more superior options on offer, befitting the second floor's exclusivity. Indeed, the prices were extraordinarily steep at the Shanghai prop shop's second level. Wang Yi gazed at the price tags and thought to himself how fortunate he was to possess over 40,000 gold coins. Otherwise, he would have been unable to afford much. A single advanced HP potion was priced at 10 bottles for 1,000 gold coins, available only in bulk, while the MP potions shared the same pricing structure. Unfazed by the costs, Wang Yi decided to purchase 10 of each, thus parting with 2,000 gold coins. The advanced HP potions here were already the most basic tier, with even higher grade options available that restored a percentage of health. Naturally, these came at several times the cost, as the amount healed corresponded to the user's total health. However, Wang Yi opted for 5 bottles of the Dew of Healing, which restored 20 health points every 5 seconds for a duration of 20 seconds. With a cooldown of 2 minutes before they could be reused, he also acquired 5 bottles of Vitality Powder, which functioned similarly but restored MP, with a cooldown of 1 minute and 30 seconds. Each potion was sold for 200 gold coins, and after handing over 4,000 gold coins, Wang Yi made his way to the exit of the prop shop, having secured all he needed, although there were additional potions that temporarily increased attack and speed. He found no use for them at present. Just as he approached the energy platform leading to the lower floor, a familiar figure ascended. Wang Yi recognized him as the bandit he had encountered previously, who appeared to be the young master of the Mo family from Linjiang City. Wang Yi initially intended to ignore him, but Mo Ran spoke up. Upon seeing Wang Yi, Mo Ran's disbelief quickly turned to recognition as one of his subordinates confirmed Wang Yi's identity. "Isn't this Wang Yi? What brings you to the second floor? It seems this place is truly in decline, if even someone like you can enter," he remarked derisively, his tone laced with mockery, drawing the attention of other players on the second floor. Wang Yi had no intention of engaging, yet he refused to let such insolence slide. With a light chuckle, he replied, "Ah, if it isn't the young master of the Mo family. What seems to be the matter? You appear rather unwell. Shall I offer you another treatment? The Devouring Earth Dragon's elixir is specifically designed for your ailments." Upon hearing the mention of the Devouring Earth Dragon, Mo Ran's anger surged. It was only natural that the lava stone giant had vanished upon his re-entry into the game, but the disappearance of the Devouring Earth Dragon he had painstakingly raised was intolerable. Without a doubt, Wang Yi was behind it. Although Mo Ran was unaware of how Wang Yi had managed to abscond with his dragon, an instinct told him that something was amiss. He sensed the faint aura of the Devouring Earth Dragon emanating from Wang Yi. Yet it felt distinctly odd. "Wang Yi, do not push your luck," Mo Ran hissed, stepping closer and lowering his voice. "Return my Devouring Earth Dragon to me at once. Otherwise, you shall regret it." Wang Yi couldn't help but laugh at Mo Ran's bravado. Lacking strength yet attempting to assert dominance, he was determined to see this through. Formulating a plan, Wang Yi responded, "Very well, but this place is too cramped to unleash the Devouring Earth Dragon. Let us step outside the city, where there is ample space." With that, Wang Yi exited the Shanghai prop shop, confidently heading toward the city gates, fully expecting Mo Ran to follow as anticipated. Mo Ran trailed behind, visibly disgruntled. Accompanied by an increasing number of subordinates, it was clear that Mo Ran's intention extended beyond merely retrieving the devouring Earth Dragon. He aimed to settle old scores as well. Wang Yi, aware of Mo Ran's intentions, paid him no mind, for in the face of absolute strength, all theatrics were rendered moot. Selecting a conspicuous location, Wang Yi decided to demonstrate whether Mo Ran and his entourage possessed the requisite strength to confront him. Observing the gathering of players around Mo Ran, Wang Yi found the scene rather comical. Their tactic of overwhelming him with numbers was futile. Most were merely in their 20s, and despite their imposing appearance, they were no match for him. Only a single level 27 player stood among them, prompting spectators to shake their heads in disbelief at the odds. Where there is challenge, there is betting. The crowd buzzed with excitement, calling for wagers on the impending confrontation. Most bets were placed against Wang, with odds of 100 against him. The outcome of the battle was a foregone conclusion, and while a few daring souls bet on Wang Yi's victory, they were met with derision. What a fool! Can't you see how obvious this is? Yet one defiant bettor retorted, I believe that one can win. I have a premonition. Such a declaration only fueled the laughter. And those who had wagered against Wang Yi began to withdraw their bets, fearing they had backed the wrong horse. Wang Yi observed the betting frenzy and swiftly moved to place all his gold on himself, opting for a high-stakes gamble. Those who had bet against him were taken aback. How could he wager on himself? Was he merely gifting them gold? In doing so, he inadvertently provided over 30,000 gold coins to his opponents. Disregarding the jeers from the onlookers, Wang Yi returned to his previous position, Mo Ran, witnessing Wang Yi's audacity to bet on his own victory, burst into laughter. Wang Yi, your confidence is misplaced. If it weren't for my lack of manpower last time, you would never have had a chance. This time, I look forward to seeing how you intend to win. I suggest you return the devouring Earth Dragon to me, or you will find yourself in dire straits. Seeing that Wang Yi remained unfazed, Mo Ran issued a command, and approximately 150 players surged toward Wang Yi, launching their assault. Assassins vanished into the shadows. Warriors charged forth, while mages and archers unleashed spells and arrows from the rear. Priests stood in the midst, casting group enhancement and restorative spells, while summoned beasts joined the fray alongside the warriors. Wang Yi, however, did not react excessively. He simply summoned all his battle pets, allowing them to unleash their full potential. 3 hellhounds materialized before him, and as Mo Ran beheld them, he felt a sense of foreboding. That all you've got, he thought, but before he could voice his thoughts, the earth began to tremble violently, causing some to stumble and fall. From the ground emerged 3 colossal skeletons, which were Wang Yi's summoned battle pets. A level 23 ancient giant ape, a level 26 phoenix war skeleton, and a level 32 elite devouring earth dragon. The appearance of these formidable skeletal beings, seemingly summoned by Wang Yi, ignited a spark of hope among those who had wagered on his victory, as they gazed upon him with renewed anticipation. At that moment, Wang Yi stood as a veritable tree of wealth, with the odds now favoring him at 120. Previously, after Wang Yi placed his bet, the ratio immediately soared to 120. Who could possibly remain calm in such a situation? Mo Ran gazed at the skeletal devourer earth dragon summoned by Wang Yi, feeling an uncanny familiarity. It was almost an exact replica of his own devourer earth dragon. The only difference was the absence of a physical form. Moreover, Mo Ran observed that the skeletal devourer earth dragon's abilities mirrored those of his own. If there was any distinction, it lay solely in the imposing aura it exuded. It seemed as though this skeletal version could effortlessly annihilate his previous devourer earth dragon. Nevertheless, Mo Ran was resolute in his belief that it was indeed his devourer earth dragon. He could only wonder what sort of sorcery Wang Yi had employed to transform it into a skeleton, and it appeared even more formidable than before. Wang Yi, noticing Mo Ran's unwavering gaze fixed on the skeletal devourer earth dragon, called out loudly, "Indeed, that is the devourer earth dragon, and it now belongs to me." Upon hearing Wang Yi's words, Mo Ran was instantly engulfed in a tempest of fury. After all his hard work in nurturing the devourer earth dragon, it had now become a trophy for someone else, who flaunted it right in front of him. This was nothing short of a blatant slap in the face. However, he understood that expressing anger would yield no results. Only by overpowering Wang Yi would he have a chance to reclaim what was rightfully his. Along with his soul summoning book, initially, Mo Ran had believed that only his Devourer Earth Dragon was lost, but later, during battles, he found that his soul summoning book was also unable to summon anything. And upon checking his inventory, he discovered that many items were missing. Seeing that Mo Ran was silent, but visibly enraged, Wang Yi surmised that Mo Ran must be on the verge of exploding with anger. Likely having realized that his soul summoning book was missing, the battle between the two sides was incredibly intense. Under the command of Wang Yi and his 5 combat pets, their opponents struggled to inflict any damage upon him, as all attacks were effectively thwarted by his formidable pets, Mo Ran subordinates. Being a professional team with a diverse range of classes, damage dealers, tanks, and support suffered casualties, yet it was clear that Wang Yi's 5 combat pets were no pushovers. As the battle dragged on, Mo Ran's subordinates continued to die and respawn, reinserting themselves into the fray. The spectators who had placed bets were alternately exhilarated and despondent, having wagered considerable amounts of gold, with some even risking their entire fortunes, all in hopes of a triumphant turn of fortune. Wang Yi observed the fierce contest unfolding, resembling a protracted tug-of-war, with Mo Ran's subordinates akin to a horde of resilient cockroaches. Recognizing the difficulty of the situation, Wang Yi decided it was time to employ a buff. He immediately activated the beast-taming secret technique. The combat pets summoned by Wang irradiated a dark purple glow, their aura threatening to pierce the heavens. Mo Ran's men were swiftly decimated, akin to being harvested like chives. When Mo Ran witnessed the sudden surge in strength of Wang Yi's summoned pets, he was momentarily taken aback. Was this not the benefit derived from his own beast-taming secret technique? How could Wang Yi possibly wield it as well? Could it be that he possessed some secret method to acquire the skills of others? Just as Mo Ran suspected, Wang Yi indeed had the ability to acquire other skills, but it went beyond mere acquisition. He could even obtain their equipment and wealth. Wang Yi, how could you have my beast-taming secret technique? Mo Ran seethed with resentment, feeling aggrieved that Wang Yi had easily appropriated the technique he had painstakingly acquired. Although his own version of the technique remained usable, Mo Ran felt a profound sense of violation, as if his belongings had been taken by someone who then flaunted them in broad daylight. Wang Yi regarded Mo Ran with a bemused expression, initially uninterested in engaging, but unable to resist the temptation to mock him. He remarked, "I told you to hand over that secret technique, yet you refused. Now look where we are. In a sense, aren't you the one who gifted it to me? If I hadn't seen you using it, I might never have known." Mo Ran, upon hearing Wang Yi's words, couldn't help but inwardly curse. Isn't this just blatant arrogance? He speaks as if he is in the right. Truly, it is a case of the innocent suffering for possessing something valuable. However, the current state of the battle left Mo Ran with no means to retaliate. It had become overwhelmingly one-sided. His subordinates, despite dying and respawning to rejoin the fray, could not withstand the onslaught of Wang Yi's summoned pets. Just as it appeared that Mo Ran might be captured by the skeletal ancient giant ape, a flying sword suddenly severed the entire arm of the skeletal creature. Wang Yi's expression darkened. How dare anyone sever the arm of his combat pet right before his eyes? That was utterly audacious. He turned to inspect the source of the flying sword. Although he did not recognize the individual, it was evident that they were there to assist Mo Ran, marking them as an enemy. Mo Ran glanced back to see Li Liang and his team, with Li Liang still holding the remnants of spell paper, from which the flying sword had likely been summoned. The power of that spell was impressive, capable of cleaving the entire arm of a level 23 skeletal ancient giant ape, indicating its considerable value. In the game, many chose the profession of Rune Master, but the skill required for this profession was notoriously high. It also necessitated the study of various theoretical knowledge from the real world, which deterred many from pursuing it. Yet, the profession was highly sought after, as the runes crafted by rune masters wielded tremendous power, leading some to purchase runes from them for protection. That Li Liang, hailing from a prominent family, had been compelled to receive a superior education. Upon entering the game, he was immediately drawn to the rune master profession, as it bore some connection to his previous studies, allowing him to navigate it with ease. The flying sword Li Liang had just summoned was one he had crafted himself. M.O. Ran hurried over to Li Liang, expressing his gratitude. Li Liang, you finally arrived? I sent you a message ages ago, and I thought you hadn't received it. I truly appreciate your help. Otherwise, I would have had to endure that dreadful feeling again, which is unbearable. I thought I would never wake up again. Li Liang, observing M.O. Ran's demeanor, felt a sense of exasperation. Though he was a grown man, he still behaved so timidly. Nonetheless, given the amicable relations between the M.O. family and his own, Li Liang chose to assist M.O. Ran. In truth, Li Liang had arrived much earlier. His prolonged absence was intended to make M.O. Ran feel indebted to him as a savior, as that would maximize the effect. He was well aware of M.O. Ran's innate fear of death and pain, which is why he chose to intervene at this critical moment. Li Liang, resigned, remarked, "Since I'm here, your suffering cannot go in vain." Yes, Li Liang, the things I had were snatched away by Wang Yi. Please help me get them back, and I promise you won't be disappointed. M.O. Ran pleaded with Li Liang that Wang Yi has quite a few valuable items. Upon hearing M.O. Ran's words, Li Liang sensed an underlying implication and inquired, "M.O. Ran, what exactly does Wang Yi have that's worth mentioning?" If Wang Yi truly possessed something valuable, Li Liang would not hesitate to seize it. If not, he would simply escort M.O. Ran away, as defeating Wang Yi in the game held little appeal for him. It was in the real world that he wished for Wang Yi to completely vanish. M.O. Ran, aware that without some allure, Li Liang would just rescue him and leave, decided to reveal Wang Yi's secrets, believing that only by divulging this information would Li Liang be motivated to help him eliminate Wang Yi. After all, Li Liang preferred to deal with Wang Yi in the real world rather than in the game. Indeed, M.O. Ran's intuition proved correct. Had there been nothing of value, Li Liang would have merely rescued him. However, upon hearing that Wang Yi possessed such a secret technique, Li Liang's interest was piqued. The technique sounded genuinely impressive, yet it was not something to be taken lightly. However, it was possible for Wang Yi to transfer the technique to him. The technique could be shared with others, but it required a special rune crafted by a rune master. When both parties agreed to utilize the rune, it would enable the transfer of one's technique to another. Although the materials needed for this rune were rare and its creation was fraught with challenges, with a high failure rate, such obstacles were trivial for Li Liang. Throughout his journey, Li Liang had utilized numerous secret technique transfer runes, which had expedited his level-up process. Remarkably, after learning the technique transfer rune, he even acquired one that granted him double experience, allowing him to reach level 35 in no time. Currently, Li Liang happened to possess several secret technique transfer runes, perfectly suited for the task at hand. With a light chuckle, Li Liang addressed M.O. Ran, "Rest assured, just wait and see how I relieve Wang Yi of all his treasures. Of course, you shall have your share." Upon concluding his words, the members of Li Liang's team comprehended their leader's intent and launched an assault on Wang Yi. True to their professional team status, each member had clearly defined roles. This time, Li Liang had brought an entire squad with a diverse array of classes, a hallmark of a formidable professional team, as opposed to the smaller squads or guilds that might lack such organization. Wang Yi had overheard the conversation between Li Liang and M.O. Ran, realizing that the one who had severed the arm of his ancient skeletal giant was none other than the young master of the Leaf family from Linjiang City. It was no wonder he mingled with M.O. Ran. However, Wang Yi recalled that the man he had slain in reality had mentioned something about the young master of the Lin family. Could it be Li Liang? No wonder Li Liang's gaze had radiated resentment upon their first encounter, only to vanish moments later, present. However, Wang Yi had no time to dwell on Li Liang. The members of the professional team were already engaged in combat with his summoned beasts, relentlessly battering them. Their professionalism was evident in their seamless coordination, contrasting starkly with the lack of synergy exhibited by his summoned creatures, which, after all, lacked independent consciousness that he decided to recall his summoned beasts. Otherwise, they would merely serve as punching bags, enduring relentless blows. He also stowed away the arm of the ancient skeletal giant, planning to reattach it later. For without its arm, its combat effectiveness would plummet drastically. A.S. Wang, he prepared to summon the Hunyuan demon staff, He realized he had entrusted it to GLI for refining, forcing him to draw his soul-extinguishing spear instead. The members of Li Liang's professional team could hardly contain their envy at the sight of Wang Yi wielding a purple tier, 6th grade weapon, especially since their finest gear was merely a purple tier, 3rd grade item, which they had painstakingly acquired over time. Given their team dynamic, acquiring equipment was considerably easier than for an individual. Wang Yi paid no heed to their envious gazes. If they sought death, he would oblige. His aura erupted instantaneously, causing cold sweat to trickle down the brows of all present, as if an essence from the depths of hell had permeated the atmosphere. The soul-extinguishing spear played a significant role in this. It was designed to target the mind and soul. Amidst the chaotic fray, when the priest of Li Liang's team, Milu, was momentarily distracted, Wang Yi seized the opportunity to attack. In combat, priests were notoriously annoying adversaries, capable of continuously healing their allies, thus prolonging the battle. Wang Yi aimed to conclude the fight swiftly, demonstrating his prowess to deter any would-be interlopers from wasting his time. The priest reacted with remarkable speed, hastily attempting to evade. With a swift thrust, Wang Yi pierced through the priest's shoulder, creating a gaping wound that caused 1/3 of his health to vanish. The other members rushed to rescue their priest, but Wang Yi would not grant them the opportunity. The priest, now unable to escape, found no solace in logging out. A retreat during combat would leave him vulnerable upon his return. With a resounding clang, the soul-extinguishing spear penetrated the priest's chainmail, impaling him in the chest and doubling the attack's potency. The priest was forcibly logged out. The remaining members stood in shock, witnessing their priest's demise within mere breaths. Even under the supposed protection of his teammates, Li Liang could hardly contain himself. In such a brief span, one of his cultivated team members had been slain that he felt as though the professional team he had painstakingly nurtured was merely an illusion. Wang Yi would not afford the others time to react. His intention was to swiftly conclude the battle. How dare they congregate in such a manner? With a sweeping strike, he reduced their health by 1/5. Only then did they react. Having rushed in to save the priest without adjusting their formation, they became easy targets for Wang Yi in a frenzy. They hastily retrieved intermediate HP potions from their bags. Wang Yi pressed the attack, intent on annihilating them all. The spider silk skill he had acquired came into play, slowing all their movements as he charged toward the Rune Master, who stood helpless to evade his onslaught. After a few swift strikes, the Rune Master fell, leaving the remaining members bereft of buffs. Without the Rune Master's enhancements, their attributes plummeted, and coupled with the psychological pressure of witnessing their comrades' instant demise, they resembled lambs awaiting slaughter before Wang Yi. Typically, in combat, one would prioritize eliminating the support roles before dispatching the high-damage dealers. Wang Yi executed a trampling charge, swiftly approaching the mage. The intimidation exuded by the soul-extinguishing spear rendered the mage trembling with fear. Though he yearned to flee, his body betrayed him. Just as the mage's healing potion began to take effect, Wang Yi struck, cleaving him in two and draining his health to 0. Now, only the assassin, warrior, archer, and summoner remained. Lacking coordination, they were as vulnerable as ripe fruit ready for harvest. The summoner finally managed to summon a colossal war elephant. Li Liang, observing his summoner's tardiness, could only rub his forehead in disbelief. Had he truly been rendered so foolish? Wang Yi's gaze fixed intently on the summoner. Recognizing the fate that awaited him, the summoner's mind raced as he saw his comrades falling like chaff before a scythe. Before the summoner could process the situation, Wang Yi's soul-extinguishing spear had already plunged into his abdomen, the pain rendering him immobile, his body convulsing involuntarily, consciousness fading. The once invincible summoner was now being dismantled by a singular foe. Wang Yi withdrew the spear, striking several more times, forcing the summoner offline. Li Liang's face soured. How could the team he had painstakingly nurtured be so effortlessly obliterated? In a moment of desperation, Li Liang produced a rune paper, murmuring incantations as it swiftly approached Wang Yi, aware of Li Liang's subtle movements. Wang Yi remained vigilant. Every combatant present was under his scrutiny, and he had yet to unleash his full power. The rune paper radiated a purplish-black aura, transforming the surroundings into a menacing hue, eradicating all life in its path. flora, fauna, none were spared. Wang Yi's instincts screamed in warning. Should he collide with this, he would surely suffer. Meanwhile, Li Liang, after releasing the rune paper, appeared utterly drained. Collapsing into a chair produced by Mo Ran, muttering about the arduous journey he had undertaken to acquire it, nearly losing his life to the rune's power. Wang Yi, you cannot evade this. As the rune paper hurtled toward him, Wang Yi could not afford to be careless. He executed trampling charges in a desperate bid to escape, yet the rune paper drew closer. Resolving himself, he unleashed all his skills. The purple flame skeletal warhorse, the dark mist, and everything else he had prepared. The dark mist enveloped him, obscuring visibility, and the rune paper vanished within the murky depths. With a deafening explosion, the sound reverberated through the ears of all present. Some unable to withstand the pressure collapsed in unconsciousness. While Li Liang erupted in laughter. You may be powerful, but under my desolation rune strike. Can you survive? Beside him, Mo Ran wore a triumphant grin. Although they had not killed Wang Yi or reclaimed their possessions, the fact that he had been forcibly logged out brought them immense satisfaction. However, as the smoke began to dissipate, the jubilance on Mo Ran and Li Liang's faces swiftly morphed into despair. It appeared that they were the ones destined to be forcibly logged out. The power of the Ruin Rune is indeed formidable. Wang Yi's purple flame skeleton warhorse stood valiantly at the forefront, only to be obliterated into ashes. Nevertheless, it managed to absorb a portion of the damage, thus fulfilling its purpose. The extent of damage to Wang Yi's equipment was surprisingly minimal. After all, he had infused nearly half of his MP into it, significantly enhancing his defensive capabilities. Consequently, his health had only diminished by a quarter. Without the equipment powered by that MP infusion, he would have been utterly annihilated, perhaps even forced offline. This illustrates the immense power of the Ruin Rune. Liang stared at Wang Yi, utterly dumbfounded. Is this a monster? How can he withstand such onslaught? Mo Ran was similarly bewildered. Was this the true capability of the Ruin Rune, which Li Liang had painstakingly obtained, or had Wang Yi's strength escalated to an unparalleled level? Wang Yi, how can you be this powerful? I can't believe it. Li Liang cursed vehemently, resigned to his fate of being unable to escape. Rather than logging off, he decided to vent his frustrations on Wang Yi one last time. And Mo Ran chimed in, echoing his sentiments. Wang Yi paid no heed to Li Liang. It was not a matter of ignoring him. Rather, he aimed to eliminate these insignificant foes before imparting a lesson to Li Liang and Mo Ran. Noticing that his MP was still 1/3 full, he deemed it sufficient. With a swift charge, he reached the archer's side. Having barely survived the Ruin Rune's effects, the intimidation factor was undeniably potent, and the archer was no exception. He had just envisioned himself caught in the Ruin Rune's grasp and was drenched in cold sweat. The realization that Wang Yi had emerged unscathed only amplified his fear of Wang Yi's prowess. As the archer regained his wits, he found Wang Yi standing before him, wearing a smile that, to the archer, felt like the harbinger of death. Closing his eyes, he awaited his demise. Wang Yi wasted no time. With a flurry of strikes from the soul-extinguishing spear, the archer was swiftly dispatched. Aside from warriors, the defenses of certain priests were notably robust, yet their health was relatively low, making them challenging foes to eliminate. However, priests were certainly the first to be taken down. In contrast, other classes possessed scant health and defense. For instance, under the same level conditions, without any equipment, it would take 7 strikes to fell a warrior. While mages and archers could be defeated in merely 3, now only 3 remained: a warrior, an assassin, and a mage. The assassin lurked nearby, occasionally inflicting damage before vanishing again. Wang Yi had no intention of targeting the warrior first, leaving the mage as his next target. With a sudden charge, he appeared before the mage, who had intended to stall Wang Yi for a moment, preparing to unleash a spell. However, Wang Yi arrived before him in an instant, denying him even the time to cast a minor spell. With a few swift thrusts of the soul-extinguishing spear, the mage met his end. Suddenly, the hidden assassin lunged for an attack, precisely as Wang Yi had anticipated. If the assassin had remained concealed, it would have been exceedingly difficult to locate him, given that assassins were renowned for their stealth. Wang Yi swiftly exchanged the soul-extinguishing spear for the purple gold magic vine, binding the assassin in an instant and executing him without mercy. As for the warrior, he was akin to a moving target, enduring relentless blows without ever retaliating. Although it took a bit of time, he was ultimately unable to escape Wang Yi's grasp. Surveying the lifeless bodies of Li Liang's professional team, Wang Yi scoffed at their so-called prowess. With the minions dispatched, only Li Liang and Mo Ran remained. Wang Yi had not anticipated Li Liang's strength to be so formidable. Li Liang, having regained some stamina, stood up and addressed Wang Yi. "To be honest, I recognize your exceptional abilities at first glance. I merely came to assess your strength. There were no ulterior motives." As he spoke, a hint of envy crossed his face. He continued, "Actually, I didn't come here just to rescue Mo Ran." "What do you mean?" "Li Liang." Mo Ran interjected, visibly annoyed. It seemed that Li Liang was attempting to mend fences with Wang Yi, and naturally, he felt compelled to intervene. After all, in his eyes, Wang Yi had displayed remarkable prowess in this game. Perhaps he was a mere nobody in real life. Li Liang playfully delivered a light smack to Mo Ran's head, causing him to yelp in pain. Shooting Mo Ran a glare, he turned back to Wang Yi and said, "I do have a purpose for coming here. I would like to invite you to join my esteemed family. Let us collaborate and forge a path to greatness. What do you say? My family, the Li family, is a prominent clan in Linjiang that I can fulfill any desire you may have, as long as..." Wang Yi grasped Li Liang's intentions. He sought to recruit him. However, Wang Yi held no interest in such an offer. He replied, "Li Liang, was the Ruin Rune merely a test? You must understand its true power, right?" Li Liang was acutely aware of the Ruin Rune's capabilities. Initially, he had aimed to seize Wang Yi's possessions. But Wang Yi's strength was overwhelming. In the end, he resorted to using the Ruin Rune to eliminate Wang Yi, hoping to assuage his grievances. Who could have predicted that Wang Yi would emerge unscathed after being struck by the Ruin Rune? Since he had failed to eliminate Wang Yi, he had no choice but to extend an invitation. When the attempt to slay Wang Yi had failed, Li Liang's mind began to shift. The impending fusion of the real world and the game world was crystal clear to him, and recent changes in reality only solidified his convictions. Thus, Li Liang sought to recruit those of exceptional strength into his family, envisioning a future where the Li family would dominate in the aftermath of the world's fusion. That was the driving force behind his invitation to Wang Yi. "Forgive me. It was all a misunderstanding, but I genuinely hope you will consider joining the Li family." Li Liang quickly smiled, attempting to ease the tension. Upon hearing Li Liang's words, Wang Yi grasped the underlying motives. It seemed Li Liang was planning for the future, likely anticipating monumental changes in the world. "Haha, young Master Li, you jest. I am but a humble commoner. How could I possibly catch the eye of your illustrious Li family?" Wang Yi chuckled lightly. The onlookers were astonished to hear that the young master of the Li family would extend an invitation to an unknown individual, and with such sincerity. Upon hearing Wang Yi's response, many among the crowd wished to eliminate him and take his place in accepting Li Liang's offer. "Wang Yi, do not be so ungrateful. Li Liang is offering you a tremendous opportunity, and you dare to reject it." Mo Ran, though unaware of Li Liang's true intentions, recognized Wang Yi's audacity. A sharp crack echoed through the air as Mo Ran's cheeks flushed crimson. Wang Yi's speed was remarkable, but the act of pocketing his hand had betrayed his actions. "You..." Mo Ran, humiliated and enraged, prepared to launch an attack against Wang Yi. However, Li Liang quickly intervened, stating, "If you are unwilling to join my Li family, then so be it. We shall take our leave." "Did I say you could leave?" Wang Yi retorted, not waiting for Li Liang and Mo Ran to respond before ensnaring them both with the purple gold magic vine. "You still owe me compensation for the losses I incurred. Let us overlook other matters. That was a purple tier mount you destroyed. Surely you understand its value, right? That was a purple flame skeleton warhorse. A treasure beyond measure." Wang Yi feigned a pained expression as he spoke. In truth, Wang Yi no longer required the purple flame skeleton warhorse. His speed was already sufficient for both combat and other endeavors. Having the warhorse in combat would only impede his performance, which is why he had positioned it in front of him. Upon hearing that Wang Yi's mount was of purple tier, the crowd's eyes sparkled with desire. knowing that the selling price of such a mount far surpassed that of weapons of levels 3 or 4. Yet, upon learning that it had been destroyed, they collectively wore expressions of sorrow, lamenting how splendid it would be if that mount were theirs. Capable of fetching such a bounty of gold coins, Liang felt somewhat awkward, as Wang Yi's mount had perished due to his own actions. Having fallen victim to his ruined rune, that if he had not cast that rune, would this have happened? But then he reflected, had Wang Yi not slain his team members, none of this would have transpired. In the end, Liang concluded that the fault lay with the world itself, not with him, Mo Ran, Wang Yi, or anyone else. After all, one must bow their head when under the same roof. Liang looked at Wang Yi and suggested, "How about you come my family as a guest? We can share a drink, and I will also extend my apologies." "Humph, I know precisely what you are thinking. No need to elaborate." Wang Yi replied, a peculiar smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He recalled the malevolent curse he had acquired earlier. He had yet to put it to use, and this presented the perfect opportunity to test its effects. After all, it is a matter that strikes at the very soul. Posing a few questions and producing some items should not pose any difficulty. The two individuals were bound together by Wang Yi, leaning against a grand tree, as he unleashed a malevolent curse directed at them. The moment this insidious curse was cast, the surrounding flora began to wither and turn a sickly yellow. Liang, upon witnessing the curse, was filled with terror, as if he had encountered a ghost. Both he and Mo Ran trembled momentarily before falling silent. Ding! The malevolent curse was successfully activated, with a remaining duration of 0:59:0:58:0:56. No wonder there was no immediate change. It appears there is a waiting period. However, Wang Yi was not in a hurry. The stakes he had wagered earlier had yet to be settled. He promptly made his way to a temporary payout location, acquiring nearly 37,000 gold coins, with a ratio of 1:120. How could this round not be profitable? Those who had bet on Mo Ran's victory cursed his entire family, while others who had hedged their bets found themselves reaping 2 to 3 times their investment. Some high rollers even gambled everything, placing their entire fortune on Wang Yi, thereby transforming into landlords overnight. After paying a small fee, Wang Yi stowed away over 440,000 gold coins into his bag. Yet, this bag was remarkably peculiar. Unlike ordinary bags that have restrictions, this one showed no signs of limitation, even with such a vast amount of gold. Wang Yi speculated that perhaps the world had yet to fully integrate, and that the usual constraints and rules had not yet taken effect. Those who had set up the betting pools dared not withhold their payouts, and the others were equally hesitant to challenge him. They had all witnessed Wang Yi's prowess firsthand. Who would dare to provoke him? Once Wang Yi secured the gold, he approached Liang and Mo Ran, who were still writhing helplessly. The purple gold demon vine was far beyond their capacity to break. As Wang Yi drew near, they quickly ceased their movements that end their current predicament. Even if Liang and Mo Ran wished to exit the game, they were unable to do so. They'd been ensnared and their movements constrained. If anyone were to forcibly awaken the players within the game pod, the consequences were unknown. The game system explicitly forbade such exits, warning that doing so would result in abnormal physical reactions. As Wang Yi approached, Mo Ran desperately pleaded, "Wang Yi, if you release us, I assure you, whatever you desire, we will do our utmost to fulfill your requests. Our family possesses considerable power and can certainly meet your needs." Who could predict what actions Wang Yi might take? The two found themselves in a most precarious situation. Their only hope now lay in persuading Wang Yi to set them free, as for forcibly quitting the game. Given that they were heirs of a prominent family, it was unlikely they would engage in such folly to exit and risk becoming a fool. Would that not ruin their lives? How would they continue to live thereafter? Observing Liang and Mo Ran, Wang Yi chose to ignore their pleas, and no matter the circumstances, he was resolute in not releasing them. After all, Liang possessed numerous valuable items. Checking the time, Wang Yi noted that only a few seconds remained. Upon comparing the timers of the two, he discovered that one was decreasing rapidly while the other was slowing. However, the difference was minimal, just a second or so. Could this discrepancy be related to their levels and the intensity of their powers? He dismissed further thoughts as the timers reached their conclusion. Liang and MO Ran convulsed once more, and this episode was far more intense than the initial one. Their faces contorted as though they were adorned with a certain piece of equipment. Wang Yi realized it resembled a special item known as the Mask of Torment. Indeed, it was an exact match. 2 masks of torment. Wang Yi, what have you done? Why do my bones feel as though they're being gnawed upon by countless ants? Li Liang shouted at Wang Yi, overwhelmed by a sensation that was more unbearable than death itself, coupled with an unending agony, a true torment with no escape. Mo Ran, being the sole heir of the Mo family, was even more accustomed to luxury and found this level of suffering intolerable. Wang Yi regarded the state of the two with satisfaction. Although their health was depleting slowly, it was likely that this skill was of a supportive nature, designed to inflict suffering, discomfort, and confusion upon foes, resulting in a gradual loss of vitality. Time passed, and the duo's cries grew increasingly irksome to Wang Yi, who observed their health dwindling at an astonishing rate. Deciding to take decisive action, Wang Yi unsheathed the soul-extinguishing spear and struck them down. Mo Ran's corpse yielded nothing of value. He had previously extracted many good items from him, so no treasures were expected. However, Li Liang was certain to possess numerous valuable items. After all, he was affiliated with a professional combat team, and it was customary for such teams to provide their members with valuable resources. Even if not compelled, they would willingly offer items for the chance to garner Li Liang's attention. Without further ado, Wang Yi employed the skill of necromantic theft on Li Liang. Ding! Necromantic theft successfully executed. Acquired double experience secret method 1, annihilation rune 1, ancient stone 2, golden snow lotus 2, Xianjin stone 10, spirit lingering grass 10, skeleton flower 10, gold coins 10, 000. What is this double experience secret method? Could it possibly grant me double the experience? Wang Yi pondered the implications of such a method within the game. Truly astonishing. However, recalling his own necromantic summoning and theft, it no longer seemed so far-fetched. The other items were likely rare materials for crafting equipment or other special items. As for the annihilation rune, Wang Yi had recently experienced its effects firsthand. Upon reviewing the double experience secret method, Wang Yi immediately utilized it. Ding! Successfully activated the experience boosting secret method. This method allows for additional experience gain as levels increase. Capping at double. With the description of this secret method, Wang Yi finally grasped its potential. Indeed, such a method existed. It appeared that the additional experience was contingent upon one's strength. After examining the secret method post-activation, he noted his current level was 20, allowing for an extra 20 experience points. As he reflected on the details, Wang Yi realized that upon reaching level 30, would the additional double experience yield an extra 30 points. Yet now, he dismissed such thoughts, for he had been stagnating at level 27 for an extended period, and his progress in blood extraction was likely negligible. Contemplating, he opened his information panel. Name: Wang ELV. 27 class level. Skeleton General HP. 7163, 2600 MP. 3998, 1650 attack. 605, 180 defense. 376, 385 spirit. 289, 130 strength. 426, 230 speed. 293, 320 luck. Hidden blood extraction progress. 40 note. Upon reaching full progress, can only transition to another class at level 15, which must be a multiple of 15. Currently equipped: Purple Tier Spider Silk Armor 1, Purple Tier Soul Extinguishing Spear 1, Purple Tier Shadowless Boots 1, Purple Tier Ruined Gauntlets 1, Purple Tier Dark Magic Armor 1 skills. SSS Grade Skill Necromantic Summoning, SSS Grade Skill Necromantic Theft, SS Grade Skill Trample Charge, S Grade Passive Skill Double Experience, 20 experience bonus. A Grade Skill Poison Thread Launch, a Grade Skill Malevolent Curse, B Grade Skill Necromantic Refinement, B Grade Skill Dark Mist, C Grade Skill Skeleton Summoning. Items: Intermediate Sleeping Bag 2, Advanced HP Potion 12, Advanced MP Potion 12. Essence Bomb 5, Vitality Powder 5, Necromancer's Coffin 1, Book of Destruction 3, Soul Binding Rope 5, Black Magic Undead 1, Eternal Flame 1, Phoenix Wing 1, Annihilation Rune 1, Ancient Stone 2, Golden Snow Lotus 2, Xianjin Stone 10, Spirit Lingering Grass 10. Skeleton Flower 10, Gold Coins 4, 419, 600, Unequipped. Purple Tier Purple Gold Demon Vine, Purple Tier Black Magic Staff 1, Purple Tier Cloak of Invisibility 1, Purple Tier Destruction Bow 1 Contracted. Level 25 Hellhound 2 Summoned Undead. Level 23 Ancient Giant Ape 1. Level 26 Phoenix War Skeleton 1. Level 32 Elite Devouring Earth Dragon 1. Upon inspection, Wang Yi discovered that his blood extraction progress had indeed risen to 40, yet his level remained unchanged. And everything else appeared as usual. If anyone were to learn of Wang Yi's thoughts, they might wish to strangle him. So many purple tier weapons, an abundance of materials, and most critically, over 400,000 gold coins. Is this what a level 27 character possesses? Ding! It has been detected that the host possesses over 400,000 gold coins. Would you like to announce this in the server-wide announcement? Upon announcement, you will receive the title Gold Master. Additionally, you will receive Purple Tier Golden Cicada Silk Robe 1. Such a bounty? Without concern for anything else, Wang Yi confirmed the announcement. After all, this purple grade equipment of the 8th tier was something Wang Yi had never possessed before, and it was the perfect opportunity to replace that previous inferior gear. At this moment, the entire server was abuzz with a message. Congratulations to player Wang Yi for obtaining the title of Golden Patron. As soon as this announcement was made, everyone erupted with excitement. This was a staggering sum of over 4 million gold coins. Who on earth could amass such wealth? Among them, in a tavern within Tinya City, a burly man with a bald head sipped his drink and expressed his confusion. Another patron at the table remarked, "Young master, it must be some young heir from a prominent family, right? Otherwise, it would be impossible to acquire such a fortune, as only those grand families can rally sufficient support to achieve this so swiftly. Indeed, that seems plausible. I wonder which family's heir it could be. You think it might be someone from our Linjiang City?" Linjiang City was the most economically prosperous city, brimming with talent, so it was only natural for the bald man to ponder this. In Shanghai City, Li Liang and Mo Ran had just resurrected and were eager to indulge in a hearty drink at the tavern. Upon their arrival, they overheard discussions about Wang Yi. Liang, still fuming, muttered a curse under his breath. "Did you know, not far from our Shanghai City, that person named Wang Yi has clashed with the young masters of the Li and Mo families." A somewhat portly warrior exclaimed after taking a sip of his drink that a nearby mage, visibly disdainful, retorted, "How could anyone not know? It's just a stone's throw away, but there's some explosive news you probably aren't aware of." With a mysterious expression, he continued, "Earlier, I overheard someone mention that Wang Yi had long-standing grievances with those two young masters. This was merely our first glimpse of IS that really considered explosive news. I assume you're all aware of the announcement from the system, right?" Interjected a runesmith from the other side. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the server-wide notification that everyone online would receive. The summoner declared, "Let me tell you, Wang Yi's over 4 million gold coins were amassed from just over 30,000 coins he wagered." The summoner spoke with confidence, having been right behind Wang Yi during the betting, even placing 2,000 gold coins himself. The crowd erupted in disbelief. What kind of absurd odds are those? This is outrageous. Despite their skepticism, they couldn't help but wonder how Wang Yi had acquired such wealth, especially given that he was only at level 27, a nameless individual with no significant backing. How could he possibly have won over 4 million gold coins through a gamble? The very notion seemed implausible. After all, those orchestrating the betting were shrewd, often engaging in illicit gambling. It was common knowledge that the house always controlled the outcomes, as long as the stakes were high enough, even if they faced backlash. They could easily turn the tables. It was likely they assumed Wang Yi would have no chance of winning, especially with Mo Rant's odds appearing nearly 100, but Wang Yi had ruthlessly eliminated Mo Rant's team without breaking a sweat. Not even employing any potions, how on earth did that Wang Yi manage to win with just over 30,000 coins? A tall warrior at a nearby table slammed his fist on the surface, exclaiming loudly, having bet all his gold on Mo Ran, who turned out to be utterly useless. The summoner, eager to defend the authenticity of his claims, seized the opportunity. I witnessed it firsthand. I was right behind Wang Yi, and I even placed 200 gold coins on him. The summoner grew increasingly animated, having invested 2,000 gold coins himself. Just then, Li Liang, who had just settled into his seat, was bombarded with news about Wang Yi, particularly regarding his astonishing winnings of over 4 million gold coins. To add insult to injury, his last remaining Desolation rune had vanished, along with some rare materials and 10,000 gold coins. He felt as if he might explode with fury, rising abruptly from the table, but was pulled back down by Ran whispered urgently, Li Liang, do you really want to embarrass yourself further? He glanced around and noted several individuals who had recognized them. Liang quickly realized that this was not the time to lose his temper. Standing up would only invite a barrage of insults, especially since many had staked their fortunes on his behalf, and now he was nearly broke. Ran, see, this is all because of you. If I hadn't come to your rescue, I wouldn't even be in this mess. Li Liang grumbled, shifting the blame. Ran, clearly displeased, retorted, Li Liang, you can't say that. Don't forget, you have your own grievances with Wang Yi. And what was that about inviting him earlier? We are all in the same boat here. Rather than pointing fingers, we should consider how to deal with Wang Yi. Contemplating Ran's inquiry, Li Liang ultimately decided to share the information with him. He scanned the surroundings, noticing many eyes were on them. Leaning closer to Ran's ear, he murmured, this isn't the place for such discussions. After indicating to Ran to observe their surroundings, Ran nodded in agreement, realizing that this was indeed not the right setting for conversation, as several individuals were intently watching them, likely to follow them the moment they left. Where should we go? Ran asked softly. To my villa, Li Liang replied, downing his drink in one gulp before leading Ran out of the tavern. Upon exiting, several patrons hastily pursued them, but by the time they emerged from the tavern, Li Liang and Ran had vanished without a trace. In the Li family villa's garden in Linjiang City. Ran sat on the sofa in Li Liang's villa, while Li Liang occupied the center seat. Liang, don't keep me in suspense, just tell me. Ran urged impatiently after sipping tea for quite some time without any communication from Li Liang, who remained silent, leaving Ran feeling as if he had been deceived. Observing Ran's impatience, Li Liang shook his head, wondering if he had chosen the wrong partner for this endeavor. Even Zhang Aoyan had shown more patience. Fortunately, after venting his frustration, Ran fell silent. Had he continued to complain, Li Liang might have outright thrown him out and sought someone else to replace him. The reason Li Liang had chosen Ran was precisely because he was easily manipulated. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invited him to his villa in the first place. Just as Ran was about to speak again, a doorbell rang from outside. Liang smirked slightly and said, they've arrived. Let me show you this astonishing secret. A few somewhat portly men entered, greeting Li Liang respectfully as they approached point one. A rotund man clutching a briefcase stepped forward, placing the briefcase on the coffee table and stating, young master, the footage you requested has been brought. Ran was bewildered. What footage could this be? Why was it delivered by a specialized person? Before he could ask, Li Liang gestured for him to be patient and addressed the rotund man. Please play the video. Understood. Without further ado, the man opened the briefcase, connecting a portable hard drive to the large television in the hall, which began playing a recording of Wang Yi eliminating members of Li Liang's team. Ran's face contorted in shock as he watched the video. Is that really Wang Yi? The footage even featured in-game monsters, the impact feeling remarkably authentic. Was this even synthesized? He stared at Li Liang, perplexed, while Li Liang turned to face Ran, his eyes clearly conveying the message. Yes, everything you see is indeed real. Yet Ran remained skeptical. Surely, Li Liang wouldn't waste his time showing him something trivial. Right? What purpose would there be? Could everything depicted in the video truly be accurate? Had the world become so intertwined with reality? The very thought was unfathomable. Just as he was about to speak, Li Liang stood, addressing Ran. This is all genuine. I wouldn't concoct some trivial video just to have you come to my villa to watch it. Liang lifted a cup of tea from the table and drank it down. Continuing, Wang Yi truly did eliminate one of my team members, just as depicted in the video. This incident has cost me dearly, and I had to suppress it. Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you." Li Liang's expression suddenly turned serious. This game, Tianyu, was merging with the real world. "Have you felt any changes within your body?" Mo Ran listened to Li Liang's words, and indeed felt that something was amiss. At first, Mo Ran thought it was just the excitement from playing the game that was causing this unusual sensation. Liang continued, saying, "In any case, whether you believe it or not is up to you. As long as you trust me, let us two families collaborate. If you follow my lead, we shall surely dominate in this brand new world. Those like Wang Yi and Ma Yi are nothing but trash. Mere refuse in our hands." Mo Ran pondered Li Liang's words carefully, for he knew Li Liang was quite cunning. How could he so easily agree to collaborate? However, the changes in his body that Li Liang mentioned were indeed real. Mo Ran felt a wave of indecision, but ultimately decided to ally with Li Liang, opting to observe his actions first, as he was highly regarded by the Mo family and could certainly handle it. A mutual understanding was reached. Li Liang felt a surge of joy. Having Mo Ran's support was tantamount to securing the backing of the Mo family. Li Liang glanced at the individuals who had just entered. Those portly fellows quickly grasped his intentions and hurriedly organized their belongings before departing with briefcases in hand. "Mo Ran, I need you to gather 1,000 gaming pods, and the more, the better. Furthermore, seek out skilled players of this game who are capable of following your commands, and let them gradually enter the game for training." With that, Li Liang reclined on the sofa, sipping the tea prepared by the smart home system, awaiting Mo Ran's response. After all, this information lacked absolute certainty, and acquiring over 1,000 gaming pods would cost nearly 10 million, while 10 million wasn't a significant sum for the Mo family. His father would undoubtedly support him unconditionally. The thought of such a loss was indeed a bit painful. However, if it were to succeed, Mo Ran quickly sent a message to his butler, instructing him to purchase 1,500 gaming pods and to seek out well-known players skilled in this game. After completing these tasks, Mo Ran signaled an OK gesture to Li Liang, who understood that the matter was settled. Meanwhile, after acquiring over 4 million gold coins, Wang Yi entered the coffin of the undead to rest before directly logging out of the game. He had possessed the coffin of the undead for some time now, and since he didn't wish to enter the city, it was the perfect place to relax. Wang Yi climbed out of bed and checked the time, realizing that 3 days had already passed, yet he felt no signs of fatigue. Rather, he felt invigorated, as if he had just enjoyed a long afternoon nap. Moreover, Wang Yi sensed that his strength had significantly increased since his battle with the Dark Moon Wolf King. However, he was not overly surprised. After all, the worlds were gradually merging, and if there were no changes now, that would indeed be peculiar. After freshening up, Wang Yi looked outside to find it was a beautifully sunny evening. With vibrant clouds adorning the sky, that moment, he had little time to admire the picturesque scene. His sole desire was to indulge in a barbecue feast. The game lacked any form of barbecue. And even if it did, it would merely involve roasting over a campfire after defeating wild monsters, which could never replicate the authentic taste, perhaps due to the absence of secret sauces or perhaps from lack of skill. Thus, many barbecue lovers would flock to barbecue restaurants after logging out of the game, relishing in the simple pleasure of meat skewers paired with garlic, all while enjoying a chilled beer. However, upon descending the stairs, Wang Yi realized he had no means of transportation. He only had his own 2 legs, and with his landlord absent, he glanced at his legs and had a sudden idea. Why not run to the barbecue restaurant? So, he did just that. Wang Yi's speed matched that of those riding electric scooters, even surpassing some of them. The sight of him sprinting caused those on scooters to turn and take another route, looking as if they had seen a ghost. Wang Yi paid no mind to their astonished gazes. His objective was to reach the barbecue restaurant, and as long as no incidents occurred, no monsters appeared, he wouldn't even glance in their direction. In about 10 minutes, Wang Yi arrived at the entrance of the barbecue restaurant, the same one he had visited before, Lao Qian Barbecue. Upon seeing Wang Yi, Lao Qian warmly welcomed him, while others looked on in confusion. Lao Qian was typically known for his fiery temper, and even renowned individuals would usually provoke a more restrained reaction. Yet today was indeed unusual. Nevertheless, no one spoke of it further, returning to their own tables to enjoy skewers and drinks. Wang Yi felt as though he could devour an entire cow. He promptly ordered 20 of everything, totaling over 400 skewers. Lao Qian, well aware of Wang Yi's appetite, assumed he intended to take most of it home rather than waste it. Thus, he nodded in agreement and headed to the kitchen to start grilling, as the number of customers today was overwhelming. Otherwise, Lao Qian would have boasted about his skills to Wang Yi for a while. While drinking from his beer bottle, Wang Yi contemplated his future plans, but soon overheard a nearby table discussing none other than himself. Among the voices, he recognized some familiar tones. "Have you heard?" exclaimed a burly man. "What are you talking about?" retorted a lean man, confusion etched across his face. "How am I supposed to know if you don't say anything?" "Well, the game, Tianyu. Recently, there has been talk of someone called Gold Master Baba. Apparently a certain Wang Yi has acquired that title." The lean man responded with a sense of disbelief. Anyone who plays this game knows that. After all, it's quite lucrative. His face lit up with excitement as he recalled his previous gamble with Wang Yi. Having staked all his possessions, over 1,000 gold coins. Profitable indeed, but don't you feel a twinge of envy over Wang Yi's over 4 million gold coins? The burly man wore a mysterious smile. Glancing at the lean man. "What do you know? If so many people in Shanghai City Haven gone, why would you? And let us not forget Wang Yi's strength. Even the young masters of the Li and Mo families couldn't handle him. What makes you think you can?" The lean man ate his skewer and sipped his drink, responding. The burly man contemplated this and acknowledged the truth. There were countless individuals stronger than him, and if they hadn't troubled Wang Yi, why would he? He downed his drink in one go. Wang Yi paid little attention to their conversation, surprised only by the attention his title had garnered. Yet he felt no fear of anyone attempting to seize his gold. He merely hoped to attract more wealthy patrons. Scanning his surroundings, he realized that the familiar voice he had heard belonged to none other than Zhang Outyin. He hadn't expected to encounter him here. But Wang Yi had no desire to engage with him, dismissing him as inconsequential and a waste of time. Wang Yi ignored Zhang Outyin, but one of Zhang Outyin's lackeys spotted him and quickly informed Zhang Outyin. Zhang Outyin approached Wang Yi's table, saying, Well, if it isn't Wang Yi. If it weren't for Li Liang showing me your photo, I wouldn't have recognized you." Upon hearing this, the burly man, the lean man, and others nearby cast envious glances. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's young Master Zhang. Thank goodness I saw your poster in the restroom. Otherwise, I might not have recognized you. Wang Yi had anticipated that by ignoring him, Zhang Outyin would come to him instead. "Wang Yi, is that really you?" Of course, that was young Master Li who just spoke. How could it be false? After all, didn't young Master Li and Wang Yi have some prior dealings? Zhang Outyin was taken aback by how many people had gathered around after he spoke. He waved his hand, urging his lackeys to disperse the crowd. Sitting beside Wang Yi, Zhang Outyin remarked, "Wang Yi, you've certainly amassed quite a fortune. You must be the only one in the entire server with over 4 million gold coins. Right?" He wore a knowing expression. May I ask what brings young Master Zhang to my table? I have little interest in idle chatter." Wang Yi had no desire to engage with him. Zhang Outyin was merely seeking to reconcile past grievances for mutual benefit. Zhang Outyin was well aware of Wang Yi's intentions, yet he pressed on. "Li Liang and Mo Ran have already allied. They're planning to take you down, that you'd best not fall into their hands. With one call, they could be here in an instant. However, if you and I team up, Li Liang and Mo Ran would be nothing more than jesters. Young Master Zhang, you need not speak. They are but clowns, including yourself." With that, Wang Yi gestured for Zhang Outyin to refrain from disturbing him further. Zhang Outyin had anticipated that Wang Yi would acquiesce, for no matter how formidable one might be in the game, in reality, one only possesses a single life. He thought to himself, "Very well. Since you are so unappreciative, do not blame me for being ruthless." Returning to his previous spot, Zhang Outyin retrieved his phone and dialed a number, evidently contacting Li Liang. However, Wang Yi did not intervene. He felt that he had regained 2/5 of his former strength, rendering any bullets trivial. Before long, the barbecue Wang Yi had ordered was served. Lao Qian, seeing that there was nothing pressing, engaged Wang Yi in conversation, particularly since it appeared that Wang Yi had been on the verge of a confrontation with the young master of the Zhang family. "Wang Yi, what is the source of your conflict with young Master Zhang?" Lao Qian inquired, opening a bottle of beer and taking a sip while facing Wang Yi. Lao Qian, you need not concern yourself with this matter. I have my own means, Wang Yi replied, wishing to shield Lao Qian from entanglement in this affair. Otherwise, he might find himself unable to look after him, which would be unfair upon hearing Wang Yi's words. Lao Qian felt even more compelled to intervene, expressing his irritation. Wang Yi, do you not regard me as a friend? Why would you withhold such matters from your friends? Lao Qian, this truly does not require your involvement. It pertains to a matter within the game. Faced with Lao Qian's persistence, Wang Yi relented and continued, Lao Qian, are you familiar with the game Tianyu? Tianyu? Lao Qian's interest peaked instantly. I know it. It's that impressive game where one can earn money. Right? I hear many patrons of my barbecue shop discussing it. So, I've become familiar with it. TWE, by the way. The Wang Yi they mentioned earlier is you. ISNT it? Wang Yi no longer kept him in suspense. In fact, this game is merging with reality. Otherwise, they would not be so intent on my demise. They fear that once the integration occurs, I will become an even greater threat to them. Lao Qian found this rather mystical. Yet he remained skeptical, feeling it was merely a ruse. Merging the world with a game? Noticing Lao Qian's disbelief, Wang Yi suddenly conjured the desolation bow he had previously given his other equipment to GLI for forging, leaving him with only this rudimentary bow. Upon seeing the majestic bow appear in Wang Yi's hands, emanating a purple glow, Lao Qian was momentarily speechless. Even magic could not achieve such a feat. Where could such a bow possibly be concealed? Still, Lao Qian found it difficult to comprehend that if you believe my words, purchase a gaming pod at the market tomorrow. Wang Yi said, stowing the desolation bow. The world will indeed merge with the game. If you lack funds, simply tell me. Lao Qian, still processing the situation, thought that if this were true, it was astonishing. After all, Wang Yi had previously assisted him and would have no reason to deceive him. Even if he were to mislead him, what advantage would it serve Wang Yi? Resolutely, Lao Qian nodded and declared, Wang Yi, I trust you that I shall buy a pod tomorrow. Hearing this, Wang Yi felt he had truly assisted a friend. Wang Yi, how surprising to find you here. A voice called from behind. It was Li Liang, who had received a call from Zhang Outyin, confirming Wang Yi's presence that I didn't believe it at first. But here you are, not even attempting to flee. Wang Yi, without turning around, recognized the voice instantly. It was indeed Li Liang. Ah, how refined of you two to grace this barbecue shop, Wang Yi remarked, taking a sip of his beer and hastily signaling Lao Qian to leave. But Lao Qian would not abandon his friend in need. He resolutely shook his head at Wang Yi. Wang Yi remained silent. No matter how he pleaded, Lao Qian was unlikely to depart. Liang nonchalantly took a seat at Wang Yi's table. With Mo Ran following suit beside him, didn't he capture you? Yet you have revealed yourself. Li Liang smirked at Wang Yi. What a stroke of luck, if it weren't for Zhang Outyin's call. I might have searched for you indefinitely. Ran added. Wang Yi, let us see how you plan to escape this time. I suggest you accompany us to young Master Li Liang's villa for a pleasant gathering. Wang Yi surveyed the surroundings and noted a considerable number of people. At least 50. His instincts told him that these individuals were likely players from the game, radiating a certain aura, though their abilities were not extraordinary. Their physical prowess was merely beyond that of ordinary men. I see now. You all dare to speak so boldly because you have brought such a crowd, Wang Yi commented nonchalantly, viewing them as utterly insignificant. Had Wang Yi still possessed his former strength, he might have been captured by them, but he was no longer the same, especially with the desolation bow at his disposal. Wang Yi exchanged a glance with Lao Qian, who met his gaze with resolute determination. However, Wang Yi could not allow Lao Qian to remain, for he was merely an ordinary person. He swiftly instructed a few apprentices in the kitchen to escort Lao Qian away. As Lao Qian struggled, he protested, Wang Yi, you truly are no brother. Why must you play the hero at such a time? Wang Yi could only sigh in silence, choosing to disregard Lao Qian's protests. Oh, such brotherly affection, Li Liang mocked with a smirk. Wang Yi, who would have thought you were so sentimental? You were so decisive before, slaughtering my team without a second thought. Liang still harbored resentment over the loss of his team members. He had never suffered such a significant blow in his life. Observing the look on Li Liang's face, which seemed to beg for a beating, Wang Yi reached out and delivered a slap, distorting Li Liang's jaw. Wang Yi did not hold back. He understood that Li Liang's strength was now different from before and that this slap would only serve to teach him a lesson, not to end his life. Had Li Liang died from Wang Yi's blow, it would have caused immense trouble, especially with so many witnesses present. Engaging in a battle against thousands alone would surely lead to his defeat. Perhaps only when the world and the game fully merged would Wang Yi be able to emerge without fear. Li Liang muttered something indistinctly, but it was clear he was cursing. Mo ran. Seeing Li Liang struck speechless, quickly rallied his followers to seize Wang Yi by any means necessary, even at the cost of limbs. As an overwhelming number of people charged at him, Wang Yi contemplated using the Desolation Bow to wreak havoc. However, noticing that these individuals were unarmed, he altered his approach and swung his fist, delivering a powerful uppercut to the foremost assailant. The sound of shattering bones echoed in everyone's ears. It was as if their own bones had been fractured, sending an inexplicable pain coursing through their bodies. The others, momentarily frozen, were struck by fear at the thought of such immense power. Could a mere human possess such strength? Even a boxing champion would struggle to compete. Perhaps they had forgotten that Wang Yi, like them, had received enhancements within the game. Though they felt emboldened by their numbers, Wang Yi's sheer strength was undeniable. He dispatched each person who dared to approach with a single punch. The others began to hesitate. Wang Yi's unadorned power left them in awe. He was not employing tricks or techniques, but raw might. Nearby, Zhang Aoyan observed the unfolding spectacle with great pleasure. After all, he relished the prospect of Wang Yi clashing with Li Liang, and Mo ran. If they were to weaken each other, he would simply swoop in to claim the spoils, binding Wang Yi within his secret chamber, ensuring no one would ever discover his whereabouts. Zhang Aoyan had also made a call earlier, summoning reinforcements, for he and his few companions could scarcely manage the situation alone. As Mo ran witnessed his subordinates confronting Wang Yi, a sense of urgency washed over him. With such a large crowd gathered, it was inevitable that someone would call the police. Delaying any longer could result in the arrival of patrol officers. I will offer a reward. Whoever captures Wang Yi for me, both Li Liang and I will fulfill your every request, be it wealth, beauty, or fame. Upon hearing this enticing offer, the crowd's eyes sparkled with fervor as they crazily lunged toward Wang Yi. Yet, Wang Yi remained unfazed, taking on each attacker with ease. 1 against 1, 2 against 2. I could take on 100. The chilling sound of bones shattering echoed ominously, sending shivers down the spines of onlookers as blood splattered the ground, alongside scattered teeth in mere moments. Over 50 individuals lay injured, some incapacitated, others rendered unconscious. The scene compelled Mo Ran to consider fleeing. However, he was still supporting Li Liang if he abandoned his comrade. Once Li Liang regained consciousness, he would undoubtedly seek revenge. Wang Yi advanced toward Mo Ran, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The sight of that smile felt devilish to Mo. It seemed that losing a limb was inevitable. Wang Yi would never kill him under such circumstances. Resigned, Mo Ran closed his eyes and braced for the impending doom. Yet, after a while, nothing transpired. The distant sound of police sirens reached his ears, prompting Mo Ran to open his eyes. Wang Yi was being questioned by a patrol officer, and Mo Ran couldn't help but chuckle. Observing that there was still someone conscious, the patrol officer hurried over and inquired, "What is so amusing?" Perhaps due to the dim lighting, had the officer seen Mo Ran's face clearly, he might have thought twice before asking. After all, the Mo family had connections with the police department. Mo Ran, momentarily a loss for words, finally managed to stammer, "I just recalled something joyful." The patrol officer appeared somewhat bewildered, thinking, is this person perhaps a fool? Nevertheless, he dismissed Mo Ran, realizing that the unconscious individuals on the ground were not the work of this As the officer contemplated further questions for Wang Yi, dozens of police cars suddenly arrived at the scene. The occupants swiftly exited, drawing their sidearms and aiming them at both the officer and Wang Yi. The patrol officer had never encountered such a scenario before and quickly reached for his radio to call for backup. However, before he could utter a word, a middle-aged man in police uniform abruptly cut him off. The officer glanced up and noticed the intricate and numerous insignias on the man's uniform, instantly recognizing that he outranked him. Apologizing, the patrol officer hurriedly vacated the scene. After all, the arrival of multiple police vehicles could easily be mistaken for a staged event, and if it were a sham, the mayor would likely have to resign. Thus, he deemed it prudent to ignore the authenticity of the officers present. Should they be legitimate, he would be in serious trouble. Rand's eyes lit up as he called out, "Uncle Mo! Uncle Mo!" "I'm over here." Though puzzled as to why his uncle had come, he felt compelled to greet him, since he was indeed family. Rand's Uncle Mo was none other than the deputy chief of the police department in Linjiang City, Mo Long. Wang Yi squinted at the police vehicles, realizing the situation had just become far more complicated. Upon hearing his nephew's voice, Mo Long quickly located him. Initially, he had received an urgent call reporting that his nephew Mo Ran was in danger, prompting him to rush to the scene with a significant number of police vehicles, as Mo Ran was his favorite nephew. Now that he found Mo Ran unharmed, a weight lifted from his heart. As Mo Long approached Mo Ran, he noticed that Li Liang, the young master of the Li family, was also present. When had these two begun associating? Mo Long was well aware of Mo Ran's background and had never seen him in contact with Li Liang before. It seemed they had only recently become acquainted. He knew Li Liang to be a cunning individual, but perhaps this relationship would aid Mo Ran's growth. Mo Ran, what transpired here? Why are there only a few of your bodyguards remaining? Mo Long surveyed the scene, observing the fallen bodies around them, his bodyguards among them, alongside several unfamiliar faces, and Wang Yi standing a short distance away. "And who is that person?" Standing up, Mo Ran hurriedly replied, "That is Wang Yi. He is the one who took down my bodyguards. Uncle, please, arrest him." Upon hearing his nephew's words, Mo Long swiftly commanded his subordinates to apprehend Wang Yi. As Wang Yi noticed the officers aiming their firearms at him, he took a step forward and chuckled. "Mo Ran, your talent for distorting the truth is quite impressive. I hope you maintain this skill in the future." He continued, "However, there is still evidence over there. The surveillance camera has been recording everything." He pointed towards the camera situated in front of the barbecue restaurant. Mo Ran, upon hearing Wang Yi's words, glanced over and confirmed the presence of the camera. It seemed the situation would have to be swallowed down, to be dealt with later. "Uncle, let us leave. There is nothing more to see here." Mo Ran quickly retracted his earlier statement, realizing that allowing the situation to escalate further would be detrimental to himself and could even implicate his uncle, an outcome he wished to avoid. Mo Long understood from his nephew's words that Mo Ran had sought out Wang Yi and was subsequently outmaneuvered, all of which had been recorded by the camera to Mo Ran. "Rest assured, I would never allow you to come to harm. After all, you are the hope of our Mo family." With that, Mo Long approached Wang Yi. "You must be Wang Yi, correct? I am Deputy Chief Mo Long of the Linjiang City Police Department. I am ordering your arrest for instigating trouble here." He gestured forward, and several officers moved in to apprehend Wang Yi. However, Wang Yi merely glanced at the approaching officers, who began to sweat profusely, hesitating to advance. "Deputy Chief Mo, there is a camera recording all of this. I advise against making hasty conclusions. After all, you are a good officer of the people." He smirked, clearly mocking the relationship between Mo Long and Mo Ran, knowing that familial ties would complicate matters. Mo Long, upon noticing the camera, swiftly drew his sidearm and aimed, pulling the trigger. Bang! The gunshot shattered the camera, but Wang Yi was not oblivious to Mo Long's intentions. "Even if you possess evidence, once it is in my hands, it is I who decides what happens next. Deputy Chief Mo, this kind of play is rather dull." As Wang Yi stretched his limbs, it became evident that a display of strength would soon ensue. Since Mo Long had chosen this course of action, Wang Yi would show no mercy. He dashed forward, swiftly reaching an officer, and, despite the officer's attempts to evade, it was too late. Wang Yi delivered a powerful punch to the officer's abdomen, sending him flying several meters until he collided with a tree, curling up like a shrimp. Had he not struck the tree, he could have easily flown 10 meters further. Seeing Wang Yi's extraordinary strength, Mo Long immediately ordered his officers to open fire. Bang! 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 The gunfire rang out, Yet the bullets merely grazed Wang Yi's clothing and fell harmlessly to the ground, leaving everyone, including Mo Ran and Li Liang, in utter disbelief. Mo Long was particularly incredulous. Was this man even human? His skin was impervious to bullets. Mo Ran sensed the danger and shouted, "Uncle, we must leave this place. Wang Yi is beyond our capacity to handle." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Mo Long quickly rallied his officers to assist the fallen officer into the vehicle, urging them to depart hastily. However, Wang Yi was not one to let them go easily, especially after they had just attempted to shoot him. As Mo Long's vehicle began to move, Wang Yi appeared before it, a slight smile gracing his lips. Without warning, his fist shattered the car's tempered glass, as if it were mere paper, demonstrating an astonishing amount of force. Bang! The tempered glass lay shattered across the ground, leaving shards scattered both inside and outside the vehicle. Sitting beside the window, found his arm lacerated by the glass, blood gushing forth like a fountain, unstoppable. Enduring the pain, he drew his firearm and aimed a shot at its head. However, the bullet struck his face with no discernible effect, merely eliciting a mysterious smile from him. In that instant, the police had completed their preparations, accelerating away and vanishing from the entrance of the barbecue restaurant that a moment ago, a multitude of police cars had converged upon the scene, leaving the apprentices inside the establishment in a state of bewilderment. Wasn't such a spectacle reserved for the silver screen? The shock was profound. Once the police had departed, the apprentices brought out the bound, observing the agonizing figure writhing on the ground. Among them, one whose injuries were less severe made a call, summoning several vans that soon arrived to cart away the fallen as if they were refuse. Approached, untying him, only to receive a punch to his chest, with exclaiming, "Do you not consider me a brother? You still fail to understand, you know why I can deal with so many adversaries?" Took a breath, leaning closer to his ear to whisper, "It is because of that game. It merges with the world. That is the source of my power." At last, comprehended its words, for he had just witnessed single-handedly combat over 50 opponents without sustaining a single injury, defeating them all. The resilience to withstand bullets was undeniable. It was impossible not to connect the dots. Looking at, grasped the implication. Had he insisted on standing with, he would have surely faced the bullets himself. A scenario sought to avoid, hence his desperate measures gazed at, words unspoken, yet communicated in silence, understood and refrained from further commentary. Ultimately, and the other apprentices tidied up the tables and chairs, then prepared another round of barbecued delicacies. Had been interrupted mid-meal earlier, and now, a spread of delectable food awaited to satiate their hunger. They indulged in drinks, skewers, and light-hearted banter. Afterward, returned home for some much-needed rest. Though he had been sleepless for days, his energy remained high. Nonetheless, the comfort of sleep was undeniable. In the villa, a residence that resembled a small hospital, given the family stature, it was not unusual for a prominent clan to possess a private medical facility. Lay on the bed, howling in agony, as if his jawbone had dislocated. Initially, the family had refrained from administering anesthesia, deeming the procedure merely minor and fearing potential side effects. However, witnessing his current state left them no choice but to proceed with sedation. Was also present in his home, along with, as they were all intricately linked to the unfolding events, their absence from the would have been ill-advised, in the living room. His father sat on the sofa, anxiously awaiting news of his son's surgery. He held high hopes for, intending to pass the family legacy on to him, yet showed little interest, being far more captivated by the realm of gaming. Even establishing a professional team will surely be fine. Have no worries. Additionally, I've dispatched people to investigate that. The moment I ascertain his whereabouts, I will promptly bring him in. Assured, recognizing this matter fell within his jurisdiction, failing to capture himself had been a considerable oversight. Yet, that was indeed a veritable monster. Bullets appeared to have no effect on him. Perhaps only armor-piercing rounds or rockets would suffice. Felt compelled to voice this, lest he be deemed insane for suggesting was impervious to bullets. Chimed in, "Rest assured we'll definitely be all right," squinted, glancing at, and taking a sip of tea before inquiring, "Is that truly as formidable as you claim? As the deputy director of, have you no capacity to apprehend him?" While en route to the villa, and had orchestrated a plan to deceive, claiming had ventured alone to rescue. They would assert that due to his cunning, capturing him had proven impossible and given severe injuries. They had no choice but to prioritize his treatment over pursuing. They dared not mention his apparent invulnerability to bullets, fearing that such revelations would only incite ire, igniting hostilities between their two noble families over trivial matters. Now, in hope that would not awaken too swiftly, for that would complicate their narrative. Although had witnessed defiance against bullets, he had succumbed to unconsciousness on the return journey, rendering their plan impossible to convey to him. Ding! The surgical room bell chimed, indicating that injuries had been sufficiently treated and he could emerge. After all, his condition merely involved a dislocated jaw and fractured bones. Such injuries would heal gradually, albeit with persistent pain. The attending physicians were astonished to observe the fractured bones slowly returning to their original form. Though the process was painstakingly slow and imperceptible at times, S recovery rate was astonishing compared to that of an average individual. In comparison, it was akin to a snail crawling on the ground versus a supersonic aircraft soaring through the skies. Upon exiting the operating room, and exchanged glances, realizing that their ruse could not hold much longer. Originally, had intended to wait until regained consciousness to discuss their plan. However, had awakened prematurely, and his jaw bore no bandages. While was taken aback by his remarkable recovery, he understood that certain attributes from the game had merged with reality, enhancing his physical capabilities. However, was left in sheer disbelief. Was this truly human? Such a rapid recovery was absurd. A jaw fracture of this nature should not heal so swiftly. Also felt a sense of shock regarding his son's condition. He was aware of his physical prowess, yet this rate of healing suggested was concealing something significant. Otherwise, such recovery would be unfathomable, especially considering how easily his bodyguards had been defeated. No one dared to act with such impunity. "Come here, I have questions for you," commanded sternly, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Understanding his father's intent, seated himself on the nearby sofa and recounted the entire saga. A.S. listened, his expression transformed from disbelief to incredulity, culminating in sheer astonishment. After absorbed account, he shot a glance at and, who felt the weight of his presence, yet refrained from comment, seemingly resigned to the circumstances. After all, the events had transpired, and their silence regarding the truth stemmed from a desire to avoid disbelief. As health appeared stable, he chose not to press further, and felt a sense of relief. Had erupted in anger, they would have borne the brunt of his wrath. Even if they returned to the punishment would surely await them. Once it processed all that transpired, he intended to inquire about his future plans. However, promptly divulged his intentions and expressed his full support, recognizing the absurdity of the situation, yet acknowledging its existence. Upon returning home, and hastened to inform. Upon learning of the family's actions and noting his son's rapport with, offered his staunch support. Should their ambitions come to fruition, the world would indeed belong to the Yin families. After returning home, slept for nearly a full day. When he finally awoke, it was already evening. After a brief tidying up and a light meal, he delved directly into the game. As eyes opened, darkness enveloped him. With a mere thought, light illuminated his surroundings. He found himself within the coffin of the undead. The coffin, upon activation, concealed itself deep beneath the earth, yet felt no discomfort. Rather, he found solace within, reluctant to exit. Nevertheless, had to emerge from the coffin. Remaining there indefinitely was not an option. Ding! Detection indicates the host has awakened. Would you like to return to the surface immediately? Ding! Detection reveals an underground space nearby. Would you like to explore? An underground exploration. This suggested there were areas akin to caverns in the vicinity. Wang Yi, without a moment's hesitation, chose to venture into the subterranean space. The opportunity to encounter such a locale might yield some remarkable treasures. It was undoubtedly a rare find. After all, one could not expect to utilize the coffin of the undead each time, as it must surely be accompanied by surrounding entities. The coffin of the undead moved swiftly through the underground, leaving no trace of its passage, as if the terrain above remained untouched. Inside the coffin, Wang Yi sensed its rapid movement, and in just a few breaths, it came to a halt, presumably having reached its destination. Upon opening the coffin, Wang Yi was greeted by the sight of a vast cavern. He found himself in a colossal yurt, with only a single path stretching before him, and beneath his feet lay an enormous magical array. Gazing at the vast and intricate design of the array, a sharp pain pierced Wang Yi's head, prompting him to divert his gaze elsewhere. The power of this array was indeed formidable, capable of instilling fear in the heart. The brilliant light emanating from the magical array illuminated the surroundings, and as Wang Yi cautiously approached the cavern's entrance, dust began to swirl around him, suggesting that something lay deep within the darkness. A place that had likely been untouched for ages. However, a sense of bewilderment lingered within Wang. According to the memories of his past life, there had never been such a place surrounding Starsea City, nor had he heard any rumors of it. Yet he pondered, being several thousand meters underground, it was reasonable for such a place to remain unknown. But what could possibly account for its existence? After much contemplation, Wang Yi resolved to enter the cavern. After all, that was the very purpose of his journey. Stowing the coffin of the undead away, he prepared his soul-extinguishing spear, opting not to draw it just yet, as its presence might attract undue attention, that if he were to perish here and find nothing of value, it would be unfortunate, but his intuition strongly suggested that something he desperately needed awaited him within. As he stepped into the cavern, an array of bioluminescent plants surrounded him, casting an eerie blue glow that guided his path. At first glance, these plants appeared motionless, yet upon closer inspection, Wang Yi noticed they were slowly writhing. When he prodded one with his finger, to his astonishment, it began to crawl up his hand, incessantly attempting to burrow into his flesh. He shook his hand vigorously, but the plant clung on like a stubborn leech. In a frenzy, he summoned the fiery wings of the phoenix feather, igniting them to incinerate the invasive flora. Indeed, the flames reduced the plant to ashes, which scattered across the ground, only for more of its kind to emerge. It was truly astonishing. This plant exhibited an incredible vitality. Even reduced to ashes, it continued to propagate. Dismissing the flora, Wang Yi reminded himself that his objective lay deeper within. Only by venturing further could he uncover what he sought. As he pressed on, he encountered more of these plants, yet the entirety of the cavern was not overtaken by them. Perhaps circumstances prevented them from congregating, or perhaps they existed as separate tribes. Vying for territory, after a considerable time, the surroundings remained unchanged, akin to a labyrinth, and his resolve to explore this curious botanical phenomenon grew. Deciding to merge 2 specimens of these plants for experimentation, Wang Yi conjured flames from the phoenix feather once more, directing the fire toward a patch of flora. Detecting the heat, the plants hastily retreated, confirming Wang Yi's suspicions. These beings were averse to fire. One cluster of mysterious plants scuttled in a particular direction, moving at a pace comparable to that of an adult walking. Soon, they reached another cluster, as if sensing the danger. The plants that had been driven away suddenly altered their course to escape. Wang Yi realized that these magical plants could not coexist, existing as 2 distinct tribes that avoided interference with one another. Determined not to allow one group to escape, he encircled the 2 clusters with a ring of flames. Gradually constricting the fiery barrier, as the 2 groups converged, he noted that the surrounding plants began to merge with their nearest neighbors as well. Increasing the size of the fire ring caused the 2 groups to separate. While shrinking, it prompted their reunion. To Wang Yi's astonishment, the merged plants began to shift colors, from a haunting blue to a vivid red, then to a deep purple, transitioning to a grayish white, and ultimately settling into a dark gray reminiscent of bone. The environment around him transformed as well, with the once blue plants now adopting an inky hue. Other flora emerged, including man-eating flowers and thorny vines, yet Wang Yi chose to ignore them, wary of wasting time on potentially hazardous vegetation. Gazing down, he noticed the ground had morphed into soil, though the cavern itself remained unchanged. Moreover, as he advanced, a faint breeze brushed against him, barely perceptible unless one concentrated, yet distinct compared to the stagnant air he had previously encountered. He could even hear the sound of flowing water. Suddenly, an ethereal voice echoed in his ear. "Welcome to the Sea of Hell." The disembodied voice startled Wang. The Sea of Hell? What manner of place was this? He feared he had stumbled into the underworld. Yet this realm exuded an enigmatic allure. Cautiously, he proceeded forward, contemplating the possible connection between this place and his two hellhounds, given the shared nomenclature. With that thought, he summoned his two hellhounds into the open. Upon landing, the hellhounds sniffed the air and bounded about excitedly, their eyes filled with anticipation as they seemed to sense kin nearby. If this truly was the Sea of Hell, the likelihood of encountering other hellhounds was high. Wang Yi stroked their heads and ventured deeper into the unknown, accompanied by his two loyal companions. As he delved further, Wang Yi felt his corporeal form gradually dissipating. Attempts to restore himself proved futile, yet he felt no discomfort. It was as if these remnants were mere burdens. He extended his hands, observing his skeletal palms, now shimmering with a silvery hue. Only a small portion had transformed. But upon closer inspection, the silver seemed to extend, turning everything it touched into the same metallic color. Moreover, Wang Yi sensed a significant enhancement in his strength and defense, despite no change in his level. Dismissing his skeletal transformation, he pressed on, noticing that the once ink-blue flora had vanished, and ahead lay a radiant light, unlike the glow of the plants, more akin to the warm rays of sunlight. Grasping the soul-extinguishing spear, Wang Yi summoned his hellhounds to stand by his side, but they proved unmanageable, even under the constraints of their bond. Reluctantly, he allowed them to lead the way, fearing that any surprises could spell disaster for the creatures he had painstakingly nurtured to such heights. Suddenly, the world around him brightened. Instinctively, he shut his eyes, and when he reopened them, everything had transformed completely, resembling an entirely different realm. The colors blurred, as though he had entered a world of magma, surrounded by skeletal remains that defied identification, though it was evident they had long since succumbed to decay. In the distance, the sound of barking echoed, and it seemed there were many dogs, sending his hellhounds into a frenzy as they sensed their kin. This place felt like home to them. The colossal hellhound has approached Wang Yi, regarding him with a hint of hostility. However, when it shifts its gaze to the two hellhounds flanking Wang Yi, its expression softens, radiating a warmth akin to that of a guardian surveying its offspring. Wang Yi, observing the hellhound that towers like a small mountain, deduces that it must be their leader. You are not human. How curious. But how did you come to be here? The enormous hellhound surprisingly articulates human speech. Wang Yi finds this revelation astonishing. He had not anticipated that this realm belonged to hellhounds. Given that this place is referred to as the Hell Sea, it stands to reason that other races might also inhabit it, leading Wang Yi to conclude that his arrival here was mere coincidence. Addressing the hellhound, Wang Yi states, "I merely stumbled upon this place by accident. You believe me. But how did you sense the peculiarity of my being?" The hellhound, taken aback by Wang Yi's audacity in engaging it in conversation, lashes out with a massive paw aimed at him. Yet, the two hellhounds beside Wang Yi spring forward to shield him, seemingly prepared to sacrifice themselves for his protection. After all, when they were first acquired by Wang Yi, they lacked consciousness and likely regarded him as their savior, thus pledging their loyalty to him. The gigantic hellhound halts its palm mid-swing, apprehensive of harming the two smaller hellhounds. Its eyes brim with confusion, pondering why they would protect this strange creature. T then engages in a dialogue with the two hellhounds. To Wang Yi's astonishment, these two hellhounds also speak. Perhaps their previous low rank had restricted their abilities, and now that they have ascended, Wang Yi had mistakenly believed they could not communicate in human language. The remaining hellhounds observe from a distance, none daring to advance. Wang Yi notes the stark contrast between the hellhounds surrounding them and the two by his side. The others resemble the common rural dog of the human realm, differing only by having two additional heads. In contrast, his two hellhounds exhibit distinct traits, from coat color to size, sharing a resemblance with the leader, but with a deeper hue. Wang Yi muses that they appear to be a diminutive version of the leader, perhaps indicative of their stronger lineage. After a moment, the enormous hellhound comprehends that this peculiar human is their savior, thus refraining from attacking. However, it remains perplexed about how the two hellhounds came to be in Wang Yi's company. "You are Wang Yi, correct? Thank you for rescuing members of my kin," the colossal hellhound proclaims. "Allow me to bestow some treasures upon you. You may depart." As it speaks, one of its heads releases a long sword enveloped in a yellow mist. Upon hitting the ground, the surrounding earth disintegrates into dust. The hellhound swiftly produces a sheath to contain the sword, preventing further alteration to the terrain. Wang Yi examines the sword. It is indeed a fine weapon, a pinnacle-level purple 9th tier sword. Noticing Wang Yi's lack of reaction, the gigantic hellhound dismisses him and, with a surge of power, places Wang Yi's 2 hellhounds upon its back. Wang Yi, taken aback by this display of strength, quickly summons his wings and ascends to the back of the gigantic hellhound. The 2 smaller hellhounds join him, and they all confront a formidable energy barrier ahead, rendering them unable to advance. Feeling anxious, Wang Yi realizes that the power of his contract cannot be invoked. And attempts to burn through the energy wall yield no results. He glances down at the long sword, swiftly descends, and retrieves it, stowing the sheath in his backpack. Gripping the sword, he lunges toward the energy barrier. "How dare you steal from me?" he exclaims, and with a sound akin to shattering glass, the energy wall crumbles. The 2 smaller hellhounds leap down, and Wang Yi returns to solid ground. The gigantic hellhound, visibly irritated, had extended a gesture of goodwill, gifting a sword, yet finds Wang Yi ungrateful. It turns to attack, but is halted by the sight of the 2 smaller hellhounds. Its maw snaps shut, fearing it might inadvertently consume them, as its mission is to return with them unharmed, sent by the leader. With lantern-like eyes fixated on Wang, the hellhound appears ready to devour him, yet it hesitates. Recognizing the unwavering protection the 2 smaller hellhounds offer. "Humans, I shall treat you as one of your kind. What do you desire? Have you bound these 2 hellhounds to you by some contract? Why do they wish to remain by your side?" The hellhound's temper flares, its naturally volatile disposition exacerbated by Wang Yi's continued defiance. Wang Yi, undaunted, senses the hellhound's fondness for the 2 smaller creatures, which explains its reluctance to act against him. Addressing the hellhound, Wang Yi boldly asserts, "That is none of your concern. Have you not noticed their willingness to protect me? It seems they hold great significance to you. After all, they are of the purest bloodline of my kin. How could they possibly be compared to a mere human like you?" The hellhound's pride swells at this proclamation. Wang Yi chuckles. "If they are so significant, why the rudeness? I believe I must speak with your leader to ensure their safety here. Otherwise, who knows if you intend to use them for some nefarious purpose." Just as he finishes speaking, a deep voice resonates from within. "Allow him entry." The gigantic hellhound, upon hearing this, complies, indicating that it must be the voice of their leader. "Come forth," it commands, lowering its body in submission to the leader's wishes. Wang Yi effortlessly leaps onto its back, and the 2 smaller hellhounds follow suit. The hellhound's broad back resembles a small island, and despite its massive size, it moves with surprising swiftness, only slightly slower than Wang Yi's usual pace. Before long, they arrive at their destination. Wang Yi dismounts with a nimble leap, the 2 smaller hellhounds remaining closely by his side. Ahead, he spots a human seated in the center, a sight that astonishes him. "For this is the lair of the hellhounds. You are Wang Yi, correct? I am aware of your previous conversation. Rest assured, those 2 are your rescue charges, and they seem quite fond of you," the seated figure declares. "Oh, I should mention, I'm their leader, though I have taken human form. There is something comforting about the human guise," he adds, approaching Wang Yi as the hellhound leader draws near. Wang Yi feels an overwhelming pressure emanating from him, a clear indication of his authority. Unfazed, Wang Yi unleashes his full strength. The hellhound leader stumbles back in shock, astonished by the human's formidable power, while the other hellhounds retreat several paces in alarm. "Ah, it seems our hellhound clan has encountered a person of great significance today. Prepare a feast," the leader exclaims cheerfully. Having brought forth the 2 hellhounds of purest lineage, it is essential to appease Wang Yi, as without proper hospitality, he would likely be reluctant to leave them in their care. Should he attempt to take them by force, they would undoubtedly resist, resulting in a lose-lose situation. Thus, it is in their best interest to satisfy Wang Yi. "No, that won't be necessary. I came merely to understand the situation here, which I believe I have grasped sufficiently that I trust you will treat them well. Otherwise, upon my return, you shall face the consequences." After speaking, Wang Yi engaged in a telepathic communication with the 2 hellhounds. Although they too were reluctant, Wang Yi's determination compelled them to remain here. Earlier, Wang Yi had thoroughly inspected the individuals present, his eyes brimming with anticipation, indicating that the enormous hellhound had indeed spoken the truth. The leader of the hellhounds chuckled. "Excellent. Since you are so agreeable, I shall present you with another gift." With that, he tossed a small vial of silver liquid into the air. He continued, "Though I do not fully understand your physiology, I offer you this secret silverbone liquid as a token of goodwill." Wang Yi accepted the vial, examining the information inscribed upon it. Secret silver bone liquid. Upon use, it enhances one's bones to a silver bone state, granting exceptional hardness and increasing all physical attributes by 1.5 times. Indeed, this was precisely what Wang Yi required. Initially, upon entering, the silver on his body had been gradually increasing, but now it had ceased altogether. It seemed he needed some form of potion, and this vial was a fortuitous find. After expressing his gratitude, Wang Yi departed from that place. Once he returned to the surface from the coffin of the undead, he suddenly realized he had forgotten to inquire about their world. Contemplating this, Wang Yi prepared to re-enter the coffin of the undead, but then reconsidered. It seemed unworthy to return solely for this matter. Instead, he decided to find a suitable location to utilize the secret silverbone liquid in a small cave littered with the corpses of dark moonwolves. Wang Yi initially intended to search elsewhere, but after an exhaustive search, he found no suitable location and ultimately decided to clear out the lair of the dark moonwolves. After all, he sensed the merging of reality and the game. If he used a mysterious potion in the game and faced dire consequences, would reality not also suffer some repercussions? Wang Yi was not inclined to take such risks, with time on his hands. Why invite trouble? Seated on the ground, Wang Yi retrieved the secret silverbone liquid from his backpack, held it in his hand, and uncapped the vial, drinking it in one swift motion. He felt his body temperature soar rapidly, the surrounding wolf fur igniting as if yearning to combust. Yet he experienced no discomfort, merely a sensation of warmth. Suddenly, a wave of pain surged through him, as if he were being melted from within. This sensation was alarmingly vivid. The previous feelings had not been so intense. Yet this time, Wang Yi truly felt as though he might perish, just as he was on the brink of succumbing. An object from his backpack fell uncontrollably to the ground. The eternal flame, upon hitting the ground, enveloped Wang Yi instantly. As Wang Yi watched the eternal flame encircle him, he felt utterly powerless. His health had dwindled to less than a tenth. With his health rapidly depleting, his spirit sank. Relying solely on health to endure was insufficient. He began to doubt whether he had indeed consumed the secret silverbone liquid. Nonetheless, he retrieved a high-grade HP potion from his backpack, and just as he was about to utilize it, his health stabilized at 100 points. The pain dissipated entirely, replaced by an overwhelming sense of euphoria. He sensed that the flames of the phoenix feather wings behind him seemed to absorb the energy of the eternal flame. Growing stronger in the process, Wang Yi observed his health. He was astonished to find that his previously depleted health had been fully restored. Moreover, the description of the secret silverbone liquid was indeed accurate. His attributes had been enhanced to 1.5 times their original values. Intrigued by this transformation, he wondered just how significant the enhancement was. Without hesitation, he opened his information panel. Name: Wang, ELV. 27 class level. Skeleton General HP. 10745, 3300, MP. 5997, 1980, Attack. 908. 420, Defense. 551, 670, Spirit. For 34, 280, Strength. 639, 510, Speed. For 40, 660, Luck. Cannot be viewed. Blood extraction progress. 70. Note: upon reaching full progress, a level of 15 is required to change class, provided the level is a multiple of 15. Equipped: Golden Silkworm Robe, Purple Grade 8-1, Yellow Spring Sword, Purple Grade 9-1, Shadowless Boots, Purple Grade 3-1. Ruin Gauntlets, Purple Grade 3-1, Dark Magic Armor, Purple Grade 2-1 Skills. SSS Divine Skill, Undead Summoning. SSS Divine Skill, Undead Theft. SS Level Skill, Trample Charge. S Level Passive Skill, Double Experience, 20 Experience Boost, a level skill. Poison Silk Launch, a level skill, Malicious Curse, B level skill, Undead Refinement, B level skill, Dark Fog, C level skill, Skeleton Summoning. Items. Intermediate Sleeping Bag 2, High-grade HP Potions 12, High-grade MP Potions 12, Spirit Dew Paste 5, Vitality Powder 5. Coffin of the Undead 1, Book of Destruction 3, Soul Binding Rope 5, Black Magic Undead 1, Phoenix Wings 1, Extinction Rune 1, Ancient Stone 2, Golden Snow Lotus 2, Xianjin Stone 10, Spirit Grass 10, Skeleton Flower 10, Gold Coins 4. 419, 600, and Used Equipment. Purple Gold Magic Vine, Purple Grade 6, Black Magic Staff, Purple Grade 7-1, Divine Hidden Robe, Purple Grade 1-1, Ruinous Magic Bow, Purple Grade 2-1, Spider Silk Garment, Purple Grade 1-1, Soul Destroyer Spear. Purple Grade 6-1. Indeed, as Wang Yi observed his attributes, they had all doubled. The Eternal Flame in his backpack had been consumed, and his blood extraction progress had surged to 70. Upon glancing at the contracted beasts, he noticed an addition stating not present. What could that possibly mean? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the system's voice resonated in Wang Yi's mind. Greetings, host. The term not present indicates that your contracted battle pets are not currently with you, meaning you cannot summon them. Only when this prompt disappears can you successfully summon them. Ah, so that was the case, Wang Yi mused. After all, he had placed the 2 hellhounds back within their clan, so it was only natural that he could not summon them. Now that the secret Silverbone liquid had been successfully utilized, there was no need to linger here any longer. Confirming his location, Wang Yi resolved to return to Star Sea City, where he had instructed Jielia to craft his equipment. Summoning the phoenix feather wings, he soared through the sky. The warhorse he had previously possessed was no more, and now the fastest means of travel was indeed the flying speed of these wings. Standing outside the gates of Star Sea City, Wang Yi sensed something amiss. Ordinarily, there should have been throngs of people trading here. Yet only a handful lingered. Despite his curiosity, he pressed onward into the city. Upon entering, the expressions of those who beheld Wang Yi shifted instantaneously, akin to wolves encountering a plump lamb, though this was merely a fleeting moment before their gazes retreated. Wang Yi's strength remained evident. Who would dare to act against him? Surely, they would be courting their own demise. Paying them no mind, he made his way toward the Star Sea Forge, the onlookers still yearning, as though they had released a tempting morsel but lacked the courage to partake. Arriving at the Star Sea Forge, he ascended directly to the 3rd floor. Upon reaching Jielia's forging chamber, he noted that every blacksmith possessed a private forging room. Once a blacksmith completed a task for someone, they would not accept another order until the previous equipment was collected. While this approach might yield less profit, many chose it. After all, if the previous client arrived for their equipment while the blacksmith was still forging for another, it would be a grave offense to neglect the first client. Jielia, how has the equipment crafting progressed? Wang Yi inquired, taking a seat. Jielia appeared rather embarrassed, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Eventually, he confessed, Wang Yi, please don't be upset. The equipment you requested did not meet your expectations. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi understood the situation. However, he now possessed the yellow spring sword, rendering the previous equipment less essential. Nevertheless, he reassured, it's all right, just bring out the equipment. Jielia hesitated, feeling guilty for the numerous rare materials that had been wasted, but he was relieved to have produced something, albeit not to Wang Yi's original specifications. With a determined sigh, Jielia retrieved the equipment he had crafted for Wang Yi, hoping that he would not bear any resentment. Observing Jielia's demeanor, Wang Yi couldn't help but feel that the NPCs in this game resembled real human beings more than ever. Could it be that they are the inhabitants of this world? While the realm where Wang Yi resides employs games to merge the two, Wang Yi promptly shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. After all, this was utterly absurd. Jielia had already procured the equipment, holding a massive long box, atop which rested a smaller box, placing it upon the table. Wang Yi, I have refined all the equipment you provided, and I intended to forge a Qiankuan sword. However, perhaps I was overly excited, leading to an excess of materials, and ultimately I had no choice but to create the Xian Mo heavy sword instead. As he spoke, Jielia cast a few anxious glances at Wang Yi, fearing that Wang Yi might blame him. After all, the materials were exceedingly rare, and to fall short of expectations felt like a failure. Wang Yi regarded the Xian Mo heavy sword, extending his right hand to grasp the hilt, effortlessly lifting it with one hand. Nonetheless, he could still sense that its weight was rather formidable. Fortunately, he had previously utilized the secret silverbone liquid. Otherwise, lifting it with one hand would have been impossible. Although he could carry it one-handed, he could only wield 70% of its power. To unleash its full potential, he would need to grip it with both hands. Jelai, seeing that the sword could not be fashioned as intended, had settled for a heavier sword instead, but thankfully, the hilt was sufficiently designed for two-handed use. With the Xian Mo heavy sword in hand, Wang Yi swung it a couple of times, finding it quite satisfactory. Now he possessed both a heavy sword and a sword of normal weight. He promptly checked the information of the Xian Mo heavy sword. Xian Mo heavy sword. Purple grade level 8 equipment. Weighing up to 1,000 pounds, ordinary individuals find it exceedingly difficult to lift, yet a single slash from it is capable of moving mountains and overturning seas. Attack increase. 590 defense increase. 100 strength increase. 150 speed decrease. -10. It was no wonder it was classified as a heavy sword. The attack power provided was even superior to that of the purple grade level 9 Huang Quan sword, though it did not enhance movement speed. Reducing it by 10. However, given that this was a heavy sword, such a reduction was entirely understandable. Wang Yi gazed at the Xian Mo heavy sword, feeling quite pleased, as it would undoubtedly prove useful in due time. Observing the smaller box, he surmised that it must contain the enhanced lucky necklace. Luck is an enigmatic concept, yet one cannot help but believe in its significance. Jelai watched as Wang Yi opened the small box, feeling a sense of relief, for this aligned with Wang Yi's expectations. Wang Yi swiftly opened the small box. A purple radiance emanated forth. Lucky necklace. Purple grade level 3 equipment. Wearing it significantly enhances personal luck. HP increase. 400 MP increase. 300 defense increase. 190 spirit increase. 210 speed increase. 120 luck increase. Passive ability 1. Restores 0.5 a maximum MP every second. Passive ability 2. Allows the wearer to control the increase or decrease of the luck of those around them, consuming 150 MP per second. Upon reviewing the information about the lucky necklace, Wang Yi realized that its enhancements were truly remarkable. Moreover, this purple grade level 3 lucky necklace could actually alter the luck of others. Highly satisfied with both pieces of equipment, Wang Yi stored them away. Jelai, noticing Wang Yi's silence, mistakenly assumed he was furiously at a loss for words and quickly exclaimed, "Wang Yi, I truly did not mean to." All right, I understand, but the equipment you crafted is indeed quite impressive. At least no materials were wasted. Wang Yi replied casually. If Jelai had forged him a long sword akin to the Huang Quan sword, Wang Yi would have felt quite conflicted. Upon hearing Wang Yi's words, Jelai chuckled and said, "Wang Yi, consider this as my apology. Should you return here next time, I shall craft for you free of charge." No, I mean for all eternity. This was Jelai's way of making amends, for otherwise his reputation would suffer. After all, Wang Yi would likely bring with him some precious materials on each visit, providing Jelai with an opportunity to broaden his horizons without incurring a loss. Wang Yi understood this, exchanged a few more casual remarks, and departed from Star Sea Forge in Lingjiang City. At the Mo family villa, a 3-story building housed numerous rooms the size of warehouses. Filled with gaming pods, Mo Yuan sat in a chair, observing the individuals standing beside him, all of whom had been recruited by Mo ran in the game and were now developing within the Mo family. Those standing below could hardly believe that the Mo family of Lingjiang City had managed to coax them in. Initially, they suspected it to be a scam. Yet here they stood, in the villa of the Mo family. The figure seated before them was none other than the leader of the Mo family, Mo Yuan. Clearing his throat, Mo Yuan addressed them. "I have brought you to the Mo family to enjoy this game. I trust you have all played before. Some of you should have achieved a degree of success." He gestured for them to enter the gaming pods. However, his voice suddenly grew stern. "But you must obey the Mo family without question and heed our commands. Anyone who feels they cannot comply may leave now." After a brief pause, no one moved to depart. Those present were all from humble backgrounds, eager to play games and earn some money. Upon joining the MO family, they were immediately presented with 500,000. Who would leave? Those who did would be fools. Excellent, Mo Yuan thought, feeling quite pleased. His son was indeed competent, and it appeared that appointing him was a wise decision. Now, please enter. Remember, Mo Ran is also inside. Once you enter, create a guild or something, and all you should join. With that, Mo Yuan exited the villa. Once he left, the remaining individuals engaged in excited chatter before eagerly entering the game. After all, it was akin to being paid to play games with meals and accommodations provided. On the other side of Lingjiang City, in the Li family villa, Li Tian had also reached an agreement with Mo Yuan. The two families would collaborate to seize this world. The Li family's setup mirrored that of the Mo family, with a vast room housing many gaming pods. Wang Yi had just emerged from the Starsea Forge. The surroundings were still rather desolate. When he had entered the forge, there had been few people, which perplexed him greatly. It seemed he ought to visit the bounty hall, as it frequently hosted group hunting missions. Standing before the bounty hall, Wang Yi noticed his own silhouette displayed there. Albeit his facial features were quite obscured, it was likely that during his corporeal existence, someone had caught sight of him while he battled with Mo Ran and Liliang. Previously, in the mysterious underground space, his physical form had vanished, but upon returning to Starsea City, he had sought out materials once more and successfully reformed his body. Remarkably, his appearance bore no difference from that of his previous life. He had transformed into a robust and handsome young man. It seemed he had indeed been placed under a bounty by others. Wang Yi mused, wondering why, after such a bounty had been issued, no one sought to trouble him. With that thought, Wang Yi stepped into the bounty hall, where he found a considerably larger crowd than in the forge. Upon seeing Wang Yi enter, the patron's eyes lit up momentarily before dimming once more. Although the bounty was set at over 1 million, Wang Yi's prowess was not something anyone dared to challenge. Ignoring the onlookers, he approached the receptionist at the front desk. "Excuse me, why are there so few people in Starsea City today? Is there a new group mission underway?" Wang Yi inquired as he settled into a high stool. The receptionist, thrilled to be addressed as Beauty for the first time that day, felt a flutter of joy in her heart and replied warmly, "Indeed, there is a group hunting mission in Starsea City. However, before that, I would appreciate it if you could listen to the requirements of the mission." With nothing pressing on his agenda, Wang Yi readily acquiesced to her request. The group mission allowed all individuals and guilds to participate in a large-scale task, wherein they would need to collect specified items and return them to their respective guilds for rewards. After hearing about the group mission, Wang Yi found it reminiscent of his previous life. In that instance, a group mission had also emerged in Starsea City, though it involved venturing into a hidden realm to capture or hunt certain lesser beasts. This time, Wang Yi felt that the mission would undoubtedly differ. Previously, there had been no underground world, yet now one existed not far from Starsea City. What is the nature of this group mission? The rewards must be quite substantial, else Starsea City would not appear so deserted, Wang Yi inquired. Indeed, the rewards for this task are quite generous, but let's keep it confidential. However, many locations share the same objective. The charming receptionist smiled faintly and continued. This mission involves gathering some mysterious iron magnets and bloodthirsty lotus flowers from a hidden realm. Yet the danger level within that realm is exceptionally high. The coordinates to this secret location are marked on this map, which comes in 3 tiers: low, medium, and high. The higher the tier, the broader the visible area. Conversely, the lower the tier, the more limited the view. Each map is priced at 300 gold coins, 200 gold coins, and 100 gold coins respectively. Suddenly, the beautiful receptionist shyly added, "However, as I am in good spirits today, I shall gift you a special map. This map can also be utilized in the bounty halls of other towns. Simply hand it to the receptionist there, and she will assist you in determining your desired task location. Moreover, it is more detailed than the others." Saying this, she retrieved a slightly golden-hued parchment from her bag. The others in the bounty hall, upon seeing this parchment, were filled with envy. After all, even high-tier maps are merely silver-toned, yet this receptionist had presented a golden one. As they realized it was Wang Yi who received it, their initial thoughts of snatching it away vanished, though some hurried to seek the golden map from the receptionist who had assisted Wang Yi. However, The beautiful receptionist responded, "That map is unique," having given it to him. "It is no longer available." The onlookers sighed as they gazed at the parchment in Wang Yi's hand, left only to watch helplessly. Having acquired the map, Wang Yi prepared to follow its guidance to the Hidden Realm's location. Upon unfolding the map, it indeed revealed the entire world, along with the indicated location of the Hidden Realm. The various places marked on the map were exceptionally precise. Typically, ordinary task maps do not display such extensive details. Yet, the map in Wang Yi's possession not only highlighted the task's various locations, but also revealed others. It was as if it combined the standard map with the task map into one comprehensive guide. This was genuinely convenient. No longer would he need to consult multiple maps at once. Wang Yi couldn't help but feel joyous. All it took was a charming reception, and he received such an impressive map. Without further contemplation, he quickly checked the Hidden Realm's coordinates, exited the city gates, and summoned his phoenix feather wings, soaring swiftly towards the location indicated on the map. If he were delayed, precious opportunities might be seized by others. Those who had followed Wang Yi from the bounty hall hastily trailed him as he flew towards the Hidden Realm. After all, lacking the golden map in his possession, their best chance lay in following Wang Yi. The Hidden Realm was not particularly distant from Starsea City. Under normal circumstances, it would take about 5 or 6 minutes to arrive. 2 minutes later, Wang Yi had reached the entrance of the Hidden Realm, a cave. However, since this task location was indeed a hidden realm, the cave surely held secrets within. As Wang Yi approached the Hidden Realm, he sensed someone trailing behind him and quickly increased his speed. Only those with sufficient strength could keep up. The individuals following Wang Yi, already moving at their utmost pace, found themselves outpaced as Wang Yi, akin to a teleport, vanished from sight. With no alternative, the followers resorted to consulting their task maps and world maps, attempting to pinpoint the Hidden Realm's location. Typically, maps do not display task locations. Only by combining both could they approximate the area. Now, they prayed that upon arrival, they might fortuitously encounter Wang Yi, just as Wang Yi arrived. He stumbled upon a skirmish nearby. Initially, he intended to bypass the commotion and enter directly, yet he was intercepted by an individual who, noticing Wang Yi's intended path, stepped aside. Wang Yi observed the person who had blocked his way approach. Someone recently emerged from the cave and demanded, "Hand over the spoils from within, or else." With that, he brandished his axe menacingly, clearly indicating a robbery. It seemed that upon seeing Wang Yi head towards the Hidden Realm, they presumed he bore no items of interest, thus allowing him to pass. However, upon encountering someone just exiting, who could credibly claim to be empty-handed, as the two individuals observed the newly emerged person refuse to comply, one of them swiftly retrieved a rune from his bag and affixed it to the individual. Instantly, the spoils the person had acquired in the Hidden Realm began to cascade to the ground, leading to an agonizing realization. These treasures represented nearly a day's worth of labor. To emerge only to have half of them seized was disheartening. The robber smirked, "I didn't realize you had amassed so much inside. Had you simply surrendered it earlier, I wouldn't have wasted a rune." With that, they discarded the individual, showing no further interest. The victim could only watch helplessly as his belongings were taken from him, with no opportunity for resistance. Wang Yi, witnessing this scene, realized that such opportunistic predation existed here. It was indeed a leisurely endeavor. Those of lesser strength were robbed outright, while the more formidable or reputable ones were likely spared with mere words of persuasion. Disregarding the commotion, Wang Yi proceeded towards the cave's entrance. After all, as long as they arrived, he had no fear of being outmaneuvered. Upon entering the cave, Wang Yi observed his surroundings, which bore resemblance to typical caves, and continued deeper until he reached the cave's depths, where he finally encountered a massive teleportation array that resembled the one Wang Yi had seen underground previously. Had he not known this was the task location, he might have thought he had returned to the subterranean depths. Standing in a magic circle, he activated it, and in an instant, Wang Yi vanished from his original position. Suddenly, the world around him turned pitch black, and in the blink of an eye, Wang Yi found himself in a place resembling a rainforest. He surveyed his surroundings, noting the towering trees, a small prairie to one side, and, astonishingly, a market-like area on the other. It appeared that the market was filled with players, presumably trading the spoils they had obtained, thus avoiding the hassle of carrying their items around. Wang Yi made his way towards the market, hoping to find some information. Although he possessed this extraordinary map, he was still unaware of the specific details regarding the tasks within. Knowledge of where the monsters were abundant, where they were strongest, and where more items could be gathered was essential. Otherwise, wandering aimlessly could lead to a waste of time, especially if the area was teeming with powerful foes. Nonetheless, Wang Yi mused that if such a location existed, it might harbor some treasures. Otherwise, why would it be infested with formidable monsters? After all, extraordinary circumstances often herald extraordinary outcomes. Upon arriving at the market, the cacophony of vendors filled the air. Aged ginseng, immortal grass, benevolent king flowers, hell fruits, and starfall sand echoed through the crowd, with some offering discounts of up to 20, a T20 off, you can't lose. At 20 off, you can't be deceived. Wang Yi was forcibly pulled by players urging him to check out their wares. But he dismissed them, considering their attempts a blatant waste of his time. Although this was a small market, it was not insignificant in size, roughly half that of Starsea City. However, the number of people here was far less than in Starsea City, as the latter had multiple levels and districts. After a brief tour, Wang Yi realized that not all players from Starsea City congregated here. There were likely several such trading spots scattered about. Yet within this market, several hidden powerhouses caught Wang Yi's attention, their strength seemingly rivaling his own. Though Wang Yi was only at level 27, his attributes were on par with those nearing level 35. "Is that Wang Yi?" whispered a seemingly inconspicuous mage to a nearby runesmith beneath a tree. The runesmith, following the mage's gaze, confirmed, "Indeed, it is Wang Yi." Realizing Wang Yi had also ventured into this hidden realm, the mage hurriedly decided to return and inform young Master Li. The two individuals exchanged a fleeting glance before hastily departing from beneath the tree, sprinting off in a different direction. After surveying the bustling little market extensively, Wang Yi found nothing of particular necessity. It seemed that the items being hawked upon his arrival had already been sold off. However, the quantities available were rather meager, with some vendors offering only 2 or 3 items. Yet despite the scarcity, Wang Yi had expended nearly 6,000 gold coins in this locale. Vendors often inflated their prices, but at the auction house, the value would undoubtedly soar. It appeared that the sellers preferred a swift sale here rather than dealing with the complexities of the auction. Naturally, acquiring there was necessitated inquiries about which tasks required these items and where monsters were plentiful. Through this dialogue, Wang Yi learned that there were a total of 20 such small markets, with the current one being the 6th. The sellers were more than willing to answer his questions, as it afforded them an opportunity to boast while engaging in conversation. However, Wang Yi's extravagant spending caught the attention of several onlookers. After all, who would dare purchase such a quantity of goods without a hint of hesitation? This clearly indicated that the individual was exceedingly wealthy. Yet, those trailing Wang Yi seemed oblivious to his reputation. Otherwise, they would not engage in such foolish actions. Realizing that 7 individuals were shadowing him, Wang Yi remained unfazed, concluding that he had yet to fully demonstrate his capabilities. He sighed inwardly, yet he secretly hoped for some trouble, as it would be a shame to let such an opportunity slip away, even if it was akin to a tasteless morsel. These 7 appear to form a small group, comprising a mix of professions, akin to a versatile team. Nevertheless, in Wang Yi's eyes, they posed no threat whatsoever. Observing that each of them was at levels 31 and 32, he recognized that his own attributes were comparable to those of a level 35 player. He led them to the banks of a crystal-clear river, where he seemed to lower his guard. In an instant, the 7 lunged at him. To them, the unguarded level 27 player was akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. They struck without hesitation. Their hearts surged with joy, believing they had succeeded this time. Yet, why was there no bloodshed from the figure before them? Before their minds could grasp the situation, the person collapsed. Wang Yi sheathed his Huangquan sword, contemplating its extraordinary power. Meanwhile, the blood and flesh of the fallen bodies began to dissipate rapidly, as if their existence was accelerated hundreds of times compared to reality. Wang Yi pondered. This must be the sword's additional effect. Upon being struck, the flesh and blood began to vanish swiftly. Only by severing the flesh completely could one escape this fate. Soon, the bodies of the 7 transformed into mere skeletons. In reality, those 7 awoke simultaneously, one emerging from the gaming pod, washing his face and gazing into the mirror, only to discover his skin appeared aged, with several strands of white hair. Upon sharing this revelation with the others, the remaining 6 experienced the same shocking transformation. The damage inflicted in the game had inexplicably transcended into reality. Wang Yi, of course, remained unaware of this occurrence. After all, who would concern themselves with an insignificant ant? With the riffraff dealt with, it was time to seek out the Xian-Tai magnetic stones and the blood lotus, for these 2 items were the key to his mission, while the rest were merely incidental. Following the river upstream, he knew that treasures frequently resided near the source. The lower reaches likely held little of value, yet cave-like formations would be abundant. The information gathered in the 6th small market indicated that venturing upstream alongside the river would yield numerous Xian-Tai magnetic stones and blood lotuses, with mountains and cliffs also likely to harbor such treasures. Thus, it appeared that this locale had been altered by some formidable force. Otherwise, these 2 rare materials would not be so scarce along the way. Wang Yi encountered many individuals who were shattering stones in search of Xian-Tai magnetic stones, although this was the slowest and safest method. These magnetic stones could also be found within caves, and some creatures known as Xian-Tai monsters dropped them, albeit these monsters were not to be trifled with. Nonetheless, the quantity of magnetic stones they dropped was substantial. It seemed these Xian-Tai monsters were purposefully created for this particular quest, as no one had ever encountered them before. When those present saw Wang Yi approaching their claimed territory, they were filled with trepidation. Anyone daring to encroach upon their domain would likely face immediate hostility. Yet, some simply stood frozen in place upon recognizing Wang, likely members of Shanghai City, as they alone were aware of his prowess. Continuing his ascent, Wang Yi found the method of smashing stones to procure Xian-Tai magnetic stones rather unappealing, as it was exceedingly slow. As he climbed higher, he unexpectedly spotted Li Tianba, a familiar face from the novice village. Now, Li Tianba had joined forces with Zhang Outyin, standing alone without wealth or strength, relying solely on the affluent youths. Naturally, Li Tianba recognized Wang Yi, his eyes brimming with resentment, yet powerlessness, for Wang Yi had single-handedly triumphed over hundreds in Shanghai City. What more was there to say? He could only continue to reduce the stones before him to fragments, a small consolation for his frustration. Wang Yi paid him no mind, pressing onward, yet the ascent soon transformed into a strenuous climb. The higher he climbed, the sparser the crowd became, with only a few wild creatures scurrying about, none daring to initiate an attack. However, just as Wang Yi was about to continue his ascent, he spotted a familiar figure. A smile gracing his lips as he approached. It was Lao Qian. Had he not entered the game under his true guise, Wang Yi might not have recognized him. Yet he was astonished to see Lao Qian, who had just purchased the game, had ventured into this secret realm. Moreover, Lao Qian's rapid rise in level was remarkable. Having ascended to level 5 in just a day, Wang Yi couldn't help but reminisce about the arduous journey he had faced in his own leveling process. Yet, Lao Qian's presence at this elevation puzzled him. His level 5 abilities seemed insufficient for such heights. Hearing someone call out to him from below, Lao Qian initially thought it was a figment of his imagination, but instinctively turned to see Wang Yi standing there. Upon seeing Wang Yi, Lao Qian beamed with joy, approaching him and exclaiming, "Wang Yi, you've come to this secret realm too?" "Of course. How could I possibly miss such a grand quest?" Wang Yi replied with a smile. "But you, how on earth did you manage to reach level 5 in just one day? That's astounding." Upon hearing Wang Yi's inquiry about his level, Lao Qian proudly proclaimed, Wang, you may not know this, but I was already an expert in similar games. Although the operational experience differs, the fundamentals remain largely the same. That's how it happened. However, my swift progress is thanks to some allies who assisted me. Come, let me introduce you." With that, Lao Qian led Wang Yi toward a nearby cave. Upon reaching an individual, Lao Qian remarked, "Come, Wang Yi, let me introduce you to the son of our country's wealthiest tycoon, Ma Xiaoyu." Hearing this, Ma Xiaoyu felt somewhat embarrassed, quickly interjecting, "Don't mind Lao Qian's exaggerations. He then turned back to Wang Yi, saying, "This is the good friend I mentioned earlier." Wang Yi, and Ma Xiaoyu exchange a handshake, solidifying their acquaintance. "Wang Yi, what profession have you chosen? You seem difficult to categorize," Lao Qian inquired, curiosity evident in his tone, as he had been intrigued by Wang Yi's class since their initial meeting but had yet to grasp it. He added, I chose Summoner, and Xiaoyu is a Summoner as well. We've both reached level 35. Lao Qian's question elicited a chuckle from Wang Yi. It was amusing to consider others' professions, yet he replied, "I suppose I've opted for something akin to a warrior. By the way, how did you two come and know each other?" Wang Yi deflected the question, eager to avoid delving deeper in his own background. "Lao Qian, I don't recall you being acquainted with Xiaoyu." As Wang Yi spoke, an odd expression flickered across his face. Their demeanor did not resemble that of mere acquaintances, but rather hinted at a long-standing familiarity. It seemed they were not strangers after all. Previously, Lao Qian had often reached a point of near exhaustion, yet refrained from seeking out the wealthy heir Ma Xiaoyu. This suggested that Lao Qian's background was likely extraordinary, prompting Wang Yi's inquiry. Lao Qian, observing Wang Yi, appeared somewhat embarrassed, as if Wang Yi had discerned the nuances of his lineage. While he could not articulate it precisely, he certainly grasped the general idea. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoyu also noticed Lao Qian's unease. He had comprehended Wang Yi's earlier remarks. Realizing that Lao Qian had yet to disclose his identity after such a lengthy absence, Xiaoyu smiled at Lao Qian and remarked, "Wang Yi, in truth, Lao Qian's identity is quite remarkable. He belongs to a mysterious family in our world. There are only 5 such families globally, yet these lineages typically refrain from public acknowledgement." Upon hearing Ma Xiaoyu's words, Wang Yi finally understood the absence of prominent families bearing the surname Qian, recognizing that individuals akin to Lao Qian were indeed rare. Consequently, his previous assumptions were repeatedly overturned, and he had not anticipated Lao Qian's true identity. Learning from Ma Xiaoyu that 5 hidden families exist in the world, Wang Yi grasped the depth of Lao Qian's concealed heritage. His gaze remained fixed on Lao Qian, leaving Lao Qian feeling increasingly uncomfortable. After a brief conversation among the 3, Wang Yi resumed his ascent up the mountain, as the surroundings offered little of interest, either too scarce or not worth pursuing. Thus, he resolved that only by venturing into perilous territories would greater opportunities arise. Upon exiting the cave, Wang Yi sensed a gradual drop in temperature. Gazing towards the mountain summit, he beheld a stark, snow-white peak. However, from his vantage point along the river, there were no signs of snow at the summit, which struck him as peculiar. Was it possible that only by venturing into the depths could one truly discern its nature? Dismissing further contemplation, Wang Yi pressed onward towards the peak. As he entered the snow-capped region, he noticed a distinct lack of individuals engaged in stone quarrying. Most opted for the caves instead. This area was replete with caverns, yet some entrances were guarded by wild creatures, which would launch immediate attacks upon approach. Wang Yi decided against proceeding further and opted to explore one of the caves, for continuing would inevitably lead him deeper into the snow-laden mountains. He stood before a cavern approximately 2 stories high and stepped inside, taking note of the massive footprints on the ground, indicative of a formidable beast. However, he also observed human footprints, suggesting that others had ventured in before him. Yet, Wang Yi chose not to search for another cave. After all, it was often the case that the fisherman reaps the benefits. He surmised that the creature whose footprints he had encountered was exceedingly powerful, and though many humans had traversed within, a confrontation with such a beast would likely result in mutual destruction. Entering the cavern, even if the others managed to slay the creature, he could still claim the spoils for himself, couldn't he? The interior of the cave was somewhat arid, and the floor sloped downward, extending into the abyss. Wang Yi walked cautiously, but the cave seemed like an endless pit. After some time, no changes in his surroundings became apparent. As he descended, the temperature began to rise, revealing signs of battle on the walls, along with several charred corpses scattered about, likely the unfortunate victims of the creature within. The entrance's dimensions were comparable to the cavernous depths, prompting Wang Yi to summon his phoenix wing, opting to fly onward. After traversing for so long without reaching the end, this cave was evidently of considerable depth. The sound of rushing wind filled Wang Yi's ears. But it was warm, suggesting he was nearing something significant. "Hurry, brothers, push harder! This monster is on the brink of collapse," shouted an archer from the back of the crowd. Another archer echoed, "If we can take down this beast, we'll be rich. Whatever you desire, you can have." Meanwhile, a priest continuously cast group enhancement spells, while the mages unleashed spells upon the creature, though with limited effect. The warriors in the front ranks inflicted the most damage, likely due to the creature's immunity to magical attacks. With a mighty roar, the creature lunged towards the nearby lava, clearly on the verge of defeat. Wang Yi had observed the battle for a while, and now was the opportune moment to act. He flapped his phoenix bone wings and soared towards the creature. This time, he refrained from employing the annihilation magic bow, should its damage prove insufficient for a single strike. He could risk losing the opportunity to others, a prospect he could not afford. The spectators below, witnessing the sudden appearance of a birdman, were filled with confusion. Such a creature ought not to exist in this cavern. A figure who appeared to be the team leader, a mage, suddenly paled in realization. "Someone intends to steal our kill," he shouted urgently. The leader, experienced in such matters, knew that each significant kill would yield rewards from the game system to the slayer. Seeing Wang Yi's intentions, he could not allow it. He quickly unleashed a spell to impede Wang Yi's progress. Unexpectedly, several others emerged from various locations, all rushing towards the massive beast. Wang Yi was taken aback by the number of opportunists. Yet he had already gained the advantage. His speed far surpassed theirs, but one individual managed to keep pace, even outpacing him slightly. This person, surprised by Wang Yi's velocity, pressed onward towards the creature. As the beast neared the lava, both Wang Yi and the other individual launched their attacks simultaneously. The purple gold magic vine shot forth from Wang Yi's hand, while the other person threw a net-like object that initially appeared small but expanded dramatically upon reaching the creature, ensnaring it. Yet, Wang Yi's purple gold magic vine was merely a heartbeat behind, also binding the creature, albeit alongside the net. The two locked eyes, each radiating hostility, unwilling to concede. The individual conjured a rune in an instant. Clearly a rune master. Given the rune master's slower base speed, it was evident that they had activated a rune to achieve such swiftness. The rune hurtled towards Wang Yi, who felt an overwhelming surge of power emanating from it, far surpassing the previous annihilation rune he had encountered. In that instant, Wang Yi's equipment activated fully, causing his attributes to spike dramatically. With no time to summon his battle pet for defense, he resolved to fight with all he had. The explosion reverberated through the cavern, threatening to collapse it, and the shock wave struck the others, causing them to lose significant health in an instant. The rune master, having thrown the rune, quickly cast a defensive spell to shield himself, as he was closest to the blast. The force of the rune slammed Wang Yi into the wall, leaving a dent shaped like his form. Much of his gear lay in tatters, and he suffered injuries as well. He had not anticipated such strength from this individual, who was evidently not from Starsea City, a place Wang Yi had never encountered. Assessing his health, he realized that this single rune had reduced his health by a staggering 90%. He hastily consumed several health potions, gradually restoring his health to half. The rune master, also impacted by the explosion, was similarly pressed against the wall, and judging by the indentation, he appeared in worse shape than Wang Yi. Ignoring the rune master, Wang Yi hurried towards the colossal creature. This was his primary focus. The beast remained immobilized by the net and the purple gold magic vine, helplessly gazing at the lava ahead. Should it fall in, it could still fight for several rounds. Now beside the creature, Wang Yi thrust his Huangquan sword towards its head, but it struck the net, failing to penetrate even a fraction. However, the sword's energy still made contact with the creature. As molten rock cascaded from the beast, a massive lizard-like creature emerged, revealing itself as the lava demon lizard. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. The strength of the lava demon lizard surpasses that of many level 40 individuals. It is astonishing to find such a creature here. The lava that once enveloped its body has vanished, revealing skin that visibly shows signs of decay. In mere moments, it is transformed into a desiccated corpse. And shortly thereafter, it becomes nothing more than a skeleton. At this juncture, the runesmith emerges from the recesses of the wall, her equipment tattered and ragged, resembling that of a beggar. Cough, cough. Astonishingly, the runesmith emits a voice that resonates with femininity. The others are left dumbfounded. Could this truly be a woman? Wang Yi also feels a sense of surprise, for it is his first encounter with such a formidable female player, and she immediately bestows upon him a powerful rune. The runesmith senses something amiss and hastily adopts a masculine tone as she addresses Wang Yi. You must be Wang Yi. Huh. Wang Yi is perplexed. How does she know his name? And why has her voice shifted from feminine to masculine? Absurd. Ignoring her, he resolves that the best course of action is to collect the spoil from the lava demon lizard. Necromantic theft. Ding. Successfully utilized necromantic theft. Acquired. Lava demon lizard S tail 1. Lava demon lizard S teeth 6. Lava demon lizard hide 1. Lava demon lizard S eye 2. Lava demon lizard S claw 4. Goodness, he has completely harvested the body of the lava demon lizard. Wang Yi is overjoyed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying the lava demon lizard. Rewards granted. Xian Iron Magnet 200, Bloodthirsty Lotus 150, Roaring Demon Sound Skill Book 1, Lava Stone 10, Crimson Refining Flower 10, Spatial Stone 10. This haul can only be described as a tremendous windfall after consuming just a few potions. He has acquired so much. Those who learn of this will surely be envious. Seeing that Wang Yi has been unresponsive, the runesmith throws a small rune towards him, which promptly detonates beside him. Initially unwilling to engage with her, Wang Yi is taken aback by her audacity to launch a direct assault. He had intended to summon the lava demon lizard and seek retribution against her. But she dares to provoke him now. Truly a reckless choice. The bone wings of his phoenix liner unfurl instantaneously, propelling him towards the summoner with great speed. The summoner, witnessing Wang Yi's approach, feels a flicker of panic. After all, she is but a girl. The rune she unleashed earlier nearly obliterated him. Although she sustained injuries herself, she managed to recover swiftly thanks to a defensive rune followed by a restorative one. Now, witnessing Wang Yi's rapid recovery from a rune, she realizes his strength far exceeds her own. Yet his level leaves her bewildered. How can a level 27 be so powerful? Suddenly, the runesmith snaps back to reality. Feeling the cold edge of Wang Yi's Huangquan sword resting against her neck. With a mere flick, he could end her life. However, Wang Yi is not one to let her off so easily. He intends to extract valuable items from her. Please, don't do anything rash. The runesmith can feel her health points dwindling, and the sensation around her neck is intolerable, as if something is siphoning her very essence. Wang Yi sneers. Your rune attack was rather impressive. It nearly brought about my demise. I didn't mean to. I was simply testing your strength. Yes, just a test. The runesmith retorts, her demeanor reflecting a haughty nature. I advise you to lower your sword. Otherwise, my family will ensure you never leave this beautiful reality. She continues to prattle on, oblivious to her precarious situation. You likely don't even know who I am. Otherwise, you wouldn't dare to act so brazenly. Listen well. I am Jiang Ranyu of the Jiang family from Linhai City. I suggest you think carefully, as Wang Yi observes Jiang Ranyu's incessant chatter. A thin line of crimson appears on her pale neck from the blade of his Huangquan sword. Gasping, Jiang Ranyu quickly shuts her mouth, fearing that Wang Yi's sword might sever her head. After all, those who have spoken so boldly to Wang Yi have met their end. Were it not for Wang Yi's desire to obtain some runes from her, particularly the one that had just attacked, she would be in grave danger. With such a rune in hand, even level 40 players would be no match for him. Wang Yi scoffs, if you wish for me to spare you, it is not an impossible request. Simply hand over 10 or so of those runes you used against me, and I shall let you go. Jiang Ranyu is momentarily stunned, having expected to be bound here until her family paid a ransom. She realizes that merely parting with a few insignificant runes will suffice. However, she mistakenly perceives this as a reality, likely due to the game's immersive experience, reminiscent of her real-life encounters with kidnappers who demand ransoms before releasing their captives. Since it is so simple, Jiang Ranyu, possessing 10 of those runes, retrieves 5 and hands them to Wang. Say here, take them all. These runes were acquired by her in a mysterious cave, had she not found them peculiar. She would not have taken all 15 to Wang. He is taken aback by Jiang Ranyu's willingness, momentarily speechless. However, upon seeing the 5 runes, he quickly regains his composure. "All right, since you've provided the items, I shall take my leave," he states, and before Wang Yi can respond, she vanishes in a flash. Wang Yi slaps his thigh in frustration. What a loss! She must possess even more powerful items, especially that rune that enhances movement. Nevertheless, Wang Yi has still acquired 5 potent runes. Gazing at the descriptions, he understands why their power is so formidable. Annihilation rune. Regardless of the enemy's health, it directly consumes 80. Additionally inflicts 50 damage to the user. Only 50 remain. Once used, they cease to exist. This rune consumes 80 health points while adding the user's attack damage. No wonder Wang Yi lost 9/10 of his health upon being struck. Had Jiang Ranyu's attack been even slightly stronger, he might have been slain before realizing what had happened. With this rune, Wang Yi now fears no one. Any adversary or creature that dares to approach will soon discover the rune's might. With the lava demon lizard now secured, he prepares to depart. However, those who came to slay the lava demon lizard, as well as those who intended to seize it earlier, have blocked the exit completely. It appears they are now united against him. How ironic. Wang Yi opts for silence, moving towards the spot where the lava demon lizard skeletal remains lay, intending to use necromantic summoning to bring the creature forth once more. If they desire it, then let them have it. Ding! Successfully employed necromantic summoning, consuming 1200 MP. Acquired. Level 32 Lava Demon Lizard 1. Its strength reduced to 37. The Lava Demon Lizard, identical to before, rises from the ground. Magma instantly enveloping its form, while its interior remains skeletal. Witnessing the resurrection of the once-dead Lava Demon Lizard, those who had sought to impede Wang Yi's progress now scramble to escape in a panic. The notion of a Lava Demon Lizard that can resurrect is utterly absurd. As the Lava Demon Lizard revives, those who had intended to block Wang Yi make a hasty retreat towards the exit. Yet, Wang Yi is unwilling to let them escape so easily. He commands the Lava Demon Lizard to spew magma towards the exit. While the magma may not possess great destructive power, the pain it inflicts is undeniable. In an instant, cries of agony fill the air, some succumbing to the lava, unable to flee due to the crowd pressing in behind them. Wang Yi surveys the cave and is pleasantly surprised to discover an abundance of Xian iron magnets scattered throughout, with some areas even housing the bloodthirsty lotus. However, the bloodthirsty lotus seems to possess a sense of awareness, gradually moving towards the corpses charred by the lava demon lizard, observing it siphoning the scant blood from the ground's remains until they become desiccated. Wang Yi realizes, no wonder it is called the bloodthirsty lotus. It truly craves blood. Summoning his battle pets, he instructs them to assist the lava demon lizard in harvesting the Xian iron magnets. For his own efficiency is limited. Fortunately, he has these few battle companions to aid him. Wang Yi was certainly not idle. The blood lotus, with its insatiable thirst for blood, had become his target. He diligently gathered them by the handful, stowing them away in his backpack with remarkable efficiency. In a short span, he had completely depleted the area of both the Xian iron magnet and the blood lotus, leaving not a trace behind. Upon emerging from the cave, Wang Yi glanced at the items he had acquired. 513 Xian iron magnets and 396 blood lotuses. To think that such a bountiful harvest could be reaped from a single foray into the cave, akin to opening a treasure chest, was truly commendable. Outside the cave, Wang Yi resolved to ascend further, for the treasures below no longer held any allure for him. It was likely that the lair of the lava demon lizard represented the pinnacle of power beneath this snowy mountain. As he ventured upward, he felt a drastic drop in temperature. Where it had previously been a mild 20 degrees, it plummeted to a chilling minus 20 degrees. This was merely a threshold, starkly segregating the temperatures of the two realms without any transitional buffer. Walking upon the snow, Wang Yi sensed a notable reduction in his speed. The once brisk pace now resembled that of an aging elder. The vast expanse of white obscured his surroundings, making his dark demon armor conspicuously apparent. In a hurry, he exchanged the armor for his previous cloak of invisibility. While this diminished his defense, it ensured his position remained concealed, in such perilous circumstances, revealing one's location was tantamount to courting death. The creatures lurking in the snow and the players present were far beyond the capabilities of those found beneath the mountain. Suddenly, Wang Yi felt an ominous presence and swiftly summoned the phoenix wing feather. Soaring into the sky, from his aerial vantage, he observed something scuttling beneath him in the snow, approximately 10 meters from his prior position. Emerging from the snow was a colossal white silkworm. Had Wang Yi not been at a considerable height, he might have been devoured whole. The enormous silkworm, realizing its attack had failed, burrowed back into the snow, attempting to flee. Did it think it could escape after presenting itself so willingly? Wang Yi swiftly conjured a destruction rune and hurled it towards the silkworm. The creature, sensing imminent danger, fled frantically, yet no matter how it tried, it could not shake off the rune, clinging to it like a stubborn plaster. With a thunderous roar, the surrounding snow was obliterated, leaving a massive crater in its wake. The gigantic silkworm writhed helplessly on the ground, unable to budge an inch. Wang Yi gazed at the creature, astonished that he had encountered the legendary Tian Shan snow silkworm in this desolate place. The silkworm seemed resigned to its fate, remaining motionless as it awaited death's arrival. With a tinge of realization, Wang Yi unsheathed the soul destroyer spear and delivered a decisive blow, ending the life of the Tian Shan snow silkworm. He refrained from using the Huangquan sword, as its overwhelming power would have obliterated the creature entirely, leaving nothing but a void. The silkworm possessed no bones, only flesh and 2 enormous fangs. Nothing more. Should the Huangquan sword have slain the Tian Shan snow silkworm, there would have been no evidence to present to anyone for accountability. With the soul destroyer spear stowed away, he opted for the more discreet approach of necromantic theft. Ding! Successfully utilized necromantic theft. Acquired 2 Tian Shan snow silkworm fangs, 100 Tian Shan snow silkworm flesh, 30 Tian Shan snow silkworm skins. The Tian Shan snow silkworm was indeed a treasure trove. Its flesh and skin could be crafted into various items. While the fangs were excellent for weapon crafting, the corpse of the Tian Shan snow silkworm rapidly blended into the surrounding snow, and upon closer inspection, numerous tiny Tian Shan snow silkworms were seen burrowing into the snow beneath. Wang Yi paid them no mind. After all, they offered little of value aside from materials for concocting potions. However, to transport these little silkworms would be futile, as they would soon perish, rendering their medicinal properties useless. Thus, those in need of such special potions would spend gold to summon NPCs to the snowy mountains for on-site crafting. Yet, only a few specific potions permitted NPCs to accompany him for crafting. For the rest, one could only purchase them outright. Having slain the Tian Shan snow silkworm and collected its spoils, Wang Yi continued his ascent. The earlier scene was likely just the beginning. However, encounters with such colossal Tian Shan snow silkworms would probably be rare. Wang Yi had merely been fortunate to encounter one, so soon upon entering as he ascended, the temperature continued to drop sharply. What had begun at -20 degrees now plummeted to over -30 degrees and kept declining. Suddenly, Wang Yi noticed a pool of blood beneath his feet, as if freshly spilled. He quickly lifted his foot, revealing a blood-soaked lotus crushed beneath it. This place harbored blood lotuses? Wang Yi hastily summoned the Phoenix Wing battle skeleton and unleashed the Phoenix Wing flame. Instantly, the surrounding snow melted away, revealing patches of blood lotuses that, as Wang Yi entered, the quantity of blood lotuses was relatively sparse. Directing the Phoenix Wing battle skeleton to soar into the air, he intensified the Phoenix Wing flame, expanding the area of melted snow at an accelerated rate, more than doubling its previous speed. Sure enough, ahead of where he had stood lay a multitude of blood lotuses. Without hesitation, he returned to the ground, where the Phoenix Wing flame continued to melt the surrounding snow, seemingly leaving the blood lotuses untouched as they remained motionless. Even as Wang Yi collected them into his backpack, they showed no signs of reaction. Nevertheless, he paid little heed to this, prioritizing the acquisition of the blood lotuses, which were of utmost importance. While harvesting the blood lotuses, Wang Yi stumbled upon a peculiar rune on a particularly large blood lotus. He would not let this opportunity slip by. He promptly shattered the rune and collected the additional blood lotuses, However, at the moment the rune was destroyed in a higher region of the snowy mountain. Within a makeshift stronghold, a lean figure addressed a seated mage. "Brother, I sense that the rune I set amidst the blood lotuses has been destroyed. Brother, we must hurry and see who dares to meddle with our possessions." A warrior urged the mage, yet the mage remained silent, lost in contemplation, before finally speaking. "Let us go and confront this fool." With that, the trio burst forth from the warmth of their stronghold, racing towards the expanse of blood lotuses. After dismantling the rune, Wang Yi resumed his harvest of the blood lotuses, which were abundant in this area. As he was the sole gatherer, his pace inevitably slowed. Yet despite this, Wang Yi was undeterred, for these were precious resources he could not afford to overlook. Before long, he had collected the more concentrated patches of blood lotuses into his backpack. As he stowed away the phoenix wing feather, he noticed that the surrounding temperature was surprisingly akin to that below the mountain. However, moments later, it began to drop once more, creating an unbearable sensation, as the immersion of the game was unnervingly realistic. Blood lotuses. 963. To his astonishment, he had directly acquired around 500, with the remaining blood lotuses lacking an appeal, as gathering them would be akin to searching for Xian iron magnets among stones. Wang Yi felt no desire to continue. With the area nearly depleted of blood lotuses, he decided to seek alternative locations for their procurement. Blood lotuses were generally more plentiful atop this snowy mountain, with caves being the next likely haven. Just as Wang Yi prepared to summon the phoenix wing feather and depart, three figures appeared ahead, rapidly approaching his position. Their intentions were clearly hostile. Observing their aggressive advance, Wang Yi gripped the Huangquan sword tightly. "You there, you must be the one who pilfered our blood lotuses, aren't you?" The warrior spoke, his gaze fierce and unyielding, wielding a broadsword that he swung menacingly in the air, clearly intending to threaten. Wang Yi regarded the trio before him, a mage, a warrior, and a rune master. It then dawned on him that the rune he had previously shattered must have been set by the rune master standing before him. Having broken a rune, it was only natural for them to rush to his side. "Kid, your grandfather is asking you a question. Don't pretend to be mute," the warrior bellowed, slashing toward Wang Yi with his broadsword, unleashing a blade of energy that sliced through the air. How dare he attack so suddenly? Wang Yi retaliated with a wave of his own weapon, the yellow spring sword, releasing a similar blade of energy. Bang! The two energies collided and canceled each other out, but it was evident that the warrior's strike was significantly weaker. After all, Wang Yi wielded the purple, 9th-tier yellow spring sword, while the warrior brandished merely a standard purple weapon. At most 5th tier, the disparity was akin to a minor figure facing a giant. The blade of energy from the yellow spring sword cleaved through the warrior's energy blade effortlessly, continuing its trajectory toward the warrior himself. Initially startled, the warrior could hardly believe that his attack was outmatched by a mere level 27 combatant, yet despite his astonishment, he quickly activated his defensive skill, Shield Wall. The sound of steel clashing resonated, and a nearby mound of snow collapsed under the impact. The warrior's shield wall was no ordinary skill. It had been reinforced through countless battles, granting it formidable defense. Yet to his disbelief, a fissure appeared in the once impenetrable barrier. This was an occurrence he had never encountered before. His shield wall had cracks. Staring at the fracture, the warrior was left in a state of incredulity, momentarily frozen in shock, noticing the impending collapse of the shield and the warrior's dazed expression. The mage recognized the perilous situation. If Wang Yi's blade struck the warrior, it could result in severe injury or even death. Their leader had given them strict orders. If any of them fell in this game, their positions as professional players would be forfeited. The mage hastily cast a defensive spell, just as the shield wall shattered. Fortunately, the mage's skill had successfully reinforced the warrior, preventing him from taking the full brunt of the attack, mitigating most of the damage. Nonetheless, Wang Yi's blade still inflicted nearly 1,000 points of damage. The warrior scrambled to his feet, quickly consuming 2 health potions. "Fool! With such meager strength, you dare to challenge me?" Wang Yi scoffed derisively. The warrior, unable to contain his anger, raised his broadsword and charged at Wang Yi, cursing vehemently. The mage, witnessing his younger brother's reckless aggression, swiftly cast a spell to pull him back. "Brother, Why are you stopping me? The warrior protested, visibly aggrieved. Calm down, third brother. I advise you to return the bloodthirsty lotus to me. Otherwise, if it comes to blows, you won't enjoy the outcome, the mage cautioned. Huh, you dare to boast? You couldn't withstand a single blade of my energy, yet you still speak with such arrogance. Wang Yi regarded the trio as if they were simpletons. You. The mage was so enraged that he could scarcely articulate a response. For Wang Yi's words bore an undeniable truth. Fine, just you wait. With that, he motioned for the other two to retreat. Engaging Wang Yi was tantamount to courting death. That you're leaving just like that? Aren't you going to compensate me for my mental anguish? I was quite frightened just now. Wang Yi feigned weakness. The three, hearing his ludicrous pretense, cursed him inwardly. What kind of nonsense is this? Ignoring Wang Yi, they prioritized their swift departure. Since you choose not to respond, I shall take your silence as consent, Wang Yi declared, unfurling his phoenix feather wings and pursuing them. However, the trio's speed was notably swift, likely due to the mage's enhancement and the runemaster's runes. Speaking of runes, Wang Yi had suffered several setbacks due to them in the past, yet runemasters possessed a critical weakness, once approached in close quarters. Their fate was sealed. However, this runemaster appeared less formidable than the one Wang Yi had previously encountered, Zhang Ranyu, and their speed had noticeably diminished. As the trio noticed Wang Yi's relentless pursuit, the runemaster continued to cast offensive runes, hurling them at Wang Yi, yet none found their mark. Wang Yi's speed was unmatched. From such a distance, hitting him was nothing short of a dream. In an instant, Wang Yi soared above them, and before they could unleash their spells, his yellow spring sword struck them down. Their health points plummeted, leaving them no opportunity to use health potions. With another slash, they were sent offline. Gazing at their lifeless forms, Wang Yi resolved to employ his necromantic theft. After all, anyone capable of traversing this snowy mountain likely possessed hundreds, if not thousands, of Xian iron magnetites. As for the bloodthirsty lotus, Wang Yi was particularly eager for the treasures harbored by the runemaster. Ding! Necromantic theft successful. Acquired. Shield Wall Skill Book 1. Xian Iron Magnetite 169. Bloodthirsty Lotus 198. Ding! Necromantic theft successful. Acquired. Wind Magic Skill Book 1. Xian Iron Magnetite 436. Bloodthirsty Lotus 585. Ding! Necromantic theft successful. Acquired. Tracking Rune 3. Earth-Shattering Star Rune 1. Cloak of Invisibility Rune 1. Xian Iron Magnetite 216. Bloodthirsty Lotus 268. He directly amassed over 800 Xian Iron Magnetites and more than 1,000 Bloodthirsty Lotuses. This haul far surpassed what he had previously collected in the caves. And it had come so easily. Additionally, he obtained 2 skill books and, crucially, 5 runes. Common runes were typically referred to as XX rune, while the more advanced ones were known as XX rune. Of course, there existed even higher tiers, though Wang Yi had yet to encounter them. Stowing all these treasures in his backpack, Wang Yi continued his ascent up the mountain. He had not anticipated that robbing others would yield such bountiful rewards. However, one must possess sufficient strength to act with impunity. Just as Wang Yi spread his phoenix feather wings to ascend the mountain, darkness suddenly enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Wang Yi jolted awake in reality. What the hell? Did the game glitch? In fact, it was not only Wang Yi. Everyone who had entered the game experienced a forced exit. This was the first time Wang Yi had encountered such a situation. It had never happened before. Could it be that the world had undergone a transformation? Yet, this should not be the case. Previously, when Wang Yi's game and reality merged, he had been forcibly logged out, leading to profound changes in the real world. Had this occurrence replicated itself? Sitting at the edge of his bed, Wang Yi sipped several glasses of water. After being abruptly logged out, he felt disoriented, as if someone had struck him on the head. After resting for a while, he attempted to log back into the game, but after several failed attempts, either entering into darkness or seeing nothing at all, he decided against further efforts. Instead, he resorted to perusing his phone, checking the game forum to ascertain when he might regain access. With time on his hands and nothing pressing, Wang Yi decided to visit the city center of Linghai. He had never had the opportunity before, and now he had ample time and resources. Having converted millions of gold coins in the game to tens of millions of soft currency, what could he possibly not afford? He summoned a ride and set off toward the city center, intending to savor this experience before the worlds merged. Otherwise, such opportunities might never present themselves again. The distance to the city center from Wang Yi's residence was considerable, and the time was now 15:36. He estimated arrival around 5 o'clock. Seated in the vehicle, Wang Yi soon drifted off to sleep in a dreamlike state. It felt as though someone was calling out to him. Yet he could not discern the words. Suddenly, he found himself enveloped in darkness, unable to see anything, but ahead, a glimmer of light beckoned. Wang Yi pushed forward, straining against an invisible weight, as if carrying 1,000-pound stone on his back. Nevertheless, he persevered until he reached the source of the light, which illuminated a pedestal upon which lay an object. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a small box adorned with a miniature dragon head atop it. Moreover, beside the dragon head, there were 2 claws. Each corner of the box was adorned with miniature dragon talons, giving the entire box an appearance as though it had been coated in gold. Shimmering brilliantly, Wang Yi stepped closer. He prepared to lift the box, yet it felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds, making it impossible for him to budge even a fraction. Nevertheless, he persisted, determined to hoist the box, for just by its appearance, he was convinced it was no ordinary object. Suddenly, the light above the pedestal vanished, plunging the surroundings into a pitch-black abyss. Yet in Wang Yi's grasp remained the box. Though obscured from view, he could still discern that it was indeed the golden box with the dragon head. In the darkness, it felt as if a strange creature was watching him intently. He sensed its presence, but could not fathom what it was. Just as he was about to move, a beam of golden light illuminated him, blinding his eyes. Yet through the haze, he caught a glimpse of a golden dragon, just like the one atop the box he held. The dragon surged towards him, its enormous fangs poised to devour him. Wang Yi jolted awake. It turned out to be merely a dream. Sensing something, he realized he still held the box with the dragon head and claws. Everything felt like a dream, yet somehow not. A paradox, for the box in his hand was beyond explanation. Strangely, it felt much lighter than before, akin to an ordinary box, though the intricate carvings were so lifelike they seemed real. Opening the box proved less challenging than anticipated. At its center lay a ring, astonishingly suspended in midair, unsupported by anything, devoid of any mechanism. Just as Wang Yi reached to retrieve the ring, it darted towards his finger and slipped on as if drawn by an unseen force. How peculiar, he mused. Why had he experienced such a dream? What manner of existence was that golden dragon? And what was this ring? These questions ensnared Wang Yi in contemplation, yet he found no clarity, attributing it to some surreal fusion of reality and game-induced anomalies. As he gazed out the window, he realized he had arrived at the bustling heart of Linghai City and chose a spot to disembark. The sun had yet to set, casting a warm glow as evening descended. The street filled with vendors was teeming with people. Even the durian stall, which usually deterred Wang Yi, was surrounded by eager patrons. His stomach growled audibly, compelling him to purchase a jianbing guozi to satiate his hunger. This visit to the city center was merely a leisurely exploration. He had no intent to shop. Just as he finished his meal, an explosion erupted from the nearby bank, resonating with the unmistakable essence of runes. Wang Yi was acutely sensitive to such energies, having previously endured the wrath of runes, and he knew well the damage they could inflict. Having been caught in several blasts himself. Could it be the players from the game? After all, some abilities from the game had begun to manifest in the real world. Those who acquired such powers, under the pressure of reality, would naturally wish to unleash their pent-up resentment, and this individual was likely no exception. In his past life, Wang Yi had witnessed similar chaos. Hastening towards the bank, he figured he had nothing better to do than observe this unfolding spectacle. Perhaps game characters would arrive to thwart this individual. Upon his approach, he discovered it was not merely a single person, but a small group. 2 warriors, a mage, and a rune master. The rune master had already breached the bank's vault, and bills fluttered through the air, seemingly weightless, as if caught in a gentle breeze. The only plausible explanation was that the mage had cast a spell to incite panic among the crowd, allowing them to escape amidst the chaos. What a brilliant scheme. Some onlookers mistook the scene for a film shoot, marveling at the dazzling spectacle, not realizing it was all too real and not merely a cinematic illusion. Meanwhile, the police, having received the emergency call, rapidly arrived on the scene, drawing their sidearms and taking aim at the four assailants. One officer, evidently of higher rank, emerged from a vehicle with a walkie-talkie, announcing loudly, "You are surrounded. I advise you to lay down your weapons and surrender." Before he could finish, an ice shard struck him squarely in the forehead, sending him sprawling to the ground. A rookie officer nearby, startled by the sight, accidentally pulled with a swift and direct charge. He subdued the four individuals in an instant, controlling them and bringing them to the side of M.O. Ran, intrigued by these four, recognized that his family was in dire need of individuals with considerable strength. Thus, recruiting them was a judicious choice. Gazing at the four, M.O. Ran remarked, "You are indeed audacious. Do not presume that a modicum of strength grants you the right to scorn everything around you. Let me enlighten you. There are many who surpass you. Ah, you must be the young master of the M.O. family. M.O. Ran, I have heard of you, and it seems you are quite the failure. Unable to even defeat Wang Yi. I truly wonder how you bear such disgrace," declared one of the mages. M.O. Ran's anger flared instantly. Those who dared to speak to him thus had already met their demise. Were it not for the mage's slight prowess, he would have long departed this beautiful world. However, he restrained his temper and responded with a forced smile. "Well said. Yet, in Wang Yi's eyes, you are but a pile of refuse. If you possessed true strength, you would not have found yourselves in my grasp. Now, you have but two paths before you. One leads to death, and the other to joining my M.O. family." M.O. Ran, observing the four, dispensed with any further pleasantries and stated his intentions plainly, leaving them to ponder their choice. After a brief moment, the mage replied, "Very well. Since young master M.O. values us so highly, we shall comply." The four had understood M.O. Ran's methods and realized that their demise would not be a simple affair. They had come seeking thrills, never imagining it would jeopardize their lives. Naturally, they quickly yielded, for life is paramount. After they acknowledged him, M.O. Ran produced a rune and handed it to the four, indicating they should drop their blood upon it. They comprehended that the M.O. family would not permit them to enter without some form of ritual, and as they anticipated, they were compelled to comply. Completing this task, M.O. Ran suddenly directed his attention towards Wang Yi, who was leisurely enjoying a watermelon, waving his hand and calling out, "Wang Yi, you needn't hide any longer." Just as Wang Yi finished a piece of watermelon and reached for another, he inadvertently noticed M.O. Ran gesturing towards him from across the bank, his lips moving in speech. Nevertheless, Wang Yi feigned ignorance, continuing to relish his watermelon. The shopkeeper, having spotted the heir of the M.O. family shouting for Wang, assumed Wang Yi had not heard and was about to call out to him when Wang Yi, sensing the shopkeeper's intent, interjected, "No need to worry. They will come to us." With that, he resumed his watermelon feast, truly embodying the role of a bystander. Seeing that Wang Yi remained unperturbed, still consuming watermelon, M.O. Ran muttered under his breath, "Damn it, this dog Wang Yi is as infuriating as ever." He hastily instructed the surviving officers to tidy up, and M.O. Ran advanced toward Wang Yi. The shopkeeper recognized M.O. Ran, the young master of the M.O. family, and felt a surge of anxiety. He could not afford to offend such a powerful figure. Wang Yi, keenly aware of the shopkeeper's trepidation, reassured him, "Do not fret. I will not harm you," as he spoke. Wang Yi picked up another piece of watermelon, his eyes half squinted, scrutinizing the approaching M.O. Ran. The latter, witnessing Wang Yi's nonchalance, felt his frustration boil over. This Wang Yi was truly insufferable. Bang! The transparent tempered glass door of the establishment shattered under M.O. Ran's forceful kick, sending shards flying towards Wang Yi, while the shopkeeper had already scurried beneath the table. In an instant, a 5-star barrier materialized around Wang Yi, deflecting the shards back towards M.O. Ran. One of the mages beside M.O. Ran quickly cast a spell in an attempt to divert the glass shards. But a single spell proved insufficient to halt their momentum. Only by hastily casting another did the shards veer off to the side. Wang Ran began to voice his frustration, but quickly held back. as he still hoped for Wang Yi's allegiance to the Mo family. After all, he had witnessed Wang Yi's formidable capabilities. With Wang Yi on their side, would not the Mo family become the supreme force in this world? Other families, like the Li and Zhang clans, would be rendered insignificant. Just one Wang Yi sufficed. Mo Rand's demeanor shifted dramatically as he declared, "Wang Yi, you are now aware of the state of this world and its impending trajectory. I genuinely hope you will join my Mo family. Rest assured, should you choose to do so, you will be treated as a top-tier existence." With that, Mo Rand patted his chest confidently. In response, Wang Yi quipped, "If I am to be a top-tier existence, can you address me as father?" He feigned innocence as he spoke. Mo Rand, taken aback by Wang Yi's audacity, felt no obligation to show him respect any longer. The only sensible course was to eliminate Wang Yi, ensuring he would not cause trouble for the Mo family in the future. Resolving to act decisively, Mo Rand prepared to strike with a thunderous blow, intending to put Wang Yi to eternal rest upon his chair. With a signal to his followers, they promptly understood Mo Rand's intent. Suddenly, a massive worm erupted from beneath Wang Yi's chair, its maw wide open, lunging towards him. Yet Wang Yi was no fool. He leaped from the chair, brandishing his soul destroyer spear, and with a deft motion, he severed the worm's jaws in an instant. The creature's dark purple blood splattered throughout the shop, leaving the shopkeeper aghast as he witnessed the walls of his establishment being forcefully painted with gore. Meanwhile, Mo Rand's companions surged forth to assault Wang Yi. Warriors, rune mages, sorcerers, and summoners filled the scene with a dazzling display of color. Spells erupted, runes detonated, and summoned creatures advanced rapidly towards Wang Yi. Having dispatched the worm, Wang Yi surveyed Mo Rand's advancing entourage. Making no unnecessary movements, he merely summoned a desolation rune and tossed it lightly towards the charging warriors. How could those warriors fail to sense the potency of such a seemingly insignificant rune? They hastily grouped together, unleashing their defensive skills in unison. Boom! In an instant, the warriors were hurled back, some losing limbs, others being cleaved in two. Thankfully, the rune's explosive force concentrated upon them, sparing the shop from extensive damage. Nevertheless, Wang Yi dashed out of the establishment, for its confines were too restrictive for him to properly unleash his power. Mo Rand, witnessing the rune Wang Yi had thrown, recognized it as the same one previously belonging to Li Liang. Li Liang had mentioned his rune had gone missing, and now it was in Wang Yi's possession. That skill could truly siphon anything, and Wang Yi's peculiar battle pet, a mere skeleton, exhibited such extraordinary strength. Yet now was not the time for reflection. Mo Rand quickly regained his focus, realizing that Wang Yi had effortlessly dispatched the voracious worm he had summoned, and the debt for that outrage had yet to be settled. Furthermore, Wang Yi had mercilessly incapacitated his comrades. After tossing the desolation rune, Wang Yi did not relent. He retrieved the Book of Annihilation he had acquired earlier and hurled it towards the summoners. Sorcerers and rune mages, seeing their fellow warriors obliterated by Wang Yi's rune, the remaining mages panicked, fearing that should this new rune strike them, they would be reduced to mere blood mist. They hastily activated their defensive skills, wrapping themselves tightly in layers of protection. Wang Yi scoffed. Such feeble defenses could not withstand the power of the Book of Annihilation. It was a fool's dream. The book soared towards their layered defenses. Bang, bang, bang. The Book of Annihilation collided with the formidable barriers, penetrating through without encountering any resistance, though its might was somewhat diminished. The mages watched in horror as the book effortlessly pierced through multiple layers of their defenses, which, despite appearing indomitable, proved as fragile as paper. Their faces contorted with fear, they recalled the gruesome fates of the warriors who had charged forth before them. They all fervently prayed for someone to come and rescue them. Mo Rand gazed at the Book of Destruction, witnessing the impending demise of all those he had brought with him, and hastily summoned a stone golem to shield the mages before him. However, this proved utterly futile. The golem was obliterated into mere rubble, ultimately erupting amidst the mages. Perhaps due to the significant damage being mitigated earlier, the injuries sustained by the mages were not severe. At least, none were missing limbs. Wang Yi could not help but sigh, lamenting, "What a pity about the runes. They are truly exhilarating to use, Mo Ran cast a furious glance at Wang Yi, his heart ablaze with rage. All those he had brought were annihilated. This was the hope of the Mo family. Wang Yi slap. Before Mo Ran could finish his words, Wang Yi delivered a resounding slap. Do not provoke me further. Otherwise, you will be the next one down. With that, Wang Yi pointed at those lying on the ground. Unable to rise, Mo Ran, startled, trembled, his mind racing. Would he meet the same fate? Surely not, as he pondered. Mo Ran's legs faltered, realizing that in this reality, death was final, unlike in games where one could respawn. Thud. Mo Ran knelt before Wang Yi, his voice frantic. Brother Wang, Father Wang, please be magnanimous and spare me. Do not kill me. Tears streamed down his face. This time, he was genuinely terrified as he witnessed the grim fate of others. Wang Yi, initially disinclined to take Mo Ran's life, chuckled upon seeing him kneeling. You could be this way too. With that, he kicked Mo Ran away, disgusted by his display of cowardice as a man. Suddenly, a horn blared from a distance, accompanied by a rumbling sound. Wang Yi turned to see a series of ominous black cannon barrels emerging at the edge of the street, growing larger by the second. The horn blared. Listen up, you inside. You are surrounded by my tank division that I advise you to surrender. Otherwise, do not blame us for being ruthless. Wang Yi grasped the situation. They had deployed tanks. After some contemplation, he decided to vacate the area, as he had no runes left to utilize. The powerful ones would be wasted here. He resolved to leave, having merely been a spectator until now. Never expecting Mo Ran to come here and seek his own demise. Upon seeing the tank division, Mo Ran was invigorated. Finally, the detestable Wang Yi was in his sights. He thought, I will see if you can escape now. Wang Yi, you are nothing but trash, daring to challenge me. Your grandfather, Mo? Fool! As he ran toward the tanks, he shouted curses. Wang Yi, upon hearing this, scoffed. This foolish Mo Ran is getting fired up. The soul-extinguishing spear in his hand morphed into the destruction bow. And with a swift motion, he pierced Mo Ran's body, the arrow even penetrating the tank's iron armor. After releasing the arrow, Wang Yi quickly departed. Capturing him was an impossible feat at his current speed, which exceeded 70 miles per hour. Who could catch him? Once away from the food street, Wang Yi checked the time. 19:26, just as the sun was setting, he hailed a cab, intending to grab a bite at Old Qian's place. Upon arrival, he found Old Qian still engrossed in a game. With no other option, he had the apprentices prepare some food. After dining, Wang Yi decided it was time to return. While eating barbecue, he received a notification on his phone about game logins. Before long, he found himself back in his rented room. Scanning the forum, he was taken aback to see it ablaze with activity. No way. Everyone, get into the game. I just logged in and received a massive gift pack. I got 5 pieces of purple tier equipment. Moreover, his game ID had transformed into his real name. What a pity for his former impressive ID. Hey Opie, I saw your post. I logged in too, and mine changed as well. Another user exclaimed, how is this not a scam? It sounds too good to be true. Free purple tier equipment. And what about the game ID? Naturally, the comments beneath this post were filled with insults, calling him a fool for not checking the game first. Wang Yi pondered, could this forced log-off truly yield such rewards? And what of the game ID? Without further hesitation, he logged into the game. Darkness enveloped him once more, and when he regained his senses, he found himself in the familiar snowy mountains, unchanged. Ding! Congratulations! Host level has increased to level 29. Wang Yi was taken aback by his sudden elevation. After battling numerous monsters without gaining a level, it seemed the game had indeed encountered a bug. Ding! Congratulations! Host has obtained the SSS grade skill, Stellar Explosion. Stellar Explosion? Wasn't that the rune? How could such a skill exist? If it mirrored the rune's effects, it would be exhilarating. Yet, Wang Yi felt a sense of familiarity with this skill, reminiscent of something he had seen in an anime. Truly extraordinary. Not dwelling on it further, he hastily examined this SSS grade skill. That SSS grade skill, Stellar Explosion, consumes 500 MP per second upon USE.IT, creates a purple-black orb that attracts all nearby objects, causing a continuous drain of 20 health per second. Even after breaking free from this binding, it will still drain 5 health per second. This was utterly astonishing. Wang Yi exclaimed in surprise. This skill was beyond formidable. Although the MP consumption was high, the damage output rendered all else insignificant. He never expected to receive such a skill upon logging in. It outweighed receiving dozens of purple-tier items. Yet this game was utterly absurd. In his past life, he had never encountered anything of the sort. Had he, things would not have been so dire. Wang Yi felt a shift. After completing this task, the world would surely change, just as he prepared to enter the game. His strength surged, feeling as if he were one with his in-game power. Without further contemplation, he resolved to level up swiftly. He was just one level away from 30, checking his blood extraction progress. He noted it had reached 100. Surprisingly, this time in the game, the blood extraction progress had also changed. Wang Yi unfurled his phoenix wing and soared higher into the snowy peaks, avoiding the ground where monsters often appeared unexpectedly. Flying above, he could see far ahead, enjoying a broad view. As the temperature dropped, he spotted the mountaintop, where a dark spot loomed, likely a cave or something similar. Without hesitation, he sped towards it, anticipating that this was where the most formidable foe of the task awaited. Observing the cave's size, he surmised the monster within might rival the ancient giant ape in stature. However, noticing signs of human presence at the entrance indicated that others had arrived before him. Without hesitation, he stepped into the cave. Upon entering, the temperature inside was significantly warmer, even feeling a gentle breeze, a stark contrast to the frigid exterior. The cave was not particularly dry, and Wang Yi moved swiftly within. He was no longer afraid. With his SSS-grade skill, who could rival him? With control in hand, he could unleash a rune, and the damage would surely be catastrophic. The cave was not deep, and soon he could hear human voices echoing within. Damn it, that bear is truly a tough nut. After all this time, we still can't take it down. A deep voice lamented that a woman interjected. All right, let's just wear it down here. I refuse to believe that with 6 of us, all above level 35, we can't handle this. Who are you? How did you get in here? The previously speaking woman demanded, eyeing the shadowy figure at the entrance, gripping her weapon tightly. Wang Yi casually emerged from the darkness, surveying the 6 individuals, a mage, a rune master, 2 warriors, a priest, and a summoner. Just as he suspected. Indeed, the IDs of these individuals have transformed into a singular name, suggesting a swift reality. Wang Yi, the mage named Yang Qian. Upon seeing Wang Yi's ID, could not help but voice it aloud. The others, gazing at Jiang Shu, presumed he was acquainted with this person, their faces a mask of confusion. If they truly recognized him, surely they would have called him to join them. Yang Qian, noticing the attention of those around her, hastily waved her hands, declaring, I do not know him. I merely recognized his ID and spoke it instinctively. Wang Yi, exclaimed the summoner named Zhuang Shi, fixating on Wang Yi in astonishment. Zhuang Shi, what troubles you? Do you know Wang Yi? Yang Qian queried, a hint of perplexity in her voice. Zhuang Shi leaned in closer, whispering urgently, Have you forgotten? He is none other than the nemesis of young Master Li Liang. You truly have a penchant for forgetting things. The remaining individuals, now privy to Zhuang Shi's words, swiftly comprehended the gravity of their situation. Their master harbored an intense hatred for Wang Yi, and yet here they were, oblivious to his identity. Fortuitously, Li Liang was not present. Otherwise, they would be facing dire consequences. Their gazes exchanged silent understanding, and they nodded imperceptibly. Wang Yi, standing off to the side, had overheard Zhuang Shi's remarks and deduced that they were indeed subordinates of Li Liang, likely members of his professional team. Observing their inaction and apparent communication, he surmised they were plotting against him. Yet, would Wang Yi fall for their scheme so easily? If the enemy remains still, I shall remain still. If the enemy moves, I shall strike first. In an instant, the feathers of his phoenix wings ignited in flames, and grasping the Huangquan sword, he lunged directly at the priest. Yang Qian and Zhuang Shi had been closely monitoring Wang Yi, but were unprepared for his sudden assault. Despite the priest being enveloped in layers of defense, he was unable to withstand the might of Wang Yi's Huangquan sword, his eyes widening in shock. After all, he had never encountered such a direct breach of his defenses. Yet Wang Yi had shattered them effortlessly with a single strike. The others quickly reacted, seizing their weapons to attack Wang Yi, but their efforts proved futile. With his enhanced strength and remarkable speed, Wang Yi was a force to be reckoned with, even against foes of levels 35 and 36. Even if they were level 40, Wang Yi possessed the capability to contend with them, having failed to eliminate his target in one blow. Wang Yi swiftly thrust his sword once more, and in an instant, the priest was forced offline. The entire sequence transpired with astonishing rapidity when the others turned their gaze back to the priest. He had vanished. Realization dawned upon the remaining five. It appeared Wang Yi had discerned their affiliation with Li Liang's team, otherwise he would not have launched such an unexpected attack. The five quickly formed a battle formation, their training evident as they moved with relative familiarity. However, to Wang Yi, this merely represented a slight delay in his progress. Glancing through his inventory for usable items, Wang Yi fortuitously discovered the black magic undead he had obtained long ago and summoned it immediately. Instantly, the surroundings were engulfed in black mist, which rapidly enveloped the area, leading the five to mistakenly believe other beasts had joined the fray. Yang Qian hastily cast a wind spell to disperse the black mist, hoping to gain clarity of the situation, yet the others remained oblivious to their own positions, uncertain of whether they were alive or dead. Thud! The mage named Yang Qian, hearing a sound nearby, urgently called out, "Zhuangshi, are you still there? I can't see anything." Before Yang Qian could finish her sentence, her voice abruptly ceased. Zhuangshi, alarmed by her sudden silence, felt a surge of panic as the impenetrable darkness cast a heavy psychological weight upon him. Zhuangshi's words faltered as he too fell silent. The others struggled to comprehend the situation, and it soon became apparent that both Yang Qian and Zhuangshi had perished. Thud! Thud! One after another. The individuals were eliminated by the black magic undead. Wang Yi felt a sense of satisfaction, astonished by the formidable strength of the black magic undead. The five had yet to grasp the situation, and in mere moments, they had all been slain. Wang Yi speculated that the fear instilled by the black mist had significantly impacted their resolve. Otherwise, they would not have fallen so swiftly. Issuing a command to the black magic undead, Wang Yi instructed it to absorb the black mist, for he too had found it difficult to see anything amidst the darkness. In no time, the mist dissipated entirely. When he had summoned the black magic undead, the black mist had enveloped the area, obscuring his vision of the creature's form. However, with the mist now gone, Wang Yi could clearly perceive the appearance of the black magic undead. Its form was peculiar. Studying the faint black mist before him, he realized that without careful observation, it was nearly impossible to discern its true nature. Although it appeared as a mass of pale black mist, its size was considerable, akin to that of a giant, composed entirely of this ethereal substance. Wang Yi turned his gaze to the corpses of the five individuals, unable to ascertain whether they were indeed human, as the bodies had been reduced to mere fragments by the black magic undead's onslaught. However, he had little interest in lingering over them. It was time to delve deeper into the cave. After all, while the black magic undead was powerful, it was not without its time constraints. Having ventured further, Wang Yi soon beheld a colossal white bear, adorned with what resembled armor, albeit only partially covering its form. Commanding the black magic undead, the massive white bear was instantly engulfed in the dark mist. The creature sensed something was amiss. Such beings should not exist in this realm. The only plausible explanation was the one who had fled moments ago. Suddenly, the temperature plummeted by 40 to 50 degrees, causing Wang Yi to shiver involuntarily. Producing a faint sound, he realized instinctively that such a dramatic drop in temperature could not occur without reason. The white bear was undoubtedly the source. Indeed, the area he had just vacated was reduced to a wasteland by the bear's fury. Wang Yi deftly ascended to a higher ledge, positioning himself against the wall, well aware that the white bear would not anticipate his presence above. Thud! The sound of blood bursting forth shattered the silence, and the bear howled in pain as the black magic undead ruthlessly shattered its arm. Without pause, the undead lunged at one of the bear's legs. However, the creature, now aware of the danger, began to thrash its other paw wildly. Yet, physical attacks proved utterly ineffective against the black magic undead. The creature successfully shattered another of the bear's legs, causing it to lose its balance and crash heavily to the ground. As the black magic undead's time limit expired, it vanished, the surrounding black mist dissipating shortly thereafter. allowing the cave to regain a semblance of light. The fallen white bear glared at Wang Yi from its prone position, its eyes filled with resentment, yet utterly powerless to act, only able to roar in defiance. Did Wang Yi truly believe he could be intimidated by such theatrics? Sheathing his weapon, he opted for the soul-extinguishing spear. After all, the Huangquan sword power was overwhelming and could obliterate anything in its path. Previously, Wang Yi had found that the spoils obtained from slain foes using the Huangquan sword had diminished, leading him to decide on a different weapon this time. Ding! The soul-extinguishing spear plunged into the bear's head, and with its already diminished health, the creature succumbed instantly. Given the prior damage inflicted by the 6 individuals, Wang Yi found no need to exert excessive effort. Initially, he had assumed the black magic undead lacked significant power, intending to test his newly acquired SSS skill, the Starfall Explosion. However, that would no longer be necessary, and he would have to seek another worthy opponent. Observing the dismembered white bear, Wang Yi immediately employed the soul extraction. Ding! Successful use of soul extraction acquired. Snow Mountain War Bear Paws 2, Snow Mountain War Bear Hide 30, Fangs 4, Roar Skill Enhancement Book 1, Battle Pet Armor 1, Gold Coins 15,000. To his surprise, this bear was known as the Snow Mountain War Bear. No wonder it possessed such equipment, now rightfully belonging to Wang. Noticing the Battle Pet armor, it seemed only the Snow Mountain War Bear could don it, so he summoned it forth to equip it accordingly. Undead Summoning. Ding! Successful use of Undead Summoning. Consumed 1500 MP. Acquired 35 level Snow Mountain War Bear 1. Strength equivalent to 40. This battle pet possesses a degree of intelligence. Wang Yi did not bother to examine anything else and focus solely on this creature of intelligence. What exactly is this being? Could it possibly possess its own consciousness? Ding! Indeed, host. The battle pet you have summoned possesses a degree of intelligence, albeit not particularly astute, exhibiting only instinctual responses. The summoned pet must have a power level of 40 or above to possess such intelligence. Ah, so that is how it is. No wonder there is an element of consciousness. It is only when the summoning power exceeds 40 that this occurs. If a weaker pet were summoned, would its consciousness not be sharper? However, Wang Yi quickly dismissed this thought, realizing that a weaker battle pet would serve him little purpose. As he gazed at the battle pet, the Snow Mountain Battle Bear, he noticed that it bore signs of a damaged physique. He had not paid it much mind earlier, but upon closer inspection, it appeared quite peculiar. Nevertheless, it did not pose any significant issue. He promptly tossed the battle armor to the Snow Mountain Battle Bear, which donned it without any command from Wang Yi, clearly exhibiting some level of intelligence. Upon surveying the cave, Wang Yi discovered that the quantity of mysterious iron magnets and bloodthirsty lotus flowers combined amounted to approximately 2,000. Fortunately, they were rather concentrated, allowing Wang Yi to swiftly collect all the task items into his backpack. With nothing more to be found in this place, he stored the Snow Mountain Battle Bear and proceeded towards the exit. The moment he emerged from the cave, he heard the system's notification chime. Congratulations, host. You have successfully traversed the Snow Mountain summit. You have received 1,500 mysterious iron magnets and 1,500 bloodthirsty lotus flowers. Wang Yi observed the items he had obtained, which were even greater in number than those found within the cave. His current tally of mysterious iron magnets had reached 4132, while the bloodthirsty lotus flowers totaled 4145. This outing had yielded far more than he had anticipated. Surely he would be in contention for the top position in this task event. He had not forgotten about the individuals outside. It was the presence of these individuals that bolstered his confidence. With nothing left on the mountaintop, Wang Yi unfurled his wings and soared back to the place from which he had arrived, where a teleportation array awaited his return. Before long, he arrived beside the teleportation array, only to find it crowded with a multitude of people, all caught in a state of anxiety, fearful of exiting yet eager to do so. Wang Yi quickly grasped the situation. These individuals were likely apprehensive about being robbed of their possessions by those outside, but with so many people rushing out together, how could they still harbor fear? He seized one person and inquired about the circumstances. The individual, startled by Wang Yi's presence, answered all his questions without hesitation. It turned out that there had previously been a large group, even more numerous and powerful than this one. But they had all met with failure. Those who had failed had their spoils taken away by outsiders using an unknown skill. At first, Wang Yi thought this skill was similar to his own necromantic theft, but it could only pilfer items obtained within this area, making it quite a useless ability. However, Wang Yi could not believe that this skill was merely a means to acquire items obtained here. It was likely akin to his own necromantic theft. Disregarding the fearful masses, Wang Yi stepped boldly into the magical array, and in an instant he was teleported out. The individual who had conversed with him earlier was astonished to see Wang Yi emerge so swiftly, yet was unable to intervene in time. Ha ha! Finally, someone has emerged. I thought they would never come out. Huh, why is it just one? But even the smallest fly is still meat, as Wang Yi steadied himself. He heard those nearby murmur about flies and other such trivialities, leaving him utterly bewildered. From the throng, a robust young man stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at Wang Yi. However, upon noticing the ID displayed above Wang Yi's head, he nearly stumbled to the ground in shock. Wang Yi, are you the Wang Yi from Linhai City? The youth found it hard to believe that he had encountered Wang Yi here. Was it fortune or misfortune? If he were to slay Wang Yi here, surely his leader's skill would yield a wealth of valuable items. Yet he was well aware of Wang Yi's formidable strength, having heard of his exploits in the battle at Shanghai City. Driven by the allure of potential gain, the young man swung his heavy sword directly at Wang Yi, delivering a thunderous strike that left Wang Yi momentarily stunned. However, he had underestimated Wang Yi's reflexes. Wang Yi deftly evaded the heavy sword and summoned a heavy sword of his own, the Xian Mo heavy sword. The young man, seeing the impressive weapon materialize in Wang Yi's hands, was instantly captivated. If he could defeat Wang Yi, the sword would be his. Fueled by ambition, he felt his own weapon become lighter, and he swung with renewed vigor. Observing the youth, Wang Yi had initially assumed he might possess some skill, but upon witnessing his performance, he lost all interest. Wang Yi wielded the Xian Mo heavy sword and struck at the young man's weapon. Clang! The two swords clashed with a resounding impact, and the young man's sword was effortlessly severed in two by Wang Yi's Xian Mo heavy sword. This sword, renowned for its durability, had been reduced to mere fragments, indicating that the sword which had cleaved it was no ordinary weapon. The young man stood in shock as he beheld the remnants of his sword. Recalling how the shopkeeper had boasted of its indestructibility, only to have it shattered before his eyes, the infuriating shopkeeper. Now, the young man was left in despair. For what use was a broken sword? Wang Yi paid no heed to his dazed state and swiftly delivered a brutal strike, reducing the young man to mere pulp. Those who had gathered to spectate were rendered speechless. Had Wang Yi truly executed a kill so effortlessly? The young man who had just exited was not supposed to be so weak, yet he had barely lasted a moment against Wang Yi. At that moment, a stranger emerged from the crowd, proclaiming, "Wang Yi, you are indeed formidable." But this is where it ends. Wang Yi regarded the newcomer with a sense of familiarity, yet he was more perplexed than anything. Who was this person suddenly appearing before him? It seemed there was a history between them. Upon seeing the individual's name, Wang Yi recalled that this was none other than Shan Yan, the young master of the Shan family from Linjiang City, whom he had previously encountered on his phone. With a delicate visage that attracted numerous admirers, it was baffling how a man could lack the bravado typically associated with masculinity. Seeing Wang, he remained silent. Shan Yan assumed he had been struck down by his presence, and stepped closer. "Wang Yi, are you stunned?" Wang Yi, not wishing to engage, found Shan Yan's persistence irritating. Was he simply asking to be struck? As an archer, why would he approach Wang Yi directly? Such behavior was tantamount to courting disaster. Having sheathed his weapon, Wang Yi decided that using his fist would provide the most satisfaction. He delivered a powerful uppercut, sending Shan Yan soaring through the air. Still dazed, Shan Yan was swiftly followed up by Wang Yi, who crashed him back to the ground, reducing Shan Yan's health by 1/5. Wang Yi's strength and attack power were exceptionally high, while Shan Yan, at level 35, was no match at all. Lying on the ground, Shan Yan felt the pain and finally regained his senses, hastily retrieving 2 high-grade HP potions from his backpack to restore his health. "Wang Yi, you son of a..." Shan Yan exclaimed, scrambling to his feet and unleashing a torrent of curses. Initially, Wang Yi had only aimed to teach him a lesson, but now that Shan Yan had provoked him further, he felt justified in retaliating. You brought this upon yourself. I've long found you intolerable. Now that I have the chance, I shall give you a proper beating, Wang Yi declared, his gaze fixed on Shan Yan. However, I've changed my mind. Merely beating you is insufficient. Your insolent mouth seems to be itching for a reprimand, and I happen to have the time to oblige. Shan Yan, taken aback by Wang Yi's words, felt as though he were being treated like a criminal. Wang Yi, do not be so arrogant. Though you may have bested the likes of the Mo and Li families, do you think you can run rampant here? You must be dreaming, Shan Yan retorted icily, still reeling from the humiliation of having been struck. Wang Yi regarded Shan Yan as if he were a fool, wondering what audacity allowed him to speak so boldly. Ignoring Shan Yan, Wang Yi gripped the Huangquan sword tightly and charged forward, executing a swift lunge that brought him directly before Shan Yan, delivering a decisive strike. Although Shan Yan reacted quickly, he was still no match for the speed of Wang Yi's blade. Swish! Despite his timely evasion, Shan Yan's arm was cleaved by Wang Yi's Huangquan sword. The flesh at the shoulder was visibly deteriorating. Shan Yan was also in a state of panic, having severed his arm. He was fortunate enough to possess a potion capable of bodily restoration. Yet to his dismay, the flesh continued to decay, leaving him uncertain of the potion's efficacy. A sharp pain radiated from his shoulder, compelling Shan Yan to hastily employ a coagulation elixir. After utilizing one dose, the decay abated, but there were no signs of regeneration in his arm. Reluctantly, he resorted to another dose, and astonishingly, his arm began to grow back. Indistinguishable from its former self, Wang Yi observed with astonishment as Shan Yan's arm was restored, surprised that Shan Yan possessed such a coagulation elixir. Logically, such an item should not exist at this stage. But recalling past events, Wang Yi realized it was within the realm of possibility. His earlier attack had forced Shan Yan to consume 2 doses of the elixir. Shan Yan's expression darkened further. In all his life, he had never faced such a predicament. Wang Yi. Shan Yan's voice turned cold and menacing. As Wang Yi listened to Shan Yan's words, he felt a surge of nausea. The audacity of his speech was infuriating. Who could tolerate such insolence? The Huangquan sword in his hand trembled restlessly, eager to be unleashed. Wang Yi charged forward, aiming once more at Shan Yan's head, having narrowly escaped death from Wang Yi's previous strike. Shan Yan remained vigilant, swiftly dodging in another direction at the slightest movement from Wang Yi. Wang Yi's attack missed, and Shan Yan scurried away like a frightened rodent, making it difficult for Wang Yi to close the distance. He retrieved the destruction demon bow he had acquired earlier. Although it was of the 2nd tier, its power in Wang Yi's hand was unmatched by any other weapon of its class. Shan Yan, noticing Wang Yi brandishing a bow, chuckled derisively. Wang Yi would dare to wield a bow before me. Truly, you have no sense of self-respect. With that, he produced his own bow, a purple tier 7 soul-chasing bow. Wang Yi disregarded the taunts, drawing forth the remaining arrows and infusing them with 300 MP. He aimed directly at Shan Yan's forehead. Shan Yan found Wang Yi's attempt laughable, but his expression changed drastically as the arrow was launched. A single arrow striking his head could potentially spell his doom. In haste, Shan Yan drew his last 10 purple gold arrows. Originally, he possessed 20, but after expending 10, each use pained him deeply. Yet the stakes were higher than mere victory or defeat. His family's honor was on the line, for Shan Yan was the scion of the Shan family. With a resounding clash, the 2 arrows collided, generating an unexpected force. Shan Yan managed to deflect Wang Yi's arrow, touching his forehead in relief. Fortunately, my reflexes are sharp, or else, before he could finish, he sensed a lethal aura beside him. Without raising his gaze, he instinctively knew it was Wang. Never before had he suffered such a loss. Shan Yan lifted his head, cursing, Wang Yi, you fool. Wang Yi's Huangquan sword quivered slightly, and before Shan Yan could utter another word, his head tumbled to the ground. I end this game. A severed head typically meant certain death. His health points plummeted to 0. Those who had been spectating were still processing the events when Shan Yan's head fell. How long had they been fighting? Was Shan Yan truly so weak? Or was Wang Yi exceptionally strong? Gazing at Shan Yan's lifeless body, Wang Yi concluded that he must possess valuable items, considering he even wielded a Tier 7 weapon. Without hesitation, he activated the Soul Harvest ability. Ding! Soul Harvest successful. Obtained. Soul Chasing Bow, Purple Tier 7, X1, Absorption Rune X2, Xian Iron Magnet X 659, Blood Lotus X 596. Absorption Rune? Could it be the item he had heard someone mention that could directly steal another's belongings? Yet, Wang Yi was surprised to find Shan Yin had quite a collection of quest items. No wonder he had resorted to thievery. He examined the Soul Chasing Bow's details. Soul Chasing Bow, Purple Tier 7 weapon. Forged by a master craftsman using 10 varieties of materials and countless souls, culminating in this bow. Increases attack, 320 defense, 70 strength, 260 speed, 130. Unique passive, 100 hit chance against targeted creatures, consumes 150 MP per use. Does not affect non-living entities. The attributes of this bow were impressive, making it a perfect replacement for the Destruction Demon bow. Wang Yi stored the soul-chasing bow and took a keen interest in the Absorption Rune. For a bore resemblance to that SSS tier skill, Absorption Rune, support type rune, silently acquires items from a designated target upon use. Note: only items present on the target can be absorbed, if none exist. The effect is null. Reading the rune's description, Wang Yi sensed something amiss. The ability to silently acquire items was alarming, especially considering the plethora of quest materials on Shan Yin. Upon inspecting his own inventory, his suspicions were confirmed. Indeed, Shan Yin had used the Absorption Rune on him, resulting in a loss of approximately 200 items. And no wonder Shan Yin had such an abundance of quest materials. Shan Yin was truly cunning. Had Wang Yi not eliminated him and activated the Soul Harvest, he would have been at a severe disadvantage. Wang Yi, are you the one who took down young Master Shan? A voice filled with disbelief emerged from the crowd. Staring at Wang Yi, raising his gaze, Wang Yi noticed over 200 individuals surrounding him. Their eyes filled with malice. It was clear they were not there to check on his well-being, but rather to exact revenge. Without hesitation, Wang Yi executed a trample charge. Breaking free from the encirclement, he had no time to waste. He was determined to test the SSS tier skill, Earth Explosion Star. This skill was particularly effective against numerous foes. And now was the perfect opportunity. Earth Explosion Star. Wang Yi's MP plummeted by 500 with each invocation. 8 this rate. He would exhaust his resources within seconds, prompting him to quickly consume a high-grade MP potion, restoring half of his MP in an instant. Fortunately, the Earth Explosion Star had drawn the attention of all 200 individuals, preventing any from escaping. Their health points were visibly diminishing. Initially, the crowd of over 200 thought Wang Yi had lost his mind upon hearing him shout Earth Explosion Star. But as the dark purple orb materialized, they were left dumbfounded, including the onlookers. Some among the throng attempted to flee the orb's vicinity, but their struggles proved futile as they watched their health points plummet. Wang Yi's MP continued to drain rapidly, but he remained unperturbed, armed with ample MP potions. Within moments, the entire group had been obliterated by the Earth Explosion Star, requiring only 5 high-grade MP potions for Wang Yi to execute this flawless maneuver. The spectators, witnessing the demise of over 200 individuals, realized that should they engage, they would meet the same fate. A wave of panic surged through the crowd at that moment. A rune master stepped forward, and with his emergence, the chaotic crowd fell silent. Wang Yi sensed the shift and looked up to see a rune master approaching, Qin Tian. Wang Yi was no stranger to Qin Tian, the young master of the Qin family from Linhai City. Accomplished and astute, he had amassed millions by the age of 23, always engaging in endeavors that benefited him. You must be Wang Yi. I've heard of you from Mo Ran and Li Tian. I never imagined your prowess would be so formidable. Yet they are truly useless, not even able to eliminate you from existence, Qin Tian casually remarked as he approached Wang Yi. Wang Yi, unperturbed, chuckled lightly and replied, Aren't you just like them? What gives you the right to mock? Having heard Mo Ran and Li Liang's accounts of Wang Yi's brashness, it seemed the rumors held true. Qin Tian gazed at Wang Yi, his expression betraying no emotion, yet within him simmered a fervent desire to eliminate Wang Yi and return to reality, banishing him from this world forever. Wang Yi casually remarked, Your keen senses are rather impressive. You can even detect this. The sound of Qin Tian's clenched fists echoed ominously, a clear indication that his anger was reaching a boiling point, yet he feigned composure. Observing Qin Tian's demeanor, Wang Yi found amusement in his foolishness. Wang Yi recalled the stolen rune he had previously acquired, and he pondered whether Qin Tian, being a rune master, had crafted this very rune. Although incredulous, he deduced that if Qin Tian had indeed created the stealing rune, it could not have been obtained by him alone, as it would be insufficient for the multitude of individuals involved. Suddenly, an ingenious idea struck Wang Yi. He could use the stolen rune in his possession to directly seize the stealing rune from Qin Tian. Was this not a sustainable strategy, a modest investment for substantial gain? With stealth, Wang Yi discreetly produced the stealing rune and directed it at Qin Tian. Ding! The rune was successfully activated. He acquired 4 stealing runes. Astonished by his success, Wang Yi relished the outcome. Meanwhile, Qin Tian sensed something amiss and quickly checked his backpack, having distinctly felt the aura of the stealing rune, a scent he was all too familiar with. Though it was only a fleeting moment, he instinctively inspected his belongings. Rune pen, rune paper, rune stone, stealing rune 26. Qin Tian recalled that he had initially possessed 30 stealing runes, yet now found himself short by 4. He turned to face Wang, certain that he was the culprit. Their eyes met, and it was evident that Wang Yi realized Qin Tian had caught on. Wang amused himself. This Qin Tian possesses quite an acute sense of smell. In an instant, the purple gold demon vine materialized in Wang Yi's hand, ensnaring Qin Tian. Realizing Wang Yi was about to act, Qin Tian attempted to flee, but it was too late. He collapsed to the ground. Immobilized, the Huangquan sword appeared in Wang Yi's grasp, poised to strike down the fallen Qin Tian with lethal intent. Having previously clashed with rune masters, Wang Yi knew their vexatious nature, with an abundance of runes. They were exceedingly difficult to vanquish, thus, he resolved to deny Qin Tian any opportunity for survival and executed a strike without hesitation. However, as the Huangquan sword struck Qin Tian, an unusual event transpired. Ding! The sword met an impenetrable resistance, as if it had pierced solid steel, leaving Qin Tian unscathed. Observing Wang Yi's hesitation, Qin Tian's eyes, once tightly shut in fear, gradually opened to reveal a smug expression. Laughter escaping his lips. I bear the Xiangui rune. Do you think your prowess can breach it? It dawned on Qin Tian that this rune had fortuitously saved him from countless perils within the game. In moments of crisis, it was the Xiangui rune that preserved his life. Faced with Wang Yi, he relished the opportunity to showcase the rune's formidable defense. Wang Yi unleashed a flurry of strikes. Yet the turtle shell-like barrier remained intact. As the Huangquan sword aimed to pierce Qin Tian's flesh, it simply could not penetrate. Behind the protective shell, Qin Tian wore a taunting grin, as if daring Wang Yi to continue his futile assault. Infuriated by Qin Tian's insolent demeanor, Wang Yi retrieved the Xuanma heavy sword, knowing that the heavy sword was renowned for its devastating power. Qin Tian's heart raced at the sight of the heavy sword. Fearing that a few strikes would shatter his Xiangui rune, Wang Yi's eyes gleamed with derision. Let us see how your turtle shell withstands this. Ding, ding, ding. The Xuanma heavy sword relentlessly battered against Qin Tian's protective barrier, and cracks began to form. Were it not for Qin Tian's irritatingly defiant attitude, Wang Yi would have long since abandoned him. Battling against those with high defenses was a thankless endeavor. Yet the need to relieve his pent-up frustration compelled Wang Yi to continue. As Qin Tian observed the fractures appearing on the Xiangui rune, panic set in. If the rune shattered, he would be reduced to mere pulp. Just as he contemplated his next move, the defense of the Xiangui rune collapsed. Boom! The Xuanma heavy sword drove into Qin Tian's head, plunging the arena into silence. Those who had previously accompanied Qin Tian were rendered incredulous, witnessing the unthinkable. This level 29 Wang Yi had shattered the very rune that had thwarted countless attacks. And he wielded nothing but a purple-grayed heavy sword. Wang Yi spat disdainfully. This Qin Tian is truly a formidable foe. Were it not for that turtle shell, he would have been obliterated long ago. Time held significance for Wang Yi, as it determined how far he could advance. Although uncertain, he was aware that the strength of those from noble families was rapidly increasing. Thus, he recognized the necessity of enhancing his own power, lest he find himself at the mercy of Zhang Aoyan, who had previously bested him. Though Qin Tian's head had turned to a mushy paste, it did not hinder Wang Yi's ability to utilize the undead and steal. Ding successfully activated the undead theft acquired, stealing Rune 5, Ghostly Trace Rune 2, Berserk God Rune 2, Xian Iron Magnet 1500, Blood Lotus 1300, Gold Coins 20,000. Among the newly acquired runes, one significantly increased movement speed while the other enhanced all attributes. To Wang Yi's astonishment, Qin Tian had amassed such a bounty of quest items, a fortune exceeding 1,000. Unbeknownst to those lingering near the teleportation array, news of Qin Tian's demise at Wang Yi's hands spread swiftly, prompting them to venture into the secret realm to inform others. Those within the secret realm, though skeptical, approached the teleportation array to verify the truth of the claims. If indeed true, it would be a cause for great celebration. However, if false, they would be left to grapple with potential repercussions. Emerging from the teleportation array, the cautious individuals surveyed their surroundings, apprehensive of being looted. Upon spotting a figure not far away, they quickly realized it was not Qin Tian. This confirmed that he had been vanquished by this individual. Among the crowd, some recognized Wang Yi, the one who dominated Shanghai City. Yet another individual, having previously encountered Wang Yi, attempted to impede his progress, but Wang Yi pressed on into the teleportation array. With Qin Tian now dead, there was little reason to linger, especially as Wang Yi had acquired the Xian Iron Magnet 6022 and Blood Lotus 5816, and no one could surpass him now. Even Qin Tian, who had guarded this place, had fallen to Wang Yi's prowess. Who could rival him? Summoning the Phoenix Feather Wings, Wang Yi soared towards Shanghai City, as for the hidden locations marked on his map. He chose to forego them, for the deadline for this quest was drawing near. Upon arriving in Shanghai City, the bustling throngs resumed their previous state of congestion. Those at the city gates, eager to collect entry fees, recoiled upon recognizing Wang Yi, hastily retreating with bowed heads, fearful of attracting his attention. As Wang Yi entered the city, a circular space spontaneously cleared around him, creating a path. The treatment he received prompted reflections on his initial arrival here, a stark contrast to the present. His purpose for this visit was to collect quest rewards, so he made his way towards the bounty hall. As he traversed the streets, people hastily moved aside. For Wang Yi's reputation had spread far and wide throughout Shanghai City. His strength was well known to all. Upon reaching the bounty hall, he found it teeming with individuals redeeming their quest rewards. Yet, upon sighting Wang Yi, they instinctively parted to create a clear passage leading to the beautiful receptionist. Wang Yi approached her and inquired, "My dear, what is the highest quantity of quest items possessed by the top-ranked individual?" The receptionist, the same one who had previously provided him with a map, greeted him warmly. The highest count of Xian Iron Magnets is 4132, while the Blood Lotuses peak at 3953. To his astonishment, Wang Yi discovered that a considerable number of exceptionally capable individuals were undertaking the task, with the highest among them nearing 4,000. But glancing at the time, he noted that only a minute remained before the deadline. Without hesitation, he produced 5,000 for each item and handed it to the enchanting receptionist. Her eyes widened in disbelief upon realizing that Wang Yi possessed such a substantial quantity. After all, the teams he had previously encountered could barely muster around 2,000 collectively. Yet here was Wang Yi, presenting over 5,000 all on his own. Nearby players gazed at Wang Yi with envy as he unveiled such an impressive array of task items, though they hastily exchanged their own items before time expired. Ding! The team task is only 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1 seconds remaining. It has concluded. Wang Yi quickly checked his ranking and was intrigued to find something remarkable. The quantity of his Xiantai Ci Shi stood at 5312, while his Shi Shuel Yanhua numbered 5132. The second-place contender had quantities that were a mere 250 less than Wang Yi's. It dawned on him that the previous first-place competitor must have been anxious about being overtaken, hence the last-minute addition of approximately 1,000 items. To everyone's surprise, it was not one of the top 10 who claimed the first position, but rather an individual named Wang Yi who surged ahead in an instant. Upon the announcement of the results, those in the same bounty hall as Wang Yi cast envious glances his way, astonished at the sheer volume of his task items. Meanwhile, Qin Tian was situated in a bounty hall within a city known as Guanghuicheng, initially believing that his collection of over 3,000 task items would at least place him in the top 10. However, upon presenting his items, he found himself with only over 2,000 left. It was evident that Wang Yi was responsible for this predicament. Qin Tian could only swallow his frustration silently. The second place was held by the Yao family of Linhai City, known for their low profile and refusal to exert dominance like other families. Instead, they engaged in the firearms trade. Although firearms are forbidden in the country, the Yao family had their methods of conducting this business. While the concept of firearms might seem daunting, the Yao family never contended with other families over resources. The eldest son of the Yao family, Yao Yang, was in a bounty hall within a city called Lucheng, a place notorious for its lawlessness where individuals could kill each other without restraint. Upon entering the hall, however, the atmosphere shifted. The occupants regarded him with palpable fear, parting ways for him, just as Wang Yi had surmised. Yao Yang was indeed apprehensive about being surpassed by the second place and had added over 1,000 items at the last minute. He had believed victory was assured, only to be overtaken by an unknown contender. Noticing the discrepancy of 250 items between himself and Wang Yi, Yao Yang's expression darkened, feeling as though Wang Yi was mocking him. Those nearby, sensing Yao Yang's impending fury, quickly vacated the bounty hall, fearing they might become collateral damage. Wang Yi, I will remember you. Yao Yang seethed through gritted teeth, fixating on the first-place holder. The gap of 250 items felt like a deliberate provocation from Wang Yi, a coincidence too uncanny to dismiss. As the rankings were revealed, the system notification for Wang Yi echoed through the hall. Ding! Congratulations on achieving first place. Reward: Magic Gold Armor Set 1, Teleportation Glyph 2, 5 Spice Herb 10, 100 Refinement Fruit 10, Tianshan Snow Lotus 10, Red Refinement Grass 10, Gold Coins 50,000. Simultaneously, other players receive their rewards directly into their backpacks. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving an additional reward. Black Dragon Crossbow, Golden Tier 3-1. Permanent Attribute Enhancer 1, 3-Legged Golden Crow Feather 1. Wang Yi had anticipated a single reward, but to his surprise, 2 sets arrived, fully equipping him, especially with the formidable Golden Tier 3 Black Dragon Crossbow. No wonder this was a team task. The rewards were astonishingly generous. Upon examining the information for the Magic Gold Armor set, he discovered it was a purple Tier 9 defensive equipment that could automatically equip itself. This was the perfect solution to replace his previous gear. Previously, Wang Yi had pondered how to acquire higher-level equipment, but now he was free from such worries. The Magic Gold Armor set resolved everything. The Black Dragon Crossbow was a Golden Tier 3 weapon. Wang Yi eagerly inspected the equipment. Black Dragon Crossbow, Golden Tier 3 weapon, forged from the head, claws, and scales of the Black Dragon. It took 49 days to complete. Increases attack, 1060, increases defense, 590, increases spirit, 460, increases strength, 850, increases speed, 490. Passive skill, fires arrows in rapid succession, each arrow inflicting an additional 20 damage. Note: after each shot, a cooldown period increases that if it reaches 100. It cannot be used until the cooldown expires. If not 100, it will gradually decrease without use. Active skill 1. Charge an arrow for a sustained period, dealing 500 times the original power. Active skill 2. Lock onto a target, consuming MP continually, guaranteeing a hit with each arrow. The attributes were astonishingly powerful. Wang Yi marveled at the attributes of the Black Dragon Crossbow. It was undeniably a Golden Tier 3 weapon, far superior to his previous purple tier gear. He was particularly intrigued by the Permanent Attribute Enhancer, as he had only seen temporary attribute boosts in shops before. This was indeed a powerful gift from the system. Without hesitation, he used it. Ding! Successfully used Permanent Attribute Enhancer. Each attribute increased by 20. Quite satisfactory, Wang Yi noted as he observed each of his attributes enhanced by 20. Now, he felt confident facing opponents at level 45 as for the three-legged golden crow feather. He discovered it was a one-time use item that unleashed a vast expanse of golden crow fire. Just as Wang Yi prepared to exit, three individuals entered: Liliang, Mo Ran, and Zhang Ao Tian. Wang Yi was taken aback to see the three together, and they, in turn, noticed him. Well, is that not Wang Yi? What brings you to the bounty hall of Star Sea City? Zhang Ao Tian's mouth began to run again. It seemed that Zhang Ao Tian was not intimidated by Wang Yi's prowess. Wang Yi couldn't help but chuckle, glancing at Zhang Ao Tian, who had evidently leveled up to 37. No wonder he was so brazen. Meanwhile, Wang Yi remained at level 29, and Zhang Ao Tian's tail was practically wagging in delight at the sight of Wang Yi's level. Liang and Mo Ran, however, did not attempt to restrain Zhang Ao Tian. Instead, they stood by, eagerly watching the spectacle unfold, curious to see how Zhang Ao Tian would fare against Wang. Though both had reached level 40, they still refrained from confronting Wang Yi directly, remembering their previous experiences of being thoroughly trounced by him. Now, someone dared to test Wang Yi's limits. Much to their amusement, Wang Yi observed Zhang Ao Tian barking in front of him. He took the newly acquired Black Dragon crossbow and unleashed a flurry of shots. Li Liang and Mo Ran, witnessing Wang Yi's audacity, couldn't help but laugh. This Wang Yi was utterly reckless. Did he truly believe he could act with impunity within Star Sea City, disregarding its defense mechanisms? Zhang Ao Tian, fixated on the weapon radiating golden hues in Wang Yi's hands, was captivated. A golden tier piece of equipment was a rarity he had never encountered before. However, Wang Yi's intention was not to showcase his weapon, but to aim it directly at Zhang Ao Tian. Whoosh! The charged shot from the Black Dragon crossbow pierced through Zhang Ao Tian's body, leaving a gaping hole where the arrow had gone through. Zhang Ao Tian was instantly disconnected from the game. Simultaneously, the city's defense system activated, targeting Wang Yi with a beam of light. Wang Yi had anticipated this response from Star Sea City, yet he had no intention of retreating. Casting a glance at Li Liang and Mo Ran, who appeared to be enjoying the unfolding drama, he noted their sudden silence as he directed his gaze toward them. Those present in the bounty hall were taken aback, having never expected Wang Yi to strike so suddenly, including Zhang Ao Tian, Li Liang, and Mo Ran. They all assumed Wang Yi would merely engage in some verbal sparring. Yet he had brandished such a powerful weapon and dispatched Zhang Ao Tian with ease. A beam of light raced toward Wang, who swiftly stowed the Black Dragon crossbow and donned his entire magic gold armor set. The weapon in hand has been replaced with the Xuanma heavy sword, as its blocking capability is currently the strongest in Wang Yi's possession. The other weapons simply cannot withstand much damage. Bang! A beam of light emitted from the center of Shanghai City struck directly upon Wang Yi's Xuanma heavy sword. Observing the sword, Wang Yi saw cracks beginning to form and hastily sheathed it. Fortunately, the Xuanma heavy sword managed to absorb most of the damage from the beam. Thankfully, Wang Yi had emerged from the bounty hall to intercept the beam. Otherwise, the entire bounty hall would likely have been reduced to ruins, with its occupants suffering dire consequences. Nonetheless, even though Wang Yi had stepped outside, the people inside the bounty hall were still affected to some extent. Some lower-level players, merely at level 20, were caught in the beam's wake and were instantly annihilated. Truly, misfortune descends upon those who walk the path of life. As for the others, many lost a third of their health. Despite feeling some ire towards Wang Yi, none dared voice their discontent. Watching Wang Yi being struck by the beam, everyone believed there was no way he could withstand it. Liang and Mo Ran stepped outside, witnessing Wang Yi being hit by the automatic attack from Shanghai City, and they couldn't help but laugh uproariously, nearly dislocating their jaws. However, as the dust and smoke cleared, it left everyone in shock. Wang Yi had actually managed to block the beam. Though his attire was somewhat disheveled, he had indeed withstood the impact. Just moments ago, Wang Yi had fully charged all his equipment's MP, consuming half of it in the process. However, the magical armor, being a purple tier level 9 piece, had amplified his defense by a staggering 300 times after full charging. He had also activated the Frenzy God's mark he had acquired earlier. Otherwise, Wang Yi would not only have been at risk of death, but also severely injured. Looking at Li Liang and Mo Ran, Wang Yi declared, "In Shanghai City, there is nothing that can impede my ambitions." Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with rage. However, Wang Yi's assertion was not without merit. Who in Shanghai City could possibly block that beam? Thus, they could only shake their heads slightly, none daring to refute Wang. Even Li Liang and Mo Ran were momentarily dumbfounded. Was Wang even human? How had he survived this? Li Liang gazed at Wang Yi, utterly astonished, as if he were witnessing a miracle. Initially, Li Liang had intended to mock Wang Yi, but seeing him unscathed, he swallowed his words. Meanwhile, Mo Ran, seemingly oblivious, turned to Wang Yi and bluntly stated, "Wang Yi, is that all you've got?" As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone looked at Mo Ran as though he were a fool, including Li Liang, who regarded him with incredulity. Mo Ran, however, remained oblivious and continued, "Wang Yi, I suggest you hurry up and eat shit. Don't pretend to be anything here with me." Li Liang promptly delivered a sharp slap to Mo Ran's head, inwardly cursing, "What on earth is wrong with you today? Mo Ran, can't you see the situation?" Mo Ran nearly fainted from the force of the blow, as the sensation in the game felt all too real. After receiving 2 slaps, his head throbbed painfully. Mo Ran, have you lost your mind? What nonsense are you spouting? Apologize to Wang Yi at once. Li Liang insisted earnestly. Upon hearing that he should apologize to Wang Yi, Mo Ran felt as if he were being asked to eat excrement. He was about to retort, "I would rather die than apologize to Wang Yi," but just as he was about to speak, darkness suddenly clouded his vision, only to quickly return to normal. It seemed he recalled something, and his expression began to shift dramatically. He remembered everything he had just said to Wang Yi and felt an unfamiliar surge of strength coursing through him, making him feel even more powerful than before. With newfound clarity, Mo Ran strode confidently toward Wang Yi, fully aware of his actions. This was no longer the same Mo Ran from 2 minutes prior. He had transformed into a new entity, facing Wang Yi without a hint of fear. "Wang Yi, I speak only the truth," Mo Ran proclaimed, exuding an air of superiority as if he were the ruler of this domain. Wang Yi observed Mo Ran and sensed a distinct difference in his demeanor. His power had evidently surged. Subconsciously, he glanced at Mo Ran's level. 50. This was absurd. How could Mo Ran's level have increased so dramatically? Wang Yi was filled with confusion. Meanwhile, Li Liang also noted Mo Ran's level. 50. Just as he was about to inquire about the sudden increase, darkness enveloped his vision, only to dissipate swiftly at this moment. Li Liang recalled Mo Ran's earlier odd behavior, reminiscent of someone on the verge of fainting. But he too had quickly recovered. He frantically checked his own level and, to his astonishment, discovered that it had risen as well, directly to level 55. Now, Li Liang approached Wang Yi, adopting a tone akin to Mo Ran's. Mo Ran speaks the unvarnished truth. "Wang Yi, you are nothing but a fool." Mo Ran was about to question Li Liang's sanity, thinking that his declaration stemmed from his own newfound strength at level 50. He turned to speak, but sensed that Li Liang's presence was even more formidable than his own, and he swallowed his words. Wang Yi, unfazed, sensed the rising levels of both Li Liang and Mo Ran, his brow furrowing in deep contemplation. What on earth was happening? Why had they suddenly grown stronger? Ordinarily, levels do not increase without reason. If their power genuinely surged, there could only be one explanation. As Wang Yi pondered this, his curiosity intensified. Observing Wang Yi's silence, Li Liang and Mo Ran assumed he was rendered speechless by their newfound strength, and they prepared to continue their taunts. However, Wang Yi finally responded, "Is this truly the extent of your abilities?" "This is merely a display of your ineptitude," Wang Yi remarked, seemingly unaffected by the earlier provocations. With newfound confidence from his own strength, Li Liang, emboldened, taunted, "Wang Yi, come on then, strike me, just as you did with Zhang Aoyan." "That's right, Wang Yi. Are you afraid?" Mo Ran chimed in. The onlookers nearby, witnessing the exchange, couldn't help but wonder if these two had lost their minds. Just moments ago, they had been timid, and now they were boldly confronting Wang Yi. Many in the crowd had also experienced brief moments of darkness, only to quickly recover, attributing it to overindulgence in gaming, but their attention was firmly fixed on the showdown between Wang Yi, Li Liang, and Mo Ran. Wang Yi regarded the two, suspecting they were in a state of delirium to utter such words. Initially, he had no intention of sending Li Liang and Mo Ran out of the game, but their sudden power surge piqued his interest. After all, he had never encountered anyone above level 50, and it was the perfect opportunity to test his skills against them. Regarding their earlier provocations, Wang Yi chose to dismiss them for now. He would settle both old and new scores in due time. Since they were so eager to meet their demise, he would gladly oblige with that. Wang Yi strode purposefully toward the city gates. Li Liang and Mo Ran understood Wang Yi's implication. You think you're tough? Come on, let us take this outside, although they grasped his meaning. An instinctive sense of fear lingered within them. Mo Ran leaned closer to Li Liang and whispered, Do you think Wang Yi is trying to set us up? Li Liang, while contemplating the possibility of Wang Yi's ulterior motives, found solace in his own newfound strength and dismissed his fears that we're both over level 50 now. Why should we fear someone who's not even level 30? We would just be the laughingstock if we admitted that. He promptly delivered another slap to Mo Ran's head, exclaiming, Are you out of your mind? We're both over level 50. Why should we fear this level 29 Wang Yi? Upon hearing this, Mo Ran realized the logic in Li Liang's words. With their newfound power, why should they fear Wang Yi any longer? It seems that Wang Yi has left an indelible shadow in the past. In an instant, both individuals reached a mutual understanding and followed Wang Yi as they walked toward the gates of Shanghai City. Soon, Wang Yi, Li Liang, and Mo Ran arrived at a vacant area just outside the city gates. Those with sharp memories would likely recall that this was the very spot where Wang Yi had previously earned over 4 million gold coins. Beyond the gates, a throng of people jostled for position. Some, dissatisfied with their limited view, utilized their equipment skills to ascend into the air, eagerly watching the impending confrontation. It appeared that nearly everyone in Shanghai City had come to witness this battle. Among the crowd, some newcomers gazed in bewilderment at the multitude gathered outside the gates, watching the duel between the three individuals. One of them couldn't help but inquire of a nearby bystander. Brother, do you mean to say that all these people are here just to watch the battle between these three? The person addressed, taken aback by the question, quickly perked up and began to elaborate. You must be new here, right? How could you not know about this? His expression feigned incredulity. The newcomer nodded involuntarily, saying, Brother, you must know about this. Please enlighten me. Upon hearing this, the man recounted how Wang Yi had previously vanquished Li Liang and Mo Ran, who had arrived with numerous followers. Embellishing the tale as he went by the time, he mentioned that Wang Yi had acquired over 4 million gold coins from that battle. His face was suffused with envy. The newcomer listened intently, initially skeptical, but gradually became convinced, his expression shifting to one of admiration and jealousy. That moment, Wang Yi, Li Liang, and Mo Ran faced each other with steely determination. Wang Yi, do you remember how you humiliated me and Mo Ran here? The tides have turned, and now it is your turn to face the consequences. Li Liang reflected on the earlier instance when he had been thoroughly defeated by Wang Yi at this very location. Mo Ran, upon arriving here, was also reminded of the past events, his demeanor growing increasingly frigid. This time, he resolved to repay Wang Yi's previous transgressions in full measure. Wang Yi, observing that the two had not forgotten their past grievances, chuckled and remarked, Last time, I must extend my gratitude to you both. Without your assistance, I wouldn't have acquired such a fortune. With that, he began tossing handfuls of gold coins from his inventory into the crowd of onlookers, followed by another handful, and yet another. The spectators, taken aback by Wang Yi's sudden generosity, quickly reacted to the sound of coins clinking against a stone, scrambling to seize the coins he had thrown. Li Liang and Mo Ran, witnessing Wang Yi's audacity, felt their resentment intensify. Those who had previously set up betting pools here now hesitated, no longer daring to establish any wagers after the last duel. This time, there were no bets at all, not even informal wagers on who might win or lose. The ground began to tremble, and Wang Yi surmised that it must be the battle pet summoned by Mo Ran. He soared into the air, employing a strategy he had encountered numerous times before. Indeed, the ground erupted with enormous mouths that sought to devour Wang Yi, but he had already taken to the skies, evading the attack. However, Wang Yi was unprepared for the surprise that the battle pet, an airborne version of the Earth Devourer, could fly. Reacting swiftly, Wang Yi unleashed the fiery breath of the phoenix feather wings into the gaping maw of the creature. His speed surged, allowing him to evade the assault while the creature met a grim fate. Its mouth was singed, leaving a gaping hole, and the remaining flames engulfed its insides. Recognizing the creature, Wang Yi noted that it was indeed an aerial variant of the Earth Devourer, adorned with 5 or 6 pairs of wings. He sensed that the strength of this 12-winged Earth Devourer far surpassed that of its wingless counterpart, seeing that the 12-winged Earth Devourer had successfully restrained Wang Yi. Ran quickly summoned additional battle pets. The celestial monkey, the self-destructing dog, the golden armored tortoise, and even the spider queen and ancient giant ape that Wang Yi had encountered before at El Alyong. Not to be idle, readied a handful of runes to hurl at Wang. Wang Yi remained unfazed, merely observing what Li Liang and Mo Ran would conjure next. At this juncture, Zhang Outyan had also respawned and arrived outside Shanghai City. Watching the confrontation unfold, he was incensed that Li Liang and Mo Ran had not intervened to assist him, allowing him to face Wang Yi alone without any support. Zhang Outyan seethed with anger at their apparent indifference. Eager for revenge, he casually inquired of a nearby spectator, "How is the betting going? Are more people betting on Wang Yi or on Li Liang and Mo Ran?" The bystander, perplexed at first, soon recognized Zhang Outyan and, eager to please, replied, "Young Master Zhang, you may not be aware, but after the last incident, no one dares to set up any bets." Zhang Outyan's expression shifted as he recalled the previous staggering odds of 120 that had led many to suffer significant losses. "Very well. If no one else will, I, Zhang Outyan, will establish the next betting pool. Let us wager again. If no one else has the courage, I shall." Upon hearing this declaration, the bystander was taken aback, wondering if Zhang Outyan had lost his mind. Yet upon reflection, he recognized that Zhang Outyan, as the heir of the Zhang family from Linhai City, possessed the strength to back his bravado. The crowd erupted in excitement, with some gamblers leaping for joy, thrilled that someone had finally set up a betting pool. This was the kind of thrilling wager they craved. Ding! Congratulations to Zhang Outyan for establishing a betting pool for this duel. The odds for Wang Yi, Li Liang, and Mo Ran are currently set at 1-1. Once the bets were established, eager participants rushed to place their wagers, causing Wang Yi's odds to gradually decrease, while Li Liang and Mo Ran's odds rose sharply. Amidst the growing excitement, someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, "Look at Li Liang and Mo Ran's levels." At that moment, the crowd turned their attention to Li Liang and Mo Ran, and an immediate hush fell over the gathering as they realized the duo's levels were 55 and 50. Previously, few had paid attention to their levels, assuming they hadn't gained much in such a brief time. But now, they had both surpassed level 50. Such a feat was extraordinary, and as their odds plummeted, Wang Yi's odds began to rise, albeit not to the extremes witnessed previously. The odds settled around 1.5. 1.3, Wang Yi sensed a shift in the betting dynamics, but found himself disinterested. Considering he already possessed over 4 million gold coins, which he had scarcely utilized, just as Wang Yi contemplated this, Li Liang hurled his runes toward him. Wang Yi reacted swiftly, narrowly avoiding the runes. But Mo Ran's 12-winged Earth Devourer lunged at him again, seeking to consume him. Having been severely injured by Wang Yi's fiery attack earlier, the Earth Devourer had been hastily healed by Mo Ran, which was why Li Liang felt emboldened to launch an offensive now. As flames erupted from the phoenix featherwings once more, they surged toward the Earth Devourer, which, clearly terrified by the flames, burrowed into the ground. Even Mo Ran struggled to maintain control over it, but he quickly summoned other battle pets to continue their assault on Wang Yi. Wang Yi observed their efforts and mused. "A commendable attempt at coordination, but you've chosen the wrong opponent." He unleashed the earth-shattering star to deal with this multitude of foes, a skill perfectly suited for overwhelming enemies in numbers. The ominous purple-black sphere materialized in midair, It began to draw all the battle pets on the ground toward it. Mo Ran felt an instinctual dread as a summoner, sensing that the appearance of the sphere signified disaster. Regardless of how hard he tried to manipulate the pets, they remained immobile, seemingly glued in place. 0.5 seconds later, the pets were obliterated, dissolving into a crimson mist that filled the AI. Mo Ran's expression shifted from disbelief to shock, and finally to rage. Li Liang, who was preparing the runes beside him, also diverted a bit of his attention to observe the battle between the summoned beasts of Wang Yi and Mo Ran. However, he soon witnessed a purple-black sphere of light annihilate all the summoned beasts in merely 5 seconds. His expression mirrored that of Mo Ran. After using his SS-grade divine skill for 5 seconds, Wang Yi hastily ceased its activation. The consumption of such a powerful skill was exceedingly high, and he was reluctant to use any MP potions unless in a dire situation. Previously, the MP consumption for Wang Yi's SSS-grade divine skills had not been excessive, but the consumption for this offensive skill was indeed outrageous, possibly due to the fact that the previous skills were supportive in nature, while this one was purely offensive. Wang Yi pondered. Mo Ran's heart bled. Although most of the summoned beasts were hastily summoned by him, some have been painstakingly nurtured over time. Ever since Wang Yi had snatched his devouring earth dragon, Mo Ran had silently vowed that if anyone were to obliterate his hard-earned summoned beasts again, he would ensure that the perpetrator faced dire consequences. Now, with Wang Yi having slain all his beasts, could he not feel enraged? Yet, despite this, he still felt a primal fear in the presence of Wang Yi. Even after having reached level 50, Li Liang quickly unleashed several runes to temporarily obstruct Wang Yi. For the skill Wang Yi had just released was indeed terrifying. He feared that Wang Yi might eliminate both of them in an instant, thus concluding the battle entirely. In truth, Wang Yi had no intention of doing so. He had no pressing matters at hand and could use this opportunity to spar with them, providing a standard for their level 50 capabilities, even though they had not fully demonstrated the power expected of their level. What should we do now, Li Liang? Wang Yi is so formidable. Should we seek his mercy? Mo Ran began, but before he could finish, Li Liang delivered a sharp rap to the back of his head. Observing Mo Ran's pitiful demeanor, he sternly admonished, Mo Ran, do not forget that we have both reached level 50. What skills have you not yet employed while you are idly chatting with me? Upon hearing Li Liang's words, Mo Ran suddenly regained his senses and muttered to himself, indeed, we are already level 50. There must be numerous powerful skills at our disposal. With that, Mo Ran hastily checked the creatures he could summon. Calling forth ancient giant elephants, devouring bears, and black gold centipedes, Li Liang, too, quickly crafted several second-tier runes, for his level had already risen to 55, 5 levels higher than Mo Ran, and the power of the runes he produced was naturally incomparable to those of ordinary artisans. Wang Yi sensed the change in atmosphere from Li Liang and Mo Ran. Their momentum was markedly stronger than before, and he understood that they had finally realized their own status as players of level 50 and above. Watching the summoned beasts from Mo Ran, he felt a certain pressure. These creatures were clearly of a higher caliber than those he had previously summoned. Meanwhile, Li Liang was furiously inscribing something, and with each stroke of his rune pen, the surrounding space began to warp. The aura suggested that the runes he was crafting were anything but ordinary. In an instant, Wang Yi's summoned beasts appeared beside him. After all, to maintain an easier fight, it was essential to have some assistance in dealing with the lesser foes. The roar of the summoned beasts reverberated, causing the onlookers nearby to wince, and some of the lower-level spectators even bled from their ears. Around 20 of Mo Ran's summoned beasts, under his command, charged swiftly towards Wang Yi, who also ordered his beasts to assault Mo Ran's creatures in the blink of an eye. The 20 or so summoned beasts clashed with Wang Yi's 3, and the ground was soon drenched in various shades of blood, punctuated by the occasional flying skeletal limb. The scene became increasingly intense. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that Wang Yi's beasts were gradually retreating, as he only possessed 3, making such an outcome inevitable. Seeing that his summoned beasts were on the brink of death, Wang Yi quickly recalled them, but the skeletal ancient giant ape fell victim to the relentless assault of Mo Ran's beasts. Observing the two remaining feeble beasts, Wang Yi could only shake his head. Their strength was simply insufficient. However, his current needs for summoned beasts were no longer what they once had been, now that his own power had significantly increased. The thrill of combat was far superior to relying on summoned creatures. Mo Ran still had about 15 beasts remaining. If 3 of Wang Yi's beasts could be taken down, it would be commendable. Wang Yi unfurled the wings of his phoenix scale feather, creating distance, and gripped the black dragon crossbow with both hands, unleashing a flurry of arrows at the approaching beasts, infusing some MP into the arrows. He shot one through a leopard-like creature, striking its vital point and bringing it down instantly. The black dragon crossbow continued to fire, and Wang Yi discovered a useful technique by infusing MP during the arrow's release. The cooldown period extended significantly. This allowed the black dragon crossbow to be used for an extended duration. Before Mo Ran's summoned beasts could reach Wang Yi, they were all obliterated. At this moment, Li Liang had just completed his runes. Dozens of different runes floated around him. Wang Yi could sense the immense power emanating from them. With a wave of Li Liang's hand, one of the runes appeared right before Wang Yi. And before he could react, the space around the rune began to warp. Wang Yi attempted to escape, but it felt as though an unseen force had anchored him in place, rendering him immobile. At this juncture, Li Liang approached Wang Yi and remarked, "How do you find this?" "Wang Yi, is my 5 annihilation rune to your liking?" As he spoke, he pointed the rune pen toward Wang Yi's head. Although designed for rune crafting, the pen's tip was razor-sharp in close combat. Rune masters generally relied on auxiliary runes or utilized their rune pens for defense. Clang, Li Liang's rune pen clashed against Wang Yi's Xian Mo heavy sword. Although Wang Yi was unable to escape, he still managed to wield his weapon without much difficulty. Li Liang was astonished. He had not anticipated that Wang Yi could retaliate even under such circumstances. After exchanging dozens of blows, Li Liang found that he had inflicted no damage on Wang Yi, as every attack was parried by the Xian Mo heavy sword in Wang Yi's grasp. Observing this, Mo Ran could hardly bear to watch any longer. If Wang Yi was preoccupied and unable to defend himself, was this not the perfect opportunity for his devouring earth dragon to strike? He quickly summoned the devouring earth dragon, which had nearly recovered from its injuries, and under Mo Ran's command, it lunged towards Wang Yi, mouth agape, ready to consume him. Li Liang, noticing that Mo Ran had summoned his devouring earth dragon and sought to swallow Wang Yi, rushed to intervene, but the dragon's jaws closed around Wang Yi before he could react. Ran, still puzzled, wondered why Li Liang was engaged in combat instead of taking advantage of Wang Yi's immobilization. Was this not foolish? Li Liang ignored Mo Ran's queries. As he watched Wang Yi being consumed, he could only sigh in resignation. Mo Ran might not understand the intricacies of the rune that had ensnared Wang Yi, but Li Liang was all too aware. If struck by this rune, there would be no escape for anyone in the immediate time frame unless an external force intervened to rescue or relocate the individual. With Mo Ran's devouring earth dragon having swallowed Wang Yi, it was akin to exiling him from the fight. Yet, with events set in motion, Li Liang merely relayed the situation to Mo Ran before hastily preparing his next rune. Inside the belly of the devouring earth dragon, Wang Yi found himself surrounded by a viscous, dark green liquid that corroded everything it touched. Fortunately, clad in his 9-tiered magic gold armor set, Wang Yi remained unscathed. Nevertheless, being inside the dragon's belly was undeniably unpleasant, prompting him to draw the yellow spring sword and strike upwards at the fleshy lining. The devouring earth dragon, reveling in its triumph, felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, it had suffered greatly at the hands of Wang Yi's phoenix scale feather flames previously, just as it relished the thought of having finally avenged itself. A gaping hole was suddenly torn in its flesh. Turning to inspect the source of the injury, it spotted a winged figure wielding a long sword, soaring towards its head. The devouring earth dragon, possessing a keen intellect, realized that Wang Yi had not succumbed to its acidic stomach and was now intent on slaying it. Before the devouring earth dragon could react, Wang Yi had already reached its neck and delivered a swift strike, causing the dragon's head to plummet to the ground. Not far away, Mo Ran had believed that once the devouring earth dragon consumed Wang Yi, it would be able to eliminate him. Little did he expect to be met with a lethal counterattack instead. Now, devoid of any battle pets, Mo Ran could only summon temporary ones or cultivate a new companion himself. After all, a summoner thrives on having a multitude of battle pets. The more, the better, as they can continuously level up. Typically, a summoner would nurture around 10 pets, allowing for instant summoning when needed, without consuming MP or waiting. However, all of Mo Ran's pets had been slain by Wang Yi, each one falling under his blade. This was nothing short a nightmare for someone in the summoner profession. After dispatching the devouring earth dragon, Wang Yi turned his attention towards Li Liang, for the rune he had employed earlier was exceedingly peculiar. No matter how Wang Yi struggled, he could not extricate himself from that place, and even the teleportation rune proved ineffective. Fortunately, the devouring earth dragon had inadvertently saved Wang Yi's life. Otherwise, who could say whether Li Liang would unleash those formidable attack runes again? At such a distance, evasion was impossible, and he would have been nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter. Seeing Wang Yi approach, Li Liang momentarily panicked, but quickly regained his composure, for he still possessed 4 runes of the same caliber. He was apprehensive that Wang Yi might not come at all. With a swift motion, Li Liang sent forth 2 runes into the sky instead of directing them at Wang. Suddenly, the weather shifted dramatically as purple storm clouds began to gather above. With 1 rune soaring into the depths of the tempest, the once vibrant purple lightning now turned ominously black, swirling with iridescent hues reminiscent of a rainbow. Initially, Wang Yi felt no sense of alarm as the storm clouds coalesced. But upon witnessing the rune's entry into the tempest, he sensed the lightning's power surging threefold. His brow furrowed. This level 55 rune master was indeed a formidable opponent, especially now that he had several runes at his disposal. He could conjure up a myriad of effects. However, Wang Yi had also acquired several runes himself and was eager to experience the exhilaration of a rune master engaging solely in combat through runes. He activated the Ghostly Trace rune and the Berserker rune, harnessing their auxiliary powers AS for the rune of thievery. He remained uncertain of Li Liang's capabilities and chose not to waste it. Once the 2 runes were activated, Wang Yi felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. His movements became so swift that he left behind afterimages. Inwardly, he marveled at the Ghostly Trace rune, which granted him a speed akin to that of a phantom, rendering him elusive. As the lightning from the storm clouds finally descended upon him, Wang Yi's velocity was such that even when forcibly targeted, he was not easily struck. Li Liang, realizing Wang Yi's astonishing speed, comprehended that the latter had invoked runes. Mere potions could not yield such an enhancement. The runes were the source of that formidable boost. Yet, the storm clouds did not linger indefinitely. They had a time limit. If Wang Yi managed to evade any damage before that limit expired, the runes would have rendered no effect. Li Liang hurriedly manipulated the vast storm clouds. But relying solely on their automatic strikes would not suffice. He needed to depend on his own skill to land a hit point. One hand controlled the storm while the other wielded a rune infused with green vines. Seizing the moment Wang Yi attempted to evade, he hurled it at him. Though Wang Yi spotted the rune, he had no time to retreat and could only brace himself. The moment the rune extended its vines, it ensnared Wang Yi, immobilizing him in place. This was precisely the opportunity Li Liang had awaited. The lightning, charged with energy from the storm clouds, surged forth toward Wang Yi as he felt himself ensnared. Dread gripped his heart. Li Liang had indeed presented him with a grave gift. With the lightning poised to strike, Wang Yi had no time to dodge and could only endure the blow. With a resounding crash, the ground beneath him was transformed into a massive crater. Fortunately, thanks to the Berserker rune and his level 9 purple equipment, Wang Yi was spared from being obliterated by the lightning. However, his condition was far from ideal. After enduring the strike, he found that 90% of his health had vanished. He hastily consumed 5 high-grade HP potions as the smoke dissipated from the crater. Wang Yi appeared relatively unscathed, save for a bit of dirt upon him. Otherwise, he bore no ill effects. Li Liang, brimming with confidence, watched as Wang Yi was struck by the lightning, the crater shrouded in smoke. He chuckled, declaring, "Wang Yi, no matter how strong you are, before me, a level 55 rune master, You are not, but refuse. Yet as the smoke cleared, Li Liang's incredulity grew. Wang Yi was unscathed. Was this man even human? How could he have survived such a strike? Li Liang quickly summoned a speed-enhancing rune and retreated from the area. Wang Yi chose not to pursue. He surmised that Li Liang likely had only 2 runes remaining. Now, he was eager to witness the true power of the so-called 5 Annihilation runes. Indeed, Li Liang still possessed 2 of the 5 Annihilation runes, but these were merely enhancement runes, one capable of forcibly siphoning life from others to restore his own, and the other boosting all attributes by 50. Such runes posed no threat to Wang Yi, especially with the storm clouds having dissipated. Li Liang was left with little recourse. Li Liang contemplated whether to employ the 2 runes. The entire world trembled. Everyone felt in the real world, there was a minor tremor, with some regions mistaking it for an earthquake. After some time, when nothing further occurred, people began to resume their activities. However, just as they thought it was merely a minor quiver, another tremor jolted through, and no one dared ascend any higher. Some noticed alerts on their phones, realizing that it wasn't just the earthquake-prone areas shaking. The entire nation, and indeed the world, had trembled. Panic ensued as people believed the apocalypse was upon them. Despite officials hastily attempting to quell the negative news, the speed of deletion could not keep pace with the spread of information. In the streets, people began to scramble for shelter, and in countries where firearms were prohibited, gun stores were completely ransacked. In the game, Wang Yi was momentarily halted in his assault due to the tremor, glancing at the onlookers who remained wholly engrossed in the battle between him and Li Liang. They paid no heed to the recent tremor, perceiving it merely as a normal occurrence. Wang Yi, however, did not allow it to distract him. He understood that the world was on the brink of transformation, and it was happening today. Yet, a flicker of doubt crossed Wang Yi's mind. Logically, the world's fusion should have occurred 5 years post-game launch. Now, less than a year had passed, and the world was set to merge. Though skeptical, the reality was undeniable. The tremors continued in both the real and game worlds, lasting approximately 10 minutes. Yet no structures collapsed in reality. It felt as though one were swaying back and forth. Yet no individual sensed it was their own movement, for all shared the same experience. With the wings of the phoenix feather fluttering behind him, Wang Yi swiftly closed the distance to Li Liang, brandishing the Huangquan sword and delivering a lethal blow to his neck. While Li Liang was still pondering the nature of the prior tremor, Wang Yi had already dispatched him. Without pausing, Wang Yi surged toward Mo Ran, who met the same fate as Li Liang, swiftly cut down. The crowd, momentarily distracted by the tremors, failed to grasp the rapidity of their demise. They were so engrossed in the extraordinary event that they would have believed it heralded the end of the world. Yet, they were not mistaken. It was indeed the world's conclusion, but a new era was poised to dawn. As the stunned onlookers regained their senses, they found that Li Liang and Mo Ran had been vanquished by Wang Yi in an instant. After Wang Yi dispatched the 2 individuals, he had no time to linger, promptly retrieving the coffin of the undead and swiftly entering it, thereby exiting the game. The urgency in his actions stemmed from the fact that something awaited him in the real world, something he was determined to acquire. In his past life, Wang Yi vividly recalled a small island that had emerged on the sea not far from the bund of Linhai City. The moment the real world trembled. An elderly fisherman, driven by curiosity, steered his boat towards the suddenly appeared island. And one anticipated that upon emerging from this island, the old fisherman would be transformed entirely. Previously weary and near death, he now radiated vitality, as if reborn. While Wang Yi had once been oblivious to the reason, clarity dawned upon him now. He had undoubtedly consumed the 9-fold revitalizing pill. This miraculous elixir could restore one's full strength, rejuvenating the elderly back to their prime, regardless of the extent of their injuries. As long as they drew breath, consuming it would instantly restore them to peak condition. Wang Yi was resolute in acquiring this 9-fold revitalizing pill. Thus, he swiftly eliminated Li Liang and Mo Ran before hastily exiting the game. Upon awakening in his rented room, Wang Yi quickly exited, confirming his bearings before heading directly towards the island. Although his speed of movement was rapid, it was not as swift as flight. Thus, he endeavored to summon the phoenix wing feathers. Indeed, as the world underwent transformation, the items from the game seamlessly integrated, since he was able to summon the phoenix wing feathers. It stood to reason that the runes in his backpack would also connect. Just as he was about to open his backpack, an unexpected event occurred. The ring he had acquired in his dreams began to emit a luminous glow. Before him materialized a screen displaying all the items Wang Yi had obtained in the game. Could this be the method to access his backpack following the world's convergence? Wang Yi pondered it, marveling at the screen that appeared without any medium, floating in mid-air. Was it possible that the previous backpack was now entirely inaccessible? Wang Yi quickly attempted to open it. Indeed, previously he could retrieve gear from his backpack. But now, no matter how he tried, it was as if it had ceased to exist. However, Wang Yi could not dwell on this for long. With the equipment still intact, he directly extracted a teleportation rune, pinpointed his target, and instantaneously transported himself to the island. As the environment around him continuously shifted, it eventually stabilized, and Wang Yi found himself on the island. Just then, the old fisherman had also just set foot on the island. Observing the elderly man, Wang Yi's suspicions were confirmed. The island indeed harbored the ninefold revitalizing pill. Ignoring the fisherman, Wang Yi headed towards the center of the island, only to be confronted by three unfamiliar faces. One of them, like Wang Yi, boasted a pair of wings, though they paled in comparison to his. Another appeared to have materialized instantaneously, lacking any auxiliary equipment, likely having arrived here as Wang Yi did, via runes. The third was astonishingly gliding on clouds. Wang Yi observed these three, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Were they not from the Wang family of Linhai City? The Wang family had a long-standing reputation as a martial arts clan, unlikely to permit their members to indulge in gaming. Yet their equipment bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the game. Wang Yi recognized each of them, for with 2 lifetimes of memories, he could not forget the Wang family, sharing his surname. The one with wings was undoubtedly Wang Tianma, the second son of the Wang family. The cloud-walking individual was Wang Tianling, the third son, as for the one who had arrived via rune. He was their elder brother, Wang Tianlang. Wang Yi harbored no animosity towards the Wang family. They were known for their integrity. However, being a prominent family in Linhai City, it was certain that the Wang family possessed distinctions not found in ordinary martial arts families. The three also noticed Wang Yi simultaneously. Wang Tianlang stepped forward and respectfully clasped his hands, inquiring, "Might I ask who this esteemed brother is? Are you aware of this island?" With Wang Tianlang speaking so courteously, and given that Wang Yi bore no grudge against him, he reciprocated the gesture, saying, "I am Wang Yi. May I inquire what brings the three of you here?" Wang Yi. The Wang brothers were taken aback upon hearing this name, for it belonged to the individual who had ranked first in the team missions. Furthermore, he had indirectly humiliated Yao Liang of the Yao family. Among the younger generation of various clans, anyone who played this game was aware of how Yao Liang fell short by precisely 250 mission items from the top rank. This had left Yao Liang utterly embarrassed. Previously, Yao Liang had boasted to others from various families, claiming he would undoubtedly secure first place this time, only to be overtaken by Wang Yi in a single stroke. "Elder brother, this Wang Yi cannot possibly be the same as the one in the game, right?" Wang Tianmo remarked, glancing at Wang Tianlang. But before he could finish, Wang Tianlang interrupted, for he had seen Wang Yi's appearance in the game. Indeed, this was the very individual he recognized from a photograph, albeit now in the flesh. You are indeed the Wang Yi from a game. I have seen your picture. You are truly remarkable," Wang Tianlang exclaimed. Giving a thumbs up to Wang Yi, he continued, "However, you certainly dealt a resounding blow to Yao Liang's pride. I merely stumbled into first place. As for Yao Liang, well, that's just how it is." Wang Yi had expected they might not recognize him, intending to exchange a few words before departing. However, he had not anticipated that Wang Tianlang would identify him. Hearing Wang Yi's words, Wang Tianlang burst into laughter. "Good. As expected of Wang Yi, to achieve the top rank in team missions, you must be extraordinary." Wang Yi simply smiled, saying nothing further. By the way, Wang Yi, may I inquire what brings you here?" Wang Tianlang shifted to the matter at hand. Wang Yi glanced around the island before responding, "I merely stumbled upon this island out of curiosity, hence my visit. After a brief pause, he added, "Might I ask what brings you here? You seem somewhat hurried." Wang Tianlang appeared slightly awkward, as their visit was prompted by an odd piece of paper they had stumbled upon, instructing them to come to this location at this precise time to find the island. Initially, they had suspected it to be a prank, intending to tear it up to avoid spreading deceit. However, despite Wang Tianlang's efforts, the paper remained unscathed. Even attempts to burn, soak, or cut it failed to leave a mark. Only then did the three brothers take it seriously, arriving at the island today. Wang Tianlang had previously come here, but found nothing on the sea. It took several attempts for him to realize they needed to return on this specific date to witness the island. After arriving on the island and encountering Wang Yi, events unfolded as they did. Ahem, Wang Tianlang quickly cleared his throat to alleviate the awkwardness, adding, "Well, we too were merely curious about this island, so we came to explore." Wang Yi could easily discern the implication behind Wang Tianlang's words. He was clearly withholding the truth. Yet, this was understandable, as they were not well acquainted. Had Wang Tianlang admitted they were here for treasure hunting or some such, Wang Yi would have been even less inclined to believe it. Exchanging glances with Wang Tianlang, Wang Yi merely smiled and said, "Very well. I shall take my leave then." With that, he disregarded Wang Tianlang and made his way into the island's dense foliage. Wang Tianlang said nothing further, and once Wang Yi had completely vanished from sight, he turned to his brothers, saying, "It seems this Wang Yi is quite capable. He knew about the island's appearance. We must be cautious of him once we enter. I sensed his strength is formidable, and despite being 3 against 1, he wouldn't have secured first place otherwise. Could Wang Yi belong to one of those hidden families or some other clan?" Wang Tianlang questioned, somewhat perplexed. "Impossible." Wang Tianlang categorically denied the claims, asserting that Wang Yi's background had already been thoroughly investigated and revealed him to be an ordinary individual without any substantial connections. "All right, let us hasten our entry," he continued, "lest we allow Wang Yi to gain the upper hand." With that, the trio ventured into the thicket in another direction. As Wang Yi stepped into the forest, he swiftly assessed the movements of Wang Tianlang and his companions in the brief exchange with Wang Tianlang. Wang Yi had discreetly affixed 3 tracking runes onto them, unbeknownst to them, after briefly closing his eyes. Upon reopening them, Wang Yi was able to directly perceive the movements of Wang Tianlang and his companions, who were proceeding in a direction distinct from his own. Observing their tracks now seemed futile, as they had only just entered the forest, and Wang Yi chose to disregard their positions. The forest was devoid of any wildlife, not even the smallest insects, as if it were an abruptly manifested realm, albeit one that indeed appeared to have materialized in an instant. Upon entering, Wang Yi found himself surrounded by vines entwined around towering trees, with the tendrils sprawled haphazardly across the ground, making every step a cumbersome endeavor. At times, he nearly stumbled over the vines due to a momentary lapse in attention. From his backpack, or rather, from within his ring, he retrieved the Huangquan sword. Although he could not unleash its full potential, it remained his strongest weapon at present. While the ring allowed him to access all his belongings, he could only don offensive gear, as the defensive equipment was beyond his capability to wear. Thus, he was unable to fully harness the weapon's strength. Ahead, the vines were severed by the Huangquan sword, which rapidly wilted the cut sections until the once lush tendrils became desiccated. The island was not extensive, and Wang Yi moved swiftly, soon arriving at its center. There lay a small lake, with a relatively large stone protruding from its depths, the nature of which was indiscernible to Wang Yi, as he had never encountered such a stone before. The water was crystal clear, seemingly devoid of life, yet upon closer inspection, Wang Yi discerned that all the creatures within were semi-transparent. Water snakes, turtles, fish, and the like, all exhibiting this transparency, although these beings appeared similar to their real-world counterparts. Their translucence was their only distinction. Nevertheless, Wang Yi's instincts alerted him that these aquatic entities were far from ordinary, imparting a palpable sense of danger. It felt as though, should he enter the water, the creatures would swiftly consume him. Yet beneath the stone that broke the water's surface, he detected the presence of a teleportation array, which had been hollowed out within the stone itself. Thus, Wang Yi was compelled to enter the lake. Despite its tranquil appearance, his instincts continued to sound alarm bells, That moment, Wang Tianlang and his companions arrived, panting as they gazed upon the lake. Prior to Wang Yi's arrival, they had already reached this spot, driven by curiosity to explore the island further. The paths on the island were intricate and laden with numerous vines, necessitating a methodical approach to fully explore its entirety. The tracking runes placed on Wang Tianlang had not expired. Their paths were nearly identical, dispelling Wang Yi's initial desire to explore the island. Surrounding the island was dense jungle, with little of note apart from the lake. Wang Tianlang, having spotted Wang Yi, approached him and inquired, "Wang Yi, have you discerned the secrets of this place? The lake appears fraught with peril." "Indeed," Wang Yi replied, "I cannot ascertain the true nature of this lake, but the only notable feature appears to be that teleportation array within the stone." He gestured towards it. Yet, Wang Tianlang looked puzzled. "What stone? Is there not only the teleportation array visible on the lake's surface?" Upon hearing Wang Tianlang's words, Wang Yi sensed something amiss. There was indeed a large stone in the lake. Yet Wang Tianlang insisted there was only the teleportation array. His two companions looked equally bewildered by Wang Yi's assertions. Observing them closely, Wang Yi concluded they did not appear to be lying. Did it imply that only he could perceive the stone within the lake? Yet, nothing about the stone seemed unusual. After much contemplation, Wang Yi decided to set aside this perplexity, chuckling softly, "Perhaps I am merely experiencing hallucinations. After all, the terrain here is quite treacherous and taxing." Wang Tianlang seemed to grasp the nuance of Wang Yi's words, recognizing the blend of truth and deception. They perceived no stone on the lake surface, nor any life beneath the waters. However, Wang Yi's insistence on the presence of a stone compelled Wang Tianlang to ponder deeply. If Wang Yi's claims were valid, there might be treasures to uncover. If false, it suggested he wished to keep the secrets of this place to himself. Specifically, the contents of the teleportation array. Given the extraordinary nature of this island, its treasures were unlikely to be commonplace. Yet, Wang Tianlang remained uncertain. If Wang Yi indeed intended to hoard the treasures, he would have made a move by now, considering his previous audacity. But presently, Wang Yi showed no inclination to act. Wang Tianlang found himself lost in thought, unable to discern whether Wang Yi was friend or foe. "Elder brother, I believe we should promptly enter that teleportation array. Who knows what unforeseen circumstances may arise on this island?" Wang Tianma suggested to Wang Tianlang. Wang Tianlang conceded, recognizing the wisdom in his brother's words. It was best to enter swiftly and safely. "Wang Yi, shall we not enter together? It would be prudent to have each other's backs," he proposed. Stepping closer to Wang Yi glanced at Wang Tianlang and promptly declined. "No, I prefer to operate alone. You may proceed first while I take a moment to rest." With that, he feigned searching for a spot to rest. Seeing Wang Yi's resolve, Wang Tianlang relented and, accompanied by his two companions, leaped into the water towards the teleportation array. Observing them dive into the water without incident, Wang Yi found it astonishing that they seemed oblivious to the presence of the transparent creatures lurking within. He could clearly see them, yet Wang Tianlang and his companions swam past without a hint of reaction from the aquatic beings. As Wang Tianlang vanished through the portal, Wang Yi approached the water's edge. The transparent creatures, sensing something delectable, began to swim towards him. Some even leapt onto his body, transforming from small, transparent fish into creatures as large as a wolfhound, snapping at him with intent. As the fish breached the surface, Wang Yi felt its murderous intent, and he had already prepared the Huangquan sword in hand. True to his anticipation, the fish indeed sought to devour him. Fortunately, armed with the Huangquan sword, Wang Yi swiftly struck the now massive fish several times. Though gravely wounded, the creature retreated into the depths, as if the encounter had never transpired, leaving the lake's surface deceptively calm. Yet, the semi-transparent blood staining the Huangquan sword bore witness to the recent struggle. Now, Wang Yi found himself at a crossroads. Each time he approached the water's edge, the translucent beings lunged at him. However, after several attempts, he discovered that he could indeed inflict significant damage upon these previously impervious creatures. Had his strength truly increased? He quickly tested this hypothesis again, confirming that he could effectively vanquish the transparent fish, realizing that his in-game prowess was translating into reality. With each strike, he felt his capabilities surge, allowing him to wield the Huangquan sword at a previously unattainable level of effectiveness. After slaying numerous transparent beings, Wang Yi recognized a limitation. He could no longer fully synchronize his power. Nevertheless, his strength had now reached a peak of 30%. It can be considered exceedingly high now. The equipment previously obtained by Wang Yi can also be utilized, yet the extent of its effectiveness ultimately depends on his current strength. However, no creature within this water can inflict any harm upon Wang Yi. With a single stroke of his sword, they are cleaved into oblivion. Those transparent beings that originally intended to devour him display a modicum of intelligence, realizing their futility in consuming Wang Yi and thus retreating. Wang Yi plunges into the depths of the water. Although he had previously overlooked the lake's bottom, he inadvertently spots a luminous object that seems to be awaiting his approach. The transparent creatures, still lacking in discernment, charge at him with the intent to bite, but before their monstrous jaws can even part, Wang Yi has already vanquished one of them. Upon reaching the lake bed, he feels no discomfort in breathing, sensing that it is not much different from being on land, only a slight pressure, which proves inconsequential. As he approaches the glowing object, he discovers it to be a transparent stone emanating light. Upon seizing the stone, the larger fragment atop it vanishes instantaneously. As he scrutinizes the transparent stone, a thought crosses Wang Yi's mind. Could it be that the creatures in the water are born of this very stone? This is not beyond the realm of possibility, for the stone bears an uncanny resemblance to those beings. Simultaneously, as Wang Yi claims the stone, the transparent creatures in the water vanish, deepening his sense of the uncanny. What purpose does this stone serve? Nevertheless, time is of the essence, and Wang Yi cannot afford to dwell on the enigmatic stone. His primary goal remains the ninefold resurrection pill. Wang Tianlang and the others have been inside for quite some time, prompting Wang Yi to hastily stow away the transparent stone and swim toward the teleportation array. Unbeknownst to him, upon placing the transparent stone into his backpack, it vanishes without a trace. Meanwhile, the ring in his hand begins to radiate a joyful light. Yet Wang Yi, preoccupied with acquiring the ninefold resurrection pill, pays no heed to the ring's response. The environment around him shifts continuously, and after a considerable duration, it finally stabilizes, indicating that he has arrived. However, this teleportation array has taken significantly longer than usual. Surveying his surroundings, he finds himself amid stones, devoid of any flora, and the ceiling above is also rock. This must be a cavern. As anticipated, the ninefold resurrection pill he seeks is likely concealed within. After equipping all necessary gear, Wang Yi ambles deeper into the cave at a measured pace. His current strength, after all, is not at its peak, and it is prudent to be prepared. Otherwise, a misstep could lead to dire misfortune. As he continues forward, he encounters something vaguely familiar, yet unexperienced. Suddenly, a stone door materializes ahead, resembling something out of a cinematic spectacle. Gazing at this stone door, Wang Yi feels as though he has stepped into a film. Previously, he had a profound fondness for such fantastical elements.